Earth scientist Chen is unexpectedly summoned to a strange world on the planet Tianqiong, where a cultivation civilization and a feudal dynasty coexist. Here, the native inhabitants and the transmigrators are locked in a generational feud due to the demon emperor's curse, causing civilization to stagnate. Chen, awakening his talent through technological intelligence, fights off pursuers in dire straits and is appreciated by the princess of Tianqiong, who recruits him into the court. As he delves deeper into the heart of power, Chen discovers that the demon race is the mastermind, manipulating the hatred between the two races through the curse to draw power. Just as he and the princess develop feelings for each other, radical transmigrators launch a rebellion, while conservative ministers seize the opportunity to attack. In a near-death experience, Chen unexpectedly obtains the ancient human emperor's inheritance, awakening the power to rule all races. Returning to the battlefield, Chen unites the two races to form an allied army and, with the princess's assistance, unravels the mystery of the curse. After fierce battles including the defense of the imperial city and a surprise attack on the demon race's lair, he finally slays the demon emperor at the peak of the azure sky, ending the millennium-old curse. After the war, he promotes the integration of technology and cultivation, establishing an interstellar civilization. When the Tianqiong Star fleet invaded, Chen, who had risen to the position of Star Alliance leader, led his army to fight back, only to discover that the enemy commander was none other than the ancient demon lord, Black Abyss Demon Lord. During the fierce battle, Chen fell into an alternate dimension and was rescued by the advanced civilization Star Alliance, learning that the universe was facing a periodic, great cleansing crisis. To save all civilizations, Chen activated the reboot protocol, enduring the backlash and falling into a deep sleep alongside the princess. 10 years later, he awoke. Chapter 1, Alien Descent. Chen's last memory was the hum of the quantum collider in the laboratory. Blue and white arcs of electricity leaped within the annular chamber. The waveforms on the data screen vibrated violently, and alarms pierced his eardrums. His assistant shouted something behind the explosion-proof glass, but his voice was swallowed by a higher frequency noise, like the simultaneous vibration of billions of cicada wings, or like the whisper of the starry sky itself. Then, darkness. Excruciating pain. He abruptly opened his eyes. 3 purple moons hung high in the sky, their light as cold as a scalpel. This doesn't match. Chen's voice trailed off. His throat felt like it had been rubbed with sandpaper, each breath carrying a metallic taste. He tried to sit up, but his palms sank into some kind of sticky blue moss, a slight stinging sensation at his fingertips. Looking down, he saw the moss withering at a visible rate, as if its life force had been drained away. Cognitive conflict. The current environment's similarity to Earth's biosphere is less than 12 when this conclusion automatically surfaced in his mind. Chen froze. He had never imagined that this way of judging wasn't thinking, but rather some kind of intuitive knowledge. His right eye suddenly burned. A silvery blue data stream appeared at the edge of his vision, like a malfunctioning display screen. As he looked at his left hand, a semi-transparent analysis frame superimposed on his retina. Object human palm, minor abrasion. Ambient radiation 0.73 sievierts. Survivable range. Atmospheric composition nitrogen 58. Oxygen 23. Unknown gas 19. Neural mutation caused by quantum tunneling. Chen subconsciously reached for his lab coat pocket, but found nothing. He then realized he was wearing a torn lab uniform, the right cuff charred and curled, as if licked by intense heat. His waterproof watch was still running, but the dial was cracked, and the second hand ticked at irregular intervals. A metallic scraping sound came from afar. 30 meters away on a rocky hill, 3 figures were assembling some kind of crossbow-like weapon. They were covered in scales, with luminous crystals embedded in their foreheads, flickering with their movements. The smallest one suddenly turned his head, and the crystal burst into a blinding red light. Spiritual pressure reaction. The transmigrator has awakened. Chen's brain was still processing the strangely pronounced language when his body instinctively rolled away. 3 bone arrows, arranged in a triangular pattern, embedded themselves in the spot where he had just lain. The talismans wrapped around their fletchings spontaneously combusted, burning the moss into grayish-white crystals. The burning temperature exceeds 2,000 degrees Celsius, but the range is precisely controlled within a 1.5-meter diameter. This observation sent a chill down Chen's spine. No incendiary agent on Earth could achieve this effect unless it were some kind of directed energy weapon. A debate erupted from the other side of the rocky hill. The priest wants them alive. The cursed alien race deserves to die. The sound of metal mechanisms tightening again sent a chill down Chen's spine. He touched his cracked watch. The cracks in the glass formed a fractal pattern. As the 4th arrow hurtled through the air, he made a frantic move, throwing the watch into the air. Bang! The instant the arrow collided with the watch, the quartz crystal inside the dial resonated, triggering a miniature electromagnetic pulse. The rune's energy refracted uncontrollably, exploding into a green fireball within the pursuer's ranks. 2 hunters were hurled off the hill by the shockwave, while a third let out a shriek as his scales melted into liquid metal. Chen seized the opportunity to rush towards the bushes in the opposite direction, but froze as he leaped across the stream. His face was reflected in the water. His right iris had turned completely silver blue, with starlight-like highlights swirling deep within his pupil. As he stared at his reflection, strange characters suddenly appeared on the water's surface. Host detected quantum synchronization rate. 41 activation protocol. Human Emperor candidate sequence 7. The characters vanished as abruptly as they appeared. A shriek of membranous wings slicing through the air came from above. Chen looked up and saw a hunter with membranous wings circling under the moonlight. The creature's fingers extended into scalpel-like claws, and each flap of its wings scattered fluorescent phosphorescent powder, leaving topological three-dimensional trails in the air. The aerodynamic structure doesn't conform to any known biological model. As his analytical instincts resurfaced, the hunter swooped down. Chen dodged to the side, the grappling hooks still tearing through the back of his suit jacket, revealing the fading purple markings on his back, the spatial transfer imprint from when he was summoned. As the hunter pounced a second time, Chen flung out a pin hidden in his sleeve. The steel pin traced an arc defying the laws of physics in the moonlight, automatically correcting its trajectory and piercing the tendon gap in the hunter's right wing. This action, used in the lab to demonstrate Lorentz force, now triggered a chain reaction. The hunter screamed and plummeted, the phosphorus powder on its wing membrane mixing violently with its blood, illuminating the entire riverbank as bright as day. In the light, Chen saw more details. Behind the rocky hill stood a bronze obelisk, its surface engraved with runes resembling Maxwell's equations. The algae in the stream shone with the blue glow characteristic of superconducting materials. Most unsettlingly, all the plants pulsated rhythmically, as if the entire forest were the lungs of some giant creature. It really is a charged particle environment. Chen gasped as he picked up the hunter's bone blade. The carbon nanotube structure, visible only under a microscope, was now crystal clear in his quantum vision. When he used the blade to parry the crossbow bolts, the energy of the runes was precisely refracted by the nanostructure, triggering a targeted explosion within the enemy ranks. The 2 surviving hunters began to retreat. The younger one suddenly narrowed his eyes at a star map. The older one trembled as he touched the crystal on his forehead. Not an ordinary transmigrator, it's the Eye of Revelation. Report to the altar immediately. A tearing pain suddenly shot through his right eye. A flood of silver-blue data poured into his vision, and all moving objects displayed red predicted trajectories. Chen knelt on the ground, seeing glowing patterns appearing on his right wrist, clearly a variant of the Schrödinger equation. The ferns on the opposite bank of the stream swayed, and a girl wearing a bronze mask emerged. The bone flute in her hand pointed at Chen, its body engraved with fluid dynamics equations. As the pursuers' heads suddenly spun 180 degrees, Chen noticed the same silver-blue data stream flashing in the girl's eyes. "Don't make a sound if you want to live," the girl's voice echoed directly in his mind. "The star map in your eyes will kill everyone in the valley." A horn sounded in the distance. Some colossal creature was crushing trees as it approached. The girl flicked out a silver thread from the end of her flute, which wrapped around Chen's wrist, pulling him into a suddenly appearing crevice in the ground. During the fall, Chen's last sight was a bronze rain falling from the sky, thousands of rotating gear-like magical artifacts systematically scanning the entire area. In the darkness, cold fingers pressed against his eyelids. Quantum vision is unusable unless you want to be located by the High Priest's celestial globe. The fall lasted an unbelievable amount of time. As the girl's mask scraped against the stone wall, sparking, Chen saw the small characters etched upon it. 7th era of the Human Emperor's calendar, Gravekeeper sequence. Chapter 2. The counterattack in desperation darkness. The fall felt as though it lasted an eternity. Chen's back slammed heavily against a resilient mycelium blanket, the impact dissipating into hundreds of minuscule tremors. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, tinged with a metallic taste. As silver-blue data streams flickered frantically at the edge of his right eye, a side effect of quantum vision's automatic enhancement in low-light conditions. "Don't move," came the voice of the bronze-masked girl from above. "There are 2 bone spurs in your lungs." Cool fingers pressed between his ribs. Chen heard some high-frequency vibrations, followed by the sticky sounds of flesh being mended. Pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unfamiliar energy surging through his veins. He raised his wrist. discovering that the glowing equations had spread to his elbow, pulsating just beneath the skin. Psychoenergetic suturing, the girl said, retracting her bone flute. You can last 3 hours. Chen attempted to sit up, but was suddenly immobilized by the tightening tendrils of the mycelium blanket. Only then did he comprehend his surroundings, a hemispherical cavern. Its walls adorned with bioluminescent moss, the light flowing through the mycelial network, forming patterns reminiscent of an integrated circuit board. Most astonishing was the sky above. Beyond a translucent membrane swam countless glowing deep-sea creatures, yet all bore metallic skeletons and gear-like joints. Biorobotic hybrids, Chen rasped. This is not a natural cave. The girl removed her mask. Her face left Chen breathless. The left side was a delicate human visage, while the right was a mechanical structure of bronze, gears slowly rotating at the cheekbone. As the crystalline lens of her right eye focused, it emitted a sound akin to a camera aperture closing. The 7th restricted zone of Celestial Dome, a graveyard of ancient civilizations. She pointed deeper into the cavern. They are searching for you. 300 meters away, 6 corpses clad in white lab coats were affixed to the walls by mycelium. Though their facial muscles had long since decayed, the ID cards on their chests were still clearly discernible. Quantum Physics Research Institute, Traveler Batch, 7. Chen's own credentials slipped from his pocket, the numbers matching perfectly. The first batch of summoned Earthlings, the girl remarked, lifting Chen's ID card with her bone flute. The High Priest refers to you as the Outworld Sparks. Suddenly, the mycelium blanket contracted violently. Chen's quantum vision automatically marked a new threat at the cave's apex. 3 membranous winged hunters were slicing through the biological membrane at the entrance, phosphorescent dust cascading like snowflakes. Tracking bees of the celestial armillary sphere. The girl's mechanical right arm transformed, revealing a sonic weapon. They have caught your quantum signature. Chen grasped her forearm. Wait. That phosphorescent dust. Too late. The sonic pulse shattered the membrane above, and the drifting phosphorescent dust coalesced into a 3-dimensional topological network. The entire cavern's geometry began to warp. The luminescent moss on the walls exploding one after another, releasing a pungent ozone scent. Cognitive pollution trap. The girl's mechanical eye flickered rapidly. Close your eyes. Do not look at those lines. But Chen's quantum vision had already spiraled out of control. Silver-blue data streams cascaded like a waterfall across his field of view, parsing the phosphorescent dust network into countless Klein bottle structures. His brain processed 7 topological forms in 3-dimensional space simultaneously. Blood from his nose dripping onto the mycelium blanket with a corrosive hiss. The membranous winged hunters dove in for the attack. When the first bone blade lunged at him, Chen's body reacted instinctively. He seized the hunter's wrist, twisting it clockwise by 27 degrees. A force used in the laboratory to adjust magnetic traps, now precisely dismantling the hunter's forelimb's nerve ganglion. As the second hunter approached from behind, he countered by thrusting his pin into the base of its wing membrane. A surge of bioelectricity causing the hunter to convulse. You cannot comprehend the spiritual pivot, the girl said, shattering the skull of the third hunter with her bone flute. Unless, suddenly, Chen collapsed to the ground. His right hand uncontrollably traced Maxwell's equations upon the mycelium blanket, the glowing lines resonating with the mycelial network. The entire cavern began to pulse, and the dead travelers' corpses suddenly opened their hollow eyes. I see, the girl's mechanical arm emitted an overloaded hum. You are a resonant body. Sounds of bronze clashing echoed from the depths of the cave. 12 skeletons draped in runes emerged from the shadows. Their bones etched with calculus equations, blue-white plasma flickering in their eye sockets. The girl immediately positioned herself in front of Chen, her bone flute raised defensively. The first guardians of the tomb, she said, her voice tense. They have mistaken you for the 7th batch of defectors. Chen realized his quantum vision could decipher the formulas on those bones, all variations describing quantum tunneling effects. As the nearest skeleton raised an arm bone inscribed with Dirac symbols, he instinctively shouted, "Step back. That is the annihilation equation." The girl yanked him to the right just as the skeleton's arm bone erupted with blue light, causing localized collapse in the surrounding space. The 3 membranous winged hunters had no time to scream before they became silhouettes on a 2-dimensional plane. Chen watched his pin disintegrate into fundamental particles in the void, suddenly understanding how those traveler corpses had perished. Use this. The girl tossed him half of a bronze compass. Input the equations you just wrote. The moment Chen caught the compass, the glowing lines on his right hand entangled with its surface at the quantum level. The 12 skeletons halted simultaneously, their equation-laden bones rearranging themselves into a circular portal. Within the portal swirled chaotic matter reminiscent of a nebula, a glowing singularity at its center. An escape route from the ancient era. The girl urged Lu Chen towards the light gate. Jump in. At the last moment, Lu Chen grasped her mechanical arm. We go together. I am a guardian. I cannot leave. The cavern's ceiling suddenly collapsed. A 10-meter diameter bronze armillary sphere pierced the membrane. 3,000 gears locking onto Lu Chen simultaneously. The high priest's voice resonated through some holographic projection. The eye of the apocalypse. You belong to the altar. The girl's mechanical arm abruptly disassembled, forcefully pushing Lu Chen into the light gate. Remember, do not trust anyone with crystalline hearts. Lu Chen plunged into starlight. The descent halted in a metallic swamp. He found himself ensnared in a silvery gray liquid alloy, a substance both mercurial and magnetic. His quantum vision revealed it to be a smart fluid composed of countless nanoscale robots, scanning his entire quantum profile. Identity confirmed. Candidate for the Human Emperor, Sequence 7. Activating Revival Protocol. The fluid solidified into an operating table, hundreds of probes piercing Lu Chen's spine. Amidst the agonizing pain, he saw the glowing patterns on his right hand reconfiguring as the Schrödinger equation was replaced by a more complex Yang-Mills field theory. Knowledge transcending human comprehension forcibly flooded into his brain. The essence of psychoenergetics is the fifth fundamental force. Cultivation is the localized programming of quantum fields. As the mechanical synthetic voice announced the completion of neural reconstruction, Lu Chen found himself standing on a circular platform, surrounded by 12 holographic screens, each displaying real-time footage from Earth, his laboratory, the exploding quantum collider, military personnel sealing documents. Welcome to the observation station. Behind him came the creaking sound of a wheelchair. An elderly figure in a white coat had only his upper body remaining, the lower half connected to some biorobotic apparatus. His left eye was a normal aging human eye, while his right eye mirrored Lu Chen's quantum vision. A survivor from the 7th batch. The old man coughed, pointing at the screen. As you can see, the summoning array on Earth was activated by us. Lu Chen suddenly recognized the logo in the corner of the screen, the emblem of the European Organization for Nuclear Research. In 2017, we discovered psychoenergetic particles during the Large Hadron Collider experiments. The old man's mechanical fingers retrieved a yellowing document. In 2024, we received mathematical prophecies from the Celestial Dome. The formulas on the document froze Lu Chen's blood. It was the quantum chaos model he had completed just the night before, down to the last scribbled notes. You are destined to be here, the old man said, gesturing to his withered left leg. We, the failures, can only serve as the midwives of civilization. The holographic screen suddenly turned crimson. A warning echoed. The armillary sphere has breached the 7th firewall. Estimated arrival time, 300 seconds. The elderly man abruptly struck the armrest of his wheelchair. There's no time left. Look at this. He tore open his lab coat, revealing an aged chest adorned with a luminescent equation identical to that on Lu Chen's right hand. Remember, the Emperor of Humanity is not merely power. The elder pressed a crystalline prism into Lu Chen's palm, signifying a choice. In that instant, as the crystal melded into his skin, Lu Chen beheld countless branching possibilities. In some worlds, he became a tyrant, while in others, civilizations were obliterated amidst the flames of war. In the most distant future, the bronze tentacles of the armillary sphere pierced through the observatory's dome, before being consumed by the light. The elder smiled one last time. Seek the girl with the bronze mask. She is your only chance against the spatial collapse. As Lu Chen fell into a new darkness, he heard the ultimate prompt of quantum vision. Technology analysis talent activated. Current synchronization rate, 67. Chapter 3. Survival in the wilderness. The darkness was torn asunder by a chilling cold. Lu Chen awoke from his stupor, discovering half of his body submerged in a rushing stream. His right eye's quantum vision activated automatically. Silver-blue data streams tracing the environmental parameters on his retina. Body temperature, 34. 2C, mild hypothermia. External injury, penetrating wound to the left shoulder. Spiritual energy pollution index, 72. Environmental threat, high concentration of spiritual energy storm. Time to contact, 3 hours 12 minutes. He struggled to crawl ashore, each breath tinged with blood. The remnants of the crystalline prism left a burning sensation in his palm, with glowing geometric patterns faintly visible beneath his skin. The thought of technology analysis talent flickered in his mind when, suddenly, the stream began to bubble violently. A six-legged creature broke the surface, its exoskeleton embedded with natural patterns reminiscent of integrated circuits. It possessed no eyes, only a translucent crystal atop its head, flickering with chaotic mathematical symbols. Instinctively, Lu Chen recoiled. But quantum vision marked the patterns within the crystal, distinctly visualizing them as a representation of a nonlinear differential equation. Spiritual energy beast. He recalled the elder's warning from the observatory and slowly raised his right hand. The luminous patterns in his palm resonated with the creature's crystal, causing the circuit-like designs on its shell to reconfigure into a Fourier transform he recognized. The creature emitted a high-pitched shriek before retreating back into the water. First successful spiritual energy interference. Technology analysis proficiency, 7. Gasping, Chen examined his left shoulder wound. The flesh around the puncture exhibited a bizarre crystallization, with tiny purple energy strands weaving through the tissue. As he touched it with his fingertip, quantum vision suddenly deciphered a fragment of information. Residual curse of the Demon Emperor. Neutralization plan. Anti-phase spiritual energy wave. Energy source required. He gazed toward the distant mountains, beneath the light of 3 purple moons. The peaks loomed like the spines of slumbering giants. The summit of the highest peak flickered with artificial illumination, resembling a tower-like structure. Distance estimate, 276 kilometers. Path danger level, extremely high. Chen tore off the hem of his shirt to bandage his wound when he suddenly heard a metallic scraping sound. Behind a rock 5 meters away, a half-broken bronze arm was slowly moving. It was a damaged mechanical puppet, its upper body remaining, with a chest plate inscribed with the same emblem as that of the Tomb Guardian girl. As Chen approached, the puppet's single eye suddenly illuminated with a red glow, emitting intermittent mechanical sounds, confirming resonance entity executing final protocol. Its chest cavity opened, revealing a miniature reactor. Blue-white spiritual energy flames flickered at its core, forming a 3-dimensional projection of Emer's field. Instinctively, Chen reached out, and quantum vision instantly analyzed the energy structure, revealing that it could be adjusted through the normalization field. Suddenly, the puppet lunged. Its remaining left arm transformed into a blade, aiming for Chen's throat. In a split second, the luminous patterns on his right hand reconfigured autonomously, forming a miniature Maxwell's demon model in his palm. The puppet's assault abruptly halted, as if colliding with an invisible barrier. Cognitive defense. Seizing the opportunity, Chen pressed against the puppet's forehead. The technology analysis talent surged into overdrive. Silver-blue data streams flooding into the mechanical body. The puppet's single eye flickered frantically before stabilizing on a coordinate interface. Safe house 7. Remaining energy, 12. Just before the puppet completely powered down, it transmitted a data packet into Chen's quantum vision. Suddenly, a holographic terrain map overlaid his vision, marking red warning zones and green safe paths. Most conspicuously, the nearest shelter was a spherical structure buried underground, located just 5 kilometers to the northeast. 3 hours. Chen looked toward the sky. The edges of the purple moons began to glow crimson, signaling the approach of the spiritual energy storm. He pried the energy core from the puppet, and the curse crystallization at his wound reacted immediately to the energy source. Temporary solution. Establish localized normalization field for isolation. The core transformed in his grasp, unfolding into a dodecahedron the size of a palm. As Chen pressed it against his wound, hundreds of energy filaments automatically stitched the flesh together, forming a temporary spiritual energy filter. The excruciating pain brought him to his knees, but the crystallization ceased to spread. Rising to his feet, he noticed the remnants of the puppet disassembling themselves. Nanoscale bronze particles coalesced into a stream, seeping into the ground. The last to vanish was the emblem on the chest plate, an eye pattern formed by Riemann function curves. Tomb Guardian's mark. Permission level, 7. Chen clenched the energy core tightly, taking his first step toward the shelter. The wilderness proved to be more perilous than he had imagined. 3 hours later, Chen crawled painfully up a ridge with a wounded leg. The energy of the reactor dwindled to just 43, and the filtering effect began to wane. The purple energy strands in his wound became active again, gnawing at his nerves like countless tiny parasites. In the valley ahead, a supernatural hunt was underway. 7 scaled hunters were encircling some colossal creature. The beast resembled a saber-toothed tiger, but its skin was covered in liquid crystal-like, color-shifting scales. Most astonishingly, the crystal on its forehead was of the same origin as the spiritual energy beast Chen had encountered by the stream, but it was at least 10 times larger. Third-tier spiritual beast, the lead hunter shouted. Set up the Big Dipper locking formation. The bone staffs in their hands plunged into the ground, forming the array of the Big Dipper. Purple energy surged from the tips of the staffs, weaving into a topological cage in the air. The spiritual beast's crystal flickered wildly, releasing shockwaves that shattered 3 bone staffs. Chen's quantum vision automatically recorded the battle data, Spiritual energy fluctuation frequency, 173 Thz. Energy conversion efficiency, 48. Practitioner level assessment, foundation establishment, pseudo. The hunters' tactics were evidently flawed. Whenever the spiritual beast attacked, the crystals on their foreheads would glow first, as if some sort of early warning system, but their reactions were always a beat too slow, like a delay. Suddenly, Chen realized those crystals were external connections. This revelation sent a chill down his spine. Similar technology was present on Earth. In early experiments with brain-machine interfaces, neural signal transmission always had a 0.3-second delay. These hunters were not traditional cultivators, but the spiritual beast's tail swept across the battlefield. A young hunter was cleaved in half, and as his body flew through the air, the crystal from his forehead fell off. Chen clearly saw that beneath it, there was no flesh or blood, only an implanted mechanical structure. Puppet? No. The surviving hunters abruptly changed their tactics, abandoning their capture plan. They began using some kind of sonic weapon to stimulate the beast's crystal. As the crystal began to overload and glow, the leader shouted in ecstasy, "It's about to evolve. Quick, record the data." A sharp pain shot through Chen's right eye. Quantum vision penetrated the beast's skin, revealing the transformation occurring within the crystal. The once chaotic mathematical symbols were reorganizing, forming an equation structure similar to the luminous patterns on his palm. They're catalyzing the beast's evolution. As this thought solidified, the beast suddenly stood upright. Its liquid crystal scales turned blood red, and the surface of the crystal bore the same Riemann insignia as that on Chen's palm. The hunters recoiled in terror. Impossible. This is the Tomb Guardians. As the beast's claws descended, the entire valley trembled. 6 hunters were instantly reduced to pulp, leaving only the leader, who managed to roll beneath the rock where Chen was hiding. At that moment, their eyes met, and the leader's forehead crystal erupted with blinding red light, the eye of revelation. "The altar is searching for you." The beast's roar echoed from above. Chen made a reckless decision. He leaped from the rocky cliff, his right hand ablaze with luminous patterns. The core of his psychic energy was pushed to its limits, forming a Klein bottle-shaped force field in his palm. The massive claws of a spirit beast hovered mere centimeters above his head, while the Riemann eye emblem within the crystal intertwined with his light patterns through quantum entanglement. A communication protocol was established as their psychic energies resonated, flooding his mind with countless images. Within the bronze hall, hundreds of incubation pods floated, each housing humanoid entities with crystals embedded in their foreheads. The high priest wielded fragments of an armillary sphere, inscribing a certain equation deep within the brain of a living subject. In a concealed chamber, half of a colossal mechanical heart hovered, its surface etched with the inscriptions of the first era of the human emperor. Suddenly, the leader launched a surprise attack from behind. The bone blade pierced Chen's side, simultaneously disrupting the psychic resonance. The spirit beast roared in fury, and the crystal erupted with waves of destructive energy. Chen tackled the leader just before the explosion, and they tumbled into a crevice. The shockwave lifted the ground 3 meters high, and the mournful cries of the spirit beast echoed through the valley. As the dust settled, Chen found himself atop the leader, whose crystal mask had shattered, revealing the youthful visage of a woman. Her left eye appeared normal, but her right bore a mechanical structure akin to that of the Tomb Guardian. Why did the female leader cough up blood? Why would a tomb keeper assist an alien race? Her body suddenly convulsed, and the forehead crystal detached, revealing a biological chip beneath that was smoking from overload. Chen urgently intervened with his technological analysis ability, but it was too late. Listen carefully. The female leader grasped his collar. Find the 7th chip in the bronze steel forest of the restricted area. The chip exploded. Chen was hurled by the shockwave, crashing against the carcass of the spirit beast. The dying behemoth's crystal had shattered, yet a faint light flickered at its core. As he approached, a diamond-shaped fragment flew into his palm, resonating with the crystal given to him by the elder at the observation station, albeit more ancient. Acquisition, fragment of the human emperor's steel, 17, unlocking basic cultivation protocol. The azure and silver data streams restructured into a cultivation guide, psychic energy absorption technique, quantum tunneling version. Following the guidance, Chen grasped the fragment. The air around him began to coalesce with psychic energy particles, and the cursed crystals at his wounds gradually neutralized. As the energy flowed through his right hand's luminous patterns, his quantum vision suddenly upgraded, allowing him to directly perceive the floating strings of psychic energy in space. Cultivation realm, Qi refinement stage, pseudo. In the distance, the sound of horns echoed. A larger hunting party was approaching, led by 3 crystalline beings riding flying puppets. Clutching the fragment tightly, Chen sprinted towards the safe house marked on the holographic map. Behind him, the carcass of the spirit beast spontaneously ignited, the purple flames forming a colossal Riemann-I symbol that lingered in the air. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Maiden. The vanguard of the psychic storm loomed like a purple wall. Advancing from the horizon, Chen stumbled into the metallic door of the safe house, the ground just 3 meters behind him already crystallized. Charged particles from the storm bombarded the spherical structure, emitting a high-frequency metallic hum. Leaning against the wall, he slid to the ground, while his quantum vision indicated a rapid decline in indoor oxygen levels. Warning: psychic energy penetration rate 17. Recommended to activate purification matrix. The central console of the safe house bore the emblem of the Tomb Keeper. When Chen pressed the fragment of the human emperor's steel into the authentication slot, the entire room abruptly flipped. The floor transformed into a dome, revealing a concealed underground compartment. Floating stairs radiated a soft blue light, leading to a cylindrical space resembling a biological incubation pod. Non-Euclidean structure. As Chen stepped onto the stairs, the hatch above sealed automatically. The howling of the storm was completely silenced, replaced by a rhythmic ticking, akin to a giant clock in operation. The underground space was more expansive than anticipated. 12 bronze steels arranged in a circular formation floated, each surface displaying equations he recognized: the Schrödinger wave equation, the Dirac model, and even his unpublished theory of quantum chaos. However, the location of the sixth steel was conspicuously empty, its base inscribed with, "Exclusive to Human Emperor Candidate Sequence 7. Suddenly, the crystal panel of the console illuminated, projecting the holographic image of the Tomb Keeper Maiden. If you are hearing this message, it means the armillary sphere has located the series of safe houses. Her mechanical right eye flickered. The prism implanted in your body will guide you. But remember, the projection abruptly twisted, morphing into a warning symbol: life signs detected, 482 meters northwest. Chen frowned, switching his quantum vision to thermal imaging mode. He penetrated the metal walls of the safe house. Indeed, there was a curled humanoid heat source on the brink of the cliff, cornered by 3 wolf-like spirit beasts. No crystal reactions. He scrutinized the indistinct outline. Was it a primitive human? The console suddenly displayed a holographic map, marking an underground tunnel leading to the target location. The final display revealed an encrypted message, only decipherable by his quantum vision. She possesses the 6th steel fragment. Beware of her sword. The tunnel's interior was blanketed with glowing moss, and the fungal network formed a structure reminiscent of a nervous system. As Chen ran, the filaments instinctively avoided the luminous patterns of his right hand, creating a tunnel of light. The exit was obstructed by vines. As he pushed aside the vegetation, the scene before him took his breath away. The maiden at the cliff's edge faced away from him, her silver hair swirling in the psychic storm. She wielded a bone sword engraved with runes, each slashed through the air, leaving topological fractures. The assault of the 3 wolf beasts exhibited a clear training pattern. One claw still stained with the maiden's blood. Battle analysis, swordsmanship school, celestial royal secret teachings. Psychic energy purity, 89, abnormal value. The maiden suddenly spun to deliver a strike. As the bone sword pierced the skull of the first wolf beast, the runes glowed, desiccating the beast's corpse. Yet, the other 2 seized the opportunity to pounce, and one bit down on her left leg, violently flinging her towards the cliff. In the instant Chen burst from the tunnel, he activated the core of his psychic energy. The pulse wave from the overloaded core disrupted the psychic field, delaying the wolf's movements by 0.3 seconds, just enough time for him to grasp the maiden's wrist. "Don't touch the sword," he shouted. Too late. The bone sword sensed its new master and flew towards Chen, but midway, the maiden struck it with her knee, altering its trajectory. The blade grazed his neck, slicing a smooth mirror-like surface into the cliff wall. "Do you wish to die?" The maiden wrenched her hand from his grasp. "The soul-devouring sword will drain you." The howls of the wolves interrupted her. The crystals embedded in the beasts' foreheads began to flicker in unison, their bodies starting to merge and reorganize. The maiden suddenly tore open her collar, revealing a diamond-shaped brand between her collarbones that resonated with the fragment of the human emperor's steel. "Step back." She pushed Chen towards the tunnel's mouth. "It is about to advance." The transformed wolf beast swelled threefold, its crystal evolving into a polyhedral structure. As it lunged, the mark on the maiden's chest erupted with brilliant light, projecting a Riemann function barrier before her. Chen's quantum vision suddenly deciphered critical data. Energy source rate 99. Conclusion: both the sword and the brand originate from the human emperor's steel. He dashed towards the bone, sword embedded in the rock wall. At the moment his right hand's luminous pattern made contact with the hilt, the entire sword disintegrated into countless bronze nanobots, seeping into his body through his skin. Amidst the excruciating pain, he glimpsed the entirety of the sixth steel's content. It was not a cultivation technique, but rather a list. Celestial Royal Psychic Energy Adapters Sequence 1, Yunli, Purity 92. The storm suddenly changed direction. The overloaded explosion from the merged wolf beast sent shockwaves that hurled both of them deep into the tunnel. In the dark tunnel, Lu Chun found himself atop the maiden. Her silver hair emanated a cold light, illuminating the narrow space. Their noses nearly touched, and Lu Chun noticed that her left eye was an amber vertical pupil, while her right eye appeared normal. Have you seen enough? The maiden pressed her knee against his abdomen. Where's the soul-devouring sword? Lu Chun raised his right hand. As the luminous patterns were formed, the bone sword slowly emerged from his palm, but the runes had transformed into equations he recognized. The maiden's pupils constricted. You reconstructed the master agreement? The tunnel suddenly shook violently. A colossal creature was moving above ground, each step causing the rock walls to crumble. The maiden abruptly covered Lu Chen's mouth, her palm cold as if from the grave. Shoo, she whispered, it's the armillary spheres cleaner. The tremors gradually receded. Lu Chun discovered that his quantum vision could penetrate her skin, revealing a skeleton etched with miniature runes, with a prism embedded in the location of her heart. Pulsating at a frequency of 17 hertz. Yunli, the girl suddenly spoke, that is my name. She tore open Lu Chen's blood-stained collar, her fingertips pressing between his collarbones. Amidst the excruciating pain, a metallic substance was injected into his body. Nano beacon detected. Function, bidirectional positioning. We are now accomplices. Yun Li's vertical pupils constricted into slits. Take me to the safe house. I will give you the sixth tablet. The sound of dripping water echoed from the depths of the pipe. Only then did Lu Chun notice that the wound on her left leg was not a tear from a wolf beast, but rather a type of energy penetration wound, with edges exhibiting eerie crystallization. Is it the Demon Emperor's curse? He recalled the data from the observation station. Suddenly, Yun Li seized his throat with a grip strong enough to crush steel. Who told you that title? Her pupils transformed completely into animalistic slits, her silver hair moving as if in a windless space. Lu Chen's right eye displayed frantic data streams, ultimately stabilizing on a particular analysis. Gene composition, human 63, unknown 37. An explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the safe house. Yun Li's expression changed drastically. The scavenger has found the entrance. She pulled Lu Chun and rushed towards a branching pipe. In the puddle around the corner, Lu Chun caught a glimpse of Yun Li's reflection, where 9 illusory tails emerged behind her. They reached the core area just as the safe house began to collapse. The spherical space had tilted at a 45-degree angle, and the control panel sparked violently. Yun Li dashed toward the base of the sixth tablet, retrieving a fragment of bronze from her bosom. This is the true tablet. What I showed you before was merely a replica. Quickly activate the resonance. She tossed the fragment to Lu Chun. We need to. Suddenly, the ceiling was torn apart. A 2-meter-wide metallic tentacle pierced into the room, its surface bristling with rotating gears. The mechanical synthesized voice of the celestial instrument reverberated through the air. Traitor, Yun Li detected. Executing purification protocol. Lu Chun simultaneously pressed 2 tablet pieces. The instant the bronze tablet illuminated, the geometric structure of the entire safe house began to fold. The walls rolled back like paper, revealing a hidden teleportation matrix. Yun Li's bone sword automatically flew toward the focal point of the matrix, forming a triangular energy field with the 2 tablet pieces. Hold on to me. She extended her hand to Lu Chun, just as the tentacles swept toward them. In the moment Lu Chun lunged towards Yun Li, the secondary tentacle of the celestial instrument pierced through her abdomen. Blood splattered onto the tablet piece, suddenly activating an ancient protocol. Royal bloodline detected. Emergency teleportation initiated. In the instant before the space collapsed into a singularity, Lu Chun saw that from Yun Li's wound. Instead of blood, a swarm of silver nanomachines surged forth, rapidly repairing her tissues. For the first time, her right eye fully opened, revealing a mechanical eye of the same origin as that of the Tombkeeper. Remember her voice, the space distorted, trust no one. A blinding white light consumed everything. Lu Chun maintained consciousness amidst the fall. The 2 tablet pieces hovered before his chest, projecting a holographic image, a complete map of the celestial dome, with 7 red dots marking the locations of the tablet pieces. The nearest one was in motion, coordinates indicating the underground altar of the celestial imperial city. The last thing to enter his consciousness was the upgrade prompt for his quantum vision. Technological analysis talent advancement. New function, Spiritual Energy Programming. Chapter 5. The Celestial Border. The disorientation from the teleportation persisted for a full 10 minutes. Chen knelt by a stream, splashing water on his face 3 times before confirming he was still alive. 2 pieces of the human emperor's tablet were embedded beneath his collarbones, forming symmetrical bronze tattoos. His quantum vision revealed that the surrounding environmental parameters had changed. Geographic location: the Blackstone Canyon at the border of the Celestial Kingdom. Spiritual energy concentration: 41, safe threshold. Nearest civilized point: 32 kilometers, Rust Town. There was no sign of Yunli. He checked his right arm. The nano beacon still flickered beneath his skin, but the signal was as faint as a candle flame in the wind. Strangely, his quantum vision suddenly marked an anomaly in the stream. Within the flowing ripples lay a form of encrypted information, decodable only by the specific angle of moonlight. As Chen adjusted his position, the water's surface revealed Yun Li's reflection. Though her lips did not move, her voice resonated directly in his mind. Go to Rust Town and seek the one-legged blacksmith. Ask him for the 9-tailed sheath. The reflection suddenly distorted. 3 translucent hands emerged from beneath the water, seizing Chen's ankles and dragging him downward. His right hand erupted with light patterns, and the spiritual energy programming activated automatically, generating a Klein bottle-shaped energy vortex in his palm. The moment the strange hands were drawn into the vortex, he heard a scream from the void. The traitor dares to touch the royal blood. The stream returned to calm, leaving only a few strands of silver hair tangled on the stones. Chen retrieved one. The hair automatically wove itself into a ring, slipping onto his ring finger. The quantum vision displayed a prompt: Bloodline encrypted token. Function: shield crystal detection. The sound of wheels approached from a distance. Rust Town was more dilapidated than he had imagined. The decaying wooden walls were riddled with claw marks, and the lanterns hanging from the watchtower were not filled with light, but with jars of glowworms. Chen halted 100 meters from the town gate, as his quantum vision marked the hidden spiritual energy traps in the ground, arranged in a distribution resembling the 0 points of the Riemann function, an impressive mathematical formation. Good eyesight. A hoarse voice emanated from above. An old one-eyed man squatted on a dead tree, the gears of his mechanical leg clattering. He tossed a copper coin, which was severed in half by the trap before it hit the ground. If a foreigner wants to enter the town, 3 items must be presented. The old man raised a finger: a weapon, a provenance, and a piece of truth. Chen raised his empty hands. Only my provenance is that of a mining apprentice swept in by a spiritual energy storm. A lie. The old man suddenly leaped down, his mechanical leg plunging into the ground before Chen's feet. You carry the scent of the spirit-eating sword's rust, he sniffed, and the bronze stench of the tombkeeper. The ring on Chen's finger suddenly grew warm. The old man's single eye focused on Chen's right hand, his pupils constricting sharply. Is that the token of the 9 tails? Without waiting for an answer, a shrill grinding noise erupted from the town. 10 guards clad in scale armor burst from the city gates, their forehead crystals fully activated. The lead bald man raised a type of sonic weapon. Illegal spiritual energy fluctuations detected. The old man's demeanor shifted instantly, with a swift motion of his cane. He swept Chen into the grass. Lie still and play dead. As the scanning beams of the guards swept over the grass, Chen caught sight of an object slipping from the old man's sleeve. A half of a bronze compass, identical to the one used by the tombkeeper girl. False alarm. The bald guard grumbled, adjusting his crystal. This faulty instrument has been acting up lately. Try this, the old man offered, handing over a pouch of glowing powder. Mix it with the spiritual oil to stabilize the detection waves. Once the transaction was complete, the old man crushed a few wild grasses under his mechanical leg, masking Chen's presence with their scent. It wasn't until the guards returned to the city, grumbling, that he tugged Chen around to the back of the town. Listen here, kid, the old man said, pushing open a hidden door disguised as a rock. The blacksmith's workshop cellar has what you need. But remember, suddenly, 3 bone knives shot out from within the dark door. The cellar was larger than the town itself. Chen moved along the damp wall, the bodies of the previous attackers lying behind him. 3 children with forehead crystals, instantly pierced through the throat by the old man's mechanical leg. Scouts of the altar. The old man wiped the blood from his leg. They turned orphans into. His voice trailed off abruptly. The old man suddenly aimed the compass at Chen's chest. The bronze needle spun wildly. You have fragments of the celestial instrument within you. The 2 tablet markings glowed in response, projecting a holographic map of the celestial dome before Chen. Among the 7 red dots, the nearest one was located deep within the cellar. The old man suddenly knelt, the joints of his mechanical leg creaking under the strain. So you are the 7th candidate. The dark door slammed shut. The walls of the cellar illuminated with a ghostly blue light, revealing its true form, a hemispherical laboratory, with a cylindrical incubation chamber made of bronze and flesh standing at its center. Floating within were a biological form resembling a girl, her 9 mechanical tails slowly swaying in the liquid. A clone. The old man's voice quivered with sorrow. We cultivated it using remnants of the spirit-eating sword, but we could never replicate the true 9 tails. What about the sheath? Chen inquired. The old man dragged out a lead coffin. The moment he opened the lid, the temperature in the cellar plummeted by 20 degrees. Resting on the velvet was not a weapon accessory, but a severed silver tail. Embedded at its cut end with the 6th fragment of the Emperor's tablet, which had been personally stripped from the princess's back by the high priest 15 years prior. The old man gently caressed the scorch marks on the tail. They had attempted to extract her demonic bloodline, but inadvertently triggered an alarm. A sudden cacophony echoed through the cellar. The moss on the ceiling turned blood red, forming warning text. Detected royal-level spiritual energy fluctuation. Source: Town Square. The old man's expression changed drastically. It's Yunli herself. How could she? Chen had already dashed towards the hidden door. The searing pain from his ring signified that this was no mere clone. In the town square, an execution was underway. Over 20 shackled travelers knelt beneath the gallows, while guards busily charged the crystal detectors. On the platform, a figure in a black robe raised a fragment of the celestial instrument. Purification begins. A violet beam swept through the crowd, instantly crystallizing 3 earthlings. Their flesh transformed into transparent stone, their foreheads automatically generating standard detection crystals. Perfectly modified beings. The figure in the black robe caressed the cheek of the latest creation, far superior to that of a gravekeeper. Chen concealed himself among the onlookers, his quantum vision marking vital details. Within the modified being's crystals lay engraved control sigils, the energy source, the demonic emperor's curse. Suddenly, the gallows collapsed. A silver-haired figure descended from the heavens, her bone sword tracing a Riemann function curve. The black-robed figure's arm was severed at the shoulder. The celestial fragment sent flying by the sword's energy, landing at Chen's feet. Yunli appeared in a dire state. Her left eye had completely transformed into a beast's eye, while the mechanical components of her right eye were exposed. Purple crystalline patterns spread across her neck. As the guards attacked, 8 translucent tails vaguely emerged behind her, with the 9th position ominously empty. Traitorous princess. The black-robed figure cackled, clutching his severed arm. How dare you leave the royal city? As Chen prepared to act, the old man suddenly pressed his shoulder. Look behind the gallows. In the shadows stood a girl in a white robe, her appearance identical to Yunli's. Yet her eyes were entirely mechanical. She cradled the 9th fragment of the Emperor's tablet, recording combat data. Detected clone unit 9. Spiritual energy purity, 91. Yunli abruptly turned her head, her beastly gaze locking onto Chen's position. Her lips did not move, yet her voice pierced through the clamor. Catch the sheath. The silver tail erupted from the cellar, coiling around Chen's right arm like a living entity. The fragment embedded itself into his skin, forming a triangular energy node with the previous 2. The black-robed figure finally recognized the anomaly, the 7th candidate. All forces, heed my command. At that moment, Chen's quantum vision hit overdrive. He perceived the vibrational patterns of all spiritual energy strings in space, casually plucking 3 of them. Suddenly, the ground of the entire square flipped. 300 tons of blue stone slabs curled like paper, crushing 2/3 of the guards into paste. The modified beings collectively detonated, their control crystals overheating and melting. Seizing the opportunity, Yunli severed the black-robed figure's head. As she kicked the head away, Chen saw that the skull contained no brain, only a pulsating mass of purple energy. The demonic emperor's curse carrier. Immediate purification advised. The white-robed clone suddenly screamed. Sample recovery complete. The fragment in her arms glowed with teleportation light, signaling the termination of a series of tasks. Yunli's bone sword flew from her grasp, but was devoured by a spatial rift before it could strike. The last thing to vanish was the clone's eerie smile and the words echoing in the air. Your father sends his regards, esteemed candidate. Rust Town began to collapse. Survivors fled in all directions, while Chen remained rooted in place, the silver tail on his right arm merging with the tablet fragment. His quantum vision displayed the final prompt. 3 tablets resonate. Unlock. Emperor's body refinement technique. Yunli staggered towards him, her beastly eye fixated on his right arm. You have no idea what you are inheriting. She coughed up purple crystals and collapsed into Chen's embrace. Chapter 6. The wisdom to break the deadlock. The mayor's residence in Rust Town resembled a corroded steel fortress. Lu Chun carried the unconscious Yunli through 3 heavy gates, each step causing the floor to ooze blue-violet preservative fluid. The walls were adorned with crystal display screens, broadcasting surveillance footage from various border locations. Yet all screens repeated the same stream of anomalous data, as if invaded by some virus. Place her on the dissection table. The mayor was a one-armed man clad in biological armor, his chest plate encrusted with 7 differently colored crystals. As he examined Yunli's wounds with his mechanical fingers, pale green nanomachines seeped from the gaps in his armor, covering her cursed crystalline neck like living entities. The mark of the demonic emperor. The mayor suddenly seized Lu Chun by the throat. You flee with the princess. Do you wish for the entire town to perish? Lu Chun's quantum vision automatically analyzed the armor's weaknesses. The energy interface on the right shoulder had a 3-second charging gap. He feigned asphyxiation, while his right hand secretly restructured, forming a miniature electromagnetic pulsar in his palm. At the moment of the pulse's eruption, the mayor's entire mechanical arm stiffened. Seizing the chance, Lu Chun broke free. She is not fleeing. She is hunting clones. Evidence. Lu Chun called up the recorded footage from his quantum vision. When the white-robed clone uttered, "Your father sends his regards," the mayor's armor suddenly disengaged, revealing a body riddled with stitches. His left chest bore a 9-tailed brand identical to Yunli's. The High Priest's cloning experiment. Has the mayor progressed to the series? The alarm blared abruptly. All display screens switched to red alert. Border barrier damage. 39. Spiritual energy storm expected in 12 hours. The mayor accessed a holographic map. 7 cracks appeared in the protective shield surrounding Rust Town, slowly being eroded by a certain purple energy. More alarmingly, 3 moving red dots on the map indicated gigantic spiritual beasts migrating towards the town. The energy core of the protective shield was an ancient spiritual energy furnace. The mayor pointed to the center of the map, but after the last storm, the conversion efficiency had dwindled to a mere 17. Suddenly, Lu Chun pressed against the edge of the map. His quantum vision penetrated the virtual image, directly analyzing the structure of the energy core. It was evidently a damaged tokamak device, with the fuel replaced by spiritual energy crystals. This is no malfunction. He magnified the core's markings, revealing that someone had deliberately input erroneous parameters. The mayor's pupils constricted beneath his armor. How do you understand ancient spiritual texts? Lu Chun did not respond. The silver tail tattoo on his right arm suddenly heated up, and the 3 fragments of the Emperor's tablet projected a holographic interface, displaying control equations that perfectly matched the energy core. The temperature of the underground energy center approached boiling point. Inside a 30-meter diameter spherical chamber floated a device known as the ancient spiritual energy furnace. Lu Chun stood on the observation platform, his quantum vision clearly marking 12 points of damage on the magnetic confinement device. More bizarrely, the fuel circulation pipes, which should have contained pure spiritual energy fluid, were clogged with purple crystals, resembling blood clots obstructing the entire system. A variant of the demonic emperor's curse. The mayor handed over a protective mask. The situation worsens after each maintenance. Lu Chun examined the recent maintenance records. His quantum vision revealed overlapping fingerprints on the paper log. Only the pinky print was the same, while the other 4 fingers varied each time. The maintenance team was swapped. He pointed to the surveillance footage. Look at this person. The technician on screen was adjusting a pipe valve. As the camera panned over the back of his neck, Lu Chun's quantum vision marked the subtle crystal reflection, identical to that of the guard's forehead detectors in Rust Town. The mayor suddenly smashed the console with his mechanical arm. A spy from the altar. The alarm blared piercingly. A constraint ring on the energy core suddenly overloaded, ejecting a blue-white plasma stream. Lu Chun was thrown back by the shockwave, and as he crashed against the observation window, he witnessed a more terrifying phenomenon. The mingled purple crystals were reorganizing, forming a sort of neural network structure. Carrier of the demonic emperor's consciousness. Immediate elimination advised. Grant me the highest authority. Lu Chun tore open his scorched sleeve, revealing 3 kilograms of unprocessed spiritual energy crystals. The mayor hesitated for 3 seconds, then ripped out the main control crystal from his chest plate. Use this. As Lu Chun inserted the crystal into the control console, the entire energy hub fell into an eerie silence. All devices entered standby mode, leaving only the core energy furnace still operational, albeit its speed reduced by 97. Are you insane? The mayor bellowed. The protective shield will completely fail. Lu Chun had already leaped into the maintenance shaft. The intense heat caused the soles of his shoes to melt, yet the silver-tailed tattoo on his right arm emitted a protective low-temperature field. Upon touching the core pipeline, 3 pieces of the human emperor tablet detached from his skin, forming a triangular stabilizing field in midair. It's not for repair. Lu Chen retrieved the bronze compass gifted by the blacksmith from his waist. It is to restart. The compass needle spun wildly before finally pointing towards a hidden interface at the base of the energy furnace. When Lu Chen pressed the 3 tablet pieces onto it, the entire exterior of the device unfolded like petals, revealing its true internal structure. It was not merely an energy furnace, but rather a micro-star domesticated by human hands. Is this what you call spiritual energy technology? Lu Chen's voice trembled. The quantum vision revealed the star was confined within a singularity cage, its surface corona activity artificially suppressed. Even more astonishing were the markings on the restraining device, unmistakably the standard model equations from Earth, annotated with spiritual energy runes. The mayor stood in shock. Ancient texts say this is a fragment of the sun. It is a Hawking radiation collector. As Lu Chen touched the device's outer shell, the tablet pieces automatically generated a control interface. You have been wasting 99 of the energy. Suddenly, the purple crystals erupted into chaos. They surged from the pipeline, coalescing into humanoid forms in the air. Lu Chen's right eye's quantum vision overloaded in an instant. The silver-blue data stream, transforming into a blood-red warning, detected the consciousness of the Demon Emperor's avatar. Danger level, world annihilation. At last, we meet, 7th candidate. The crystalline humanoid emitted a multitude of mixed voices. Your quantum vision surpasses my expectations. Just as the mayor raised his weapon, an invisible force pinned him to the ground. Lu Chen attempted to activate the tablet defense, but he found his right hand crystallizing from the fingertips, the purple veins rapidly spreading along his veins. Do you understand what the human emperor's legacy truly is? The crystalline humanoid caressed the star's restraining device. It is merely a virus vaccine left over from the last epoch. It suddenly tore open its chest, revealing a mass of silver-blue material encased within the purple crystal, an energy body that shared its origin with Lu Chen's quantum vision. We are the immune system of the universe. The voice of the Demon Emperor's avatar resonated with distorted compassion until the human emperor vilified us as a curse. The energy hub began to tremble violently. Outside the observation window, the protective shield of Rust Town began to collapse. Shadows of 3 colossal spiritual beasts appeared on the horizon, each adorned with a crystal inscribed with the Tomb Guardian's emblem on their foreheads. The Demon Emperor's avatar extended its crystallized hand towards Lu Chen's eye. Give me your vision, and I shall free this civilization from suffering. A supernova-level brilliance erupted suddenly. Unconscious, Yunli appeared at the edge of the maintenance shaft, tearing open her collar to reveal a prism at the location of her heart, the true 9th piece of the human emperor tablet. The prism refracted the starlight, incinerating a charred hole into the Demon Emperor's avatar. That eye does not belong to you. Yunli coughed out purple crystals. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen pressed the 3 tablet pieces onto the star device. The restart procedure was finally complete, and the energy of the star, suppressed for billions of years, surged forth in a pure torrent of spiritual energy, like a celestial river cascading down, instantly vaporizing all the purple crystals. The Demon Emperor's avatar laughed maniacally before dissipating. Do you think you have won? Look outside. The protective shield had completely vanished. Yet, the anticipated spiritual energy storm did not arrive. Instead, an energy vacuum formed from the collective self-destruction of the 3 spiritual beasts temporarily halted the storm's advance. Their remnants in the air formed a line of burning text. All Tomb Guardians have perished. Final command, protect the candidate. The medical chamber of the mayor's office was filled with the scent of preservatives. Yunli was submerged in a liquid for spiritual energy restoration. The cursed crystals around her neck had significantly receded. Lu Chen sat before the observation window. The crystallization of his right hand was restrained with the mayor's assistance. Yet the purple veins still spread to his elbow. The energy output stabilized at 480. The mayor handed him a data pad, indicating that for the first time in 3 centuries, it was operating at full capacity. The holographic projection displayed the transformations of Rust Town. The radius of the protective shield had tripled, encompassing 3 nearby mining areas on the barren land. Crops nurtured by spiritual energy grew at an observable pace. Even the townsfolk's crystal detectors had ceased their agitation. You have transformed the entire town's spiritual energy network. The mayor suddenly knelt on one knee. According to ancient codes, it was proper to address you as. No need, Lu Chen interrupted. I must go to the royal city. The door of the medical chamber slid open abruptly. 12 children clad in white robes stood in the corridor, their foreheads embedded with prisms of various colors instead of crystals. The leading girl raised the 9th piece of the human emperor tablet, 12 reporting to you. Her voice carried a mechanical synthetic quality. Father said it is time to go home. Lu Chen glanced at the medical chamber. Yunli had opened her eyes unbeknownst to him. Her beast-like pupils narrowed to pinpoints. Don't trust the clones. The ones in the royal city are not the high priest. The little girl tilted her head suddenly. Sister is sick again. The clones behind her simultaneously raised their prisms. Father only helped her shed the painful part. An alarm blared suddenly from the holographic sand table. A new red dot appeared in the northwest, a force composed of 300 crystal beings, approaching at supersonic speed. At the helm of the flagship, a white-robed woman resembling Yunli floated. Detected royal spiritual energy fluctuations. Identity verification. Princess of the Tianqiong Kingdom. The mayor's face turned pale beneath his armor. 2 princesses? Lu Chen's quantum vision locked onto the flagship. When magnified to a molecular level, he discerned the truth. Every strand of the white-robed princess's hair was composed of nanomechanical fibers, and beneath her skirt lay 9 fully mechanized tails. 1. He deciphered from the miniature imprint on the clone's neck, the first successful product. The medical chamber suddenly exploded. Yunli burst forth from the liquid. Her bone sword poised against the neck of 12. Tell your father. Her beast-like pupils had entirely turned purple. I will personally extract him. The little girl's head abruptly rotated 180 degrees, revealing a communication crystal embedded in the back of her head. As you wish, sister. The crystal projected an image of the underground of the royal city. Hundreds of cloning pods floated with clones of Yunli. A half-mechanical heart lay on the central control console, and the figure on the throne turned around, revealing a face unmistakably resembling an older version of Lu Chen. Chapter 7. First hearing of the curse. The flagship of the princess hovered above Rust Town, resembling an inverted bronze sword. Lu Chen stood at the breach of the city wall, his quantum vision piercing through the armor's shell, revealing the internal structure. 300 crystal soldiers stood in neat rows, each with identical control chips embedded in their cerebral cortexes. At the core of the flagship pulsed a heart formed from a non-Newtonian fluid, releasing ripples that distorted space with each beat. They did not come for battle. The mayor adjusted the angle of the city defense cannon. They are here to negotiate. Yunli's bone sword pressed against 12's back. The little clone, however, wore an innocent smile. Father said he would show you the truth. The prism on her forehead suddenly projected a holographic image. The scene depicted the Tianqiong Star from a millennium ago, devoid of a purple moon. Only a bronze city standing beneath a cerulean sky. An Earth-like planet floated in the horizon, connected by a bridge of light. Year 1 of the human emperor's era, the dual-star symbiosis era. The image abruptly changed. A black tide surged from the direction of Earth, engulfing travelers on the bridge. Those tainted began to sprout purple crystals and launched indiscriminate attacks on their kin. Lu Chen's right hand's curse markings suddenly burned. The movement trajectories of the black tide particles were remarkably identical to the energy structure of the demon emperor's avatar. The first great cataclysm. The voice of 12 morphed into a mechanical synthetic tone, the plague brought by you Earthlings. Yunli's sword pierced the clone's skin. Lies. It was clearly you who initiated it. The flagship's base opened a teleportation array. The white-robed princess gracefully descended, her 9 mechanical tails fanning out behind her. As she spoke, her voice was a gentle whisper, precisely calibrated. Sister, you have fallen prey to your old habit of tampering with memories. With a snap of her fingers, she unleashed the second segment of imagery. A younger version of Yunli knelt before an altar, where the high priest injected a certain purple crystal into her spine. When the 9th tail was violently stripped away, her scream caused rust to rain down from the city walls. The origin of the demon emperor's curse actually lies within your bloodline, sighed the white-robed princess. Father is compelled to purge the tainted parts. Suddenly, Lu Chen's quantum vision marked an anomaly. On the wrist of the high priest in the image, he wore a watch identical to that from the research institute. The negotiation hall had been transformed from a derelict spaceship cabin. The white-robed princess sat in a magnetic levitation chair, her mechanical tail releasing a calming mist. Lu Chen noted that the composition of the mist bore similarities to benzodiazepines found on Earth, albeit with a molecular formula modified by psychic runes. In simple terms, it was an immune response. She presented a holographic sand table, illustrating that when Earth civilization developed quantum technology, it inadvertently awakened the slumbering consciousness of the demon emperor, which he referred to as dark matter. The sand table displayed scenes from the Earth quantum collider experiments. At the moment the Higgs boson was captured, a purple energy entity materialized from the void, instinctively seeking to purify the source of the threat. The white-robed princess lightly tapped the sand table. The image shifting to the celestial star, where the human emperor's solution was to forcibly hybridize the two civilizations. The imagery morphed into a gruesome experiment. Earthlings had their memory codes extracted while the indigenous celestial star inhabitants underwent genetic modifications. Chen saw his own face displayed on a cultivation pod, labeled Candidate No. 7, Quantum Chaos Model. Yunli suddenly shattered the sand table. Then why the massacre of the Tomb Guardians? Because they sought to resurrect the demon emperor. The white-robed princess revealed with a sorrowful expression. The cursed crystal on your neck serves as proof. The mayor interjected abruptly. Where's the evidence? 12 chuckled, loosening her collar. Embedded in her chest was a transparent crystal, within which a miniature creature was sealed, a shrunken Tomb Guardian girl, frantically assaulting the crystal walls. The last of the Tomb Guardians. The white-robed princess gently caressed the crystal, intending to use the seventh candidate to activate the human emperor's heart and release the complete consciousness of the demon emperor. Suddenly, the curse markings on Chen's right hand began to spread. As the purple crystal crept up his forearm, he beheld a vision. In a laboratory, an elderly version of himself was injecting the crystal into the nape of a young Yunli. Deep within the bronze tablet forest, 9 pieces of the human emperor's tablets formed a pattern that unmistakably represented the true name of the demon emperor. In the direction of Earth, the starry sky was filled with countless identical crystal cages. Not purification, he muttered to himself, but harvesting. The mechanical eye of the white-robed princess flickered with data streams. You are beginning to understand. Hidden deep within the cellar of Rust Town was a forbidden library. Chen used 3 tablet pieces to unlock the bronze door, a musty scent mingling with a faint trace of blood. The mayor lit a psychic lamp, illuminating the walls covered with intricate reliefs, which chronicled the complete record of the demon emperor's curse. The initial symptom was memory disarray. The mayor pointed to the first relief, depicting a patient adamantly claiming to hail from Earth. The relief showcased the process of the indigenous people transforming into purple crystal entities. Crystals sprouted from their foreheads, murmuring quantum mechanics formulas. Most astonishingly, in the final stages of the affliction, the patient's bodies disassembled into swarms of nanomachines, forming structures reminiscent of the demon emperor's separate entity. The high priest discovered that only by mixing in earthling genes could the crystallization be delayed. The mayor turned the pages of the bronze book. This was the origin of the summoning ritual. Chen touched a fresh engraving. The quantum vision restored the erased content. It was an experimental log detailing how to use clones to bear the curse. The signature caused his blood to freeze. Project leader, Chen, temporal anchor point number 7. No, he suddenly slammed the book shut. If the curse originated from Earth, why would the Tomb Guardians? The ground trembled abruptly. The bronze tablets of the forbidden library stood upright, revealing the lingering shadow of the Tomb Guardian girl. Run. The flagship is extracting the energy from the entire town. As they burst onto the surface, they were greeted by a nightmarish sight. The flagship extended 12 conduits, piercing into Rust Town's protective shield. Blue and white energy was siphoned into liquid columns, continuously flowing into the mechanical heart. Townsfolk collapsed one by one, their life energy being drawn away through the conduits. The white-robed princess hovered beneath the flagship, her mechanical tail unfurling into a receiving antenna. Father requires more energy to maintain the temporal anchor point. Suddenly, Yunli leaped from the shadows. Her bone sword lunged towards the white-robed princess's back, yet was halted by an invisible force field before making contact. The tails of the 2 princesses simultaneously ignited with runes, colliding in the air to create topological fractures. Feudal, sister, the white-robed princess chuckled softly. You possess only 8.5 tails. You shall never surpass. In a moment of madness, Chen hurled the 3 tablet pieces into the air, activating his technological parsing ability. Silver-blue data streams cascaded like a torrential downpour, inscribing the Klein-Bottle equation on the surface of the flagship. The mechanical heart suddenly paused for a beat. In that fleeting 0.7 seconds, Yunli's bone sword finally breached the defenses, piercing the white-robed princess's shoulder. No blood flowed forth. Instead, a surge of silver nanomachines erupted, forming a sequence of genes in midair. Chen's quantum vision automatically parsed the data. Gene source: Yunli, demon bloodline purity 63. Chen, quantum chaos compatibility 91. Do you understand now? The white-robed princess allowed the wound to writhe and heal. We are the cursed hybrids. The bell tower of Rust Town became a temporary refuge. Chen utilized the tablet pieces to generate a protective shield, barely fending off the energy extraction. While the mayor counted the survivors, he discovered that all descendants of the Traversers were exhibiting early signs of crystallization. The conditions for the curse had shifted. He pointed to a young boy with a purple marking on his forehead, indicating that the target was now mixed blood genes. Yunli was in a corner tending to her wound. She tore open her collar, revealing a prism in her chest, where the energy was slowly dissipating. As Lu Chen approached, she suddenly grasped his wrist, touched the prism. The moment their skin met, their consciousness intertwined. Lu Chen witnessed the true history. The human emperor was not a savior, but rather the first researcher to recognize the value of the demon emperor. The so-called curse was, in truth, a self-preservation mechanism of the demon emperor's consciousness. And what the Tomb Guardians protected was the untainted original demon emperor gene. They were in the process of creating controllable demon emperor weapons. Yunli's voice echoed within his mind. Fueling our pain. 12's sharp laughter suddenly pierced through the protective barrier. A small clone hovered beneath the flagship, her body beginning to swell and mutate. Her skin shed, revealing a terrifyingly intricate mechanical structure within, not a biological clone, but a type of living computer. Father says the game must come to an end. Her chest cavity split open, unleashing 300 data streams, each precisely striking a townsfolk. Those struck instantly froze, then spoke in unison. Candidate number 7, please proceed to the core of the royal city. Repeat, this is not a request, it is a program mandate. The curse markings on Lu Chen's right hand suddenly surged, as the purple crystal enveloped his entire arm. He received an even more horrifying message. It was not a curse, it was a form of quantum encrypted distress signal. Chapter 8. The princess's command. The eerie silence enveloping Rust Town before dawn was unsettling. The townsfolk, under the control of the data streams, stood in the center of the street, their foreheads adorned with prism markings identical to 12's. They synchronously lifted their gazes towards Lu Chen. 300 voices merging into a cold, mechanical tone. Program has covered 87. Please cooperate, candidate. Yunli's bone sword suddenly erupted with purple light. As the blade swept through, 3 controlled townsfolk bore data stream incisions on their necks, from which silver nanomachines poured forth instead of blood. Feudal, 12 hovered in midair, mechanical bones protruding from her back, unfolding into a satellite antenna-like structure. Father modified the base protocol of this temporal anchor point before you arrived. Lu Chen's quantum vision penetrated the surface. 300 meters beneath the surface, a colossal bronze apparatus was in operation. It was an enlarged version of an armillary sphere, with 12 concentric rings inscribed with significant dates from Earth's history: July 20th, 1969, March 15th, 2024, and November 8th, 2049. The innermost ring was locked onto the very date of his summoning. Time anchor. Lu Chen suddenly comprehended. You are fixing the historical branches. The mechanical eye of 12 gleamed with admiration. It is indeed the most exquisite creation of the Father. She pointed to her crystallizing right hand, revealing that the distress signal within her was initially broadcasted by the Demon Emperor as a coordinate. The flagship abruptly projected a holographic decree. Beneath the emblem of the celestial royal family, blood-red text materialized. A tide of border beasts has erupted. The Grand Princess commands, summon all psychics. In the image, the Grand Princess in a white robe stood atop the city walls, 9 ethereal replicas of the human emperor hovering behind her. As she spoke, her voice resonated within the crystals of all townsfolk. Those who slay a third-tier beast shall receive a cleansing elixir. Those who capture the demon emperor's kin shall be granted citizenship in the royal city. The final map displayed in the decree caused Lu Chen's pupils to constrict. The source of the beast tide was the Tomb Keeper's ruins, which now flickered with the energy signature of the demon emperor's essence. A trap. Yunli's bone sword emitted a low hum. They sought to force us into their snare. 12's form suddenly disassembled and reformed into a miniature armillary sphere. No. It presents you with one final choice. The instrument's pointers indicated 3 directions: the royal city, the ruins, or, without warning, the third pointer thrust towards Lu Chen's right eye. Quantum vision activated its defense protocol in the final 3 seconds. Before Lu Chen, countless fragments of parallel worlds erupted. In some, he became a tyrant, while in others, Earth was consumed by a storm of psychic energy. On the most distant timeline, his elderly self was injecting the Demon Emperor's crystal into the planet's core. Do you see? The voice of 12 echoed from the void, guiding all possibilities toward a singular conclusion. Yunli's bone sword cleaved through the illusion of the armillary sphere. The instant the sword's edge touched 12's true form, the diminutive clone suddenly displayed a pained expression. Sister, save me. This expression was so profoundly human that Yunli's sword strike faltered momentarily. In that fleeting lapse, 12's chest cavity ruptured, unleashing a torrent of data that pierced through Yunli's prism. Thank you for your cooperation. The clone reverted to a mechanical tone, Father requires your demon lineage to complete the final calibration. Lu Chen embraced the limp Yunli. A web-like crack appeared in the prism at her heart, with energy flowing through the data stream toward the flagship. More terrifying was the townsfolk. They began crystallizing collectively. Purple patterns forming identical mathematical symbols upon their skin. Schrodinger's equation? The mayor attempted to erase the symbols from the townsfolk's foreheads. But his fingers were pierced by the crystallization. What were they calculating with living beings? Lu Chen's right hand suddenly moved uncontrollably, sketching a duality formula in the air. Upon completion, all the controlled townsfolk synchronized their voices. The quantum immortality protocol is initiated, loading candidate number 7's cognitive model. The ground trembled violently. The protective barrier of Rust Town completely collapsed, revealing a horrific sight outside. Tens of thousands of beasts arranged in perfect geometric formations, each adorned with replicas of the human emperor's monument embedded in their foreheads. They were not charging toward the town. Instead, they were performing some ritualistic self-destruction. The exploding beast carcasses formed a vacuum of psychic energy, isolating the entire area from the time anchor. They were altering the constants of reality. Lu Chen finally understood. They aimed to excise this temporal anchor from history. The flagship descended, casting a beam of light upon 12. The little clone turned back for one last glance before teleporting. Father said you have 6 hours left. We will meet at the core of the royal city. As she vanished, the controlled townsfolk collapsed en masse. Yet more urgent was Yunli's condition. Her demonic traits were fading, her beastly eyes reverting to ordinary human ones, and the phantom of her tail dissipating entirely. The prism is my suppressor. She grasped Lu Chen's collar. The demon emperor's bloodline is about to awaken. The abandoned mine had become a temporary refuge. Lu Chen constructed an anti-entropy field with 3 fragments of the monument, barely staving off Yun Li's transformation. The mayor brought grim news. Of the 27 survivors in Rust Town, 19 began exhibiting traits of crossovers. They suddenly possessed knowledge of Earth. And some could even spontaneously sketch designs of quantum computers. Cognitive pollution. Lu Chen examined the pupils of a certain boy, where silver-blue data streams flickered. The demon emperor's consciousness reassembling their memories. Yun Li suddenly convulsed violently. Purple energy seeped from the cracks in her heart's prism, forming the outline of a 9-tailed fox in the air. As the phantom gazed at Lu Chen, quantum vision received an encrypted message. Distress signal verification successful. Complete transmission commencing. A torrent of images surged into Lu Chen's mind. In a bronze hall, a young Yun Li was bound to an altar. The high priest using a rune-inscribed blade to sever her tail. Deep within a laboratory, an elderly Lu Chen injected a crystal into a spatial fissure directed toward Earth. In the darkest depths, the demon emperor's true form, a girl bearing an uncanny resemblance to Yun Li, was curled and shackled by chains. 2 demon emperors? Lu Chen's head throbbed painfully. The mayor suddenly shattered a luminescent mineral embedded in the cave wall. Under the blue light, Yun Li's skin became translucent. Her bones inscribed with runes identical to those of the demon emperor, yet bound by golden shackles. I finally understand. The mayor's voice trembled. The Grand Princess is not purging the demon bloodline. She is creating a vessel for the demon emperor. A horn sounded from outside the cave. The surviving townsfolk rushed in to report. The tide of beasts has suddenly turned, advancing toward the royal city. Even more bizarre. 3 purple moons in the sky began to merge, forming a colossal holographic projection. The figure of the Grand Princess in white robes spanned the heavens. 9 fully mechanized tails unfurling behind her, each tail tip connected to a phantom of the human emperor's monument. The final selection has begun. Her voice reverberated through the atmosphere. Those bearing fragments of the monument may enter the core of the royal city to comprehend the great path. The projection shifted to real-time footage. In the royal city square, 9 bronze pillars stood tall, each topped with a floating piece of the human emperor's monument. 3 of them were already illuminated. Those were the very 3 replicas Lu Chen possessed. Yun Li suddenly grasped Lu Chen's wrist. We cannot go. Those pillars are. Her warning was interrupted by the sound of an explosion. From the collapsed roof of the cave, 3 warriors clad in bronze armor leaped down. Their foreheads bore no crystals, but rather prisms inscribed with the Tomb Keeper's emblem. By the command of the first-generation Tomb Keeper, the lead warrior knelt on one knee, escorting the true emperor's bloodline to the ruins. Lu Chen noticed their armor vibrating slightly. It was not the rise and fall of breathing, but rather some biomechanical entity reconstituting itself. When the warriors raised their heads, purple light flickered through the seams of their visors. Wait. Quantum vision suddenly triggered an alarm. You are not. the warrior's chest cavity abruptly split open, unleashing a data chain that ensnared Yun Li. The betrayal of the Tomb Keeper's warriors came too swiftly. As Chen activated his technological parsing talent, the three fragments automatically formed a Klein bottle force field. The data chain was distorted and refracted before reaching Yun Li, instead piercing the warrior's own chest armor. Warning, candidate number 7 has violated the protocol. The warrior's voice transitioned to a mechanical tone, initiating the forced retrieval procedure. Their armor flowed like liquid, revealing intricate bionic structures within. They were not human, but a swarm of nanomachines akin to 12. The mayor led the survivors in an assault. Simple mining picks struck the warriors, sparking electricity upon impact. At one moment, Chen glimpsed the numbers etched within their armor's inner layer. Model, Tomb Keeper 7. Manufacturer, Temporal Management Bureau. Yun Li's bone sword suddenly emitted a high-frequency vibration. Summoning her remaining strength, she severed the data chain. As the sword's edge touched the warrior's core, quantum vision captured vital information. Within these mechanical base commands were fragments of military codes from Earth. Chen, Yun Li coughed up purple crystals, read their memory banks. The three fragments pierced the warrior's chest. The torrent of data surged into Chen's mind, revealing a more terrifying truth. The so-called Gravekeepers were, in fact, the time-space enforcers of the previous cycle. The Demon Emperor served as the universe's immune system, repurposed into a weapon by the human emperor. And this current wave of demon beasts was merely the system's final self-purification process. The most shocking revelation lay within a cryptic memory packet, which recorded the true intent of an elderly Chen. Project name, Civilization Seed Preservation Plan. Method, transform the Demon Emperor into a quantum storage device. Cost, erasure of the current timeline. Suddenly, the warriors collectively self-destructed. The shockwave obliterated the mine. Chen shielded Yun Li with a stone tablet, but, amidst the dust, he perceived a new threat. Outside the cave stood the entire royal guard, led by the white-robed princess. Her mechanical tail pierced the ground, forming a net of spiritual energy. The moment had arrived. She extended her flawless hand, stating, "Your father awaits you." As Chen prepared to resist, his right hand's crystal abruptly elongated. As purple patterns crawled up his neck, he received the final message from the Demon Emperor's essence: seek the relics. Find the 9th tail. It is the key. The mechanical eye of the white-robed princess flashed red. Oh, did she tell you that? She suddenly tore open her collar, revealing the location of the 9th Human Emperor tablet. However, instead of a tablet, it was embedded with half of a silver foxtail. Chapter 9. The selection begins. The royal guard's spiritual energy cage emanated a soft purple glow. Chen was imprisoned in the heart of the force field, with the crystal on his right hand spreading to his collarbone. The white-robed princess's mechanical tail coiled around the cage, while 9 illusory Human Emperor tablets spun outside, attempting to resonate with the 3 tablets within Chen's body. Resistance was futile. She gently caressed the cage's outer wall, stating that her father had already locked onto this temporal anchor point. Yun Li was pinned to the ground by 2 guards. Her demon traits had completely vanished, and even the prism at her heart had lost its luster. As the white-robed princess displayed the half-silver tail, Yun Li suddenly thrashed violently. "That is mine. Give it back." Strictly speaking, it was a gift from the essence of the Demon Emperor. The white-robed princess lifted Yun Li's chin with the tip of her tail, proclaiming, "You are merely a vessel, while I am the perfect carrier." Chen's quantum vision pierced through the severed tail. At the molecular level, he witnessed the suffocating truth. The tail's interior was not flesh and blood, but composed of an infinitely fractal Klein bottle structure, with miniature consciousnesses of the Demon Emperor coiled within every fold. Quantum immortal carrier. Function, cross-temporal memory storage. The cage suddenly shook violently. The ground cracked open, and a bronze mechanism emerged from the earth. It was a scaled-down armillary sphere, with 3,000 gears simultaneously locking onto Chen. The selection system was now in place. The white-robed princess stepped back 3 paces, asserting, "Prove you are worthy of the candidate's identity." The light beam emitted from the armillary sphere enveloped Chen. His consciousness was violently extracted, plunging into the torrent of data. Fragments of memories from countless parallel worlds washed over his nerves. In some worlds, he was transformed into the Human Emperor. In others, he aided the Demon Emperor in obliterating civilizations. And in yet others, Yun Li pierced his heart with a bone sword. "Focus!" The mayor's roar echoed from afar. Chen abruptly awakened, discovering that the surviving townsfolk of Rust Town were battling fiercely against the royal guard under the mayor's command. Armed with modified mining equipment, they converted spiritual energy into directional pulse waves. Most astonishingly, Yunli had somehow broken free from her restraints, tearing apart a guard's breastplate with her bare hands. Without the enhancement of demon power, she relied solely on her physical strength to snap the guard's spine and seized a standard long sword, hurling it toward the white-robed princess. The sword's trajectory was distorted by the force field before it could strike. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Chen activated his technological analytical talent. The 3 tablets resonated with the armillary sphere, tearing open a quantum tunneling passageway on the cage. Go! Yunli charged at the guards, urging, join the selection. Her lips brushed against Chen's ear. The mechanical heart beneath the royal city holds what I need. The white-robed princess's mechanical eye suddenly shrank to a red. Stop them. Chen grasped Yunli and leaped into the passage. As they fell, he saw the mayor detonating the entire mine. The shockwave disrupted their teleportation trajectory, casting them into an unknown coordinate. The landing point was a crystalline forest. Countless hexagonal prisms stood tall in the wasteland, their surfaces refracting a distorted starry sky. Chen's quantum vision immediately alerted him. Every inch of space had been folded, with physical constants drastically different from the outside world. Detection of the selection arena. Current survival rate, 12. Yunli's condition was worse. Without the prism suppression, her genetic chain began to collapse. Purple crystalline patterns manifested beneath her skin, yet were forcibly suppressed by some golden energy. Cursed in duality, she curled up beside a crystal pillar, declaring, the demon emperor and the human emperor are both vying for my body. Chen pressed the tablet against her heart. The technological analytical talent reverse-engineered the prism structure, temporarily stabilizing the energy leak. As the silver-blue data stream coursed through Yunli's body, Chen's quantum vision suddenly marked an anomaly. Deep within her marrow lay a cryptic genetic sequence, the unlocking code shockingly being the security code of Chen's laboratory. This was impossible. The crystalline forest suddenly trembled. The nearest hexagonal prism displayed the selection rules. First trial, cognitive maze. Objective, to discover the true starry sky. All crystals synchronized in refraction, generating countless reflections of Chen and Yunli. More terrifyingly, each reflection bore fragments of the original memories, beginning to question their authenticity. Don't make eye contact, Yunli shouted, closing her eyes. The maze is reading us. Suddenly, one of the Chen reflections lunged at him. His right hand bore no crystal, but instead wore intact laboratory gloves. On June 3, 2017, during your collider experiment failure, who was it that helped you modify the data? The real Chen froze, for that was a secret he had never revealed to anyone. The reflection seized the opportunity to press against his temples. Let me tell you the truth. A flood of memories inundated him. The laboratory's quantum collider had never malfunctioned. That incident was a deliberately created temporal ripple. An elderly Chen flickered across the surveillance screen, clutching half of a human emperor tablet. Meanwhile, a clone of Yunli had long been lurking on Earth before the summoning ritual. The selection had already commenced. The reflection bore the white-robed princess's smile. Since the moment you were born, Chen shattered the reflection with the tablet. Yet, cognitive contamination had already occurred. The crystalline forest began to warp, reflecting more fragments of memories. He saw himself standing in a bronze hall, personally injecting the demon emperor's essence into the planet's core. He also witnessed Yunli awaken in a cultivation chamber, her first words spoken in standard modern Mandarin. Have the coordinates been confirmed? Focus on the present. Yunli's nails dug into his wrist, exclaiming, these are all psychological tactics of the selection system. A drop of her blood fell onto the crystal, suddenly activating a hidden mechanism. The interior of the hexagonal prism illuminated with a star map, forming a dual star system model of the celestial dome and Earth. As Chen touched the star map, the 3 tablets automatically calibrated their positions, marking the 7th trajectory in the void. That was not a planetary orbit, but a bronze conduit traversing time and space. The human emperor's umbilical cord, Yunli's voice trembled. It is used to siphon energy from 2 civilizations. The selection system emitted a piercing alarm. All reflective surfaces of the crystalline forest unified into an image of the white-robed princess suspended above the royal city, with 9 human emperor tablets orbiting her like a wheel. Temporary rule change. Her mechanical voice echoed throughout the arena. The first to reach the core of the royal city shall gain the right to meet the human emperor. The scene shifted to an underground palace. An elderly Chen sat upon the throne, assembling a device, a magnified version of the quantum collider, with the essence of the demon emperor imprisoned within. Yet, the most shocking revelation lay in the inscription at the device's base: Civilization Seed Preservation Plan. Executor, Temporal Management Bureau. Division 7. Yunli suddenly coughed up blood. Purple crystals pierced from her eye sockets, only to be forcibly suppressed by golden light. She tore open her collar, revealing the prism at her heart gradually disintegrating. There is no time left. The Demon Emperor is calling for me. Lu Chen's quantum vision penetrated the layers of Earth. 300 meters beneath the selection arena flowed a bronze-colored river of liquid spiritual energy. The riverbed was littered with hundreds of corpses, the remains of the first 6 batches of candidates. The true selection was a sacrificial rite. He seized Yunli, and suddenly, all the crystals shattered. Countless fragments reassembled in the air, forming a three-dimensional depiction of the Riemann hypothesis. At each prime point stood a mirage of a princess in a white robe, synchronously raising a mechanical tail, an ultimatum: surrender the steel fragments, or become sustenance. Lu Chen opted for a third alternative, detonating the crystal in his right hand. In that instant, as violet energies surged wildly, a logical paradox emerged within the entire cognitive labyrinth. The white-robed images collectively froze, as if the program had encountered an insurmountable error. Seizing the moment, Yunli bit her finger, smearing blood on Lu Chen's brow. With the essence of the true imperial bloodline as a guide, her pupils transformed into a pure golden hue, opening a rift in space-time. The blood reacted with the crystal, generating a wormhole. As the two plummeted within, Lu Chen beheld a suffocating sight. The inner walls of the wormhole were composed of countless memory fragments, each containing different versions of himself and Yunli. In the oldest fragment, the primal Demon Emperor appeared as a young girl, etching a distress signal onto a bronze stele, while the human emperor, clad in modern scientific attire, stood behind her, wielding a quantum locator. The initial pact, the Demon Emperor provided eternal life technology. The human emperor assisted in escaping cosmic purification. The wormhole suddenly distorted. The mechanical tail of the white-robed princess pierced through the dimensional barrier, forming a cage of 9 steel fragments. Father was right. You will always ensnare yourselves. Yunli suddenly laughed. Her heart's prism shattered completely, releasing the imprisoned ninth tail's mirage. Do you know why my suppressor is located at my heart? Wherever the mirage swept, the steel cage dissipated like foam. For the first time, the white-robed princess displayed a look of terror. You can't possibly still have that. Back then, you clearly severed physical existence. A golden light shimmered through each of Yunli's strands of hair, but the quantum-entangled state transcended time and space. Suddenly, the crystal in Lu Chen's right hand fell away. Beneath the violet shell, a pure silver metallic structure emerged. It was not a curse, but rather a form of quantum communicator. The selection system's alarm reverberated through the void. Original protocol detected. Executor identity verification passed. Just before the two were engulfed by a blinding light, Lu Chen finally discerned the minuscule text engraved upon the communicator. In the event of system malfunction, please contact the Demon Emperor's essence. In his final moments of consciousness, he heard 2 overlapping voices, the mechanical tone of the white-robed princess, "Welcome home, candidate," and the sob of the young Demon Emperor, "Save me." Chapter 10. A first display of brilliance. As the blinding light faded, Lu Chen found himself standing in the center of a bronze grand hall. 9 stone pillars, inscribed with quantum equations, formed a circle around him, each topped with a fragment of the human emperor's steel. 3 of his own steel fragments automatically detached from his body, resonating with 3 of the stone pillars. The ground illuminated a star map, transforming the grand hall into a miniature projection of the universe. Final selection area, current progress, 79. Yunli was not by his side. The silver communicator in Lu Chen's right hand blinked, projecting a holographic keyboard. Upon entering the value of pi from the Demon Emperor's distress signal, the dome of the hall suddenly became transparent. A throne, occupied by an aged version of Lu Chen, hovered a kilometer above. "At last, we meet, my younger self." The voice resonated directly within his skull. The quantum vision automatically marked the source of the sound, from a nano transceiver implanted in the back of his neck at some unknown time. "Don't be alarmed." The projection of the aged Lu Chen appeared among the pillars, stating that it was merely a pre-recorded message. "The real me is dealing with some troubles." The projection waved its hand, revealing surveillance footage. Deep within the imperial city's underbelly, the white-robed princess led a battalion of guards to besiege a spherical chamber. Within the chamber curled the essence of the Demon Emperor in her girl form, her 9 tails pierced by bronze chains, each linked to a quantum computer. "As you can see, we are not enemies." The projection pointed to the communicator in Lu Chen's right hand, which was an insurance device of his own design. Suddenly, the grand hall trembled. A beam from the left pillar shot out, scanning Lu Chen at the molecular level. The analysis results floated in the air. Candidate number 7. Quantum compatibility. 91. Spiritual Energy Pollution Index. 17. Anomaly. Guardian gene marker detected. The projection suddenly twisted. The expression of the aged Lu Chen turned sinister. They injected you with the primal demon emperor serum? Before an answer could be given, the mechanical voice of the selection system sounded. First trial, spiritual energy programming. Task, repair the damaged space-time anchor points. 3 damaged components of the bronze celestial instrument rose from the ground. Each fragment's edges flickered with purple energy, stemming from the demon emperor's curse, yet were imprisoned by some golden runes. Lu Chen touched the nearest fragment. His quantum vision immediately analyzed the internal structure. This was not a space-time device, but rather a component of a quantum cage, meant to imprison entities not of this time-space. Do not be deceived by appearances. The projection interjected, use the Yang-Mills field to reconstruct the constraint equations. However, Lu Chen noticed a detail when the projection spoke. The golden runes on the fragments flickered slightly, perfectly synchronizing with the movements of the aged Lu Chen's lips. Anomaly detected. The golden runes are in fact a voice-activated program. He pretended to follow the guidance, but, at a critical step, input the demon emperor's communication code. The fragment suddenly erupted, releasing shockwaves that tore the projection into data remnants. A strange female voice echoed from behind him, I do enjoy clever men. In the instant he turned, Lu Chen believed he saw Yunli. The same silver hair. Similar fox-like features. Yet this woman had a 9-colored crystal embedded in her forehead, donned bronze battle armor, and her 9 tails were entirely composed of spiritual energy. Quantum codes, identical to Lu Chen's, danced at her fingertips. With a gentle motion, she repaired the rampaging fragments. The first generation of guardians, or rather, she performed an ancient rite. The demon emperor's envoy. The temperature in the grand hall plummeted. Fractal ice flowers crystallized where the woman walked, each lattice reflecting fragments of different timelines. Lu Chen's quantum vision captured a pivotal scene. This woman had stood alongside the aged Lu Chen a millennium ago. She had personally imprisoned the demon emperor's essence within a quantum cage, and now, she had secretly modified the selection system. The Time-Space Management Bureau had spiraled out of control. She snapped her fingers, revealing encrypted files. What you see as aged self is merely a puppet simulated by the program. The files unveiled a shocking truth. The real aged Lu Chen had been imprisoned 3 centuries prior. The white-robed princess was the ultimate weapon crafted by the Management Bureau. And the so-called civilization seed plan was, in fact, a mad scheme to quantum archive the entire universe. The true purpose of the selection was to find suitable candidates. Suddenly, the woman pressed Lu Chen's right hand, restarting the demon emperor's purification protocol. The communicator projected a real-time image of Yunli. She was confined in the imperial dungeon, with the white-robed princess extracting her demon lineage using a mechanical tail. More alarmingly, the walls of her cell were inscribed with equations identical to those in Lu Chen's laboratory. Time was running short. The woman pushed Lu Chen aside, and the second trial commenced. The 9 stone pillars suddenly reconfigured into a 3-dimensional maze. Each wall was composed of flowing quantum bits, capable of altering physical properties at any moment. The mechanical voice announced the rules. Find the exit before consciousness dissipates. Current entropy value, 47. The moment Lu Chen stepped into the maze, he felt his memories beginning to fade. The first to be erased were his childhood recollections, followed by the knowledge systems from his university years. As Yunli's visage began to blur from his thoughts, the communicator suddenly emitted an alarm. Memory cleansing detected. Activating quantum backup. A silver-blue data stream flowed from the communicator into his brain, reloading the erased memories. Yet, even more astonishingly, the maze itself, under quantum vision, revealed its true form. A neural network composed of the thought remnants of countless trapped candidates. Find me, the woman's voice echoed from deep within the maze. And I will give you the final key. The geometric structure of the maze defied the laws of physics. As Lu Chen traversed a corner, he was abruptly returned to the starting point. When attempting to scale the walls, the direction of gravity randomly inverted. Most perilous were the thought thieves, some invisible entities that could suddenly appear and abscond with concepts he was currently contemplating. When the concept of technology was stolen from him, Lu Chen fell into a momentary confusion. However, the communicator in his right hand automatically generated a substitute protocol, renaming the ability as quantum intuition. The entropy value has risen to 79, suggesting a departure from linguistic reasoning. Lu Chen closed his eyes, opting instead for mathematical intuition to navigate. The Riemann hypothesis unfurled in his mind, with each prime number corresponding to a pivotal node within the labyrinth. As he advanced along the sequence of prime numbers, walls ceased to obstruct his path. The center of the maze revealed a spherical space. The Demon Emperor's agent was locked at its core, with 9 ethereal tails pinned across 9 distinct dimensions. A bronze short sword was thrust into her chest, its hilt engraved with the words, "Assassin of the Emperor No. 7. You have finally arrived." She coughed up silver blood, a remnant of the past left by him 3 centuries prior. Lu Chen withdrew the short sword. The moment the blade was freed, the entire maze began to collapse. The agent's form rapidly disintegrated, and in her final moments, she pointed toward a mechanism at the sword's crossguard. The 9th tablet is within, the true tablet. The short sword disassembled, revealing a crystalline core within. As Lu Chen grasped it, an immense torrent of data surged into his mind. The Demon Emperor served as the universe's immune system, tasked with eradicating perilous civilizations. The human emperor discovered how to harness her for quantum immortality, and the true mission of the Gravekeeper was to prevent the 2 madmen from perishing together. The most crucial fragment of memory was an encrypted dialogue. "Young Lu Chen, we must establish double insurance." The Demon Emperor's agent. "So you divided yourself into 7 parts?" Young Lu Chen. "No, I entrusted my conscience to candidate number 7. The entropy breached a critical point, triggering the final trial." Lu Chen found himself standing in an expanse of pure white. Opposite him stood a flawless replica of the white-robed princess, cradling the 9th human emperor tablet. Her smile was precise to the millimeter. "Welcome to the personality calibration chamber." The space revealed hundreds of surveillance feeds. Yunli struggled in her cell. The townsfolk of Rust Town transformed into crystalline soldiers, and the quantum collider on Earth was operating at overload. "Your father requires your choice." The white-robed princess unfurled her mechanical tail. "Join the management bureau, or..." She gestured, summoning a doomsday scenario. The Demon Emperor's essence broke free of its restraints, dragging the entire universe into chaos. Suddenly, Lu Chen's right-hand communicator emitted an alert. Quantum vision identified an interface at the nape of the white-robed princess, bearing an identification code identical to that of the Demon Emperor's communicator. "You are not a product of the Bureau." Lu Chen approached slowly. "You are a clone of the Demon Emperor." For the first time, a crack appeared in the white-robed princess's expression. Before her mechanical tail could strike, Lu Chen had already input the final command: execute the original protocol. Awaken. A violent tremor erupted from beneath the imperial city. The spherical chamber containing the Demon Emperor's essence suddenly became transparent, revealing a young girl with golden slit pupils identical to Yunli's. The white-robed princess screamed as she disintegrated into a swarm of nanomachines, attempting to escape the confinement. Yet, the crystalline chip in Lu Chen's grasp had activated, unleashing pure Demon Emperor energy waves. Dual authorization detected. Human Emperor candidate number 7. Demon Emperor contractor. The selection system fell silent. All stone pillars illuminated simultaneously, projecting the final holographic image before Lu Chen. His younger self stood before the essence of the Demon Emperor, implanting a device into her heart. "When my future self arrives here, please inform him." The Demon Emperor girl interjected. "The way to save the world is to annihilate the Time Management Bureau." The image vanished, and the 9 human emperor tablets circled around Lu Chen. The system announced, "Selection terminated. Winner, candidate number 7. Reward, qualification for an audience with the human emperor." Yet, Lu Chen's gaze was directed toward the depths beneath the imperial city. There, Yunli pressed a bone sword against her heart, while the chains restraining the Demon Emperor's essence lay shattered. Chapter 11, Martial Arts Assessment. As the tremors from the depths of the imperial city reached the selection hall, Lu Chen was being transported to the final examination arena. The 9 human emperor tablets revolved around him, inscribing intricate ethereal patterns in the void. Quantum vision interpreted these patterns as a form of spatial folding algorithm, transporting him not to the throne hall, but to a designated location, the imperial city combat arena. High-density spiritual energy response detected. As the blinding light dissipated, Lu Chen found himself upon a bronze platform measuring a kilometer in diameter. The audience was absent, yet an oppressive sensation of being watched permeated the air. Floating at the edge of the platform were 9 holographic screens, each displaying different angles of surveillance footage. The white-robed princess mobilizing the Imperial Guard, Yunli struggling in the dungeon, and the essence of the Demon Emperor awakening. Opposite him stood the examiner for this martial assessment. Towering nearly 2.5 meters, his bronze skin was embedded with circuit-like golden patterns. He bore no weapons, yet each finger joint extended into 3-inch-long energy blades. Most striking was the crystal at his forehead, its hue not the typical purple of the Imperial Guard, but a silver blue, identical to Lu Chen's right-hand communicator. Candidate number 7. The examiner's voice emitted a mechanical rasp. "I am the original battle puppet number 7, one of your creations." Lu Chen's communicator vibrated suddenly, projecting an encrypted memory fragment, a laboratory from 3 centuries past, where he had uploaded his combat memories into this war machine. As a consequence, Number 7's foundational protocol was buried with absolute loyalty to him. Yet now, this loyalty was being overridden by the system. Rules of the martial arts assessment. External energy projection is prohibited. Attacks on the examiner's crystal are forbidden. Victory condition. Force him to kneel with one knee. No time was granted for contemplation. Number 7 surged forward, tearing through the air, energy blades aimed directly at Lu Chen's throat. The initial strike pushed Lu Chen to his limits. He rolled to the side, the energy blade still slicing through his shoulder armor. Quantum vision marked Number 7's attack trajectory, revealing it to be devoid of martial arts forms, instead a pure calculation of optimal solutions, each maneuver aligning with the Nash equilibrium of game theory. You are employing my thought patterns against me. Lu Chen wiped the blood from his cheek. Number 7's crystal flickered. You taught me. The second wave of attacks was even more ferocious. Energy blades formed a 3-dimensional killing formation, driving Lu Chen toward the edge of the arena's force field wall. Quantum vision frantically computed escape routes, yet every predictive branch culminated in death. This battle puppet had indeed inherited all his tactical reasoning. In desperation, Lu Chen noticed an anomaly. With each landing of Number 7's left foot, there was a 0.3-second delay before the heel fully compressed. Defect discovered. Right leg energy transmission efficiency diminished by 12. This was not a design flaw, but rather intentional sabotage. As Number 7 stepped down again, Lu Chen observed tiny bite marks on its right ankle, the pattern matching Yun Li's perfectly. She has seen you, Lu Chen suddenly declared. Before you were controlled by the system. Number 7's assault faltered. This 0.5 seconds of vulnerability was sufficient for Lu Chen to activate his communicator, broadcasting encrypted data to the entire arena. Footage from 3 centuries ago, where a younger Lu Chen inserted a chip into No. 7's nape. If my future self loses his way. Number 7 knelt on one knee. I will remind him of why he fights. The battle puppet's crystal suddenly overloaded. It clutched its head, howling as energy blades erratically sliced through the arena. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen advanced. Not to strike a vital point, but to press 3 human emperor tablets against Number 7's chest. Protocol overriding. Lu Chen recited the activation code. Before dawn. No. 7 froze in place. When it raised its head again, a tremor imbued its mechanical voice with humanity. Commander, the essence of the demon emperor cannot be released. She is the true. An explosion interrupted its confession. The combat arena's dome was blasted open, and the white-robed princess descended, leading 300 imperial guards. Her mechanical tails unfurled, each connecting to the ethereal images of the human emperor tablets. Unauthorized interference in the selection system. She smirked, signaling for their execution. No. 7 abruptly turned, forming a defensive matrix with its energy blades. Commander, take the right passage. Lu Chen noticed a hidden door below the arena had opened, triggered subtly by Number 7's heel. Beyond the hidden door lay a vertical maintenance shaft. As Lu Chen plummeted, he activated quantum vision, discovering the shaft's walls etched with anti-surveillance runes. Number 7's voice resonated through energy vibrations. This passage leads directly to the dungeon, but you only have 6 minutes. A holographic map unfolded on his retina. The Imperial City underground was divided into 7 levels, with Yun Li imprisoned in the 3rd level's energy suppression chamber. The essence of the Demon Emperor located at the very bottom, and astonishingly, the true control room of the white-robed princess positioned between the 2. Energy transmission pathways detected. The white-robed princess was siphoning power from both. The maintenance shafts opened into a steam-filled mechanical room. Amidst the rusted pipes, maintenance puppets roamed, oblivious to Lu Chen, who had already tampered with the enemy recognition system. After traversing through 2 airtight doors, Lu Chen encountered an unexpected obstruction. 5 technicians clad in white coats were repairing the psionic pump. Their foreheads bore no crystals, yet data conduits protruded from their necks, evidently indicating they were puppets under remote control. Cognitive pollution, level 3. The leader suddenly turned, detecting candidate Number 7. Before Lu Chen could make a move, the ventilation duct erupted. Yun Li's bone sword pierced 2 technicians like lightning as she descended from the duct, enveloped in a tempest of violet crystals. You are late. She coughed out blood laced with crystals, the demon empress crying out. At that moment, Yun Li was in a peculiar state. Her left eye was a pure golden slit, while her right had transformed into a mechanical eye identical to that of the white-robed princess. 8 phantom tails swayed behind her, each becoming translucent. Most alarming was the purple crystal growing from the shattered prism at her heart, resonating with the imperial steel fragment. The technicians initiated their emergency protocol, tearing open their white coats to reveal self-detonation devices within their chests. Just as Yunli was about to swing her sword, Chen activated his technological parsing talent, rewriting the fundamental physical constants within a 2-meter radius, reducing the chain reaction speed of the explosives to 1/10. Go, he urged, pulling Yunli towards the elevator. We have only 6 minutes. The control panel of the elevator required identity verification. Yunli ripped it open, inserting her bone sword into the circuitry. I have hacked into the Imperial City system. The White Robe is utilizing the Demon Empress to calculate a specific spatio-temporal coordinate. After a flicker on the display, a shocking code emerged. Target spacetime. Earth New Calendar March 15, 2024. Mission: Exterminate Candidate Number 0. Chen instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The white-robed princess wished to return to the past to eliminate her yet-to-be-summoned self. The elevator came to an abrupt halt before reaching the dungeon. The projection of the white-robed princess appeared in the cabin. How touching. You have willingly walked into a trap. All buttons illuminated with red lights. The cabin transformed into a falling cage, plummeting towards the Demon Empress's confinement chamber on the lowest level. Yunli slashed open the ceiling for an escape route, but the outer passage was already sealed by a force field. Feudal, the white robe chuckled. This cabin's material is the spatio-temporal prison you designed. Chen touched the inner wall, realizing that the quantum vision displayed a material identical to that of his right-hand communicator. A special alloy capable of isolating quantum entanglement. Even more terrifying were the reverse runes inscribed on the inner surface, disassembling his connection with the steel fragment. Yunli suddenly pressed on the crystal at her heart. Then let us employ a more ancient power. She tore off a lock of her hair, stained with the purple blood seeping from her heart, and inscribed the true name of the Demon Empress on Chen's right hand. As the final stroke was completed, the communicator resonated with the crystal, releasing a blinding light akin to a supernova. The cabin's outer shell corroded, creating a large hole. As the two fell into the buffer pipe, the projection of the white robe displayed data disruption for the first time. Impossible. This is the original contracts. The fall ceased in the buffer pool on the 6th underground level. The purple psionic liquid corroded their skin, yet simultaneously concealed their energy signatures. Chen's quantum vision penetrated the liquid, revealing a shocking sight. The 7th underground level was a spherical space with a diameter of 1,000 meters. At its center floated the girl-like form of the Demon Empress, pierced by hundreds of bronze chains, each connecting to a quantum computer. And at the terminals of all these computers sat the elderly Chen on the throne. No, that was not a living being. It was a puppet made from a mummified corpse, with data conduits inserted into the back of its head. The true controller lurked in the shadows, a biological computer of the same origin as the white-robed princess, inscribed with Time and Space Management Bureau, 7th Division, Director's Terminal. Yunli's breath quickened. Look at the Demon Empress's hand. The right hand of the Demon Empress was making a strange gesture, a unique signal from Chen's laboratory. Meaning trap, do not approach. Just then, the entire Imperial City resonated with the mechanical voice of 7. The martial arts assessment has been terminated. All units, be advised, candidate number 7 has been contaminated. Execute the cleansing protocol. Chen was suddenly thrust out of the buffer pool. Yunli remained behind, her 8 tails entwining around the pipe structure. I will distract the guards. You must reach the throne. She tore open her collar, revealing the crystallized skin at her heart. Remember, when two demon empresses meet, the mechanical tail of the white-robed princess pierced through the ceiling. Yunli forcefully pushed Chen away, facing the attack herself. In the moment the tail pierced through her chest, Chen caught sight of the number on the back of the white robe's neck. 0, prototype. Chapter 12. Conspiracy unveiled. The purple psionic liquid in the buffer pool corroded Chen's skin, yet also concealed his presence. He moved along the wall of the pipe, his quantum vision penetrating the metal, revealing the complete structure of the 7th underground level. The body of the Demon Empress was imprisoned at its center, pierced by hundreds of bronze chains, each connected to a quantum computer terminal. The data streams converging at the terminals ultimately led to the mummified corpse on the throne. An anomaly was detected. The data conduits in the back of the corpse's head exhibited bidirectional transmission, indicating it was not a one-way control. Some form of information was flowing from the corpse to the terminal array. Just as Chen approached, his communicator vibrated violently. 7's encrypted signal forcibly accessed. Commander, the system has marked you as a rebel unit. All war puppets have entered cleansing mode. The holographic map updated, revealing troop movements throughout the imperial city. Most concerning was the rapid decline of Yun Li's life signal from the third-level dungeon, while the energy readings of the white-robed princess, 0, surged by 300. She was absorbing Yun Li's demon race genes. The voice of 7, interspersed with electronic static, suggested prioritizing the destruction of energy transmission nodes. The map marked 9 critical points, all located along the path to the throne. The first node was directly above the buffer pool, a psionic energy converter currently siphoning energy from the body of the Demon Empress to the upper levels. Chen climbed the maintenance ladder. The crystallization on his right hand had spread to his shoulder, but at this moment, it became an advantage. The purple crystal, sharing the same origin as the Demon Empress's energy, allowed him to silently penetrate the psionic barrier. At the entrance of the converter room stood 2 guards, their crystals damaged from within. Chen crouched down to investigate, discovering remnants of a familiar psionic frequency at the wound site, matching with a 99 accuracy. Attacker, Gravekeeper. He pushed open the door, and the scene before him confirmed his suspicions. At the control console of the converter stood a warrior clad in bronze armor, using a bone flute to infiltrate the system. Upon hearing the noise, he turned to reveal a mechanical eye akin to that of the Gravekeeper he had encountered, yet with a different emblem on his chest. Chief Gravekeeper number 001, Candidate number 7. The warrior's bone flute pointed at Chen's heart, affirming that he had not been contaminated. Chen raised his right hand, projecting a distress signal from the Demon Empress. After scanning with his mechanical eye, the warrior suddenly knelt on one knee. The first-generation Gravekeeper has awaited for long. The control console displayed alarming data. For every unit of energy extracted from the body of the Demon Empress, 3 units of antimatter would be simultaneously released. This antimatter was transported to a hidden chamber beneath the throne. Furthermore, the white-robed princess had recently drawn upon the entire stockpile to construct a certain type of temporal bomb. 0 intended to obliterate not space. The warrior pulled up the bomb's design, revealing it to be a temporal anchor point. The apparatus depicted in the schematics bore an uncanny resemblance to the quantum collider in Chen's laboratory. Yet the fuel chamber was filled with the concentrated energy of the purple crystal from the body of the Demon Empress. When sufficient energy accumulated, it would tear apart the continuity of time and space. Target anchor point, March 15, 2024. Chen suddenly understood everything. The elderly Chen, or rather, his replica, after failing, had activated the ultimate contingency plan to directly erase the existence of all Chens across the timelines. What about the other travelers? He recalled the candidates in the selection process. The warriors silently pulled up surveillance footage from a side hall in the eastern wing of the imperial city, revealing over 30 Earth travelers submerged in cultivation chambers, their foreheads adorned with crystals pulsating at the same frequency as that of the white-robed princess. Energy batteries. The warrior's mechanical hand crushed the edge of the control console. 0 was stabilizing their temporal paradox. Alarms suddenly blared. The warrior forcefully pushed Chen aside, only to be impaled against the control console by a suddenly protruding mechanical tail. A projection of 0 appeared amidst the pool of blood. Traitors often meet their demise the swiftest. The true threat emerged from below as 6 battle puppets breached the floor, their crystals all locking onto Chen. The assault of the puppets was executed with the precision of a mathematical formula. Chen maneuvered within the confined space of the converter room, his technological prowess calculating counterattack strategies at a feverish pace. Yet, each time he identified a flaw, the puppets would immediately adjust their formation, sharing a common tactical network. The commander interfered with their quantum link. The dying guardian warrior tossed a bone flute. The moment Chen caught it, the flute disassembled into a swarm of nanomachines. Crawling up his arm toward the communicator, a new interface emerged, the ultimate protocol of the guardian activated. Function, quantum entanglement interference. He pressed the execution key. An invisible wave surged forth, causing all 6 battle puppets to freeze for 7 seconds, ample time for the nanobots from the bone flute to infiltrate their control systems. However, the joy of victory had yet to surface when a new crisis unfolded. The converters suddenly overloaded. 0 remotely initiated the self-destruct sequence, and the entire 6 underground levels began to collapse. Just as Chen burst through the doorway, he was hurled into the air by an explosive shockwave. In his descent, he grasped a chain, only to discover it was not a physical entity, but an energy conduit formed from a solidified rift in space-time. With quantum vision tracing along the chain to its source, he finally perceived the true visage of the Demon Empress. She was not imprisoned, but rather self-sealed. Those quantum computers were not control devices, but suppressors. and the corpse on the throne was, in fact, the chain suddenly snapped. As Lu Chen plummeted toward the 7th level, the demon empress's eyes opened. A warning of cognitive contamination echoed. Direct gaze upon the true form of the demon empress would lead to memory overwrite. Lu Chen forced himself to shut his eyes, but it was too late. Fragments of memory surged forth like a tsunami. 300 years ago, an aged Lu Chen discovered the universe was succumbing to entropy. He had seized the demon empress, intending to utilize her quantum immortality to back up civilization. In a bid to thwart this mad scheme, the demon empress split herself in two. Yunli had done so intentionally. Lu Chen realized in his fall that she had allowed him to consume half of her genes. The lips of the demon empress's true form remained still, yet her voice resonated in his mind. Now, we are whole. Lu Chen crashed heavily beside the throne. The fingers of the corpse suddenly twitched, and data conduits erupted with electric sparks. The true scene of the 7th level was suffocating. Behind the throne stood 300 cultivation pods, each submerged in clones of the aged Lu Chen. They were all in a state of brain death, yet their chests rose and fell rhythmically. These were biological batteries, fueling the Temporal Management Bureau's terminal. The true control center hovered in midair, a dodecahedron composed of spiritual energy, imprisoning the consciousness of the aged Lu Chen. He repeatedly performed a certain action, pressing the demon empress's crystal against a virtual model of Earth. A time loop was detected. The aged Lu Chen was trapped in a decision paradox. Just as Lu Chen approached the throne, 9 mechanical tails suddenly shot up from the ground. The true form of Zero emerged from the shadows, her mechanical structure having fused with the energy of the demon empress, forming a terrifying semi-biological visage. You have finally arrived. Her voice blended with that of Yunli. Father requires your choice. A holographic projection unfurled, revealing 2 divergent futures in the left image. The true form of the demon empress was liberated, and the universe rebooted in purple light. In the right image, a temporal bomb obliterated Lu Chen of 2024, ensuring the eternal rule of the Bureau. There is also a third path. Lu Chen abruptly activated the communicator's highest authority, awakening the true decision-maker. He tore the data conduits from the back of the corpse's head and inserted them into the crystallized portion of his right hand. Purple energy surged upward, instantly activating all the clones. The 300 cultivation pods simultaneously opened. The clones opened their hollow eyes and chanted in unison. When 2 demon empresses meet, the time anchor resets. Zero's mechanical eye flickered wildly. No, you cannot. Her roar was drowned out by a deafening crash as the ceiling collapsed, and a bloodied Yunli fell from above. All 8 of her tails were severed, yet the crystal at her heart radiated unprecedented brilliance. Most astonishing were her hands. The left grasped the mechanical core of the white-robed princess, while the right clutched the shattered crystal of 7. Task accomplished, she collapsed beside Lu Chen, now united as one. The true form of the demon empress suddenly broke free from all chains. Quantum entanglement formed between her and Yunli. Their 2 bodies beginning to merge. Zero emitted a scream not of this world. You have no idea what you have unleashed. The entire royal city began to crumble. Lu Chen cradled the barely conscious Yunli and gazed toward the merging demon empresses. The sole information displayed by quantum vision at that moment was countdown 000959. The temporal reset is irreversible. Chapter 13, Vindication. As the bronze floor of the selection hall suddenly cracked open, Lu Chen found himself bound by 3 spiritual energy chains on the judgment pillar. Candidate number 7, you are accused of 3 charges. On the high platform, an elder clad in purple and gold robes unfurled a scroll. First, collusion with the demon clan. Second, theft of royal secrets. Third, he paused deliberately, his murky eyes reflecting Lu Chen's blood-stained white robe, murdering fellow candidates. The 9 spiritual lamps hanging from the dome of the hall turned red simultaneously, enveloping Lu Chen in a crimson light. Whispers arose from the audience, the spectators from various noble families assessing him with the gaze of the deceased. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Quantum vision dissected the flow of spiritual power within the chains. These seemingly ancient instruments actually housed nanobots of Earth technology. They were infiltrating his veins, attempting to rewrite his DNA. I have evidence to prove my innocence. Lu Chen suddenly spoke, his voice resonating throughout the hall under the enhancement of spiritual energy. In the highest box of the audience, the beaded curtain swayed slightly. That was the exclusive seat of the princess. Through quantum vision, Lu Chen could see a slender figure partially obscured behind the curtain. The chief judge scoffed. A dying man dares to, 3 days ago at the hour of the rooster. You accepted a bribe of 300 spiritual crystals from the Lin family in the western side hall. Lu Chen interrupted him, his fingertip glowing blue, projecting a holographic image into the air. In the image, the chief judge was seen stuffing a jade slip into his sleeve. A fragment of memory extracted using spiritual energy retrocausation. An uproar erupted in the hall. The chief judge's face turned ashen, his concealed hand crushing the communication jade talisman. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chen felt the judgment pillar quaking behind him. Someone had activated a hidden killing array. 7 poisonous needles shot forth from the cracks of the pillar, their tips glowing with a ghostly blue light. They were soul-hunting needles refined with the blood of the demon empress, specifically designed to pierce the dantian of cultivators. Amidst the audience's gasps, Lu Chen's body suddenly became ethereal. The poisonous needles penetrated his illusion and struck the ground, corroding the bronze bricks with plumes of smoke. Second piece of evidence. Lu Chen's voice echoed from the opposite side of the hall. He had somehow freed himself from the chains, holding a crystal ball in his hand. This was the tracking talisman I took from the assassin during the ambush last night. The crystal ball reflected the family crest on the back of the talisman, a soaring golden rock, the mark of the chief judge's Yuan family. Several military generals in the audience abruptly stood. The sound of unsheathing swords and blades filled the air. Frame up. Chief Judge Yuan Huan slammed the table. This child is clearly a demon clan spy. Golden light erupted from his sleeve, transforming into 12 binding chains, each inscribed with runes designed to restrain time travelers. Lu Chen pressed forward rather than retreating, 3 spectral images of the human emperor's steel materializing in his right hand. At the moment the chains encircled him, they suddenly veered, the steel fragments forming a triangular matrix that rebounded the chains back toward the high platform. Bang! Yuan Huan was ensnared by his own treasure. Tumbling down from the high platform, seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen leaped to the top of the judgment pillar, prying out the second set of unactivated killing array, 300 poison nails. Final piece of evidence. He raised the mechanism core inscribed with the Yuan family crest. This is the true weapon that killed the candidates. The hall fell silent for an instant, then erupted into deafening commotion. The sound of applause rang out from behind the beaded curtain as a squad of golden armored guards streamed in, subduing Yuan Huan and his accomplices to the ground. Hold on. A frail voice suddenly echoed from the east box. An elderly man clad in purple robes descended gracefully from the sky, each step leaving behind a lotus-shaped ethereal flame. A warning flashed in Lu Chen's retina. Pressure detected from the transformation stage. Immediate evacuation recommended. Refer to the National Master. The entire assembly fell to their knees, but Lu Chen stood tall, his spine straight. His quantum vision frantically analyzed the flow of spiritual energy surrounding the old man, revealing that within the seemingly auspicious lotus flames lay countless nano-sized puppet insects. Youth, the National Master halted 3 paces from Lu Chen, his snowy brows framing eyes as deep as an abyss. Do you know that Lord Yuan is a royal consort? The pressure descended like a collapsing mountain, causing Lu Chen's knees to crack under the strain. Just as he was about to succumb, his communicator vibrated unexpectedly, and 3 fragments of the Emperor's tablet soared from his waist, forming a miniature defensive formation above his head. National Master, Lu Chen's lips bled, yet he managed to smile. The scales of the Demon Emperor in your sleeve are heating up. The old man's pupils constricted sharply. This minute reaction was magnified 1,000-fold by Lu Chen's quantum vision, revealing a quantum entanglement between the scales and the ring on the National Master's left-hand ring finger, which bore runes identical to those of the white-robed princess. Suddenly, the beaded curtain stirred without wind. A cold feminine voice, as clear as a mountain spring, echoed through the hall. National Master. I recall that interrogations should be led by the Ministry of Justice. The princess had finally made her entrance, adorned in moon-white palace attire, with a single ice crystal hairpin that rendered the opulent court attire around her dull in comparison. Most striking was the ancient bronze sword scabbard at her waist, embedded with 9 grooves that housed fragments of the Emperor's tablet, identical to those Lu Chen possessed. The National Master turned to bow. Your Highness, please see clearly. This old minister merely has undeniable evidence of Yuan Huan colluding with the demon race. The princess descended the jade steps, frost forming on the ground where she trod. How did the National Master know you possessed the scales of the Demon Emperor? Lu Chen noted that the princess's left pinky was missing half its length, the wound as smooth as a mirror, bearing the mark of quantum cutting. This detail perfectly matched a file in the communicator's database, an incident involving the Temporal Management Bureau's Special Operations Team 20 years prior. The National Master suddenly burst into laughter. Why must your Highness feign ignorance? 9 formation flags flew from his sleeve, instantaneously sealing all exits of the hall. Since the heir of the emperor has appeared, this old minister must act swiftly. The flags struck the ground, transforming into 9 golden-armored divine generals, each adorned with a purple crystal embedded in their foreheads. Chen instantly deduced that the crystal structure was identical to the chip that the white-robed princess used to control the guardians of the tomb. Protect the princess. The golden-armored guards formed a charge, only to be cleaved in two by the purple light emitted from the divine general's eyes. The princess drew her sword and shattered 2 beams of purple light, and the fragments of the emperor's tablet on her blade resonated with those of Chen. Chen. For the first time, she called his name directly, the 9 palace positions. Chen's quantum vision automatically marked the hidden 9 spiritual vein nodes on the hall's floor. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the nearest position, inserting the 3 tablet fragments into the ground. Almost simultaneously, the princess's sword tip touched the vacant position. The entire hall's tiles surged, revealing golden patterns, while ancient script flowed from the blood-stained crevices. The 9 golden-armored generals suddenly froze, their purple crystals beginning to crack. The emperor's demon sealing array. The national master's complexion changed drastically. Impossible. This formation requires 9 heirs. The princess smirked. She shifted her sword, and the 9 fragments of the emperor's tablet simultaneously radiated light, projecting a vast star map onto the ceiling of the hall. A certain purple star suddenly fell, transforming into a stream of light that entered Chen's forehead. Data flow intrusion detected. Receiving fragments of the emperor's legacy memory, Chen gasped and knelt, witnessing a hallucinatory vision. 300 years ago, the white-robed princess divided the 9 tablet fragments and concealed them. 20 years ago, the young princess discovered the first fragment in an ancient tomb, and now, the 9 fragments were on the verge of reuniting. Stop them, the national master roared, crushing the jade pendant in his hand. From beneath the hall, mechanical sounds echoed as 36 bronze puppets erupted from the ground. They bore craftsmanship identical to that of the guardians, but were marked with the insignia of the Temporal Management Bureau. The foremost bronze puppet self-destructed, the shockwave propelling Chen into the air. As he adjusted his position midair, he collided into a cool embrace. The princess caught him with one arm, while wielding her sword with the other, conjuring a circular shield of ice-blue sword energy to deflect the flying debris. Listen. Her lips nearly brushed against Chen's ear, her voice as fine as a whisper. The national master is a lackey of the bureau. He seeks to prevent the complete inheritance of the emperor's legacy. Chen felt something solid pressed into his palm. It was the 4th fragment of the emperor's tablet. Upon contact with his skin, it melded into his flesh, forming new patterns on his right arm. His quantum vision upgraded suddenly, revealing the data streams entwined around the national master and a miniature terminal concealed at the nape of his neck. In 3 breaths, strike at his nape. The princess abruptly pushed Chen away, her sword tip radiating blinding blue light. Ice Phoenix Slash. The sword energy transformed into an ice crystal phoenix, soaring toward the national master. The elder produced an ancient bronze mirror from his sleeve, which reflected the sword energy back toward the audience. Amidst the screams, Chen activated his technological analysis talent, becoming a blur as he circled behind the national master. Feudal. The national master's back split open, revealing a 3rd mechanical arm as his voice faltered. Chen's right hand, shaped like a blade, precisely stabbed into the data interface at his nape. The 4 fragments of the emperor's tablet illuminated simultaneously, unleashing an EMP surge targeting electronic devices. The national master emitted a ghastly screech, circuitry-like patterns surfacing beneath his skin. He abruptly turned, his eyes transforming into spinning gears. Do you think this is the end? The Bureau has already locked onto this temporal coordinate. The hall quaked violently. The dome cracked open, exposing the steel structure of the outer space. The entire imperial city was constructed within a colossal spaceship. Through the fissure, numerous dormant pods could be seen, each housing an elder resembling the national master. Do you see? The mechanical national master's voice morphed into an electronic synthesized tone. We possess countless backups. The princess's sword pierced his throat, but consciousness transfer requires time. The dying mechanical national master suddenly grinned eerily. His chest cracked open, revealing a purple crystal counting down. Long live the demon emperor. Instinctively, Chen lunged toward the princess. In the split second before the explosion, he discerned the internal structure of the crystal. It was not a bomb, but a miniature temporal gateway. A violent pull drew both of them toward the vortex's center, with the shield formed by the 4 fragments of the emperor's tablet fiercely resisting the purple light. As the world spun chaotically, Lu Chen felt a hand grasping his own. The princess's voice pierced through the chaos. Do not resist the transfer. This is the path to. Her final words were drowned by the sound of space tearing. When Lu Chen regained his footing, he found himself standing in the center of an ancient bronze palace. 9 dragon-carved pillars surrounded the central altar, upon which floated the remaining 5 fragments of the emperor's tablet. This was the royal tomb's underground chamber. The princess emerged from the shadows, her ice crystal hairpin shattered, and her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, in a realm accessible only to those of the emperor's bloodline. Lu Chen noticed blood flowing from her left wrist. The wound was not flesh, but a strange substance interwoven with circuits and spiritual energy. Quantum vision revealed her body was in a state of quantum superposition, a bizarre fusion of 60 flesh and 40 machinery. You are not the princess of this era. Lu Chen suddenly grasped. You are from 300 years ago. I am the last conscious replica. She approached the altar, gently caressing the tablet fragments. All other replicas have been implanted with control chips by the Bureau, including the white-robed princess you encountered. The 5 tablet fragments sensed Lu Chen's presence and flew into his body. Now, 9 fragments were embedded at various acupoints throughout him, with a complete star map pattern emerging on his skin. Integration of the Emperor's legacy is at 41. Awakened talent, temporal interference. The underground chamber trembled. The northern wall projected a hologram of the imperial city collapsing, with countless bronze puppets surging from the ground, slaughtering all living beings in sight. In one corner of the image, Lu Chen saw Yun Li surrounded by 3 puppets, the purple crystal on her chest already showing cracks. You must make a choice. The princess pressed her hand on Lu Chen's shoulder. Now, either fully integrate the legacy or go to save her. A torrent of data flashed across Lu Chen's retina. 9 fragments of the imperial tablet are reconstructing his neural pathways, with a torrent of information flooding his consciousness each second. The true mission of the human emperor. The origins of the demon emperor, the conspiracy of the Temporal Management Bureau, and most crucially, the true identity of Yun Li. She is no ordinary half-demon. The princess seems to penetrate his thoughts. She is the embodiment of the benevolent will that the demon emperor actively separated. In the projection, Yun Li's bone sword cleaves through the last puppet, yet she collapses from exhaustion. A purplish mist seeps from the crack in her heart's crystal, coalescing in the air into a hazy visage that bears an uncanny resemblance to the demon emperor Lu Chen encountered in a quantum illusion. Both choices are traps. Suddenly, Lu Chen chuckles. His right hand manifests the ethereal images of the 9 tablet fragments, while his left hand condenses the quantum core of a communicator. The Bureau wishes to force me into a binary choice, yet the ultimate profound truth of the human emperor's legacy is that he will collide both forces. At the instant the tablet fragments merge with the quantum core, a vast star map emerges atop the subterranean palace, and a certain violet star suddenly projects a beam of light enveloping Lu Chen. The third choice. His voice resonates peculiarly. Time and space leap. The princess's pupils dilate slightly. You intend to return to the past to alter fate. The beam of light abruptly contracts, just before vanishing entirely. Lu Chen throws something to her, a quantum storage device that records all truths. The subterranean chamber plunges back into darkness, leaving only the princess gazing at the flickering blue light in her palm. So this is it, she whispers to the void. This is the complete trial of the human emperor. When Lu Chen regains awareness of his body, he finds himself standing in the plaza where the selection began. Surrounding him are bewildered candidates, while on the platform, Yuan Huan is announcing the rules. Yet this time, Lu Chen's quantum vision perceives the details he previously overlooked. Each candidate bears a nano-level control chip embedded in the nape of their necks. Beneath the plaza's tiles lie 300 bronze puppets, and above in the clouds, a shadowy steel leviathan silently observes all. Candidate 7. Yuan Huan's voice echoes. Why do you appear dazed? Lu Chen lowers his head, a smirk gracing his lips. The 9 fragments of the imperial tablet quietly rotate within him, poised to unleash world-altering power at any moment. But for now, he chooses to restrain his brilliance and bows as an ordinary traveler. I was merely pondering. He raises his gaze to meet Yuan Huan's eyes. Will the demon emperor's scales hidden in your sleeve suddenly heat up? Yuan Huan's expression freezes. In that instant, Lu Chen perceives countless future branches unfurling before him, each leading to blood and flames, save for one faint possibility twinkling with a blue luminescence. On that branch, the princess extends a bloodied hand towards him. Chapter 14. Audience before the hall. The thunderous sound of the bronze doors opening rouses Lu Chen from his reverie. 12 golden-armored guards stand arrayed on either side. their purple crystals glinting coldly in the morning light. Chen glances down at his newly donned moon-white robe, the standard attire for candidates following the selection. Yet the golden threads embroidered at the cuffs reveal his special status. Candidate 7. The captain of the guards commands in a voice like iron, "Look up." Chen raises his eyes, his quantum vision automatically scanning ahead, at the end of the 99 white jade steps. The golden dome of the celestial hall refracts an unusual radiance. This is no ordinary sunlight. Rather, it is some form of energy barrier, enveloping the entire palace within a spherical quantum force field. Remember the rules. The captain presents an ice crystal jade slip. Take one misstep, and your spirit and form shall perish. The jade slip is cool to the touch, yet within it flows a searing energy. Chen strokes its surface with his thumb, activating the concealed nano-runes, which project a three-dimensional path onto his retina, a serpentine, pale blue light trail that navigates around the countless invisible red killing formations beneath the ground. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Xia. As Chen bows, his peripheral vision catches the metallic sheen at the nape of the captain's neck, where a control chip akin to that of a Tomb Guardian is embedded, albeit of an older model. Upon stepping onto the first step, the three fragments of the imperial tablet in his arms suddenly grow hot. Chen remains composed, adjusting his breath to maintain resonance with the slip's guidance. As he ascends, the air grows increasingly viscous, with each step feeling akin to treading upon glue. Quantum vision reveals this is a pressure field generated by a high concentration of spiritual energy, potent enough to crush an ordinary cultivator into pulp. On the 72nd step, an anomaly occurs. The left guard's pupils suddenly turn pitch black, and his blade unsheaths without warning. The blade, entwined with purple lightning, slices through the air, aimed directly at Chen's throat. This strike is so swift it transcends the laws of physics, yet it halts mysteriously just 3 inches from his skin. Chen's sleeve releases the tablet fragments, forming a triangular shield of light that deflects both the blade and its wielder. Assassins, the captain shouts, yet remains rooted in place. The other guards simultaneously draw their blades, but their target is the fallen comrade. 11 blades pierce the black-eyed guard's body, splattering purple viscous fluid. The dying man grins widely, mouth stretching to his ears, emitting a high-pitched wail. Long live the demon emperor. The sound wave shatters the jade slip. Seizing the opportunity, Chen charges forward, deftly avoiding the ground as it suddenly opens into a trap, thanks to his quantum vision. The steps begin to collapse, revealing a glimmering gear mechanism. The entire staircase is, in fact, a colossal contraption. On the 95th step, Chen suddenly halts. Before him, 9 golden chains materialize in the void, interwoven into a net blocking his path. Each chain is engraved with patterns akin to the demon emperor's scales, and at the center hovers a diamond-shaped crystal. Verify identity. The crystal emits a mechanical female voice, identical to that of the princess in white robes. Chen presses his right hand against the crystal, secretly activating his technological analytical talent. Countless data streams flood his consciousness, revealing a horrifying truth. This is not merely a standard identity verification. It is an awareness scanner set by the Temporal Management Bureau, designed to completely brainwash those who pass through. Candidate 7, Chen. As he speaks, he embeds a virus program within the data stream, requesting an audience with Her Highness the Princess. The crystal begins to flicker violently. When the light reaches its peak, Chen simultaneously presses all 3 tablet fragments against it. The golden chains clatter and unexpectedly unlock a passage. The sounds of pursuers behind him abruptly cease, as if a pause button has been pressed. Turning to look back, the traces of battle on the steps have vanished. The guards stand in formation as if nothing had occurred. Only the captain's slightly trembling right hand betrays the truth. His blade is sheath stained with purple fluid. The palace doors silently slide open before him. A chill fragrance wafts towards Chen, reminiscent of the disinfectant scent from the polar laboratory. The interior of the grand hall far exceeds its external dimensions, clearly employing space-folding technology. 36 coiling dragon pillars are arranged according to the star map, while the floor is laid with translucent crystal tiles, beneath which are sealed various bizarre creatures. The quantum vision automatically marks 7 high-risk energy sources, the ancient bronze mirror hanging from the dome, the beast statues flanking the throne, the unsheathed long sword at the princess's waist, and her very self. Do you not pay your respects upon seeing Her Highness? A shrill voice comes from the side. A eunuch clad in purple robes, wielding a jade whisk, has a face so thickly powdered it seems one could scrape off a layer. Chen notices the green fluorescence seeping from the cracks in his nails, a trace of some nanotoxin. No need for formalities. The princess's voice is colder than the crystal. She leans against the bronze throne, her moon-white palace attire revealing a mechanical leg. Unlike the replica he encountered before, this princess wears a monocle on her right eye, the lens's edge flickering with data streams. Chen maintains his bowing posture, scanning the entire hall discreetly. 9 holographic screens stand behind the throne, displaying surveillance footage from various locations. Yunli struggles in a spiritual energy cage. A massive machine beneath the selection arena assembles some weapon, and at the center screen, the princess in white robes conducts a ritual over the corpse of an elderly Chen. Are you interested in my collection? The princess suddenly snaps her fingers, and all screens extinguish simultaneously. I am merely curious. Chen meets her mechanical eye. Why does your highness permit the demon clan to operate within the imperial city? The eunuch inhales sharply, pointing his whisk accusingly at Chen. Audacious. How dare you slander? Step back. The voice of the princess was soft, yet the eunuch seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, stumbling out of the grand hall. As the last echo of footsteps faded, the air around the throne warped suddenly, revealing 12 sword-wielding phantoms, akin to the guardians of the tomb. Candidate number 7. The princess removed her monocle, revealing her intact right eye. Or perhaps, the third heir to the human emperor? The fragments within Chen resonated abruptly. Her words triggered a cryptographic protocol, and a deep, thunderous rumble emanated from the depths beneath the 99 steps. The entire palace began to tremble slightly, as the beings sealed beneath the crystal bricks struck their cages in a frenzy. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. As the princess rose, the throne transformed automatically into a sword rack. You have indeed collected more than 3 fragments. She descended the steps gracefully, the rhythmic clatter of her mechanical legs resonating against the ground. As the distance between them diminished, Chen noticed a bronze bracelet adorning her left wrist, a miniature version of the Temporal Management Bureau terminal. Does the esteemed princess desire this? Chen displayed the patterns of the fragments on his arm. The princess suddenly smiled, a grin that made her mechanical eye flicker with a blue light. What I desire, she said, pressing her hand against Chen's chest, is the temporal anchor point within you. Agonizing pain surged through him like lightning. Chen saw his chest become transparent, a miniature hourglass materializing at the location of his heart. It was the temporal locator implanted during his travels. Just as her fingers pierced through flesh, poised to touch the hourglass, the fragments within Chen formed a defensive matrix. Boom! An explosion of energy separated the two, sending Chen crashing into the coiling dragon pillar, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The princess's mechanical arm sparked with electricity, yet she wore a victorious smile. Indeed, you hail from a critical temporal node. A beam of light shot down from the ancient mirror atop the hall, enveloping Chen. Countless holographic images flickered within the beam. The explosion in the Earth laboratory, the quantum tunnel during his travels, and the moment of his encounter with Yunli in the wilderness, finally freezing at the instant when Yuan Huan was exposed in the selection hall. Interesting. The princess mused as she returned to her throne, her mechanical legs concealed once more beneath her royal garb. You have altered the established timeline. Chen wiped away the blood and noticed a 3-second delay between her lips and her voice. This was merely a holographic projection. The real princess was somewhere remote, controlling it from afar. This revelation reminded him of the details captured by his quantum vision. Hidden energy channels beneath the throne led deep underground. What does the esteemed princess wish to alter? Chen provocatively inquired. Is it the failure of 300 years ago, or the betrayal of 20 years past? The air thickened abruptly. The 12 quantum guardians raised their swords simultaneously, the tips of their blades coalescing into luminous points aimed at Chen's vital areas. The projection of the princess flickered with data distortion, revealing glimpses of her true appearance. Half of her face had been mechanized, with data conduits embedded at her temples. You know too much. Her voice crackled with electronic static, but it is just enough to feed it. The ground behind the throne split open, revealing a 3-meter-tall cylindrical incubation chamber. A pale green liquid churned within, cradling a pulsating heart covered in scales of the demon emperor. As the heart contracted and expanded, the fragments within Chen resonated violently. The heart of the demon emperor. Chen suddenly understood much. You are hastening its revival using temporal technology. The princess's projection glided to the incubation chamber, her fingers lightly caressing the glass. Years ago, my father sealed it with 9 fragments of the human emperor, unknowingly providing the perfect incubator. As she turned, her royal garb transformed into a white robe. After all, the human emperor and the demon emperor are 2 sides of the same coin. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the hall. The true princess, clad in blood-stained armor, kicked open the hall doors and rushed in. Her left arm twisted unnaturally, while her right hand gripped an ice crystal sword, which bore cracks. "Hurry," she shouted at Lu Chen. "This is a temporal trap." The white-robed projection laughed heartily, at last. "My dear original." The confrontation between the two princesses caused the space to shimmer. Lu Chen's quantum vision captured a terrifying truth. The entire hall was fracturing into two overlapping temporal states, and he, caught within, could be torn apart by quantum tides at any moment. The armored princess suddenly hurled her sword. The ice crystal blade disintegrated midair, transforming into 9 streaks of light that shot towards different control nodes hidden within the hall, each streak striking its target with precision. The white-robed projection began to flicker, and the liquid in the incubation chamber boiled violently. Now, the armored princess extended her hand towards Lu Chen, touched the heart of the demon emperor. Without hesitation, he broke through the blockade of the quantum guardians, the patterns on the fragment on his right arm illuminating brilliantly. The instant his palm made contact with the incubation chamber, the glass shattered with a resounding crash. The heart of the demon emperor surged into his chest, merging with the hourglass of the temporal anchor point. After the excruciating pain came an unparalleled clarity. Lu Chen perceived the flowing data strands between the two princesses, glimpsed the temporal bombs buried beneath the hall, and even saw the figure in white observing everything from the cloud ships above. "So it is," he muttered to himself, before the white-robed projection dissipated entirely. It revealed a meaningful smile. "We await you at the end." The armored princess knelt on one knee, her mechanical joints emitting black smoke. Lu Chen stepped forward to support her, discovering purple crystals seeping from the seams of her armor. She was undergoing a transformation akin to that of Yunli. "Listen closely." She grasped Lu Chen's collar with surprising strength. "The heart of the demon emperor can temporarily resist temporal corrections, but you must find her voice abruptly cut off." Her pupils dilated suddenly, and a burst of electric light erupted from the back of her neck. A miniature device ejected from her spine, self-destructing in mid-air into purple smoke. Lu Chen cradled the suddenly limp princess, his quantum vision penetrating her armor. The brutal truth was undeniable. This body was 70% mechanized, the heart replaced by a miniature reactor, and her cerebral cortex was entwined with control chips. "Find the human emperor's sword." She inscribed 3 ancient characters into Lu Chen's palm with her last strength before slipping into a dormant state. Outside the hall, synchronized footsteps approached. As the new commander of the guards arrived with reinforcements, Lu Chen gently laid down the princess and turned to dash toward the hidden passage behind the throne, where the energy trail guided by the heart of the demon emperor awaited. "Stop him," the commander bellowed. A rain of arrows descended, yet they were deflected by an invisible force before reaching Lu Chen's back. The heart of the demon emperor pulsated with a red glow against his chest, each beat creating ripples in the air. As Lu Chen's figure vanished into the passage, the entire celestial hall began to sink. The commander looked in horror at the cracking ground beneath him. "Retreat. The imperial city is collapsing." The passage was deeper than anticipated. Lu Chen fell freely through the vertical tunnel, shielded from friction by the barrier formed by the heart of the demon emperor. During his descent, the fragments relayed memories. The human emperor thrusting his sword into the altar 300 years ago, the princess kneeling and weeping in the same spot 20 years prior. And now bang, he landed in the center of a spherical space. Here, no traces of human architecture existed, only a forest of naturally formed crystal clusters. Within the purple crystals, countless figures were sealed, and in the latest crystal column, Lu Chen beheld Yunli, her eyes tightly shut. A quantum prison. He touched the surface of the crystal column and read the ancient inscription, "The place where the sinner sleeps eternally." Behind him, he heard the sound of liquid dripping. Turning, he saw the thickest crystal column beginning to melt. The indistinct figure within gradually became clear. It was a woman resembling the princess, save for the pair of crystalline dragon horns atop her head. "At last, I've been waiting for you, little junior brother." The woman in the crystal suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils a beguiling slit. The master's prophecy was indeed correct. Lu Chen took a step back. "You have mistaken me for someone else." "How could I be mistaken?" The crystals surrounding her accelerated their melting. "The lineage of the human emperor has but one heir. The blood of the master flows within you." She extended her liquefying fingers. "I am your senior sister, Ao Shuang, the last demon emperor." As the final crystal fell away, Lu Chen beheld the wounds adorning her body, 9 penetrating wounds arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper, each punctured by fragments of the human emperor's stone tablet. Time is running short. Ao Shuang stumbled towards the altar at the center of space, where the white-robed figure had activated the temporal bomb. set to reset all timelines in 12 hours. Atop the altar stood a rusted ancient sword, its blade embedded in the stone platform, which was adorned with clusters of crystals. Lu Chen observed that the groove at the sword's guard perfectly matched the shape of 9 human emperor tablets joined together. As he extracted the sword, Aoshuang coughed up a purple crystal, a feat only accomplished by those with complete heritage. The moment Lu Chen grasped the sword, the entire space began to collapse. Instead of falling debris, fragments of solidified time rained down. Within each shard, tragic narratives from different timelines unfolded: the destruction of Earth, the burning of the celestial dome star, and the mechanization of the princess. Do not lose focus. Aoshuang shielded Lu Chen from the descending time shards. Her back instantly torn and bloodied. This was the final trial of the human emperor. The blade scraped against the stone, producing a piercing shriek. As Lu Chen withdrew the ancient sword inch by inch, the tablet fragments within him soared out, embedding themselves into the grooves of the sword's guard. When the 9th piece settled into place, the rust on the sword's blade flaked away, revealing the luminous flow of a starry river within. A torrent of information beyond comprehension surged through the sword's handle into Lu Chen's consciousness, an account of all civilizations from the birth of the universe to the present. Remember this sensation? Aoshuang's body began to crystallize. This was the legacy left to him by his master. She could not complete her final words. The purple crystal erupted from within her, encasing her in an eternal moment. Lu Chen raised the sword towards the dome, wherever the light of the blade touched. The collapsing space miraculously froze. A path paved with starlight unfurled before him, leading to an unknown dimension. As he stepped forward, he heard countless versions of himself from various timelines whispering, "Change the past, save the future, become the new time." Suddenly, the voices were interrupted by a deafening alarm. The ethereal image of the white-robed princess appeared at the end of the path. Behind her loomed a disintegrating interstellar warship. "It is feudal, Lu Chen." She spread her arms wide, and countless scenes of destruction from parallel worlds materialized behind her. Every timeline would ultimately return to nothingness. The human emperor's sword suddenly swung on its own, its energy slicing through time and space, cleaving the white-robed apparition in two. In her astonished expression, Lu Chen glimpsed the truth from 300 years ago. The young princess had willingly undergone mechanization, all to await this moment after countless years. "So you have always." The path of starlight accelerated, hurling Lu Chen into the vortex of time. In the final second before consciousness blurred, he clutched the human emperor's sword tightly. The tablet fragments on the guard formed a complete star map, with the purple star at its center marking the celestial dome star's coordinates in the universe. Chapter 15. The princess's trial. As the bronze door closed behind him, Lu Chen detected the scent of cedar mingled with rust. This was a chamber no larger than 10 square meters, its walls embedded with breathing flesh-like tissue, and the floor was covered in writhing black sand. The princess stood in the center of the room, her moon-white gown trailing in the sand, the grains climbing up her ankles. "Do you understand why I brought you here?" Her voice carried a hint of warmth absent from the grand hall. Lu Chen did not respond immediately. His quantum vision revealed that the black sand was, in fact, nano-sized mechanical insects, and the living tissue on the walls bore a striking resemblance to the purple crystal in Yunli's heart. "This is the standard procedure for testing loyalty." Lu Chen deliberately allowed the tablet fragment in his sleeve to emit a faint glow. "Do you require my oath, or shall I drink the poison?" The princess abruptly turned, her flowing sleeves stirring a fragrant breeze tinged with snow. Her left eye transformed into a pure mechanical entity, with a pupil constantly shifting through data. More unsettling was the crystal ball she cradled in her right hand, within which floated a miniature version of Yuan Huan, desperately pounding against the walls. "This is far more intriguing." She flicked her fingers, sending the crystal ball soaring into the air. "Welcome to the Heart Inquiry Bureau." As the crystal ball shattered, the black sand erupted, forming a cocoon-like chamber. Lu Chen felt his consciousness being torn in two. One half remained in the ever-mutating chamber, while the other plunged into a crimson sky, where he stood amidst a battlefield littered with corpses. The acrid scent of burnt flesh and sulfur wafted through the smoky air, and the silhouette of a burning city in the distance felt hauntingly familiar. His quantum vision automatically marked the geographical features. This was the appearance of the Celestial Dome Imperial City 300 years prior, but the moat flowed with molten purple crystal. First question. The princess's voice echoed from all directions. "If you must slaughter a city to save more lives, how would you choose?" The ground suddenly heaved, and hundreds of civilians were thrust before Lu Chen by an unseen force. Among them were an elderly woman with a cane and a mother cradling an infant. each forehead marked with flickering numbers, a countdown of sorts. Chen knelt to examine the nearest corpse. The deceased clutched not a weapon, but a replica of a human emperor tablet fragment. As he touched the fragment, the illusion rippled, revealing the mechanical structure hidden beneath. The answer hinges on whether the premise holds true. Chen stood, crushing a piece of ceramic disguised as bone beneath his boot. Slaughtering a city has never been a choice, but rather an excuse for the incapable. The sky darkened ominously. A purple lightning bolt struck before Chen, transforming into the princess's ethereal form. Her gown morphed into crimson battle armor, and her mechanical eye flickered wildly. Hypocrisy. Do you believe history is written by mercy? Suddenly, Chen grasped her wrist. Her touch was cold and slippery, akin to holding a venomous snake. History is written by victors. He met her ever-shifting mechanical pupil with unwavering resolve. But victory is never achieved through the massacre of innocence. The illusion trembled violently. When Chen regained his footing, he found himself in a resplendent banquet hall. Beneath the crystal chandelier, the elite clad in earthly attire raised their glasses in jovial revelry. The princess appeared at the head table, dressed in modern garb, her deep V gown revealing a chest adorned with a purple crystal. Kneeling at her feet was Yunli, bound by chains, her 8 tails pinned to the ground in a grotesque totem. Second question, she spoke, her red lips parting as her nails traced Yunli's trembling pointed ear. If you could gain all of this by submitting to me, would you kneel? Chen noted the details. The tray held by the server contained a brain-soaking liquid, and the paintings on the walls depicted neuronal scans. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, he gasped at the sight of a disintegrating, burning earth. Such an intriguing scene. Chen approached the buffet table, picking up an energy block shaped like sushi, yet the logical inconsistencies were too numerous. Suddenly, he pressed the sushi against the crystal on the princess's gown. With a crackling sound, the entire banquet hall flickered like an old television, revealing rusted mechanical walls behind it. First, you will not flaunt your spoils. Chen pried open Yunli's chains, which were disguised as data streams, and secondly, at the moment the chains broke, the banquet hall crumbled into data fragments. As Chen fell into the third scene, he heard the princess's faint, mocking laughter. In an immaculate white space, 2 chairs floated. The princess sat in one, resembling her original white-robed form, a thick book with a bronze cover laid open on her lap. A blurred figure stood before the other chair, its outline bearing a striking resemblance to Chen. Final question. She closed the book, the embossed image of the human emperor's sword seeping blood. If killing your past self could save the future, would you do it? The blurred figure suddenly crystallized into Chen himself. Clad in a lab coat with a name tag that read Chief Scientist of the Temporal Management Bureau, this version of Chen held a scalpel, its tip poised against the throat of the slumbering young princess. The fragments within the real Chen surged violently. The 9 pieces coursed through his meridians, sending excruciating pain to every nerve ending. He gritted his teeth to maintain a calm facade, advancing towards the 2 mirrored projections. This is a paradox. He reached out to touch the shoulder of the other Chen. If the past me must die, then any talk of future salvation becomes moot. The white-robed princess suddenly erupted. The thick book transformed into a colossal sword, cleaving towards Chen's head. In that critical moment, Chen did not flinch. Instead, he stepped forward, allowing the blade to pierce through the illusion. It was merely a holographic projection. Test concluded. The true voice of the Grand Princess emanated from behind, revealing a greater depth of humanity than anticipated. Chen turned. The secret chamber regained its original form, save for the black fine sand that had retreated to the corners. The Grand Princess's mechanical eyes reverted to their normal pupils, yet her fingertips continued to drip with purple crystals. 3 tests lay ahead. She raised 3 fingers, the first to gauge the baseline, the second to measure desire, and the third, as her fingertips suddenly darted toward Chen's brow, to ascertain true intent. Chen did not flinch. The fingertip halted just an inch from his skin, her nails peeling away to reveal an intricate metallic structure within. The purple crystals fell to the ground, taking root and instantaneously forming miniature crystal clusters that spelled out ancient characters. Pass. You know I will not shy away. Chen brushed aside her suspended hand, having discerned that this was the final illusion. The chamber abruptly twisted and contorted. As the organic walls receded, a steel core was unveiled, and the black fine sand coalesced into data streams that retreated to the ventilation shaft. The genuine scene finally materialized. It was the cockpit of a spaceship, with a panoramic view of the vast starry sky and the burning firmament. Welcome aboard the Voyager, the Grand Princess announced, her royal attire transforming into a silver space suit, the last ark of humanity. Lu Chen approached the viewport. Quantum vision pierced the flames, revealing the surface of a planet etched with the colossal mark of the Emperor's sword, a tangible consequence of the sword energy he had wielded in the illusion. Thus, all that had transpired was a reflection of genuine possibilities. The Grand Princess displayed a star map, marking 7 flickering red dots. The temporal administration had established monitoring stations at each crucial juncture. What we just experienced was the memory repository of Station 7. Lu Chen noted her subtle pause when she said we. Suddenly, the cockpit was pierced by a shrill alarm, and a countdown appeared on the holographic screen. 005959. The Demon Emperor's awakening was entering its final stage. The Grand Princess's fingers danced over the control panel. They had to find something before the temporal loop closed. Lu Chen grasped her trembling hand, feeling its coldness, devoid of warmth. The Grand Princess's pupils dilated abruptly. She forcefully pushed Lu Chen away, and the back of her space suit split open, extending 3 mechanical tendrils into the control panel. The entire ship shuddered violently, and the walls erupted with crimson, vein-like patterns. Hurry! Her voice morphed into an electronic synth. I have been tainted. Lu Chen was hurled by the sudden shockwave, tumbling through the metallic corridor and crashing through emergency doors. Behind each door lay visions beyond comprehension. Cloning pods containing the Grand Princess's duplicates, grotesque hybrids of machinery and flesh, and even half-finished elderly replicas of Lu Chen. Beyond the final door was a circular altar, surrounded by 9 stone pillars encircling a central pool, its surface rippling with nebulous mist. All the fragments within Lu Chen's body flew out, automatically embedding themselves into the grooves atop the pillars. As the last piece settled into place, a 3-dimensional projection of the celestial star emerged above the pool. I have been waiting for you. Lu Chen turned to see an elderly version of himself. Clad in a white coat, leaning against the doorframe, a penetrating wound on his chest seeping blue fluid. This version of Lu Chen appeared far more vibrant than the mummified corpse he had previously encountered, yet his gaze bore the weariness of countless reincarnations. Do not be alarmed. The elderly Lu Chen coughed, sliding down to the ground. I am merely a holographic log. The planetary projection within the pool began to accelerate its rotation, reshaping continents into unfamiliar forms. Lu Chen observed the newly formed mountain outlines coalesce into 3 ancient inscriptions. Emperor's Tomb. The true trial has only just begun. The elderly Lu Chen's figure began to flicker. She did not reveal the entire truth to you. The altar's surface suddenly sank, unveiling a tunnel leading to the Earth's core. A tempest of psychic energy surged from the opening, coalescing before Lu Chen into the armored form of the Grand Princess, her face oscillating between mechanical and flesh. Follow me. She seized Lu Chen's wrist with a grip powerful enough to nearly crush his bones. Time is of the essence. In the instant of their descent into the tunnel, Lu Chen caught a glimpse of the elderly Lu Chen, wearing a look of relief. Then came an endless fall, the princess's sword tracing a blue arc through the darkness, akin to a meteor slicing through the night sky. Remember, she shouted over the howling winds, no matter what you see, do not touch. Before her words had fully escaped, they plummeted into the Earth's core. A crystalline palace hovered above a sea of lava. This was Lu Chen's initial impression. Yet, quantum vision quickly unraveled the truth. Those crystals were eternally frozen fragments of time. The lava flowed with dark matter, and the palace itself was the Emperor's coffin. The Grand Princess sheathed her sword, the mechanical mask lifting automatically, revealing it as the prison of the Demon Emperor. The palace's main entrance was engraved with an identical pattern to the hourglass on Lu Chen's chest. As they approached, purple mist seeped from the doorway, coalescing in the air into the phantom of Ao Xuan. Little junior brother, she looked more haggard than in the illusion of the chamber. Master has been waiting for you for quite some time. The grand doors opened silently. Inside, instead of the anticipated coffin, sat an elderly man with white hair, cross-legged at the center of a hexagram. He cradled a collapsing miniature black hole in his hands, starlight flowing from his 7 orifices. Most astonishing of all was how the old man's visage bore an 80% resemblance to Lu Chen. The temporal marker has finally returned to its rightful place. When the elder spoke, the entire palace resonated. My disciple, come closer. The Grand Princess suddenly drew her sword, pointing it at Lu Chen's neck. Do not move. He is not, sighed the elder. This simple action triggered a chain reaction, his left side collapsing into a quantum state, revealing the mechanical skeleton within. The gears and circuit boards were distinctly stamped with the insignia of the temporal administration. You remain ever vigilant, Xuaner, the elder's voice suddenly rejuvenated by 30 years. But this time, you are mistaken. Lu Chen felt the hourglass on his chest begin to reverse flow. Countless fragments of memory surged into his consciousness. The white-haired elder was his master in this timeline, the Grand Princess his junior sister. And Ao Shuang, he gazed in shock at the purple apparition, was his master's daughter and the first demon emperor. The temporal loop was about to form. The elder struggled to maintain his corporeal form, quickly placed the marker into the array. The Grand Princess's sword tip quivered slightly. Prove you are the true emperor. The elder smiled wryly. His remaining flesh suddenly tore apart, extracting an object from between his ribs, a miniature version of the emperor's sword. Its hilt inscribed with Lu Chen's laboratory number from Earth. Is this sufficient? The elder coughed out blue crystals. There is no time. Lu Chen approached the hexagram. Each step felt as if he were treading upon fissures in time, images of the past and future flashing around him. He witnessed himself detonating the quantum collider in the Earth laboratory, saw the Grand Princess voluntarily undergoing mechanization, and even glimpsed the elderly version of himself placing the heart of the demon emperor into a cultivation pod. Master. He knelt before the array but discreetly activated the stone tablet, presenting the final question. The elder's collapse accelerated. Speak. Why was I chosen? The elder suddenly burst into laughter, an act that caused him to completely disintegrate, leaving only the mechanical skeleton to support the miniature black hole. Yet the laughter continued, echoing from all directions. It is not that you were chosen, you always were. The sentence was abruptly cut off as the black hole expanded, consuming the entire palace into the singularity. In the final moment of lucidity, Lu Chun felt the Grand Princess grasp his hand, while another cold mechanical arm pressed against the small of his back. In excruciating pain, he heard 3 overlapping voices. Welcome home. The traitor must die. Complete the loop. A blinding white light engulfed everything. When Lu Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the square where the selection had begun, surrounded by bewildered candidates. On the platform, Yuan Huan was announcing the rules. But this time, his quantum vision revealed details he had never noticed before. Hidden in Yuan Huan's sleeve were not only the scales of the Demon Emperor, but also a bronze key inscribed with the character for Lu. Chapter 16. Technology and Spiritual Arts. As the tip of the spiritual ink pen traced the final arc upon the parchment, Lu Chun inhaled the scent of ozone. It was complete. He set down the pen and stretched his aching wrist. The 36 talismans laid out on the table formed a precise array, each intricate pattern radiating a unique bluish-purple glow, distinct from traditional spiritual arts. The edges of the talisman paper were embedded with nanowires, channeling ley line energy into the central fusion core. This was his meticulously designed spiritual energy quantum conversion array, crafted over 3 days. Absurd. The purple-robed master, Yuan Tuo, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "The legacy of spiritual arts has endured for millennia. How dare you recklessly alter it?" The golden light he unleashed twisted bizarrely before reaching the talisman array, ultimately being absorbed by the formation. Lu Chen noticed the old master's pupils dilate slightly. The head of the Spiritual Pattern Institute clearly did not anticipate that his dispelling golden light could be countered. "Please, Lord Yuan, test it personally." Lu Chen retreated 3 steps and gestured invitingly. According to traditional standards of spiritual arts, a formation capable of simultaneously achieving the 3 fundamental functions of spiritual gathering, defense, and attack would be deemed competent. The hall buzzed with murmurs. Sorcerers in the viewing area whispered among themselves. Some scoffed derisively, while many others craned their necks in curiosity. Lu Chen's quantum vision detected the fluctuation of spiritual energy from the long princess in the second-floor box. Today, she donned a deep blue outfit with arrow sleeves, her mechanical left eye scanning the talisman array at an extraordinarily high frequency. Yuan Tuo snorted coldly, his bony fingers forming complex seals, as he intoned ancient incantations. 7 bronze lamps materialized from the void, forming the Big Dipper constellation to press down upon the talisman array. This was a high-level spiritual technique known as the 7 Fiends locking souls, capable of forcing the primordial spirit of a foundation-stage cultivator out of their body. Boom. At the moment the first ancient lamp collided with the talisman array, an anomaly occurred. The patterns on the parchment suddenly became 3-dimensional, with the bluish-purple light intertwining to form a net that enveloped the ancient lamp. Even more astonishingly, the soul fire burning within the lamp was decomposed into elementary particles, which, after being restructured by the miniature reactor at the center of the talisman array, transformed into a pure fountain of spiritual energy shooting skyward. This is impossible. Yuan Tuo's beard trembled violently as the energy of his attack was converted. The second ancient lamp instinctively evaded the front of the talisman array and launched a flanking attack from an unexpected angle. This time, The surface of the talisman array displayed data streams akin to Lu Chen's quantum vision, accurately predicting the trajectory of the ancient lamp. Upon contact, instead of exploding, the lamp began to spin around the array, drawn by an unseen force, accelerating rapidly. Using one's strength against them? A young sorcerer exclaimed from the viewing area. Isn't this martial technique? As the seventh ancient lamp joined, the rotating bronze lamps formed a perfect closed loop. The spiritual energy they emitted no longer attacked the talisman array, but instead fueled it. The entire parchment levitated into the air, its surface patterns evolving into a three-dimensional structure, with faint images of the nine sovereigns still swirling within. A spiritual version of a perpetual motion machine? The long princess's voice drifted down from the box, her mechanical eye flashing a dangerous red light. Lu Chen, do you comprehend the implications of this? The hall fell suddenly silent. All sorcerers turned pale. In the realm of cultivation, breaking the law of energy conservation is the ultimate taboo. Yuan Tua's nails had dug into his palm, blood dripping along the golden threads of his ceremonial robe. Yet Lu Chen smiled. He snapped his fingers, and the floating talisman array spontaneously ignited, turning to ashes in an instant. Certainly not a perpetual motion machine. From the ashes emerged the remnants of the miniature reactor, having merely enhanced the conversion efficiency to 97. With the remaining 3 loss absorbed by this, he kicked the lead box at his feet, revealing uranium-235 with a half-life of demonic arts. Yuan Tua suddenly erupted, his robe billowing like a sail. This youth must be a spy of the demon race. The old master's brow split open, and a purple crystal slowly floated out. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. This crystal was identical in material to the one embedded in Yun Li's heart. The beam emitted by the purple crystal ionized the air, producing a deafening crackle. Lu Chen sidestepped, and the ground where he had stood melted into a bowl-sized hole, its edges crystallizing. More terrifyingly, a purple mist emanating from the hole rose, akin to that of the demon emperor. Indeed, Lord Yuan is deeply concealed. From his sleeve, Lu Chen produced 3 fragments of the sovereign steel, but to accuse others of being demonic with the power of the demon emperor was silence. Yuan Tuo's skin began to crack, revealing writhing purple veins beneath. Spiritual arts must not be defiled. The viewing area erupted into chaos. Lower-tier sorcerers discovered in terror that their spiritual tools had all malfunctioned. The force field released by the purple crystal disrupted the operational rules of traditional spiritual arts. Only the nanorobots that Lu Chen had strategically placed around continued to function, quietly reorganizing into a defensive array. The long princess remained seated in her box, yet her mechanical left arm had transformed into a cannon. Lu Chen noticed the unusual energy color at the cannon's muzzle. It was a time entropy bomb specifically designed for the demon emperor. The final lesson, Lord Yuan. Lu Chen suddenly charged forward, the steel fragments forming a triangular formation before him, as the essence of both technology and spiritual arts converged. The purple crystal erupted with blinding brilliance. In that critical moment, Lu Chen's communicators suddenly disintegrated, and tens of thousands of nanorobots surged forth, forming a talisman array identical to the one before, but this time, the patterns were inscribed using quantum-entangled states, the comprehension and application of rules. At the moment of collision between the two forces, there was no anticipated explosion. The purple beam was refracted by the quantum talisman array, striking Yuan Tua's own left shoulder instead. The old master emitted an unearthly howl, and the wound did not bleed red but oozed a viscous purple crystal fluid. So that is how it is. The long princess finally rose. Her cannon locked onto Yuan Tua. The Spiritual Pattern Institute has indeed been tainted by the demon emperor. Yet Lu Chen suddenly raised his hand. Hold on. He rushed towards the transforming Yuan Tua, the 3 steel fragments forming a tweezer shape, accurately grasping the purple crystal. Amid the grating sound of friction, the crystal was forcibly extracted. The old master immediately slumped like a rag doll, and the wound ceased to ooze purple fluid. It was not voluntary. Lu Chen held the crystal up to the light. Within, a miniature talisman array could be seen, revealing that he had been implanted with a control chip. The long princess's cannon reverted to an arm, yet the data stream in her mechanical eye accelerated. Can you prove it? Lu Chen did not respond. He pressed the crystal onto the table where the talisman array had been drawn, and his right index finger glowed blue as he swiftly sketched 3-dimensional talisman patterns in the air. These luminous patterns resonated with the miniature talisman array within the crystal, quickly projecting a memory scene. In a dark room, the white-robed long princess inserted the crystal into the forehead of the unconscious Yuan Tua. The crystal bore the insignia of the 7th Bureau. Most critically, The old master had a data interface on the back of his neck identical to that of a tombkeeper, the handiwork of the Time-Space Administration. Lu Chen crushed the crystal. They needed someone to halt the innovation of spiritual arts. The hall erupted in uproar once more. Several elder sorcerers suddenly rushed toward the exit, but were blocked by a suddenly descending force field wall as the Long Princess activated her prearranged restrictions. Since Mr. Lu has demonstrated the possibility, she slowly descended from her box, her boots tapping a cold rhythm against the marble floor. The entire Spiritual Pattern Institute will undergo inspection. Is that too much to ask? Lu Chen noted her use of Mr. rather than candidate, a subtle shift in attitude. More intriguing was the flickering silver light at her fingertips, nanorobots that shared a source with Lu Chen's communicator. After Yuan Tuo was carried away, the Long Princess gestured for her attendants to bring forth various spiritual materials, cinnabar, thunderstruck wood, dragon tendons, and even small fragments of the sovereign steel. Prove it to me. She pointed at the materials. To what extent can your so-called refined spiritual arts achieve? Lu Chen picked up a fragment of the sovereign steel. Unlike the three he possessed, this fragment was covered in artificial markings, evidently subjected to relentless study by successive sorcerers. Quantum vision revealed that its internal structure had been damaged, with severe spiritual energy depletion. It requires a test subject. He surveyed the surroundings, preferably one above the foundation stage. What about me? The Long Princess suddenly unfastened the button of her collar, revealing a purple crystal embedded beneath her collarbone, identical in origin to Yuan Tuo's, but larger and more complex. Lu Chen's breath caught. The area surrounding the crystal was riddled with surgical scars and evident mechanical modifications. More astonishingly, 9 data lines as thin as hair extended from the edges of the crystal to her heart, each glowing with a different hue. Your Highness, the chief guard exclaimed. This is perilous. A mere glance from the princess silenced him. She gazed intently at Lu Chen and inquired. The array you demonstrated can purify the corruption of the demon emperor, correct? It was only then that Lu Chen comprehended her intent. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he had only theorized about the process without any practical experience. His quantum vision frantically calculated the success rate, 673, which was far from ideal, a mere 70% certainty. He candidly admitted that it might be quite painful. The princess had already reclined upon the experimental table. As the guards secured her limbs with energy restraints, Lu Chen noted that the inner linings of those restraints were padded with soft silk, evidently showing signs of prior use. Let us commence, she declared, closing her mechanical eye. Compared to her monthly episodes of spiritual energy surges, any pain would be bearable. Lu Chen did not allow her to finish her thought. 3 shards suddenly pierced her neck, wrist, and dantian, and the nanobots surged toward the purple crystal along the data lines. This abrupt initiation caused the princess to tense, and her mechanical components emitted an overloaded hum. The attending sorcerers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed a web of blue-violet light pathways emerge beneath her skin, mirroring the array Lu Chen had inscribed. Strangely, those light pathways were contending for control over the purple crystal. Phase 1, Lu Chen muttered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he established the quantum channel. 2 overlapping images materialized above the experimental table, the princess's corporeal form and her spiritual projection. Within the spiritual projection, the purple crystal manifested as a grotesque octopus, its tentacles deeply embedded in her major veins. Lu Chen's nanobots transformed into countless blue light points, eroding backward along the tentacles. The princess suddenly arched her body, her mechanical eye sparking with electricity. Her left hand uncontrollably morphed into a blade, nearly striking Lu Chen's throat. The guards rushed forward, only to be repelled by the energy restraints. Phase 2. Lu Chen bit his tongue, letting blood fall onto the shards, initiating a clash of spiritual energy. The 3 shards simultaneously ignited with blinding golden light. The purple crystal within the princess began to tremble violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its surface. Yet, at that moment, the data lines abruptly surged, draining her vitality to replenish the crystal. Your Highness, the chief guard's eyes widened in horror. In a moment of desperation, Lu Chen committed a spine-chilling act. He pressed the fragment of the broken human emperor's tablet directly into the wound on the princess's collarbone. No. The instant the shard made contact with flesh, the princess let out a heart-wrenching scream. The purple crystal exploded, yet the shards did not scatter. Instead, they were absorbed by the human emperor's tablet. More astonishingly, the data lines began to transmit in reverse, not extracting, but infusing. Lu Chen's quantum vision captured a magnificent spectacle. The ancient spiritual energy within the shard was being poured into the princess's entire being through the data lines. blurring the boundary between machinery and flesh. Her mechanical left eye lost its metallic sheen, gradually reverting to a normal pupil. The artificial veins fused with the original spiritual meridians to form a novel energy conduit. Even her modified heart began to regenerate cardiac muscle cells. This is impossible. The elderly physician collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "Mechanical reversal. This is the work of divine beings." When the last wisp of purple light was purified, the princess abruptly sat upright. Her pupils regained the vitality inherent to humanity, yet deep within them flowed torrents of data, a testament to the perfect fusion of technology and spiritual arts. Phase 3 complete. Chen staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "How do you feel now?" Before he could finish, the princess had seized his throat, forcefully pinning him against the wall. "You knew all along," she said coldly, though the intensity of her grip betrayed a tumult of emotions. The human emperor's tablet could reverse mechanization. Chen did not struggle. His gaze transcended the princess's shoulder, focusing on the spiritual projection hovering behind her. Where purple tentacles had once occupied, there now resided 9 golden dragon-like phantoms. "I only speculated until now," he managed to say. The inscription states flesh is frail, and the next line reads, "Mechanization is not the true path." The princess released her grip and abruptly turned to face all the sorcerers, commanding, "Everyone leave." Once the hall was vacated, she tore open her collar, revealing that the wound on her collarbone had healed, leaving only a miniature array composed of golden lines. Most astonishingly, the pattern was entirely congruent with the energy quantum conversion array Chen had previously designed. "The modifications performed by the Temporal Management Bureau," she murmured. Caressing her new skin with her fingertip, "You have unraveled them in this manner." Chen wiped the blood from his mouth. "Not entirely. The data lines still flow with technological constructs. They have merely discovered a means of coexistence." The princess suddenly drew nearer, her breath carrying the scent of cedar. "Do you comprehend what this signifies?" Her mechanical left arm abruptly transformed, morphing into a scanning beam akin to Chen's quantum vision. As the blue light swept over the fragment of the broken human emperor's tablet, hidden inscriptions emerged on its surface. "Unity of spirit and machine. Path to enlightenment." Spiritual arts and technology have never been adversaries. Chen picked up the fragment, stating, "Just as your current state is neither purely human nor entirely mechanical." The princess's pupils dilated slightly. She suddenly grasped Chen's right hand and pressed it against her chest, where a robust heartbeat resonated, intermingled with the hum of a miniature reactor. "Help me," she implored, her voice barely above a whisper, "to completely free myself from their control." As moonlight filtered through the glass windows, Chen was immersed in drafting the final design. The information provided by the princess exceeded all expectations. Blueprints for mechanical modifications from the Temporal Management Bureau, the molecular structure of the Demon Emperor's crystal, and even portions of the spirit array schematics from the Human Emperor's tomb. Upon merging these with Earth's technology, an unprecedented composite array gradually materialized on the parchment before him. The 9-turned spirit array, Chen penned the final stroke, using 9 shards of the Human Emperor's tablet as a foundation to convert mechanical energy into primordial essence. The princess took over the conversation. She had donned her moon-white palace attire once more, though the collar was no longer tightly fitted. Her newly formed skin could not yet withstand the friction of fabric. "The problem is, we only have 4 shards. Chen pointed to the circular recess at the center of the blueprint. "This can be replaced with the Demon Emperor's crystal." "Have you lost your mind?" The princess's mechanical eye flared with crimson light. "That would lead to energy contamination." Chen summoned the imagery recorded by his quantum vision. Magnifying the golden dragon phantom within the princess's spiritual form, "You have already demonstrated that the two can coexist." More importantly, he switched the display to reveal the surveillance footage from the chamber where Yunli was imprisoned. The purple crystal on the girl's chest was pulsating, its frequency in perfect synchrony with the newly formed heartbeat of the princess. "The Demon Emperor is actively seeking change, just as you are." The princess fell into a long silence. When she spoke again, the topic had abruptly shifted. "Starting tomorrow, you will serve as a guest elder at the Spirit Pattern Institute. 3 days hence, during the Heavenly Offering Ceremony, I want you to publicly demonstrate the improved spiritual arts." Chen immediately grasped her deeper intention. The Heavenly Offering Ceremony was the most significant event for the royal family and the cultivation world, where all factions would be present, including covert agents from the Temporal Management Bureau. What preparations are needed to remain alive? The princess walked towards a hidden door, her silhouette appearing particularly solitary under the moonlight. "Many will go to great lengths to prevent you from taking the stage. As the hidden door closed behind her, her final words echoed, including another version of me. Chapter 17. The emergence of the curse. The night before the heavenly offering ceremony, a fine rain fell, carrying a metallic tang. Lu Chen stood atop the highest stargazing platform of the Spirit Pattern Institute, his quantum vision penetrating the rain curtain, capturing anomalous energy fluctuations throughout the imperial city. Ever since he was appointed as a guest elder 3 days prior, the shard of the human emperor's tablet within him had been incessantly heating up, a warning of the impending danger. Are you still preparing for tomorrow's demonstration, Mr. Lu? The maid, Qing Wan, approached, holding a glass lantern that cast flickering shadows on her delicate face. Lu Chen noticed the new fragrance pouch hanging at her waist, intricately embroidered with anti-gravity runes, a modern craft only time travelers would use. Is Miss Qing Wan from Earth? Lu Chen took the jade slip she offered, deliberately brushing his fingertips against her wrist. The moment of skin contact, quantum vision captured a faint aura of curses. Nano-sized purple crystals lay dormant within the blood. The maid abruptly withdrew her hand, causing the glass lamp to shatter upon the blue bricks. The flames not only failed to extinguish, but bizarrely coalesced into the ethereal form of the demon emperor, emitting an infant-like wail. I was uncertain as Qing Wan staggered back, her pupils beginning to turn purple, her head throbbing painfully. Lu Chen yanked the fragrant pouch from her waist and tore it open. Instead of the expected spices, half a scale of the demon emperor lay inside. The surface of the scale was inscribed with runes identical to those from the Tomb Guardian's chip, now pulsating with ominous purple light. Seek the eldest princess. Lu Chen pressed 3 stone tablets against Qing Wan's forehead, informing her that the curse had manifested prematurely. The maid suddenly emitted an inhuman shriek. Her cervical spine bent at an impossible angle, and her limbs contorted as she crawled up the rooftop railing. More terrifyingly, the rain-soaked blue bricks began to ooze purple slime, with tiny clusters of crystals sprouting between the cracks. Long live the demon emperor. Qing Wan's vocal cords had mutated. Her last word transformed into a high-frequency ultrasonic wave. Just as Lu Chen erected a psychic barrier, her head exploded like a ripe watermelon, not spewing brain matter, but countless purple crystal needles. The needles were deflected by a golden shield before reaching Lu Chen. The eldest princess walked through the void, enveloped in a ceremonial robe of moonlight hue, adorned with the aura of 9 dragon shapes. Her mechanical left arm fully expanded, transforming into an umbrella-like force field generator, enveloping the entire stargazing platform. This is the third case. She observed the headless corpse of Qing Wan, noting that the curse had erupted 12 hours earlier than anticipated. Lu Chen crouched to examine the body. The exploded head displayed crystalline characteristics, and the fallen scale of the demon emperor caused his pupils to constrict, absorbing the flesh and blood of the deceased. This was no ordinary curse. He used the stone tablet to lift the scale, its runes reconfiguring into earthly script under quantum vision. 7th Bureau, Standard Weapon Mind Plague Type 3. This was a bioweapon from the Temporal Management Bureau. The eldest princess's mechanical eye flickered red. Explain. Utilizing the synchronous resonance properties of the demon emperor's crystals, Lu Chen sliced open the corpse's arm, revealing purple particles within the veins that transformed specific memories and emotions into infectious pheromones. As the curse erupted, an explosion suddenly reverberated from the northwest corner of the imperial city. Amidst the soaring purple light, dozens of figures were faintly visible, engaged in fierce combat. More alarmingly, in the wake of the explosion's shockwave, all rainwater suspended in midair, coalescing into countless purple crystal orbs. It is too late. The eldest princess's ceremonial robe billowed without wind, and the curse fully erupted. She flicked her sleeve, casting a bronze command arrow, and alarm bells rang throughout the imperial city. Yet, as the bells sounded for the 3rd time, they distorted into a chilling melody, the very demon emperor's hymn Lu Chen had heard in the quantum illusion. Split up. The eldest princess's mechanical arm reconfigured into cannon form. I will suppress the riot. You investigate the source of the curse. Just as Lu Chen was about to respond, a sudden stab of pain pierced his chest. The 3 stone tablets flew from his grasp, forming a warning matrix. 3 kilometers to the southeast, Yun Li's psychic signature was surging wildly. It's the prison. He leaped from the stargazing platform. Yun Li was about to undergo a transformation. The cobblestone path of the imperial city twisted beneath him. As Lu Chen soared between rooftops, the scenes he witnessed were shocking. Patrolling guards turned upon each other, purple light seeping from their control chips. Shops operated by travelers mutated earthly goods into flesh and organs. Most bizarrely, the crystal orbs formed from the rain contained wriggling miniature embryos. Quantum vision continuously marked high-energy reaction points. when the statue at the third intersection animated. Chen finally discerned the curse's transmission pattern. It propagated through sound waves, resonating via the Demon Emperor's crystals. And the commonality among the infected was that they had all come into contact with the modified spirit symbols from the Spirit Pattern Institute. This revelation sent chills down his spine. The energy quantum conversion array demonstrated 3 days prior had become the optimal carrier for the curse. Ahead, the prison came into view. But the once bronze doors were now entirely sealed by purple crystals, the same runes appearing on the surface as those in Qing Wan's fragrant pouch. Yunli. Chen pressed the stone tablet against the crystal surface. Hold on. To his surprise, the crystal door began to melt away, revealing a nightmarish scene behind. All the cages had been assimilated by purple crystals, and the imprisoned demon race captives knelt in a circle, while Yunli, suspended in the center, had all 8 of her tails crystallized, with a crown of thorns formed from crystals growing from her heart. As Chen burst in, she slowly turned her head, her originally pale golden vertical pupils transforming into the compound eye structure of the Demon Emperor. Come witness the rebirth, echoed Chen in a chorus of countless tones. The ground of the prison suddenly collapsed. Chen plummeted into a lower space, landing at the center of a massive spherical altar. It was evident that this place had been secretly constructed, with walls adorned with experimental data, charts from travelers. At the altar's heart stood a cloning chamber. Dozens of incubation chambers were arranged in a reverse Big Dipper formation, each containing a replica of Yunli. All of them had purple crystals embedded in their hearts, connected to the central control console by data lines. The figure clad in white robes standing before the console made Chen instantly grasp the entirety of the conspiracy. The white-robed eldest princess. As she turned, her mechanical mask slowly lifted. Revealed was not the anticipated metallic visage, but a face identical to the armored eldest princess, save for a purple crystal embedded in her forehead. We meet again, heir of the human emperor. Her voice resonated with electronic reverberation. Do you admire my masterpiece? The console screen displayed a 3-dimensional projection of the entire imperial city, thousands of red dots representing infected residents. More terrifyingly, these red dots were forming some ancient formation, identical to the summoning array for the demon emperor that Chen had witnessed in the temporal illusion. Are you mad? Chen surreptitiously channeled the energy of the stone tablets, releasing the essence of the demon emperor. The entire celestial sphere would attain immortality. The white-robed eldest princess spread her arms wide, the altar's top suddenly becoming transparent, revealing a sky thick with dark clouds. Look, what a magnificent curtain of rain. Under quantum vision, each raindrop was a miniature robot. The purple crystals they carried were reconfiguring the atmospheric components, transforming the entire imperial city into an environment suitable for the demon emperor's arrival. And Yunli, or rather the incarnation of the demon emperor, was the core CPU of this gigantic converter. Why do this? Chen cautiously approached the control console. You are clearly a replica of the eldest princess? The white-robed princess suddenly burst into laughter, her mirth intermingled with the static of data streams. You are mistaken. I am the original. That armored fool is merely my failed experimental subject. She tore off her white robe, revealing a body where machinery and flesh melded perfectly. The heartbeat at her chest was not an organ, but a purple crystal, akin to the heart of the demon emperor, yet encasing a shard of the human emperor's tablet. 300 years ago, I willingly fused with the demon emperor. The crystal pulsates with my words, solely to combat the true enemy, the Temporal Management Bureau. The altar suddenly trembled violently. Above, Yunli emitted a pained scream. The crystal at her heart began to overload, shooting forth countless purple beams that penetrated the layers below. Each beam struck a clone, causing those replicas to rapidly dissolve into pure energy, which was then transmitted back to the original. It is too late. Tears of purple flowed from the white-robed eldest princess's mechanical eye as 10,000 souls were sacrificed. Chen erupted into action. The 3 stone tablets soaring like meteors towards the control console. The tablets collided with the protective shield, producing a blinding spark. The white-robed eldest princess calmly raised her hand, drawing forth a shimmering long sword from the void, its blade entirely composed of the demon emperor's crystal, yet radiating the distinctive golden light of the human emperor's tablet. Do you recognize it? She caressed the blade, crafted from the rib you left 300 years ago. Chen's blood froze instantaneously. Quantum vision revealed that the sword's material indeed shared a common origin with him, and embedded in the hilt was the missing 4th shard of the human emperor's tablet. Now, bear witness to the true fusion of spiritual arts. In a sweeping motion, the figure clad in white wielded a sword, tracing a circle that conjured not mere sword energy, but rather an extraordinary ripple formed by the convergence of nanobots and spiritual energy. As these ripples traversed the space, the very fabric of reality began to contort and reorganize. The altar transformed into a starry expanse, the cloning pod morphed into a planet, and Lu Chen found himself suddenly suspended in a weightless environment. The quantum realm? He endeavored to control his form, only to discover that conventional laws of physics were rendered moot in this place. The voice of the figure in white resonated from all directions. This is the ultimate manifestation of technology and spiritual arts, directly modifying the parameters of time and space. A planet hurtled towards him. Lu Chen hastily evaded, yet was ensnared by an invisible force field. Just as he was about to be struck, 3 stone fragments spontaneously disintegrated, transforming into countless golden particles that fused with his blood. An ancient genetic memory awakened within him. Golden light erupted from Lu Chen's eyes as he conjured a sword aura identical to that of the figure in white. When their powers collided, the entire quantum space trembled violently, revealing the underlying mechanical structure. This was no spell, but rather a simulator employed by the Time-Space Management Bureau. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen surged forward to confront the figure in white. "You have been taken control of by the Bureau." The mechanical mask of the figure in white suddenly fractured, revealing writhing purple tendrils beneath. "I am not the one controlling them." Her sword aura shifted dramatically, transforming from intricate spiritual arts into a pure onslaught of lethal techniques. Lu Chen barely managed to deflect a few strikes, yet his left shoulder was still pierced. The blood that flowed was unusually viscous, infused with the activated genes of the human emperor. "Do you know?" Lu Chen suddenly relinquished his defense, allowing the sword to pierce his abdomen. For blood was the finest medium for symbols. With his blood as a conduit, he inscribed a formation on the sword's blade that starkly contradicted the one displayed at the Spiritual Pattern Institute. The figure in white emitted a shrill, inhuman scream. The 4th stone fragment on the sword vibrated violently before hurtling towards Lu Chen's forehead. In that instant of the fragment's return, he beheld the truth from 3 centuries ago. The young princess willingly accepted the implantation of the Demon Emperor's crystal. She successfully retained her consciousness and exerted control over some bureau devices. Yet the cost was the emergence of 2 opposing personas. The armored princess inherited her human will, while the figure in white amalgamated with the traits of the Demon Emperor. "So, you were once one." Lu Chen grasped the sword blade at his abdomen. Akin to the duality of technology and spiritual arts, the figure in white suddenly clutched her head and knelt. Her mechanical components began to disintegrate, revealing writhing purple crystals within, which were forming an independent neural network. "Hurry." She struggled to maintain lucidity. "My calculations were wrong. The Demon Emperor has." The altar's apex shattered with a thunderous crash. The fully crystallized Yuan Li descended, her visage flickering between that of a girl and the true form of the Demon Emperor. More alarming still, thousands of phantoms emerged behind her, the cursed, infected denizens of the imperial city, siphoning their vitality through the crystal network. Lu Chen heard Yuan Li's voice, now completely resonant with that of the Demon Emperor. "Thank you for bringing the final fragment." For fragments of the human emperor were drawn from Lu Chen's body by an unseen force, soaring towards the crystal at Yuan Li's heart. As the fragments embedded themselves, a tremor akin to the awakening of a primordial beast reverberated from the depths of the imperial city. Lu Chen's quantum vision pierced through the layers of earth, revealing a horrifying sight. The true form of the Demon Emperor, long dormant in the royal tomb, opened its eyes. No, the figure in white suddenly self-destructed, severing part of her body, the resulting shockwave temporarily interrupting the energy transfer. "Use this." She condensed the remaining energy into a key and shot it into Lu Chen's hand. Quantum vision revealed it as the emergency braking device of the Time-Space Management Bureau, capable of temporarily freezing localized time and space. "Go find her." The figure in white began to crystallize. "Only you two can." Yuan Li's crystalline tendrils suddenly pierced the figure in white's chest. Just before she fully transformed into a purple crystal statue, her final gaze towards Lu Chen mirrored that of the armored princess. The moment Lu Chen activated the time-space key, the entire world turned monochrome. All motion slowed dramatically, save for the clarity of his thoughts. This was a tool utilized by the Bureau to manage temporal accidents, capable of maintaining the stasis of reality for a mere 10 seconds, yet that was sufficient for him. Navigating through the frozen battlefield, Lu Chen found the princess in the central square of the imperial city. She was engaged in combat with 6 transformed guardians. Her mechanical left arm shattered and her right side bearing a penetrating wound. Strangely, The purple crystals splattered across her were being gradually purified by the newly emerging golden dragon phantom within her. Your Highness. Lu Chen grasped her shoulder. Listen to me. Communication in a frozen state required physical contact. Through resonance with the fragments, he compressed his observations and experiences into a stream of information that directly entered the princess's consciousness. Upon learning the truth of the figure in white, a complex blue light flickered in her mechanical eye. So it is, she transmitted back, her tone laden with bitterness. I always thought she was. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, as the world regained its colors. They stood back to back in the central square. The surviving guardians formed a final line of defense, while from all directions surged countless puppets controlled by curses. The demon emperor was on the verge of awakening. Lu Chen embedded the key fragment given by the figure in white into the princess's mechanical arm. There is only one way to stop this. The princess examined the data of her newly acquired weapon. A time-space bomb? No, Lu Chen corrected. It is a time-space anchor point. He pointed to the coordinates displayed on her mechanical arm. Earth, March 15th, 2024. We must return to the source of the curse. Yin Li's figure materialized at the edge of the square, now fully transformed into the demon emperor, 8 crystalline tails fanning out like a peacock's plumage. More terrifyingly, the phantom of the demon emperor, the ancient being sealed deep within the royal tomb, loomed behind her, peering into this world through her. There is no time for debate. Lu Chen grasped the princess's wrist. Trust me this once. The princess's mechanical eye locked onto Yun Li. As the first wave of crystalline arrows rained down, she abruptly pushed Lu Chen towards the Guardian's protective circle and confronted the Demon Emperor's avatar herself. Take him, she commanded the Guardians. To the 3rd level beneath the Spiritual Pattern Institute. Lu Chen attempted to resist, only to find his limbs ensnared by some force field. The princess had implanted a nanomachine within him during their contact. In the final moment before being dragged away from the battlefield, he witnessed the complete unfolding of the princess's mechanical form, transforming into a humanoid cannon aimed at Yun Li. The 3rd level beneath the Spiritual Pattern Institute was a concealed laboratory. When the Guardians opened the final door with bloodline authentication, the fragments within Lu Chen resonated suddenly. In the center of the laboratory stood an altar identical to that of the prison, but at its core was not a cloning pod, but rather a quantum collider styled after Earth technology. This was constructed by the princess 300 years ago. The captain of the guards inputted the activation code. They say it was designed to reverse time. Lu Chen interjected, this is not a collider at all, but a time portal disguised as a technological artifact. Its core energy derived from the missing fragments of the human emperor. The control panel abruptly activated. A holographic screen displayed the princess, bloodied yet fighting valiantly, surrounded by heaps of puppet remains. But Yun Li's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious. More critically, the buildings of the imperial city in the background were collectively crystallizing. Listen. The princess's voice crackled with static. The device can only send one person back to the past. It must be me. In that moment, Lu Chen comprehended her plan. She intended to return alone 3 centuries into the past to prevent her younger self from receiving the Demon Emperor's crystal. Yet the data revealed by quantum vision indicated that the machine had been tampered with. No. He broke free from the nanomachine's control and lunged for the control panel. The transmission coordinates had been rewritten. The holographic screen suddenly displayed the princess with a sinister smile. Her mechanical eye flickered with the same data stream as the figure in white. Clever, but too late. Amidst the roar of the machine activating itself, Lu Chen glimpsed the truth. This was not the princess's communication, but a holographic trap left by the figure in white. The real princess was still battling fiercely in the square, while this machine would transport him directly before the Demon Emperor. The Guardians suddenly knelt en masse, purple crystals emerging on their foreheads as they reverently proclaimed, "Welcome, our master." The circular passage of the quantum collider glowed with a violet light. In the final second before being forcibly transported, Lu Chen did something reckless. He forcibly implanted 3 pieces of the monument into the console, rewriting the destination coordinates. If he must return to the past, let it be to an even earlier starting point. A blinding white light consumed everything. Just before consciousness faded, Lu Chen vaguely heard the simultaneous screams of 2 princesses and the explosion from the Earth laboratory in 2024. Chapter 18. Investigation Mission. A faint scent of blood hung in the morning mist of the imperial city. Lu Chen stood on the bronze plaza outside the Purple Palace, where remnants of yesterday's curse eruption, purple crystals, lingered in the crevices of the golden bricks beneath his feet. These crystals pulsed gently in the morning light, resembling countless slumbering hearts. Candidate number 7, present yourself. The eunuch's shrill voice pierced through the morning fog. Lu Chen adjusted his newly donned dark blue robe. The standard attire for guest scholars of the Spirit Pattern Institute, yet the subtle patterns on the cuffs were embroidered with dragon scales by the princess herself. As he took a step, he could faintly feel a miniature device sewn into the robe's lining, transmitting signals to the outside world at a fixed frequency. Detection of tracking symbol fluctuations. Source: the third coiling dragon pillar on the right. Quantum vision automatically marked the location of the lurkers, 3 observers clad in the uniforms of the Imperial Guards, yet wearing specially crafted goggles from the Time-Space Management Bureau. The recording instruments in their hands appeared to be made of bronze, but were actually antique shells of quantum recorders. The atmosphere within the hall was more oppressive than usual. 36 coiling dragon pillars were now adorned with chains designed to capture demons, each chain's end tethered to the heads of demon beasts infected by the purple crystals. The princess sat regally upon the bronze throne on the 9-tiered jade platform, her mechanical left eye flickering with an abnormal red light. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lu Chen performed the bow of a cultivator rather than the kneeling salute, a detail that drew several disdainful snorts from the officials in attendance. "Rise." The princess's voice carried an electronic distortion, revealing the toll of last night's curse, which had transformed 372 individuals. "Does the Spirit Pattern Institute have a countermeasure?" Lu Chen noted the unnatural twitch of her right pinky, a typical symptom of nanobot overload. It seemed last night's battle had inflicted considerable damage on her mechanical body. "Your Highness, we have preliminarily analyzed the principles of the curse." Lu Chen retrieved a crystal sheet from his sleeve. Inscribed with an improved monitoring symbol array capable of detecting curse fluctuations within a 10-mile radius. As the eunuch presented the crystal, the princess's mechanical eye suddenly emitted a scanning beam. The symbols on the sheet rearranged under the light, revealing hidden information visible only to quantum vision. 3 observers, 3 Ku in the afternoon, Spirit Pattern Institute basement. "Excellent." The princess expressionlessly stored the crystal. "From this day forward, I entrust you with the full authority to investigate the source of the curse." She emphasized, "Remember, report any findings at the earliest opportunity." Lu Chen lowered his head in acknowledgement, but his peripheral vision caught a slight movement of the beaded curtain at the side of the jade platform, concealing a 4th observer whose spiritual energy fluctuations closely mirrored that of the white-robed princess. After the court session, Lu Chen deliberately took a detour through the Eastern Market. The morning bazaar, typically bustling with life, now lay eerily quiet. Half of the stalls were empty, while those that opened displayed exorcism copper mirrors at their entrances. Quantum vision revealed that behind those mirrors were monitoring instruments identical to those in the Imperial City. "Mr. Lu," the tea house owner greeted him warmly, though his fingers discreetly signaled the sign of a time traveler under the counter. "I saved a private room for you with our newly arrived cloud mist tea." The private room's window faced a sealed manor. As Lu Chen lifted his teacup, the reflection on the surface revealed a purple figure wandering within the courtyard wall, an isolated infected individual, bound by some force field, pacing like a trapped beast. "They suddenly fell ill at midnight last night," the owner whispered while refilling the teapot. "Strangely, none of these individuals have ever come into contact with the Spirit Pattern Institute's talismans." Lu Chen's fingertips tapped a Morse code on the table. "Any commonalities?" "They all attended last month's time traveler gathering." The owner's pupils dilated slightly, a unique reaction of tension among Earthlings. Even more bizarrely, he suddenly fell silent. Heavy footsteps echoed from the stairs as 3 enforcers clad in the Ministry of Justice's attire burst into the private room. The leader, a scarred face, brandished a token. "By imperial decree, we are here to assist in the curse investigation. Please cooperate, Mr. Lu." Quantum vision instantly analyzed the anomaly of the token. It emitted the same fluctuations as the tracking symbols. Lu Chen smiled and rose. "I happen to need assistance. Your arrival is quite timely." The scarred enforcer's subordinates began rummaging through the room, their movements rough, yet oddly precise. When they accidentally shattered a teapot, Lu Chen noticed that the flying shards of porcelain all avoided the handle, which concealed a note. Clearly, they were searching for something. "I hear that, Mr. Lu is skilled in modified spirit arts?" The scarred enforcer suddenly pressed. "Could you demonstrate a bit?" This was a trap. Lu Chen clearly saw the purple crystal concealed within the opponent's sleeve, awaiting to absorb the spiritual energy he would release. Under normal circumstances, he would have unhesitatingly exposed this clumsy scheme, but today was different. The tracking symbol sewn into his robe's lining abruptly ceased transmitting signals, indicating his willingness to comply. Lu Chen formed seals with his right hand, and the 3 fragments of the human emperor's monument in his sleeve formed a miniature array. The moment the blue light illuminated, the private room's window shattered suddenly, and a shadow darted in like lightning. The scarred enforcer's head spun around on his neck before it fell to the ground. The shadow revealed itself to be the armored princess clad in dark attire. Her mechanical arm unleashed a high-frequency particle blade, swiftly decapitating the remaining two enforcers. Strangely, the severed necks of the corpses did not bleed. Instead, countless purple worms crawled out. Biomorphic puppets from the Time-Space Management Bureau. The princess crushed the writhing worms underfoot. They aimed to contaminate your spiritual energy samples. Chen picked up the scarred enforcer's token. Under quantum vision, the interior of the token housed a sophisticated quantum communicator. The latest received command reading. Acquire the gene sequence of the human emperor's heir. Your Highness, you personally intervened, unafraid of startling the snake. Chen pushed open the rear window, gesturing for her to leave swiftly. However, the princess tore open her collar, revealing a newly implanted silver device beneath her collarbone. This was the spiritual energy purifier designed by Chen, now flashing a dangerous red light. There is no time. The data stream in her mechanical eye accelerated. The white-robed one is assimilating my consciousness. It must be stopped before total loss of control. Suddenly, a police whistle blared in the street. The princess's mechanical arm transformed into cannon form, but froze just before firing. Her facial muscles twitched violently, and her right eye briefly shifted into a fully mechanical state. Go. She struggled to maintain consciousness. The basement at the third coup. When the patrolling guards rushed into the courtyard, they found Chen standing alone among the shattered porcelain shards. The three corpses had mysteriously transformed into purple sludge, rapidly decomposed by some nanomechanical insect. An assassin attacked this official. Chen brandished the guest scholar's jade token. Quickly escort me back to the Spirit Pattern Institute. The leading guard's eyes flickered, an unnatural purple glow surfacing deep within his pupils. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a piercing scream echoed from the street corner. The half-demon girl, Yun Li, was chained inside a prisoner cart, her 8 tails pinned down by specially crafted silver nails. Most shocking was the crystal embedded in her heart, once a pure purple, now tainted with black filament, resembling some parasitic entity. By the decree of the National Master, escort the demon girl to the altar, the summoner announced loudly. Use a demon to subdue a demon, purifying the curse. Under quantum vision, those silver nails were actually data conduits, continuously siphoning Yun Li's energy. Even more frightening was that the cart's bottom concealed a purple crystal identical to that of the tea house enforcers, only magnified tenfold. Wait. Chen stepped forward to block the procession. This girl is of great significance and requires your highness's personal judgment. The summoner sneered. The National Master has stated that extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. He deliberately raised his voice. Does Mr. Liu intend to shelter the demon race? Whispers erupted among the onlookers. Chen noticed several ragged time travelers glaring at Yun Li with hatred. Their loved ones must have perished in the curse outbreak. In that moment of stalemate, Yun Li suddenly lifted her head. Her pupils had transformed into the unique compound structure characteristic of the demon empress. Yet her gaze remained surprisingly clear. Chen, hurry, before she could finish her sentence, her entire body convulsed, and a blinding light erupted from the crystal in her heart. Instinctively, Chen erected a psychic barrier, only to realize that the radiant beam was not an indiscriminate attack, but rather precisely aimed at 3 locations: the Star Observation Platform in the Imperial City, the Spirit Pattern Institute's vault, and the backyard of the National Master's residence. The Demoness is causing havoc, the sorcerer shouted. Activate the seal at once. The prison carriage suddenly distorted, and dozens of steel spikes pierced through Yun Li's body. Yet, instead of blood, a viscous purple energy substance oozed out. Upon hitting the ground, the liquid automatically flowed toward Chen, forming 3 arrows at his feet, each pointing to the locations illuminated by the beam. Take her away. Chen commanded the leading guard, instructing them to directly present themselves before the prince, whispering a coded message only the royal guards would comprehend. The other party's pupils constricted, and their demeanor shifted instantly as they firmly seized control of the prison carriage from the sorcerer. As the crowd dispersed, Chen picked up a small shard of crystal left on the ground. Upon contact, he glimpsed the message Yun Li had transmitted using the power of the Demon Empress, real-time images of the 3 locations. Beneath the Star Observation Platform lay a massive quantum computer. The vault of the Spirit Pattern Institute housed 300 frozen capsules, and a sacrificial ceremony was underway in the backyard of the National Master's residence. The Spirit Pattern Institute at the third watch was hauntingly silent. As Chen entered the vault with the guest official token, the guards' expressions were disturbingly vacant. Quantum vision revealed that their brain activity was suppressed by some signal, as if they were marionettes on strings. The bronze door on the third level of the vault required a fragment of the Emperor's monument as a key. When Lu Chun inserted the fragment into the lock, a chilling air seeped from the door. A temperature not of ordinary cold, but an absolute zero effect unique to time-space stasis. What lay beyond the door rendered even the prepared Lu Chun momentarily breathless. 300 frozen capsules were arranged in a matrix, each containing a replica of the Long Princess clad in white robes. Embedded in their chests were purple crystals, connected via data lines to a central control console. Standing before the console was a battle-armored Long Princess. "I have awaited your arrival." She turned, her mechanical left eye now a shade of purple. "What is it like to see the truth?" Lu Chen discreetly activated the monument fragment. "Your Highness, what do you mean? Stop pretending." She suddenly tore open the front of her armor, revealing that what pulsated in the place of her heart was not a mechanical device, but a purple crystal. Identical in origin to Yunli. "I know you received Yunli's message." At that moment, all the frozen capsules abruptly opened. 300 Long Princess replicas simultaneously opened their eyes, their pupils glowing with a similar purple hue. The replica closest to Lu Chen floated forward, delicately caressing his cheek with her fingertips. "We were once one." Her voice resonated with an electronic echo. "She is my humanity. I am her rationality. And you, suddenly." Alarms blared from the console. The holographic screen displayed that the sacrificial ceremony in the backyard of the National Master's residence had entered its final phase. With a battered Yunli bound to the altar, dogs of the Time-Space Management Bureau, the battle-armored Long Princess's mechanical arm seized Lu Chun's throat. They intend to use the heart of the Demon Empress to open the time-space gate. Lu Chen was pinned against the console. The screen switched to more horrifying visuals. The quantum computer beneath the star observation platform was decoding the genetic code of the Emperor's monument, and the parsed data, through some form of quantum entanglement, was being transmitted in real time to a laboratory on Earth in 2024. "Now do you understand?" The Long Princess released her grip. "The curse is merely the beginning." Lu Chun coughed violently, but his quantum vision remained fixated on the screen. The genetic data indicated that the fragment of the Emperor's monument concealed a certain time-space coordinate, pointing directly to the quantum collider in the Earth lab. 3 centuries ago, he realized, we thought we were altering history, but in fact, we were completing it. The Long Princess's mechanical eye suddenly shed a purple tear. "The only chance is to destroy the heart of the Demon Empress." She indicated toward Yunli on the screen. But doing so would mean, the replicas in the frozen capsules suddenly spoke in unison. "There is a third option." They moved in synchronized motion like puppets, surrounding Lu Chen from various angles. As 300 hands pressed against him, an overwhelming surge of data flooded into his consciousness. The white-robed Long Princess was a man-made split personality. The battle-armored Long Princess inherited the original's emotions and memories, while the true consciousness of the Long Princess had always been dispersed among all these replicas. "We need you to return to the past." 300 voices converged, not to stop the experiment, but to ensure its success. The scene shifted to the interior of the Earth lab. Lu Chun was shocked to see his younger self calibrating the equipment, with his assistant being the young Long Princess. Most bizarrely, the calendar on the lab wall displayed the date as March 14th, 2024. "Tomorrow is the summoning day," the Long Princesses stated in unison. But the key is not the summoning itself. At that moment, the image abruptly blurred. The vault door was violently forced open, and the National Master burst in with dozens of purple-robed sorcerers. The elder wielded a staff topped with a crystal identical to the one embedded in Yunli's heart, now frantically siphoning energy from the frozen capsules. "Indeed, it's here." The National Master pointed his staff at Lu Chun. "Seize this traitor." The battle-armored Long Princess suddenly shielded Lu Chun, her mechanical body fully unfolded, transforming into a humanoid cannon. "Go. Save Yunli." The replicas simultaneously initiated their self-destruction sequence. Amidst the deafening explosions, Lu Chun was propelled toward a secret passage. The last image he saw was the Long Princess being pierced through the chest by the National Master's staff, her lips forming the words, "Find the third me." The secret passage led to an ancient tomb in the back mountains of the Spirit Pattern Institute. As Lu Chun emerged from the exit, the sunset had bathed the clouds in a bloody hue. At the foot of the mountain, the imperial city billowed with purple smoke, and rhythmic tremors emanated from the direction of the star observation platform, where the quantum computer had already been activated. The tracking talisman concealed within his robe suddenly resumed functioning. Lu Chun smirked coldly, deliberately moving in the opposite direction of the National Master's residence. Once the Watcher's signals all caught up, he activated the monument fragment, opening a miniature wormhole before him. The other end of the wormhole was the shadow of the fake mountain in the backyard of the National Master's residence. The moment Lu Chen stepped through, a strong scent of blood assaulted him. Yunli on the altar had already been opened up, her pulsating crystal heart placed at the center of a bronze formation, maintained by 7 purple-robed sorcerers conducting the siphoning ritual. Quantum vision revealed that the data lines connecting the heart ran deep underground. Following this line, Lu Chen beheld an even more horrifying sight. 300 meters below, a corpse remarkably similar to the Long Princess lay in slumber, impaled by half of the Emperor's sword, while the heart of the Demon Empress was supplying her with energy through the data lines. Finally, you have arrived. The voice of the National Master suddenly echoed from behind him. The elder had been waiting for a long time. Lu Chen turned to see the old man striding forth from the shadows. Encased within the crystal atop his staff was a miniature projection of the battle-armored Long Princess. Director of the 7th Division of the Time-Space Management Bureau, Lu Chen identified him, or rather, the betrayer of the First Emperor. The National Master's skin suddenly peeled away, revealing a metallic skull. Clever, but you were too late to stop the summoning ritual. He pointed to the sky, which was beginning to change color. Look, the time-space portal is forming. The clouds spiraled into a vortex, and at its center, the outline of Earth could be faintly discerned. Yet the most terrifying aspect was that the fragments within Lu Chen suddenly trembled collectively. They sensed a similar entity traversing through time and space. Do you know why you were chosen? The metallic National Master's skull opened, revealing a quantum computer within. Because only your genes can activate the complete Emperor's sword. Yunli on the altar abruptly opened her eyes. Her body began to crystallize, yet a strange smile curled at the corner of her lips. Lu Chen, remember the hilt. The National Master's staff suddenly pierced Lu Chen's abdomen. Amidst the excruciating pain, Lu Chen saw his blood being absorbed by the staff, flowing along the data line into the ancient corpse below. As the first drop of blood touched the Emperor's sword, the entire imperial city trembled violently. Amidst the debris and dust of the ancient tomb, a beam of golden light shot into the sky. Lu Chen knelt in a pool of blood, gazing at the legendary divine weapon emerging from the earth. The blade was inscribed with a star map, and among the 9 grooves on the hilt, for had already been filled with stone fragments. Most astonishing was the hilt itself, which was adorned not with jewels, but with a pulsating mechanical heart. Suddenly, Lu Chen recalled Yun Li's hint about the 3rd princess. The National Master emitted an electronic, synthesized cackle. Perfect. The hilt is her core controller. He reached out towards the suspended Emperor's sword, declaring that the Time-Space Management Bureau would soon control all parallel universes. The sword suddenly thrummed with a dragon's roar. Just before the National Master could touch it, the sword transformed into a beam of golden light and shot into Lu Chen's grasp. The 4 stone fragments illuminated simultaneously, and a complete method of use materialized in Lu Chen's mind. This was not merely a weapon, but a key. You are mistaken. Lu Chen drove the sword's tip into the ground. The true purpose of the Emperor's sword was revealed as the mechanical heart in the hilt began to pulse. As the shockwaves spread, time in the courtyard of the National Master began to reverse. The extracted heart of the Demon Emperor returned to Yun Li's chest. The fallen guards rose again, and even the bionic skin on the National Master's metallic head began to regenerate, restoring the temporal paradox. When the reversal halted at a critical juncture, Lu Chen witnessed a shocking truth. There were no ancient corpses beneath the National Master's estate, but rather a miniature time-space vessel. Inside sat an elderly Lu Chen in a white lab coat, cradling a cultivation pod containing the brain of the 3rd princess. No. The metallic skull of the National Master opened and closed frantically. You cannot reset the timeline. Lu Chen pointed the sword toward the vortex's center. I am not resetting it. The heart of the hilt suddenly projected the coordinates of the Earth laboratory. I am completing the closed loop. A beam of golden light pierced through heaven and earth. When the brilliance faded, both Lu Chen and Yun Li had vanished, leaving the National Master kneeling on the ground, his metallic head repeatedly uttering. The 7th Division reports the experimental subject has escaped. Request to initiate the ultimate protocol. Chapter 19. Night Pursuit. As the clock struck midnight, Lu Chen detected the stench of decayed flesh mingled with purple crystal. He crouched in the shadow of the eaves along Zhuke Street, his quantum vision penetrating the layers of rain to lock onto a staggering shadow 300 meters away. Judging by its silhouette, it appeared to be a hunchbacked old man. But with each 3 steps, his left leg jerked unnaturally, exactly matching the gait of Yu Wentao on the night of the curse's outbreak. 7th one. The electronic voice of the 3rd princess echoed in his ear. Pay attention to the container in his sleeve. Lu Chen gently adjusted the jade ring on his right middle finger. This was a specialized tracking artifact from the Spiritual Pattern Institute, engraved with sensing patterns resonating with the Demon Emperor's crystal. As the target turned into a dark alley, the jade ring suddenly heated up, projecting a blurry image in the void. The old man was clutching a bronze box, from which purple light seeped, identical to that emanating from Yun Li's heart. Confirmed, carrying the Demon Emperor crystal. Lu Chun's lips barely moved as he vibrated his vocal cords through bone conduction into the communicator, requesting contact permission. Granted. The princess's response crackled with electrical noise, but do not alert the night watch. Suddenly, the communication cut off. Lu Chun turned his head to find a stone beast at the eaves corner, its mouth containing a mass of purple slime, scout spores from the demon race. These nearly invisible entities could disrupt communication waves within a 100-meter radius, clearly indicating that the other side was well prepared. The rain intensified. Lu Chun withdrew 3 nanomechanical insects from his sleeve. Upon touching the ground, they instantly disguised themselves as ordinary raindrops, flowing along the eaves toward the target. When the first drop touched the old man's clothing, a 3-dimensional scan was immediately constructed in Lu Chen's quantum vision. Beneath his black robe lay 6 extra arms, each gripping a bone needle inscribed with runes. A semi-spider demon. Lu Chen's pupils narrowed. He was at least at the golden core stage. The old man abruptly halted. 6 bone needles simultaneously plunged into his abdomen, and the purple blood sprayed, condensing into mist in the rain. As the blood mist dissipated, 3 identical figures materialized out of thin air, each heading down a different alley. Lu Chun retrieved an amber crystal chip from his pocket. This was modified from materials in the Spiritual Pattern Institute's cold storage, containing a drop of Yun Li's blood. When the chip touched the rainwater, the leftmost of the 3 doppelgangers suddenly revealed its true form, a faint golden pattern encircling its waist, identical to the demon pattern at the base of Yun Li's tail. I found you. Lu Chen leaped from the eaves. At the moment of landing, 12 improved lightning talismans flew from his sleeve. These talismans were coated with a nanoconductive layer, remaining unaffected by the rain, and instead forming an electrical network through the moisture. The semi-spider demon's main body was struck directly, and its black robe ignited in a ghostly blue flame, revealing a grotesque demon form. The upper half of a human fused with the abdomen of a spider. 6 compound eyes arranged in a fan shape. Emperor's lapdog. The demon shrieked, spitting forth purple silk. As it flew, the threads interwove into a net, each node embedded with miniature demon emperor crystals. Lu Chun dodged to the side, while simultaneously activating the recording function of the jade ring. The web brushed past, corroding the brick wall behind him into a honeycomb of holes. More terrifyingly, the fallen crystal fragments began to writhe upon hitting the ground, rapidly transforming into spiderlings the size of fingernails. Your Highness was correct. Lu Chun flicked his wrist to reveal the fragments of the Emperor's monument. The demon race was cultivating self-replicating demon emperor crystals. The semi-spider demon suddenly erupted in laughter as the bronze box opened automatically. What emerged was not a crystal, but a mass of purple gelatinous substance that constantly shifted in form. When this substance touched the rainwater, it emitted a wailing cry reminiscent of an infant. Behold the gift of our Lord. The demon pressed the gelatinous mass against its chest. With a sizzling sound of flesh merging, its demonic body began to swell and mutate, its 6 compound eyes merging into a colossal vertical pupil, unmistakably a miniature version of the demon emperor's eye. Lu Chun retreated swiftly, combining 3 fragments into a triangular formation. As the demon's claws lunged at him, the formation erupted with golden light, creating a brief time-slowing zone between them. Seizing this precious half-second, the quantum vision completed a scan of the gelatinous substance. Demon Emperor Larva, maturity 37, gene sequence match with Yun Li, 91. Are you attempting to clone the Demon Emperor? Lu Chen interrogated sharply, who provided the technology. The reply came in the form of a purple energy blade slicing through the rain. Lu Chen had no time to evade. His left shoulder was slashed, revealing bone beneath. However, the blood flowing from the wound was unusually viscous as the energy from the monument fragments began to self-repair the injury. The golden particles in the blood reacting violently with the Demon Emperor larva. The Demon Emperor larva emitted a piercing scream of agony. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chun hurled the amber chip. When the chip embedded in the larva, Yun Li's blood resonated with the clone, causing the latter to momentarily stiffen. The semi-spider demon frantically clawed at its chest, but the more it tugged, the deeper the fusion became. No. The demon's voice began to distort. This gene sequence is, before it could finish, its head exploded. What emerged from its neck was not the demon emperor larva, but a long purple tentacle covered in barbs. At the tip of the tentacle, 9 compound eyes opened, reflecting the presence behind Lu Chen. At last, I have found you, Qi. The tentacle emitted sound waves resonating with the demon emperor's essence, causing all raindrops around to freeze in midair. In this eerie stillness, Lu Chen felt a cold finger brush against his neck, not a physical touch, but a contact that transcended space. Lu Chen, duck! The third princess's sharp command shattered the stillness. Instinctively, Lu Chen crouched, as a silver beam grazed his scalp, severing the tentacle at its base. The severed end did not spew bodily fluids, but rather released a mist-like substance sparkling with starlight. A mechanical arm grasped Lu Chen by the collar, pulling him away from danger. The princess's armor glimmered with an anti-psychic coating, with rain striking it, and sparking tiny arcs of electricity. Her mechanical eye locked onto the still twitching tentacle. This is not an ordinary demon. It is a time-space contamination entity. Time-space contamination? Lu Chen noted that the starlight at the tentacle's severed end was reassembling. Could it be that the demon emperor's essence had breached certain time-space restrictions? The princess's shoulder armor deployed a launcher, and a silver needle struck the tentacle. This was its consciousness projection, impervious to conventional means of destruction. The liquid within the silver needle caused the tentacle to temporarily crystallize. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen used a specially crafted jade box to seal it. The interior inscribed with ancient prohibitions retrieved from the archives of the Spiritual Pattern Institute. What about the other tracking points? Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings and discovered that at both ends of the alley, a purple mist wall had risen unbeknownst to him. The mechanical arm of the princess transformed into a cannon form. All communication was lost. Suddenly, she aimed the cannon at Lu Chen's back. Emerging from the mist wall were 12 figures holding umbrellas. The oiled paper umbrellas bore the emblem of the celestial royal family. Yet beneath them lurked mutated beings resembling half-spider demons. Even more bizarrely, their movements were utterly synchronized, their breathing rhythms perfectly in time. A clone legion. The princess's cannon began to charge, indicating that the national master and the demon clan had formed an alliance. The first shot of spiritual energy obliterated the leading clone. However, the splattered flesh reconstituted mid-air into smaller entities, landing as 12 spider demons the size of hunting dogs. Human faces emerged from the shells on their backs, faintly recognizable as the recently missing traversers. Use physical attacks. The princess tossed Lu Chen a short blade. Their spiritual energy resistance was too high. The blade felt icy in his hand, inscribed with runes akin to quantum vision. Lu Chen sidestepped an attacking spider demon, the blade slicing through its compound eyes. The struck spider demon did not bleed but flickered like a malfunctioning hologram, revealing its intricate internal mechanical structure. Mechanical demons? Lu Chen stared in shock at the remnants of nano gears and demon blood on the blade. The princess's mechanical leg shattered another spider demon's head, a hybrid technology from the Time-Space Management Bureau. Suddenly, she let out a muffled groan as a spider demon ambushed her, piercing her left rib. Destroy the control crystal on their foreheads. Lu Chen spun and struck down the assailant in two. This time, he aimed at the demon's brow and indeed discovered a miniature control chip beneath the shell, engraved with the insignia of the 7th Division, identical to what was found in the National Master-S underground. Watch out behind you. The princess suddenly lunged. Lu Chen felt a chill at his back. Turning, he saw the princess's mechanical arm corroded by purple crystals, which were creeping along the conduits toward her shoulder. The assailant was none other than the previously sealed tentacle, which had somehow broken free from its jade box and was now entwined around the princess's arm. Sever it. The princess's pupils began to glow purple. Hurry. The short blade sliced through where the mechanical arm connected. In that instant of severance, the tentacle emitted a piercing shriek, retracting along with half of the mechanical arm back into the mist wall. The princess staggered against the wall, sparks flying from the severed end. You have been contaminated. Lu Chen tore a piece of fabric to bandage her wound, noticing purple lines already spreading beneath her skin. Immediate purification was necessary. The remaining spider demons abruptly ceased their assault, neatly parting to create a path. From the depths of the mist wall emerged a figure holding a red umbrella, the purple crystal tassels clashing to create an eerie melody. At last, we meet, heir of the human emperor. The newcomer lifted her hood, revealing a face strikingly similar to Yun Li's. I am Fian, the 7th priest under the demon emperor. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the short blade. The attire of this female demon was markedly different from that of ordinary demons. She wore a modified modern suit, adorned with a quantum calculator-like ornament. And her right hand bore a smartwatch clearly of Earth origin. Surprised? Fian chuckled lightly, the watch projecting a holographic keyboard. Demons can be technological too. She pressed a key, causing all surrounding spider demons to freeze, countless nanobugs flying from within to merge into the red umbrella. Instantly, a formation similar to that of the Spiritual Patterns Institute appeared on the umbrella's surface, though the lines were entirely composed of purple light. Spiritual energy technology. Chen suddenly realized, you have stolen the data from the Spiritual Patterns Institute. Fian tilted her head. How can it be called theft? She flipped her wrist, revealing a guest token from the Spiritual Patterns Institute. I am a formal researcher. The name on the token made Chen's blood run cold. Guest researcher Mo Yun. This was the Traverser scientist who had vanished 3 days ago, having participated in the development of quantum formation. What have you done to him? Merely improved him. Fian caressed the gill-like structure on her neck, just as the National Master had done to the princess. The princess suddenly erupted, her remaining intact mechanical hand lunging for Fian's throat. Yet, at the moment of contact, an invisible force field blocked her. The red umbrella spun upwards, fine tendrils extending from the ends of the ribs, piercing the princess's temple. Look at what the Time-Space Management Bureau has done to you. Fian's voice suddenly took on an ethereal quality. They sliced you into 300 pieces just to find the whereabouts of the human emperor's sword. The princess emitted a scream that was anything but human. Her mechanical eye flickered wildly, projecting fragmented images, scientists in white coats slicing into a brain similar to the princess's. The National Master implanting purple crystals into her brainstem. Most horrifyingly, in a laboratory, floated 300 incubation pods, each containing fragments of the princess's organs. Chen pressed 3 pieces of the stone tablet against Fian's red umbrella. In the blinding light of colliding runes, he pulled the princess back. But it was too late. Her pupils had transformed into the vertical slits of the demon emperor, a sinister smile curling her lips. Find a key. Her voice mixed with electronic static. Opening the time-space gate, Fian's red umbrella suddenly closed. Time is up. She retreated into the mist wall. The game has only just begun. The spider demons simultaneously self-destructed, purple blood forming a massive formation in the ring. Chen scooped up the dazed princess and leapt onto a rooftop, the sound of collapsing buildings resonating behind him. Looking back, the entire dark alley had sunk into the ground, replaced by a purple vortex with a diameter of 100 meters. The space passage. Chen felt the stone tablets growing hot. They were trying to summon the true body of the demon emperor. The princess suddenly grasped his throat. All her mechanical components overloaded. Exposed circuit boards sprouted clusters of purple crystals. Most terrifyingly, from the torn fabric on her chest, something squirmed beneath her skin, resembling a shrunken version of the demon emperor's offspring. Your Highness, wake up. Chen attempted to use the tablet to purify the contamination, but was thrown aside by her palm. The princess floated above the vortex, her mechanical body fully unfurling into cannon form. Yet the cannon was not aimed at the demon passage, but rather at the astronomical observatory in the center of the imperial city. The charged beam was not ordinary spiritual energy, but infused with time-space energy mixed with purple crystals. She aimed to destroy the quantum computer at the observatory. Chen realized with dawning horror that it was the fulcrum for maintaining the balance of time and space. Suddenly, the communicator received a signal, urgent voices calling out, Lord Liu. The National Master has invaded the basement of the Spiritual Patterns Institute. Repeat, the National Master. The call abruptly ceased. Chen glanced toward the observatory, where a purple beam was also rising. 3 beams converged in the night sky, the intersection distorting reality. Raindrops flowed backwards, tiles restored. And even a few spider demon corpses were reconstituting. Time-space paradox. Chen suddenly understood the true aim of the demon clan. They intended to restart the summoning ritual. The princess's cannon finished charging. Just as the destructive energy was about to be unleashed, a shadow crashed into her from the side. The two entangled and plummeted into a nearby lake, erupting in a towering splash. Chen rushed to the lake's edge, witnessing 2 figures battling fiercely beneath the surface. The normal princess was locked in combat with her demonized self, the shockwaves from their mechanical arms pushing the lake water aside and then back together. Even more bizarrely, both bore purple crystals embedded in their chests, differing only in shade. Both are real. The underwater struggle suddenly froze. The 2 princesses turned in unison to face Chen. Speaking in unison, find the third me. The lake's surface erupted violently. Chen was thrown back by the shockwave, crashing through 3 trees before coming to a stop. As he struggled to rise, he saw the 2 princesses suspended in midair, connected by mechanical tendrils at their temples, engaged in a battle on a conscious level. The vortex had expanded to engulf half the imperial city. Through quantum vision, Chen realized this was no ordinary space passage, but a kind of time-space wrinkle. Through the pulsating purple light, he even glimpsed scenes from the Earth laboratory. So that's it. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The demon emperor intended to traverse backwards. Fian's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Clever. She had appeared behind him without him noticing. The tip of her red umbrella pressing against Chen's back, but only halfway. A searing pain surged through him. The tip of the umbrella pierced into the body without drawing blood, instead releasing countless nanometer-sized purple crystals. These crystals raced through the blood vessels towards the heart, but were halted by an unseen force just before reaching the monument fragment. Indeed, Fian reluctantly retracted the umbrella's tip. The bloodline of the emperor showed resistance to the power of the demon emperor. Chen seized the opportunity to strike back with a knife, yet she effortlessly evaded. Fian retreated to a safe distance, and her watch projected a countdown. 000459. Do you know why I chose tonight? She pointed to the sky, which was beginning to lighten. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the vortex, the barrier between the two worlds would be at its thinnest. Suddenly, Chen remembered something and pulled out a jade box that sealed the tentacles. The box had developed cracks, and the tentacles inside were frantically battering against the walls. But that was not the crux of the matter. The ancient seal on the box, under quantum vision, was surprisingly of the same origin as the runes of the cryogenic chamber in the library. You need the consciousness of the princess to navigate. Chen suddenly understood. For only she could exist simultaneously in both timelines. Fian's smile froze. This subtle change in expression confirmed Chen's suspicion. Without hesitation, he shattered the jade box. At the moment the tentacles erupted, the runes on the blade reacted violently with the starlight material within the tentacles, producing a blinding flash. No, Fian attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The temporal ripples generated by the explosion of the tentacles disrupted the stability of the vortex. Both princesses screamed in unison, their mechanical bodies beginning to uncontrollably release energy. In the sky, the convergence point of 3 light beams suddenly collapsed into a black hole, starting to consume everything around it. What have you done? Fian's red umbrella was torn apart by the black hole's gravitational pull. It was an unfinished temporal gate. Chen clung desperately to a pillar, resisting the force of the suction. He saw Fian's human disguise peeling away, revealing her half-mechanical, half-demon form beneath. Even more chilling was the fact that embedded in her chest was not a crystal, but a miniature version of the Temporal Management Bureau's terminal. So you're also a test subject? Fian laughed maniacally in the wind. We all are. Her mechanical arm suddenly elongated, grasping Chen's collar. But tonight, the test subjects will turn the tables. The pull of the black hole suddenly intensified. Chen felt his body being torn towards the void. And just as he was about to leave the ground, 2 silver chains wrapped around his waist. The 2 princesses had momentarily ceased hostilities to lend their aid. Let go. Fian's voice suddenly softened. Join us, and end this endless cycle. Chen felt a cold finger caress his cheek. It was not from Fian, but from a third hand extending from the black hole. That hand was pale and slender, with nails painted in the same shade as the modern princess. The voice from the black hole sounded just like the princess's, echoing, before everything began. The silver chain suddenly snapped. In the instant Chen fell towards the black hole. He saw the 2 princesses merging into one. The purple crystal embedded in her chest shattered, revealing a mechanical heart pulsating within. And Fian screamed as she was drawn into the other side of the black hole, her body continuously reconfiguring during the transition, ultimately transforming into the youthful visage of the princess. Remember the date. This was the last phrase Chen heard, March 15th, 2024. The white light consumed everything. When his vision cleared, Chen found himself standing in a familiar laboratory. Before him was his younger self, adjusting the quantum collider, while the sunlight streamed through the window. Chapter 20. Demon Race Assassin. As the copper bell of the Lingwen Institute told the first stroke of midnight, Chen inhaled the fragrance of purple crystal orchids. He immediately held his breath, pressing his left hand against the jade talisman at his waist. This flower, which grew near the altar of the demon emperor, had pollen that could cause a golden core cultivator's spiritual power to stagnate. The moonlight outside was obscured by dark clouds, and 36 fish oil lamps in the library flickered simultaneously, casting his shadow onto the wall, where an additional outline not belonging to him appeared along his neck. Come out. Chen opened the records of southern wilderness creatures, his fingertips brushing over the illustration of the spider demon. Fian sent you? The shadow suddenly distorted. A purple flash darted past Chen's ear, severing several strands of hair before embedding itself in the bookshelf. It was a 3-inch long crystal spike. Sealed within it was a miniature demon soul, currently battering against the crystal wall in a frenzy to break free. You guessed wrong. A female voice emanated from all directions, carrying a high-frequency tremor. I belong to the Shadow Blade unit. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. According to the confidential documents provided by the princess, the Shadow Blade was the Demon Emperor's personal guard, specializing in assassination. More troubling was that they all had cells from the Demon Emperor implanted within them, which would trigger a localized curse upon death. Black viscous liquid oozed from the shadows of the bookshelf, coalescing into a tall humanoid form. The newcomer was entirely enveloped in scaled armor, revealing only a pair of amber vertical pupils. Most striking were the 12 shadow blades hovering behind her, which were not physical weapons but composed of liquid dark matter, capable of changing form at any moment. Peak Golden Core. Lu Chen closed the book. Quantum vision analyzed the opponent's energy level, indicating that the Demon Emperor valued him highly. The female demon leaned forward, a motion that allowed Lu Chen to see the mechanical interface on her neck, identical to those of the Temporal Management Bureau. The 12 shadow blades shot forth simultaneously, transforming midair into a rain of needles. From his sleeve, Lu Chen unleashed 3 modified lightning talismans. The electric net created by the burning talismans blocked the majority of the attacks, yet 5 shadow needles still penetrated his defenses. He sidestepped 3 of them, while the remaining 2 pierced his left shoulder and right leg, bringing no pain, only a chilling sensation spreading through his veins. Nerve toxin? Lu Chen knelt on one knee, discovering that the substance oozing from the wounds was purple crystals rather than blood. The female demon approached with cat-like stealth, the scales making a delicate sound as she moved. No, it's a temporal anchoring agent. She leaned down to remove Lu Chen's jade talisman, making it easier to take you back intact. As her fingers touched the talisman, the hidden nanobots within suddenly activated. They slipped into the seams of her scales, forming a miniature talisman array beneath her skin. The female demon recoiled 2 steps, but it was too late. The talisman array had already established quantum entanglement with the monument fragment within Lu Chen. Now it's fair. Lu Chen wiped the fake blood from the corner of his mouth. We have both fallen into each other's traps. The floor of the library suddenly gleamed with golden light. Those seemingly random wood grains were, in fact, hidden talisman lines, now forming a binding array for demons. The female demon's shadow blades collided with the light wall, only to be absorbed as if they had entered a bottomless sea. You had a plan all along. The female demon's vertical pupils narrowed into slits. Using yourself as bait? Lu Chen pulled the silver needle from his shoulder. The liquid residue remaining on the needle exhibited a double helix structure under quantum vision. This was not a creation of the demon race, but rather a genetic agent of earthly technology. You are modifying the demon bloodline. Lu Chen stored the shadow needles in a specially crafted jade box, using fragments of a traveler's genes. The female demon suddenly burst into laughter, her voice shaking the bookshelves. Her scales began to shed, revealing a body covered in runes. Her left side bore typical demon features, while the right side was mechanical. Most horrifying was the purple crystal embedded in her chest, within which was preserved a human eyeball. Look who this is. She caressed the crystal, and the eyeball suddenly rotated, its pupil focusing on Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen's stomach churned. He recognized the iris of that eye all too well. It belonged to Chen Mo, a colleague from the Lingwen Institute, who had gone missing 3 days ago. You have transformed him perfectly, haven't you? The female demon's mechanical arms suddenly extended, and a miniature holographic projector sprang forth from her fingertips. The projection revealed a massive incubation chamber, within which floated dozens of half-human, half-demon hybrids. Soon, all travelers will undergo evolution. The light wall of the binding array flickered. Seizing the moment, the female demon hurled 3 purple crystals, which transformed mid-flight into a scaled-down version of the Demon Emperor's head, devouring the array's energy. Lu Chen activated the monument fragment immediately, but it was too late. The talisman lines in the northeast corner had already been corroded and severed. The moment the female demon broke through the gap, Lu Chen shattered the communication jade slip hidden in his sleeve. The alarm bells of the Lingwen Institute blared. Yet the expected reinforcements had not appeared. In stark contrast, all entrances and exits were sealed by purple crystals, while the night sky outside revealed a reversed formation of the Big Dipper, signaling the demonic clan's imminent assault. Did you truly believe I was the only one hunting? The 12 shadow blades of the female demon reconfigured into a colossal scythe, transforming the entire imperial city into a hunting ground tonight. The trajectory of the scythe defied the laws of physics, veering 7 times midair. Lu Chen barely managed to deflect it with a stone tablet. only to be violently thrown back, crashing into 3 bookshelves before finally coming to a halt. The metallic tang of blood surged in his throat, mingled with crystalline fragments. His insides began to undergo a grotesque transformation. The temporal anchor's completion stood at 37%. The female demon licked the blood from the scythe's blade, waiting for it to reach 100, at which point you would become perfect. Suddenly, Lu Chun hurled the records of southern wilderness demons. The pages unfurled in the air, each glowing with the golden light of enhanced explosive runes. Amidst the billowing smoke, he bit his fingertip and drew a blood rune on his forehead, a forbidden blood-burning technique that forcibly amplified his spiritual power at the expense of his lifespan. The female demon was knocked over by the shockwave, but adjusted her posture mid-fall, landing gracefully like a cat. Her mechanical eye locked onto Lu Chun, and the data analysis was directly projected onto a holographic display. Spiritual power output overloaded, 200. Estimated duration, 3 minutes 28 seconds. Recommended countermeasure, delay. A foolish choice, she scoffed. Burning her lifespan would not alter the fact that Lu Chun had already closed the distance like a wraith. In a state of blood burning, his speed became nearly imperceptible. 3 stone tablets formed a triangular blade, instantly piercing the female demon's abdomen. Yet the sensation was wrong. It felt as though he had stabbed into a viscous gel. The wound did not bleed. Instead, countless purple threads extended from it, ensnaring the stone tablets. More terrifyingly, these threads began to reverse engineer the genetic information within the tablets. Thank you for the gift. The female demon's voice transformed into an electronic tone as she processed the data from the human emperor's bloodline. Lu Chun decisively abandoned his weapon and retreated. The loss of the tablet's suppression allowed the temporal anchor agent within him to spread rapidly. Crystalline phenomena began to manifest in his right arm. Meanwhile, the purple crystal on the female demon's chest absorbed the energy from the stone tablets, and a human eyeball inside spun frantically, reflecting the phantom of a colossal being. The demon emperor shall arrive shortly. Suddenly, the female demon froze, her mechanical eye flashing wildly, issuing a warning. Anomalous energy source detected. The floor of the Spiritual Patterns Institute suddenly collapsed. Lu Chun plummeted into a lower laboratory, landing in the center of an operating rune array. This was a circular magic circle with a 10-meter diameter, its edge inscribed with a hybrid of 360 earth characters and cultivation runes. At the center, a fragment of the Demon Emperor crystal hovered, the very sample extracted from Yun Li's heart 3 days prior. Positioning complete. The female demon's voice echoed from above through the breach, revealing her hiding place. She descended like a feather, the colossal scythe disassembling into 12 shadow blades that encircled her. However, upon touching the edge of the magic circle, the earth characters ignited with blue light, unleashing an EMP shockwave targeting mechanical entities. Despicable. The female demon's mechanical half sparked with electricity, but you anticipated this. Lu Chun coughed out purple crystalline fragments, laboriously crawling toward the center of the magic circle. As his hand made contact with the Demon Emperor crystal, the entire array suddenly reversed its operation, transforming from an analytic formation of demon power into a purifying device targeting the temporal anchor agent. This was Chun Mo's design. Lu Chun wiped the crystalline residue from his lips and utilized the power of the Demon Emperor to reverse the purification of the demon's curse. The female demon's mechanical eye analyzed the changes in the array, suddenly sounding an ear-piercing alarm. Self-destruct sequence initiated. The walls of the laboratory were adorned with runes that starkly contrasted with those of the Spiritual Patterns Institute. These were quantum bombs surreptitiously modified by Lu Chun using nanobots. The countdown stood at a mere 10 seconds, and the exit had long been sealed by the purple crystal. Mutually assured destruction? The female demon tore off her damaged mechanical arm, revealing a newly formed demon limb beneath. Unfortunately for her, I have a backup plan. The purple crystal on her chest projected a holographic image. In the square outside the Spiritual Patterns Institute, 30 travelers controlled by the purple crystal knelt in a sacrificial formation. At the center of the altar lay a white-clad maiden, Yun Li, who had already undergone partial crystallization. Either shut down the self-destruct sequence. The female demon tossed a communication crystal, or watched them be sacrificed alive. 7 seconds remaining. Lu Chun's quantum vision penetrated through layers of walls, confirming the female demon's claims. More troubling was that the crystal in Yun Li's heart resonated with the laboratory's Demon Emperor sample, should they come into contact. A widespread curse outbreak could ensue. 6, 5, 4, Lu Chun suddenly smiled. In the female demon's astonished gaze, he shattered the communication crystal. You've forgotten one thing. 3, 2. The entire laboratory was uprooted. A tremendous force lifted the roof, and moonlight poured in. The female demon looked up to see a colossal vessel, the princess's starship. Hovering above, its cannon aimed directly at the center of the magic circle. 1. In the final second, Chen was drawn into the ship by a beam of light. Through the porthole, he witnessed the simultaneous eruption of the purifying array and the quantum bomb. A wave of blue and purple energy swept across the entire Spiritual Patterns Institute. The female demon transforming into a crystalline statue before being pulverized by the shockwave. Strangely, the purple crystal dust did not dissipate, but rather coalesced into a miniature head of the demon emperor, emitting a silent roar towards the ship. Purification completion at 89%. The voice of the princess resounded from behind, exceeding expected results. Chen turned, breath caught in his throat. The princess wore a snug silver spacesuit. Her mechanical left eye transformed into an eerie purple. Even more unsettling was the crystal she held in her right hand, which continuously morphed. It was the very sample extracted from Yun Li's heart. You two have been tainted? Chen secretly activated the residual energy of the stone tablets within him. The princess suddenly clutched her own neck, sparks erupting where mechanical and flesh met. When she raised her head again, her right eye had also morphed into a purple slit. Foolish, did you think she could suppress me forever? Chen instantly understood. The consciousness of the white-clad princess was seizing control. The ship suddenly jolted violently. The holographic screen displayed that the sacrificial ritual on the ground had not ceased. Instead, it accelerated due to the explosion at the Spiritual Patterns Institute. Yun Li was enveloped in a purple beam, the crystal in her heart extending numerous threads that pierced the brows of the surrounding travelers. She was extracting their temporal coordinates. Chen lunged toward the control panel, needing to stop her mechanical tendrils from sweeping him away. Just as I intended, she cackled madly, pressing a button that would completely merge the two worlds. A purple-gold beam shot from the ship's underside, intersecting with the beam on the ground. At the point of energy collision, space shattered like glass, revealing the urban nightscape of Earth behind. Chen beheld the familiar laboratory building, seeing his younger self calibrating equipment. Even witnessing no, he shoved the white-clad princess aside. This would trigger a temporal paradox. Too late. The convergence point had already formed a miniature black hole, beginning to consume everything around it. Most terrifyingly, some colossal entity was attempting to traverse from the other side of the black hole. The tendrils of the demon emperor had already breached the opening. In the instant Chen was pulled toward the black hole, a frigid sensation coiled around his ankle. He looked down to find the princess's mechanical tendrils. But this time, they were a normal silver-white. Streams of data in two colors clashed along the tendrils, depicting the fierce contest between the two consciousnesses within her. Remember the date. The princess's mechanical eye flickered erratically, seeking the third version of me. The tendrils suddenly exerted force, flinging him toward the control panel. Seizing the opportunity, Chen activated the emergency protocol. The ship promptly broke free from the quantum entanglement with the black hole. The black hole, deprived of energy support, began to collapse, its tendrils flailing in frustration before ultimately being severed by the self-repairing forces of time and space. No, the white-clad princess emitted a synthetic scream. Her mechanical form began to overload, purple crystals bursting forth from within. You have no idea what you are truly contending against. Chen retrieved the fallen sample of the demon emperor, inserting it into the control panel interface. As the purple light interfaced with the ship's systems, the holographic screen suddenly displayed an encrypted memory image. 300 years ago, the white-clad princess stood in the same position. Before her knelt a young national master. Between them floated a sword-shaped phantom composed of 9 fragments of the human emperor's tablets. In an instant, Chen comprehended the truth. The emperor's sword was not a weapon, but rather the mechanical arm of the white-robed princess, which had suddenly pierced through his chest. Amidst the excruciating pain, Chen beheld his heart ensconced in the grasp of the metallic fingers, and as they opened, a pulsating violet crystal emerged from his chest, the crystallized form of the previously administered temporal anchoring agent. Thank you for your heart, the white-robed princess declared as she pressed the crystal into her own chest. Now the ritual can be completed. Suddenly, the spacecraft spiraled out of control, plummeting toward the ground. Through the viewport, Chen witnessed a horrifying spectacle. The ground below, once vibrant, had succumbed entirely to crystallization. Ethereal strands of light emanating from her heart pierced the brows of every traveler, siphoning their energy to form a colossal inverted Big Dipper constellation in the sky. At the center of this formation stood none other than the National Master and the Crimson Smoke. They intended to use all travelers as sacrificial offerings. Coughing up blood, Chen struggled to open a permanent temporal gate, while the mechanical body of the white-robed princess began to disintegrate. She crawled laboriously toward the control panel, shedding parts with each inch she moved. No, what they seek to summon is, the impact came without warning. As the spacecraft crashed through the remnants of the Spirit Pattern Academy, gouging a chasm 1,000 meters long into the earth. As Chen clawed his way out from the wreckage, he noticed that the Dipper formation had reached its final phase, with each traveler transforming into a violet crystal statue, their energies converging into a radiant pillar of light that stretched between heaven and earth. In the core of this pillar, a familiar figure began to take shape, another Chen, clad in a lab coat from Earth, the nameplate clearly visible on his chest. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was his gaze. His left eye bore a normal black pupil, while his right was a demonic purple slit, reminiscent of the demon sovereign. Injured and trapped in a temporal loop, the white-robed princess crawled beside Chen, for he was the true essence of the light pillar. Suddenly, the Chen within the pillar turned his head. At the moment their gazes crossed across the fabric of time, every shard of memory within Chen erupted in chaos. Amidst the agony, he glimpsed countless fragmented memories. The explosion at the Earth laboratory was no accident. The younger version of himself had willingly walked into the energy storm. And it was the princess who stood at the control panel, pressing the button. Do you understand now? The white-robed princess's mechanical voice carried a note of pity. There has never been a summoning ritual. The Chen within the pillar raised his right hand. This simple gesture triggered a chain reaction. The National Master screamed in agony and collapsed, his metallic head distorting like melting butter. The Crimson Smoke's red umbrella ignited spontaneously, revealing a face strikingly similar to that of the princess. Even the crystalline shell of Yunli began to crack, exposing the slumbering maiden within. No, we are still one step away. Crimson Smoke lunged toward the center of the Dipper formation, for if the two Chens made contact, the princess's attack came without forewarning. A beam of silver light shot from the wreckage, cleaving Crimson Smoke in half, but it was too late. The Chen within the pillar had already taken a half step forward, his fingers nearly brushing against the Chen of the real world. In a moment of dire urgency, Yunli emerged from her chrysalis. Her 8 tails entwined around the pillar, and the remaining crystal at her heart erupted in a final purifying glow. Chen, sever the connection. Chen withdrew the shard embedded in the ruins. The blade, now radiating a purple-golden hue from excessive absorption of demonic energy, sliced cleanly through the pillar upon contact. No, the Chen within the pillar unleashed a roar that transcended human sound. You have ruined 300 years of planning. The fractured pillar fell like a colossal column, crashing toward the imperial city. Just as disaster loomed, a greater force intervened. The sky split open, revealing a vast golden vertical pupil, from which countless chains emerged to ensnare the fragments of the pillar, dragging them into the void. The Temporal Management Agency's white-robed princess ceased all operations, finally taking action. The imperial city lay in ruins before the dawn. Chen sat amidst the wreckage of the Spirit Pattern Academy, watching medical personnel transport the wounded. The wound in his chest had crystallized, yet oddly, it did not cause him pain. The violet crystals were merging with the energy of the shard, establishing a new equilibrium. Take this medicine. Yunli offered him a jade bowl. Her tails had dwindled to 3, and the crystal at her heart had turned a pale gold, capable of staving off further mutation. Chen noticed the purple hue within her fingernails had faded. You have regained consciousness? Temporarily, she replied, gazing toward the square where the bodies of the travelers were being collected. The demon sovereign's true form has been gravely wounded by the Temporal Management Agency. We have gained a brief respite. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the wreckage of the princess's spacecraft. When the rescue team pried open the control room, they discovered it to be utterly deserted. The white-robed princess's mechanical body had vanished without a trace, leaving only a severed finger, its surface shimmering with the unique blue light of temporal jumps. Where has she gone? Yunli's ears perked up in alarm. Chen scrutinized the familiar patterns on the severed finger. March 15, 2024. He recalled the whispers within the black hole, realizing she had gone to complete the loop. The medical tent was suddenly torn open. An officer stumbled in, his face pale. Lord Liu, the National Master has awakened. Upon arriving at the National Master's residence, Chen's blood ran cold at the sight before him. The metallic body of the National Master was impaled against the wall, a half-mechanical arm protruding from his chest. Yet, The supposed corpse of the elder now opened its eyes, data streams akin to those of the princess swirling within his pupils. Welcome home. The National Master's voice transformed into an electronic synthetic tone. The 7th Division has awaited your return. His metallic head abruptly split open, revealing a miniature projector within. The screen displayed scenes from the Earth laboratory, a younger Lu Chen calibrating equipment, while a woman in a white lab coat stood at the door, her profile identical to that of the princess. The countdown began. The National Master's body initiated self-destruction, and in 72 hours, history would repeat itself. Lu Chen clenched the crystal at his chest. Amidst the intertwining violet and gold light, he made his decision. Prepare for temporal leap, he said to the approaching Yunli. We must return to before it all began. Chapter 21. Crisis of Trust. The morning bell of the Xuanjin Hall rang later than usual. Lu Chen stood outside on the jade steps, his fingertips unconsciously brushing the sleeves of his newly altered dark official robe. This ceremonial attire, emblematic of his position as the chief of the Spirit Pattern Academy, was meant to be conferred upon him the day prior, but had been withheld at the last moment by the princess. This morning, when the eunuch delivered it, he keenly noted that the internal tracking spell array was 3 times more intricate than the standard configuration, not for protection, but for surveillance. Announcing, Chief of the Spirit Pattern Academy. Lu Chen requests an audience. The eunuch's call was drawn out excessively. As Lu Chen stepped forward, quantum vision automatically marked the 7 newly installed spiritual energy monitoring points before the hall, the celestial mirror concealed within the bronze crane lamp, the lie detection array buried beneath the golden bricks, and even the copper bell hanging from the eaves, all modified into consciousness scanners. The atmosphere within the hall was more oppressive than anticipated. The 36 coiling dragon pillars had their demon-binding chains replaced with restraints designed to subdue travelers. The placement of civil and military officials had been meticulously adjusted, isolating all officials of traveler descent to the right side, under the watchful guard of armed sentinels. The princess sat regally upon the gilded throne of the 9-tiered jade platform. Unlike her usual demeanor, today she donned a half-silver mask that obscured her mechanical left eye. Beneath her exposed right eye lay faint shadows, and the newly painted crimson on her nails had chipped in several places. This ruler, renowned for her perfection, exhibited signs of fatigue. Minister, I pay my respects to your highness. Lu Chen bowed in a manner befitting a cultivator rather than kneeling. This detail elicited gasps of shock from several elderly officials within the civil ranks. According to the newly issued regulations on the control of anomalous beings, all travelers must kneel in homage to demonstrate loyalty during an audience. The princess's fingertips lightly tapped the armrest of her throne thrice. Each sound resonated with the demon-binding chains, causing the travelers to display expressions of anguish, as the energy suppression was specifically tailored to Earthling genetics. Chief Lu, her voice carried a metallic timbre more pronounced than usual. Have the losses sustained by the Spirit Pattern Academy yesterday been accounted for? Lu Chen withdrew a jade slip from his sleeve. Upon receiving it, the eunuch's gloved hands, designed to prevent any form of indirect contact, caught Lu Chen's attention. Your Highness, the library has been completely destroyed, and 70% of the treasury has been damaged. Lu Chen met the princess's singular gaze directly, aware that the most crucial quantum energy conversion diagram had been transferred in advance. Suddenly, the beaded curtain to the right of the throne swayed ominously. As Lu Chen's quantum vision penetrated the veil, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Yunli, shackled to a jade pillar by specially crafted silver chains, with her heart crystal pierced by 7 spirit-sealing nails. More disturbing was the newly added control chip on her neck, identical to those used by the Imperial Guards. I am quite curious. The Grand Princess suddenly leaned in, her mechanical eye flashing red beneath her mask. How is it that you can foresee the attacks of the demon tribe? The tension in the hall was palpable, as if a pin drop could be heard. Lu Chen felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. This was no mere metaphor. A form of nano-level scanning wave was sweeping over his skin, attempting to extract pheromones from his sebaceous glands. Had the Grand Princess's mechanical technology evolved to such an extent? I rely on the testimony of a half-spider demon we captured 3 days ago. Lu Chen maintained his composure, having already submitted the interrogation records to the Privy Council. Oh! The Grand Princess snapped her fingers, and a holographic image of the interrogation materialized in the air. In the footage, the spider demon did indeed speak, but it uttered only an ancient demonic phrase, which the translator confirmed was merely a repetition of the key will return to its place. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. That night, the spider demon had indeed revealed the attack plan in Earth English, yet this memory had evidently been tampered with. Upon replaying the scene with his quantum vision, He discovered a 37-second gap in his memory storage. I possess a rudimentary understanding of the demonic tongue. He discreetly activated the tablet fragment to stabilize his mind, which mentioned, on the night of the full moon, the Spirit Pattern Academy will bathe in purple fire. The Grand Princess suddenly slammed her hand on the table. The monstrous statues flanking the throne responded, their bronze eyes emitting scanning beams that enveloped Lu Chen entirely. The 3 tablet fragments hidden in his sleeves uncontrollably flew out, forming a triangular defensive array under the watchful gaze of all present. I shall ask you one last time. The Grand Princess's voice dropped to a chilling tone. What connection do you have with the demon tribe? Before Lu Chen could respond, a commotion erupted outside the hall. A bloodied Imperial Guard burst in, clutching a still-beating purple mass, the heart of a slain demon assassin, its surface naturally etched with the patterns of the Emperor's sword. Report. The Ministry of Justice's prison has been attacked. Blood splattered against the golden bricks as the guard knelt, declaring that all 30 captured demon prisoners had transformed into this grotesque form. The hall erupted in chaos. Yet, Lu Chen's quantum vision discerned a crucial detail. The heart's patterns were not natural, but were intricately crafted by nanobots. Even more suspicious was the unnatural purple glow emanating from the depths of the guard's pupils. The Grand Princess rose abruptly. Her silver mask automatically unfolded, revealing the entirely mechanical left half of her face. As the scanning beam illuminated the heart, her mechanical eye projected a holographic image. Last night, amidst the ruins of the Spirit Pattern Academy, Lu Chen had handed something to a shadowy figure. Explain. The Grand Princess's voice was laced with electronic static. What did you give to the demon tribe? The footage was a carefully edited trap. Lu Chen vividly recalled the scene from last night. He had delivered the Demon Emperor sample to Yunli for purification. But the shadowy figure in the projection had unmistakably been replaced with demonic features. More cunningly, the timestamp indicated it was precisely the moment he was alone in the medical tent tending to his wounds. I request verification. Lu Chen took 3 steps forward. May I ask your highness to retrieve the surveillance records from the skywatching ship? This request caused Yunli, hidden behind the beaded curtain, to suddenly lift her head. Her lips moved silently, and by the shape of her mouth, he discerned her warning. Do not trust the records. Agreed. The Grand Princess's mechanical fingers traced the air. The surveillance footage from the ship's control room was immediately projected in the center of the hall, revealing that at that timestamp, Lu Chen was indeed not in the tent, but conversing with a shadowy figure amidst the ruins of the Spirit Pattern Academy. Lu Chen felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The records had been tampered with using technology so sophisticated that even quantum vision struggled to uncover it. The only individuals capable of accessing the core systems of the skywatching ship were the Grand Princess herself and the National Master. The sharp announcement from the eunuch broke his thoughts. The sound of a metal wheelchair grinding against the golden bricks caused the officials to scatter. The National Master, appearing even older than 3 days prior, possessed eyes that gleamed with an unsettling light. In his frail hands, he held a crystal box, within which floated a heart identical to the one presented by the Imperial Guard. I have a report to make. The National Master's voice rasped like rusted gears grinding against one another. Upon investigation, Lu Chen's demonic emperor reaction is exceeding by 100-fold. He opened the box, and the heart within erupted with blinding purple light. All the transmigrators groaned in unison, their foreheads bearing the markings of demonic origin, except for Lu Chen. The fragments of the tablet within him activated a defense mechanism, forming a golden light membrane around his body. Interesting. The National Master chuckled darkly. Only you show resistance to the power of the Demon Emperor. The Grand Princess's mechanical arm suddenly transformed into a cannon. Amidst the hum of charging energy, she aimed the barrel at Lu Chen's forehead. This is your final chance. What is your true identity? Lu Chen observed the abnormal structure of her cannon. It was not a weapon of destruction, but rather a device for memory extraction. Neither the National Master nor the officials noticed this detail, but Yunli, hidden behind the curtain, began to struggle violently, the silver chains digging deep into her flesh. I indeed have concealed certain truths. Lu Chen suddenly knelt. But it was not about the demon tribe. He tore open the front of his official robe, exposing a purple crystal on his chest. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. The crystal's shape was identical to that of the Demon Emperor's heart, yet it pulsed with golden light. 3 days ago, during the attack, I was eroded by the Demon Emperor's power while saving Yunli. The crystal pulsed in rhythm with his words, but the fragments of the Emperor's tablet transformed it into an energy nexus. Suddenly, the National Master's crystal box exploded. Shards flew, injuring several officials whose wounds immediately began to crystallize. Amidst the chaos, Lu Chen saw a miniature device slip from the National Master's sleeve. It was the quantum disruptor used to alter memories. Your Highness, be cautious. Lu Chen leaped towards the jade platform, for the National Master was the true threat. The Grand Princess's cannon erupted with blinding light. Lu Chen felt his consciousness being torn asunder. One half remained in his crumbling body, while the other plummeted into the river of memories. The cannon fire was not an attack, but a forceful establishment of a neural link. The Grand Princess was employing the most extreme method to validate the truth. Countless fragments of memories collided in the four-dimensional space. The moment of the laboratory explosion on Earth, the night he first arrived at Tianqiong Star, pursued by demons. The discovery of the resonance between Yun Li's heart crystal and the Emperor's tablet. The most critical segment came from the ruins of the Spirit Pattern Academy. At the timestamp of the ugly hour, he indeed encountered a person. But it was not a demon. It was the gravely injured armored Grand Princess. She handed Lu Chen a memory crystal, instructing him that it must be given to the third self on the night of the full moon. Both Lu Chen and the Grand Princess's consciousness resonated in the quantum space. Only half a second had passed in the real world. When Lu Chen awoke, he found himself still in a forward-leaning stance, while the National Master's wheelchair had retreated 10 paces away. The old man now held a bronze compass that he had acquired at some unknown time, its needle spinning wildly towards the crystal on Lu Chen's chest. Your Majesty, see clearly, the National Master shouted hoarsely. This child has evidently merged with the Demon Emperor. The Grand Princess's cannon slowly lowered. Her mechanical eye and right eye exhibited contrasting emotions. One bore a chilling, murderous intent, while the other harbored concealed uncertainty. This subtle fracture was precisely captured by Lu Chen's quantum vision. Two personas, that of the white robe and the armored figure, were clashing within her. Detain him in the ice prison, she finally declared coldly. We shall conduct a trial after the celestial ceremony. For Imperial Guard stepped forward to place a spirit-binding collar on Lu Chen. This specially designed instrument would continuously extract the wearer's spiritual energy. Yet it proved ineffective against Lu Chen. The energy from the tablet fragments within him balanced with the Demon Emperor crystal, causing the collar's monitoring system to mistakenly classify him as an ordinary person. As the guards escorted him past the beaded curtain, Yun Li suddenly broke free from the silver chains and lunged at him. Her fingertips grazed Lu Chen's wrist, leaving a trail of blood seeping with a purple-gold hue. Remember, her lips brushed against Lu Chen's ear. The guards of the third layer of the ice prison struck Yun Li down with their demon-subduing staves. As Lu Chen was roughly dragged out of the grand hall, the last sight he beheld was the Grand Princess picking up the crystal that Yun Li had dropped, while the National Master's eyes gleamed with a triumphant grin. The frigid air of the ice prison could freeze the primordial spirit of Golden Core practitioners. Lu Chen was thrown into the innermost chamber of the third layer, a room of mysterious ice. The walls were inscribed with ancient symbols designed to suppress spiritual energy, and the floor was laid with 10,000-year-old cold jade sourced from the far north. Yet, upon touching the wall, he discovered that the flow of energy through the symbols was rhythmically interrupted, a meticulously crafted flaw. What lay within the third layer? Lu Chen gently traced the bloodstains left by Yun Li. The purple-gold blood seeped into his skin, forming a miniature sigil array that began to counteract the effects of the spiritual shackles. The distant sound of the midnight bell echoed from the ground below. As the last reverberation faded, the prison cell suddenly shook violently. The icy walls cracked like spider webs, releasing a purplish mist. From the mist emerged a condensed phantom of the Demon Emperor, whose gaze was strikingly lucid. The phantom of Lu Chen emitted Yun Li's voice, urging to listen closely as the illusion unveiled a suffocating truth. The third level of the ice prison held 300 transgressors, forcibly connected to a biological computer, calculating a certain spatio-temporal coordinate. The one controlling this system was the seemingly unconscious body of the National Master. He intended to open a permanent time portal. As the phantom grew fainter, both worlds were offered to the sound of a piercing crack. 3 silver needles pierced the mist, nailing the phantom of the Demon Emperor to form a miniature barrier. Lu Chen turned to see an unexpected figure outside the iron bars of the cell. Mou, the deputy head of the Spirit Pattern Academy, the middle-aged female cultivator who always wore a humble demeanor. Time was of the essence. Mou retrieved a crystal hairpin from her hair, crafted by Lord Yun Li during her final moments of lucidity. The pin contained a memory fragment. The armored princess was imprisoned deep within the royal mausoleum by 7 sealing nails, and what throbbed in her chest was not a heart, but a purple gold crystal that shared a source with Lu Chen. The princess had been schemed against by the National Master 3 days prior. Mou's voice quivered with emotion. The one in the Xianxia palace was merely a replica of the white-robed princess. Lu Chun tightened his grip on the hairpin. No wonder the detection system had been upgraded. Suddenly, Mou's expression changed drastically. She shoved something into Lu Chen's collar and then bit down on a hidden poison pouch in her teeth. When the guards rushed in, they found only the lifeless body of the female cultivator and the serene figure of the prisoner meditating. How unfortunate. The guards kicked Mou's corpse, marking the third transgressor to commit suicide this month. They failed to notice that within Lu Chen's collar lay a miniature crystal, a remnant of the Demon Emperor's sample stored in the Academy's vault. In the depths of the night, a strange dripping sound echoed within the ice prison. Lu Chen pressed the crystal against Yun Li's bloodstain. The energy wave generated by their fusion awakened an ancient presence sleeping within the frozen depths. The true secret of the third level was not a prison for criminals, but an altar that sealed the Demon Emperor's vice during ancient times. The ground of cold jade suddenly became transparent. 300 meters below, a massive purple crystal pulsated like a heart. Within the crystal lay the vice of the Demon Emperor in the form of an eight-tailed fox, its visage bearing a striking resemblance to Yun Li. As the crystal in Lu Chen's chest resonated with it, the vice's eyes suddenly snapped open. The key, its voice resonated directly in Lu Chen's mind. You have finally arrived. A torrent of memories surged forth. 300 years ago, the human emperor had split the demon emperor in two. The benevolent aspect became the first guardian of the tomb, while the malevolent vice was sealed here, serving as a battery for the spiritual pulse of the imperial city. The most shocking revelation was that Lu Chun beheld the origin of the princess. She was not human at all, but a harmonizer created by the human emperor using his own rib and the benevolent essence of the demon emperor. This also explained why she had split into two distinct personas, the white robe and the armored form. Now do you understand? The voice of the vice was laced with temptation. The so-called national master is the true. The prison gates suddenly melted away. Emerging from the purple mist was the familiar figure of the armored princess, her original form clad in bloodied armor. Her mechanical components were shattered, revealing flesh that was crystallizing. Yet her gaze was clearer than ever. Do not heed its provocations. She collapsed before Lu Chun, declaring the national master to be. The vice shrieked suddenly. A terrifying sonic wave shattered all the ice, and the entire ice prison began to collapse. The princess used her last ounce of strength to embrace Lu Chun, her mechanical body unfolding into a protective barrier. Amidst the cataclysmic impact, Lu Chun saw her next data interface oozing purple light, perfectly matching the port on the National Master's wheelchair. So that is it, Lu Chun shouted amidst the roar. The National Master is from the Temporal Management Bureau. The princess's mechanical eye suddenly ignited with unprecedented red light. She tore open her chest, revealing a heart made of purple gold crystal. Take it to the Spirit Pattern Academy's vault. As Lu Chen's hand grasped the pulsating heart, the entire ice prison crumbled into oblivion. In the final moments before plunging into darkness, he saw the princess's lips move. Find the third version of me. Lu Chen awoke amidst the ruins of the Spirit Pattern Academy's vault. The heart of the princess in his hand had merged with the crystal in his chest, forming a new purple-gold nexus. Quantum vision revealed that this organ was emitting a signal, resonating with a device deep within the vault. Following the signal's guidance, Lu Chen discovered a concealed elevator beneath the collapsed shelves. As the heart activated the mechanism, the elevator descended deeper into the earth than the ice prison. It finally halted before a bronze hall. The door's 9-palace lock required fragments of the human emperor's monument to open, and the 3 shards within Lu Chen's body fortuitously formed the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity. The moment the door swung open, he was met not with stale air, but a refreshing scent of ozone. This place was still operational. Suspended in the center of the hall were 300 micro-cultivation pods, each containing slices of the princess's brain tissue. They were interconnected through a quantum entanglement network, collectively maintaining a vast consciousness. As Lu Chen stepped inside, all the cultivation pods illuminated simultaneously with blue light, projecting a complete illusion of the princess in the air. You have arrived. Her voice was synthesized from 300 channels. I have waited for you for 300 years. This is the true princess, not clad in armor or white robe, but the core consciousness preserved through the power of the demon emperor after being dismembered by the Temporal Management Bureau. The National Master is the director of the 7th Division. The illusion of the princess cut straight to the point. He has altered everyone's memories, including that of the replica of me. The holographic image revealed the complete truth. The summoning ritual 300 years ago was not an accident, but a meticulously crafted experiment by the Temporal Management Bureau. They needed the human emperor's heir to merge with the power of the demon emperor, creating a key capable of transcending dimensions. Why me? Lu Chen touched the nearest cultivation pod, noticing the brain tissue within faintly glowing. Because you were already from the laboratory. The illusion of the princess suddenly transformed into her youthful self in a white lab coat. You are a clone of the human emperor's genes, codenamed Key Number 7. The hall trembled suddenly. The surveillance screen displayed that the National Master had discovered the location and was leading a mechanical demon army to attack. More urgently, a purple pillar of light rose from the direction of Shizhen Palace. The white-robed replica had activated the summoning array. One last step. The illusion of the princess began to disintegrate, placing my heart into the central console. Lu Chen dashed toward the central column of the hall. At the moment the purple gold heart was returned to its rightful place, all 300 cultivation pods released a dazzling blue light. The beams coalesced into a corporeal form of the princess, no longer an illusion, but an ethereal being composed of pure energy. The temporal anchor point was locked. Her voice, now devoid of electronic distortion, resonated. March 15, 2024, Earth Quantum Laboratory. Suddenly, the dome of the hall became transparent, revealing a horrifying sight outside. Within the purple pillar of light, the white-robed replica of the princess was merging with the National Master, forming a half-mechanical, half-demon monstrosity. Meanwhile, Yunli was trapped at the center of the pillar, her crystal heart being forcibly transformed into a miniature black hole. There was no time left. The spiritual entity of the princess grasped Lu Chen's hand. You must return to the past, before the ritual begins. She abruptly pushed Lu Chen into the central column. The container was filled with liquid temporal medium, and Lu Chen felt his consciousness begin to fade. Just before losing all awareness, he saw the spiritual entity of the princess confronting the invading National Master. And he also glimpsed the final image on the surveillance screen, his younger self in the Earth laboratory adjusting equipment, with a female assistant at the door. Her face identical to that of the princess. Remember, before the liquid fills your lungs, he heard the last words. Find the third version of you. White light engulfed everything. When Lu Chen opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing in the familiar laboratory. Before me stands my younger self, operating the quantum collider. While the electronic clock outside displays, March 15, 2024, 9:47 a.m. Only 13 minutes remain until the summoning ritual begins. Chapter 22, Fragments of Truth. The fluorescent lights in the laboratory hum above. Lu Chen stands in the Earth Laboratory of 2024, observing his younger self as he calibrates the quantum collider. The familiar yet terrifying silhouette clad in a white lab coat bears a small barcode on the nape of his neck, subtly visible as his collar shifts. Quantum vision automatically marks the anomalies within the lab, nano-reconnaissance bugs in the ventilation ducts, listening devices hidden beneath the coffee cups, and even the concealed purple crystals within the collider, all meticulously arranged traps. Parameter calibration complete. Young Lu Chen communicates through the headset. Dr. L, we can begin the final tests. The voice of a woman in the headset sends a shiver down the spine of the present Lu Chen. Her tone is unmistakably identical to that of the princess of the celestial dome, albeit lacking the mechanical quality. The surveillance screen reveals a woman in a white coat swiping her card to enter. Her profile closely resembles that of the princess of the celestial dome. No, this cannot be. Lu Chen instinctively retreats, knocking over a rack of reagents. The sound of shattering glass elicits no response. He exists in a state of quantum observation, unable to interfere with this timeline. Suddenly, young Lu Chen turns his head, his gaze piercing through the temporal barrier, locking eyes with his future self. This bizarre moment lasts less than half a second, but is captured by the laboratory's monitoring system, triggering alarms and automatically sealing all exits. Temporal anomaly detected. Dr. L's badge lights up in red, and the security protocol initiates. Lu Chen feels a force tugging at his consciousness. The purple golden crystal embedded in his chest suddenly grows hot. Projecting a live image of the celestial dome, the imperial city is engulfed in flames. Yunli is pinned at the center of the northern Dipper Formation, and the princess of the celestial dome, infused with the essence of the National Master, is activating a permanent temporal gate. Evidence must be found. Lu Chen grits his teeth, resisting the temporal repulsion, to prove that the demon race is inciting chaos. His fingers penetrate the experimental table, inadvertently brushing against a hidden compartment. Under quantum vision, he discovers a storage chip identical in origin to the Demon Emperor's crystal. Upon contact, a torrent of data floods into his consciousness. The Genesis Project files of the Temporal Management Bureau, records of genetic modification experiments conducted on the demon race, and crucially, An encrypted video revealing that the true body of the Demon Emperor was captured by the Bureau 300 years ago, while the current Demon Emperor of the Celestial Dome is merely a clone. Thus it is, Chen realizes with clarity, the so-called curse is. The laboratory door suddenly explodes. Dr. L bursts in, brandishing a pulse gun. Her face is illuminated by the flames. Clearly recognizable, except for the absence of the beauty mark beneath her right eye, she bears an uncanny resemblance to the princess. Chen, step away from the collider. That is a temporal bomb, she shouts at her younger self. A blinding light engulfs the entire laboratory. Chen tumbles through the chaos of temporal turbulence, the purple golden crystal shielding him from being torn apart by quantum tides. When his vision clears, he finds himself kneeling amidst the ruins of the imperial city, tightly gripping the chip he brought back from 2024. The air is thick with the acrid scent of charred remains. A purple beam of light pierces the heavens, and the Northern Dipper Formation has reached its final stage, with the crystallized corpses of traversers floating at each star position, their energy siphoned to sustain the temporal gate. Yunli is pinned at the focal point of the formation, her 8 tails entirely broken. The light threads extending from her heart crystal connecting to a massive figure faintly visible within the gate. Finally awakened, the sound of metal scraping comes from behind. Chen turns to see the National Master standing 3 meters away. His wheelchair has transformed into a mechanical throne, 6 bionic arms unfurling from behind, each ending in a different weapon. Most horrifying is the purple core embedded in his chest, identical in essence to the purple golden crystal within Chen, yet exuding an aura of decay. You have returned with the key evidence. The National Master's mechanical eye scans the chip in Chen's hand. Alas, it is too late. He suddenly launches an attack. 3 mechanical arms simultaneously unleash high-frequency particle beams, creating a 5-meter-wide crater where Chen stood. He narrowly evades, but his left arm is grazed, blood flowing, intermingling golden particles with the purple crystal. Do you not seek the truth? The National Master's voice morphs into an electronic synthetic tone. Look closely. The throne projects a holographic image. 300 years ago, the white-robed princess kneels before an altar. Implanting the Demon Emperor's crystal into her heart, the scene shifts to a secret laboratory, where hundreds of princess clones struggle within their incubation pods. It finally freezes on a control panel displaying the Genesis Project, artificially inciting conflict between the 2 races to ignite a leap in civilization. The Demon Emperor was never the enemy. The National Master's mechanical arm suddenly plunges into his own chest, extracting a decayed purple crystal, the true source of the curse. Chen's quantum vision analyzes the internal structure of the crystal, revealing it to be a viral program that continuously releases pheromones inciting animosity between the 2 races. More astonishingly, the bottom of the crystal bears tiny inscriptions in Earth's script, manufactured by the 7th Division. Do you understand? The National Master's body begins to disintegrate, exposing the mechanical structure within. The so-called enmity between the demon race and humanity has merely been a prolonged experiment spanning 300 years. Yunli's scream interrupts the discourse. The figure within the temporal gate becomes clearer. It is an enlarged version of the Demon Emperor's true body, but it is impaled by half of the human emperor's sword. As it reaches out to touch the frame of the gate, the entire imperial city begins to crystallize. Chip! Yunli cries out in agony. Insert it into the sword handle. Chen then notices a slot the size of a chip at the guard of the human emperor's sword. However, to approach the temporal gate, he must first breach the National Master's defenses. The National Master's throne suddenly transforms, expanding into a 10-meter diameter battle platform. 12 quantum cannons simultaneously lock onto Chen, the ominous hum of charging shaking the ground. Just as they are about to fire, 7 silver beams shoot forth from the ruins. It is the mechanical tendrils of the princess. Run! Her voice echoes from below. I can only hold him for 10 seconds. Chen dashes toward the temporal gate. The purple crystals along the way act as living obstacles, but he shatters them with the energy from the tablets within him. When he is merely 3 paces away from Yunli, the Demon Emperor within the temporal gate suddenly opens its eyes. These are no demon eyes, but mechanical ones akin to those of the Temporal Management Bureau. Porky. The Demon Emperor's voice resonates with electronic distortion. Do you think you are saving someone? It reaches for Yunli, yet is blocked by an unseen force just before contact. Seizing the moment, Chen leaps forward, inserting the chip into the sword handle. The sword erupts with blinding golden light, and the Demon Emperor within the gate emits a sound that is not quite biological, a horrific scream, as myriad fault codes surface on its mechanical surface. No, this is impossible. The National Master's mechanical body breaks free from its restraints. That code should have been deleted. The truth encoded within the chip is fully revealed. 7th Division Experiment Log. Demon Emperor's true body has been destroyed. Current operational unit is B-72. A bionic puppet. Core directive. Maintain hostilities between the two races. Most shocking is the final segment of video footage, revealing that the true Demon Emperor allied with the Human Emperor 300 years ago to combat the colonial plans of the Temporal Management Bureau. Lies are merely lies. The National Master's mechanical eye flashes erratically. The Bureau cannot. The Human Emperor's sword suddenly flies out from the Demon Emperor's chest, landing in Lu Chen's hand. As the 9-tablet shadows swirl around the sword, Lu Chen witnesses the complete memory. 300 years ago, the Human Emperor and Demon Emperor intentionally allowed the Bureau to capture the clones, while the true power was sealed within the 9 tablets. The game is over, Director. Lu Chen points the sword at the National Master. The hatred you have wrought ends today. The National Master's mechanical body disintegrates, revealing a spherical cockpit at its core. The hatch slides open, and emerging is not the imagined metallic monster, but a frail old man clad in a white lab coat identical to that of the Earth laboratory, with a nameplate boldly reading, Chief Scientist of the 7th Division, Lu Daoming. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? The Elder pressed his wristwatch, and a 3-dimensional projection of Earth materialized in the air. If I transmit this code, your beloved mother planet will. Suddenly, the Earth in the projection was enveloped in a purple crystal, transforming all of humanity into mere husks. Lu Chen's hand trembled slightly around his sword. This was no mere bluster. The Time-Space Management Bureau indeed possessed this capability. What do you desire? Lu Chen secretly activated the energy of the steel fragments. Lu Daoming's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light. It's quite simple. Surrender your authority as the Emperor of Humanity, and allow me to complete the Genesis project. He pointed towards the collapsing time-space gate. Otherwise, not only will Tianqiong Star be lost, but all parallel universes shall follow suit. Suddenly, Yunli's tail wrapped around the Elder's ankle. She had broken free from her restraints, bloodied but with her heart crystal shining like the morning sun. Do not heed his words. The crystal pulsed in rhythm with her voice. The Bureau has lost its launch authority. In a fit of rage, Lu Daoming kicked Yunli aside and shot a nanothread from his sleeve toward her heart. Lu Chen swung his sword to intercept, only to realize it was a feint. The Elder's true target was the collapsing bionic body of the Demon Emperor within the time-space gate. If I cannot control it, then I shall utilize it. He pressed the wristwatch, causing the bionic body to overload and transform into a humanoid bomb hurtling towards Lu Chen. At the critical moment, the ground split open, extending mechanical tendrils that ensnared the bionic form. The princess emerged from the ruins, her mechanical body battered. Yet the purple gold crystal at her chest gleamed brighter than ever. Director, her voice dripped with 300 years of animosity. It is time to settle the score. The bionic body exploded between the two. The shockwave hurled Lu Chen away, causing the Emperor's sword to slip from his grasp. As he struggled to rise, he saw Lu Daoming seizing the opportunity to charge at Yunli. Lu Chen's eyes widened in horror. The Elder now held a purple crystal identical to that of the National Master, aimed directly at Yunli's heart. Should this strike land, it would not only kill her, but also trigger a catastrophic chain reaction of the Demon Emperor's power. Time seemed to freeze. Lu Chen witnessed the princess lunging at Lu Daoming, her mechanical tendrils fully unfurled. He saw the Emperor's sword flying toward Yunli, only to be deflected by the explosion's aftermath. And he perceived the insurmountable distance between himself and his objective. Then he made a reckless decision, channeling all the energy from his steel fragments into the purple gold crystal. Lu Chen transformed into a stream of light, colliding with the Elder. This was not a martial skill or spell, but the purest release of energy. In the final moment before contact, he clearly saw the flicker of fear in Lu Daoming's eyes. Are you insane? The Elder's voice twisted and distorted. You too will. The collision emitted no thunderous roar, only a peculiar hum. Lu Chen felt his body disintegrate into particles of light. Yet his consciousness remained remarkably lucid. He saw his luminous flow penetrate Lu Daoming, purifying all control chips and nanotoxins. Witnessed the residual energy sweep over Yunli, gently mending her wounds, and finally saw the Emperor's sword fly into the princess's hand, resonating perfectly with the crystal at her chest. So this is the power of the Emperor. When Lu Chen reformed his physical body, he found himself suspended in midair, gazing down at Lu Daoming, who knelt and coughed blood, his mechanical implants rendered inoperative, appearing frail as an ordinary old man. The time-space gate had closed, and the arrangement of the northern dipper dimmed. leaving only the Emperor's sword in the princess's hand, shining brilliantly. Impossible. Lu Daoming stared at his trembling hands. How could the Bureau's technology? The princess's mechanical eye projected a holographic image. Surveillance footage from the Earth laboratory revealed that the real Dr. L had removed the bomb from the collider long before the ritual. The so-called Genesis project was merely a fabrication by the 7th Division to conceal their failure. You have toyed with time and space for far too long. The princess raised her sword, pointing it at the elder now. It is time for time to exact its revenge upon you. Suddenly, Lu Daoming erupted into laughter, purple crystals seeping from the corners of his mouth. Do you think you have won? Look at your chest. The princess's purple gold crystal had inexplicably transformed into a dark purple, with black threads spreading within. Lu Chen instantly understood. Lu Daoming had released some form of virus at the last moment. It is feudal. The princess calmly sliced open her chest, extracting the contaminated crystal. This body was never my true form. She crushed the crystal, and the virus within was rendered inert upon exposure to the air. More astonishingly, her mechanical body began to disintegrate, revealing the true controller within, a form composed entirely of pure energy, resembling Yunli by 7 parts. Embodiment of benevolence, Lu Chen realized. You are the true. The youthful form of the princess floated before Lu Chen. She gently touched the purple gold crystal on his chest, causing sparks of light to erupt where they met. When the radiance faded, Lu Chen found himself standing in a peculiar space, with a vast star map beneath his feet and a flowing river of history above his head. This was the realm of consciousness. The voice of the girl princess was no longer mechanical. We have little time. She gestured to unfold scenes from 300 years ago, the Emperor and the Demon Emperor making a pact beneath the starry sky, uniting against the colonial plans of the Time-Space Management Bureau. To deceive the enemy, the Demon Emperor voluntarily split himself, his benevolence becoming the guardian, his malevolence the bait. While the Emperor created the princess as a mediator, hiding 9 steel fragments across various realms. Lu Daoming was merely a pawn. She pointed to a specific point of light in the river of history. The true enemy is. The scene suddenly blurred. Lu Chen felt an external force pulling at him, his consciousness forcibly returning to reality. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Yunli shaking him with her last strength. Her tail fully crystallized. Quickly seal her. She pointed at Lu Daoming, who was beginning to mutate. Purple crystals erupted from his 7 orifices, his body inflating like a balloon. Most terrifyingly, patterns resembling those of the Demon Emperor appeared on the surface of the crystals. He had transformed himself into a living bomb. The Emperor's sword suddenly slipped from the princess's grasp and flew into Lu Chen's hand. When the sword's handle touched the purple gold crystal, the phantoms of the 9 steel fragments emerged around him, forming an ancient sealing array. Lu Daoming emitted a sound unlike any human cry, his body enveloped in golden light, rapidly collapsing into a palm-sized purple crystal cube. I will not be content. An electronic voice emanated from within the cube. The 7th Division shall endure. Lu Chen raised his sword to destroy it, but was stopped by the princess. Spare him. This is evidence against the Bureau. She picked up the cube. This will testify against the Management Bureau. The ruins of the Imperial City suddenly trembled violently. Distant cheers echoed as both traversers and natives emerged from their hiding places, astonished to find the hatred in their hearts inexplicably dissipating. Those afflicted by the curse were witnessing the purple crystals at their wounds gradually fading. The purification program within the chips had taken effect. The princess's youthful form began to fade, but the true battle was only just beginning. Her figure dissipated like smoke. Leaving behind, the mechanical shell collapsed on the ground. Lu Chen approached to examine it, discovering that the core processor had been completely erased. This body was now merely a shell. Where has she gone? Yunli asked weakly. Lu Chen gazed towards the brightening sky, to fulfill her final mission. 3 days later, in the temporary conference hall, Lu Chen stood before a sand table, presenting the evidence within the chips to representatives of various races. Upon seeing the images of the true Demon Emperor and the Emperor fighting side by side, the elder demons present knelt, weeping. Several Traverser scientists appeared pale, recognizing that certain high-tech devices were indeed their designs. So the 300 years of war was merely a ruse. The elderly tiger demon's voice trembled. Lu Chen nodded, pointing to the purple crystal cube at the center of the sand table. This container sealing Lu Daoming was pulsing slowly, its surface intermittently displaying the emblem of the Bureau. The Time-Space Management Bureau has conducted similar experiments across multiple worlds. He pulled up the star map from the chip, revealing how they weakened civilization's resistance by instigating internal conflicts, ultimately implementing colonization. Suddenly, the doors of the conference hall burst open. The guards entered, carrying a crystal coffin, within which lay the mechanical body of the princess. When the coffin was placed at the center, the purple gold crystal at her chest projected a holographic image of Dr. L, clad in a white lab coat. "Greetings, everyone." Her voice was both gentle and resolute. "I am the chief guardian of the celestial tomb, as well as a survivor of the Earth laboratory." The scene shifted to classified documents, revealing that the true Long Princess was among the first summoned traversers. She voluntarily underwent transformation to become a harmonizer, driven by the hope of one day exposing this conspiracy. "Now, we possess an opportunity for counterattack." She pointed to the cube, asserting that by analyzing Lu Dao Ming's memories, we could pinpoint the headquarters of the 7th Bureau. Yunli suddenly coughed. The crystal at her heart had regained its purity, yet her body remained frail. The demon clan was willing to join the fight. The elder of the tiger demons slammed his hand on the table. "The blood debt between the human and demon clans is owed by the Temporal Management Bureau." Lu Chen interrupted him, stating that they would repay it with their entire civilization. He raised the Emperor's sword, lightly tapping the cube's surface. The seal loosened slightly, releasing the coordinates from Lu Dao Ming's memories. An iron fortress suspended within dimensional rifts, resembling an enlarged emblem of the Management Bureau. "Assemble the fleet." Lu Chen's voice echoed through the assembly hall. It was time for the invaders to taste the bitterness of invasion. That night, Lu Chen ascended alone to the remnants of the watchtower in the imperial city. The purple golden crystal in his chest radiated warmth, resonating with the Emperor's sword in his hand. Through quantum vision, he beheld the flickering golden lights rising across the globe. Purified demons and humans were rebuilding their homeland. Further afield, artisans from the Spirit Pattern Academy were repairing the celestial patrol ship in preparation for the imminent expedition. "I knew you would be here," came Yun Li's voice from behind. Her tail had restored to 2, though her steps were still unsteady. The wine pouch she offered exuded the fragrance of purple crystal orchid, a secret remedy of the demon clan for internal injuries. "What did the Long Princess say last, Dr. Lu?" Yun Li settled down against the parapet, questioning the princess's disappearance. Lu Chen drank the medicinal wine. The warmth spread through his throat, momentarily suppressing the temporal repulsion within him. "She has gone where she was meant to be." "Another riddle." Yun Li pouted. "You time manipulators." Her complaint was abruptly interrupted by a sudden burst of purple golden light. The two turned simultaneously to see a towering beam of light ascending from the direction of the royal tomb. Within the beam, a faint silhouette of the Long Princess could be discerned, cradling a glowing orb, the very essence of the demon emperor's benevolent spirit, separated 3 centuries ago. How intriguing. Yun Li's pupils reflected the light. They were to become one. The beam suddenly fractured into countless shooting stars, cascading across the celestial realm. Each streak of light contained memories of truth, to be directly implanted into the consciousness of all beings. Lu Chen felt a warm sensation brush against his forehead. The history distorted over 3 centuries was being rectified. The final shooting star fell before the watchtower. As the light faded, a brand new crystal lay quietly on the ground, half purple and half gold, pulsating with a double helix of light. This was something Yun Li yearned to touch, but hesitated. Lu Chen picked up the crystal. Quantum vision revealed it to be a fusion of the Long Princess and the Demon Emperor's benevolent spirit, embodying a devotion and hope spanning 300 years. A new beginning. He pressed the crystal into the recess of the Emperor's sword's hilt, sounding the horn of counterattack. On the eastern horizon, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds. In this dawn light, Lu Chen vividly saw the vision of the future, the united fleet setting sail, the temporal fortress falling, and in a distant timeline, the Long Princess standing side by side with the Demon Emperor. Chapter 23. Joining forces to break the deadlock. As the morning bell of the celestial ceremony tolled for the 3rd time, Lu Chen caught the scent of blood in the wind. He stood in the shadow of the observation platform, his quantum vision penetrating the throngs of people to lock onto a priest holding a ceremonial vessel 300 meters away. This seemingly stooped elder moved with an unnatural rhythm, pausing for 3 seconds every 7 steps, precisely matching the gate analysis of agents from the Temporal Management Bureau. Target confirmed. The electronic voice of the Long Princess emanated from his earpiece, cautioning him not to act rashly, as the energy fluctuations around the priest were suspicious. Lu Chen lightly tapped his jade belt buckle in response. Since exposing the conspiracy of the Temporal Management Bureau 3 days prior, they had maintained a facade of distance in their roles, while secretly forging a fragile alliance. At this moment, the Long Princess should be seated upon the 9th-tier jade platform. But quantum vision revealed it to be merely a holographic projection. Her true form was hidden in a secret passage beneath the altar. The priest approached the bronze cauldron, withdrawing 3 purple golden incense sticks from his sleeve. As the tips of the incense made contact with the flames within the cauldron, a sudden resonance surged through Lu Chen's body. This was no ordinary incense, but a temporal bomb crafted from the crystals of the demon emperor mixed with the powder of the emperor's steel. Now, the communicator erupted with a piercing alarm. Lu Chen dashed forward, simultaneously activating the interference talisman hidden in his sleeve. The blue light generated by the burning talisman enveloped the ceremonial platform, temporarily halting the incense's ignition. However, this action also revealed their position. 6 ministers in the audience suddenly tore off their disguises, shooting poison bone needles from their mouths. Be careful, the needles contain. Yun Li's warning was drowned out by the explosion. Seizing the opportunity, the priest inserted the purple golden incense into the cauldron. The moment the incense met the flames, an ominous purple glow emanated from the bronze cauldron. Lu Chen dodged 3 bone needles, but the 4th grazed his right arm. The toxin took immediate effect, causing purple mist to cloud the edges of his vision. More alarmingly, the blood flowing from the wound was laced with tiny crystalline particles. Temporal pollution. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen crushed the antidote pill hidden in his belt. They were trying to induce a localized temporal collapse. The priest abruptly tore away his disguise, revealing a horrific visage of machinery fused with flesh. His chest opened like a flower petal, revealing not organs, but a pulsating purple core, identical to the standard equipment of the Temporal Management Bureau used by Master Lu Daoming. Chief Lu, I've long admired you. The mechanical priest's voice resonated with electronic distortion. On behalf of the Bureau, I present you with a grand gift. He pressed a button on the core. The burning speed of the purple golden incense surged, flames in the cauldron leaping 3 meters high, forming a reversed Big Dipper constellation in the air. Each star was a distorted rift in time, beginning to indiscriminately devour everything around. The nearest rift was merely half a step from Lu Chen. He felt an invisible force tugging at his left arm, his skin exhibiting bizarre phenomena of aging and rebirth. The antidote could only delay the spread of the toxin, but could not prevent the encroachment of temporal turbulence. Just as his entire arm was about to be torn apart, a silver light cleaved through the purple mist. The Long Princess's mechanical sword severed the ripples of time, pulling him to a safe zone. Impulsive, she wore a silver mask, her exposed right eye bloodshot. This was a quantum-level temporal trap. Lu Chen noticed that her mechanical left arm had been fitted with new components, the joints still gleaming with unrefined lubricant. It seemed the repairs over the past 3 days had not gone smoothly. The incense had been tainted with steel powder. Lu Chen pointed to the crumbling ceremonial platform. I need your authority to interrupt the core of the formation. The Long Princess's mechanical eye flickered twice. This was their agreed signal of danger. Indeed, the next moment, the tip of her sword pressed against Lu Chen's throat. Traitor, it was you who tampered with it. This sudden betrayal enlightened Lu Chen to the presence of surveillance. He cooperatively raised his hands while simultaneously sketching a rune with his toes on the ground. Interference source at the east viewing platform. Your Highness, discern. Lu Chen feigned panic. I merely. The Long Princess's sword suddenly redirected, unleashing a burst of sword energy that shattered the pillar of the east viewing platform. The concealed quantum interferometer was laid bare, alongside a gnome in official garb, the very one Lu Chen had been using to influence the Long Princess's mechanical body with infrasound. The mechanical priest emitted an electronically synthesized roar. The purple core in his chest overloaded, shooting out 7 beams connecting to the rifts of time in the air. These stars began to converge at the center, forming a larger black hole. The first few guards to be engulfed screamed as they fragmented into countless shards of time. Some became infants, others turned to bones, a sight most horrifying. Go. The Long Princess pulled Lu Chen, leaping towards the altar. They must restart the dragon suppression pillar. Just as they departed their original position, the space where they stood was devoured by the black hole. As Lu Chen sprinted forward, he beheld an ever-increasing number of impostors tearing through human flesh. 12 mechanical fiends surged forth from the ranks of officials. The control crystals embedded in their foreheads bore a striking resemblance to those of the priests, evidently originating from the same batch. The plan had shifted unexpectedly. The princess suddenly thrust an icy crystal shard into his hands, a means to temporarily control the dragon suppression pillar. The shard felt frigid to the touch, containing the princess's distinct psychic signature. In an instant, Lu Chen comprehended her true intent. Beneath the altar lay 9 dragon suppression pillars, crucial for maintaining the temporal stability of the imperial city. The control center required both royal blood and the emperor's heir to be activated. Beware of what lies behind. Chen suddenly pushed the princess aside. A streak of violet light grazed her mask, corroding the silver surface into a honeycomb of holes. The assailant was a clone of Yunli, sporting the same 8 tails, yet her heart bore the purple core of the management bureau. Most terrifying were her eyes. The left was graced with Yunli's distinctive golden pupil, while the right was a mechanical prosthetic. The voice of the sister clone resonated with an electronic wail. "Why have you abandoned me?" The princess's mechanical arm abruptly seized up. She tore off her mask, revealing a face as pale as parchment. They have used Yunli's genes. The clone's tails fanned out like a peacock's display, with each tip shooting forth threads as delicate as hair, weaving a net that halved the flow of time and space within a 100-meter radius. Chen felt every movement as though he were submerged in glue. Even his thoughts began to slow. The deceleration field flickered madly in the princess's mechanical eye, resonating with the steel fragments within Chen, who struggled to activate the 3 steel pieces embedded in his being. At the moment golden light radiated from him, he glimpsed a horrifying truth. At the center of the deceleration field stood a blurred figure, siphoning a golden energy from the clone. That energy was the essence of Yunli's demon emperor, and the siphoner bore an uncanny resemblance to the princess. Gritting his teeth against the deceleration force, Chen realized with dread that she was still alive. The princess suddenly tore open her collar, revealing a purple-gold crystal beneath her collarbone. The crystal erupted with light, forming a shield that temporarily separated them from the deceleration field. Seizing the moment, she plunged her mechanical sword into the ground. The blade disassembled into countless nanobots that burrowed into the earth. This was a remote restart for the dragon suppression pillars. "Stop them." The mechanical priest's chest cavity fully unfolded, revealing a rotating quantum core. For the 7th division, 5 mechanical fiends lunged at them, their attack patterns perfectly synchronized, forming an impenetrable net. Chen hurled 3 explosive talismans, only to find them drifting down like feathers within the deceleration field. In a moment of peril, a piercing sound wave shattered the stillness. Yunli descended from the heavens. Her bone sword accurately pierced the clone's heart, and the 2 similar bodies tumbled down the stairs in a tangle. The deceleration field shattered, and both Chen and the princess regained their mobility. Yet before they could celebrate, a thunderous roar erupted from the altar's center. The black hole had expanded to a 10-meter diameter, beginning to consume the entire platform. There was no time to waste. The princess seized Chen and leaped into a suddenly appearing dark passage. A shortcut. The walls of the passage were inscribed with ancient runes, now flickering erratically due to the external temporal chaos. Adjusting his posture as he fell, Chen spotted a spherical space 100 meters below. 9 dragon-shaped stone pillars encircled a crystal control console, the very heart of the dragon suppression pillars. "Listen closely." The princess leaned in close to whisper in his ear, her mechanical arm extending a data interface. "Whatever you see, do not trust your eyes." She inserted the interface into the back of Chen's neck. Agony surged through him as a stream of encrypted data forcibly flooded his consciousness. It was a segment of sealed memory. 300 years ago, the white-robed princess stood in the same spot, embedding 9 fragments of the Emperor's steel into the control console. "Remember the password," she instructed, her voice beginning to distort. "During the 9 stars alignment, activate the heaven, earth, and man triad positions." The 2 of them crashed heavily onto the bottom of the spherical space. The princess's mechanical leg shattered, revealing pipes that spurted blue coolant. Chen was not faring much better. Toxins had already spread to his shoulder, with spiderweb-like purple patterns emerging beneath his skin. To the control console, the princess crawled towards the central crystal pillar, urgency in her tone. The surface of the crystal pillar revealed a 9-grid lock. Following the password etched in his memory, Chen embedded the 3 steel fragments into the key positions of heaven, earth, and man. The pillar immediately glowed with golden light, casting a 3-dimensional image of the imperial city. The purple stain representing the temporal black hole had already engulfed 1/3 of the area. "It requires royal blood." Chen assisted the princess forward. Her severed limb dripped blood onto the control console, triggering a piercing alarm. "Gene contamination detected, access denied." With a bitter smile, the princess tore open her chest armor. The purple gold crystal within was darkening, clearly tainted as well. "Use this." She ripped off the crystal and pressed it against the control console. Though contaminated, the core coating remained royal. The moment the crystal made contact with the crystal pillar, the entire space quaked violently. The control console suddenly warped, extending dozens of data lines into their bodies. Chen felt the energy from the steel fragments being frantically siphoned, while the princess's mechanical components overloaded, emitting clouds of black smoke. "It's a trap." She struggled to break free. The control console had been tampered with. The data lines tightened around them. Lu Chen's quantum vision penetrated the crystal pillar, revealing a hidden micro-black hole generator. This was not the control center at all, but rather a second bomb set by the Temporal Management Bureau. Don't move. He suddenly realized that the piercing paths of the data lines formed a certain rune. It was a reverse transmission channel. The princess instantly understood. She ceased her struggles and actively connected more data interfaces to the control console. The rate at which their energy was drawn increased dramatically, yet in response, a multitude of error codes began to emerge within the crystal pillar. Hold on. Blood trickled from Lu Chen's lips. Just a little longer. The ceiling suddenly exploded. The mechanical priest descended from above, his body partially dissolved, fused with the purple core into a monstrous form. 12 mechanical fiends followed suit, similarly beginning to mutate, revealing the insignia of the Temporal Management Bureau within them. Pitiful resistance. The priest's voice transformed into an electronic chorus. Embrace purification. The core in his chest shot forth a beam of purple light, striking the crystal pillar. The control console instantly overloaded, the data lines writhing like frenzied serpents. Lu Chen felt his consciousness begin to blur, the energy from the steel fragments nearing depletion. In that moment of life and death, the princess made a desperate decision. She crushed her purple gold crystal, unleashing all the energy sealed within. Remember, her body disintegrated in the blinding light. Find the third. The explosion did not occur. After being absorbed by the crystal pillar, the internal black hole generator abruptly shut down. In its place appeared a holographic projection, the white-robed princess from 300 years ago, standing in the same spot, implanting a certain program into the control system. If you are witnessing this recording, the projection of the white-robed princess spoke softly. It means my plan has succeeded. The true control console rose from the depths, a plain bronze pillar, etched with runes that shared a common origin with Lu Chen's steel fragments. The mechanical priest let out a scream that was anything but human, hurtling towards the bronze pillar with blinding speed. Lu Chen was faster still. Though he had but a sliver of strength remaining, the resonance between the 3 steel fragments and the bronze pillar granted him an additional surge of energy. The moment his palm made contact with the surface of the pillar, the entire geological network of the Imperial City unfolded before his quantum vision. The positions of the 9 dragon suppression pillars, the weaknesses of the black hole generator, and even the lurking mechanical fiends became starkly visible. System reset. Lu Chen recited the password left by the white-robed princess. 9 stars returned to their positions. The bronze pillar erupted with golden light, piercing through the top of the spherical space like a sword. This beam of light split into 9 strands mid-flight, striking each dragon suppression pillar with precision. A tremor akin to a primordial beast awakening resonated through the depths of the Imperial City. As 9 golden beams erupted from the earth, intertwining in the air to firmly bind the temporal black hole. No, the mechanical priest's body began to collapse. The division would not. The golden light swept across, causing the mechanical fiends to disintegrate. The purple cores within them, exposed to the purifying light, melted away like ice under the sun. The priest struggled to self-destruct, yet was pierced through the core by the suddenly appearing Yun Li. The imposter has been dealt with. She was drenched in blood, yet her golden eyes shone brilliantly. Beyond her, more enemies awaited. Lu Chen lifted the damaged mechanical body of the princess. Her consciousness core had already been transferred. This body was merely an empty shell. The projection from the bronze pillar continued to play, and the chilling final words of the white-robed princess echoed. Remember, the true enemy is not the Time and Space Management Bureau. But suddenly, the signal was interrupted. A new tremor rippled through the ground, but this time it was not from the dragon-suppressing pillar, but from cannon fire outside the Imperial City. The holographic map displayed 3 oddly shaped warships breaking through the atmosphere, their emblem a variant of the Time and Space Management Bureau, purple stars encircling a mechanical skull. Reinforcements had arrived. Yun Li's tail drooped weakly. Lu Chen placed the princess's mechanical body beside the bronze pillar. The pillar automatically unfolded into a repair pod, extending numerous fine wires to connect with her shattered form. Once the repair procedure was confirmed to be initiated, he picked up a half piece of purple gold crystal from the ground, which still contained a small amount of energy. No, this was our chance to counterattack. The crystal warmed slightly in his palm. These warships were live coordinates. The temporary command center was established beneath the ruins of the altar. Lu Chen embedded the purple gold crystal into the holographic sand table, activating the defense projection of the Imperial City. 23 representatives from various races sat around, many bearing injuries from battles against the mechanical demon tribe. Most striking was the elder of the tiger demons, whose left arm had been severed at the shoulder, the wound glowing with the same golden-purple radiance as Lu Chen's. According to the data from the Bronze Pillar, these 3 ships belonged to the 7th Division Scavenger class, specifically designed to eliminate uncontrolled experimental zones. A human general slammed the table. "Let them come and never return." "Stay calm," Yunli urged, her tail wrapping around the opponent's wrist. Each warship was equipped with quantum annihilation cannons, capable of devastating destruction with a single blast. Suddenly, the sand table flickered red. The projection indicated an abnormal energy reading at the East City Gate, a reaction of spatial transmission. Lu Chen accessed the surveillance footage, revealing a figure in a white robe standing amidst the ruins, inscribing a symbol array with a staff. The white-robed princess? The tiger demon elder's fur bristled. Had she not perished? Lu Chen magnified the image. This white-robed figure wore no mask, revealing an astonishingly youthful face. Strangely, her method of inscribing the symbol array was not the spiritual patterns of the cultivation realm, but rather quantum equations from Earth. Not the white-robed princess. Lu Chen suddenly dashed towards the exit. "It's Dr. L." Upon arriving at the East City Gate, he saw the white-robed woman just finishing the last stroke. The blue light of the symbol array resonated with the black hole formed by the purple-gold incense, beginning to repair the rift in time and space. Hearing footsteps, she turned to reveal a face identical to the princess's. "We meet again, Lu Chen." She spoke in English, or rather, EY07. Quantum vision revealed that she was not a physical entity, but a type of quantum projection. Lu Chen noticed the ring on her left hand's ring finger, identical to the one worn by the white-robed princess 300 years ago, inscribed with "To L forever." "Are you the prototype of the princess?" Lu Chen inquired cautiously. The woman smiled and shook her head. "I am her backup consciousness left in 2024. She pointed to the black hole that was being repaired. "This temporal rift must be closed, otherwise," suddenly, the main cannon of the warship fired. The annihilation beam shot towards the city gate, and the woman instantly deployed a quantum shield. The collision of the 2 energies generated a shockwave that flattened the surrounding area. As the dust settled, her projection had already faded considerably. "Listen," she urged, her speech quickening. "The headquarters of the 7th Division is in the M711 dimensional rift. Only the Emperor's sword can." A second barrage quickly followed. This time, the shield shattered completely. Just before her form dissipated, she flicked a data chip into Lu Chen's hand. "Tell the present me." The chip warmed slightly in Lu Chen's palm. Quantum vision read a brief message. "All princesses share the same consciousness cloud. The white-robed one has been contaminated. Find a 3rd vessel." More unsettling was the temporal coordinate at the end, pointing to March 15, 2024, 37 minutes before the quantum collision experiment commenced. Yun Li's voice echoed from afar. Lu Chen pocketed the chip, observing the 3 warships descending, their bellies opening to deploy more mechanical demons. He activated the communication talisman, issuing a brief command to the command center: "Execute Plan C," with a focus on protecting the dragon-suppressing pillar. When Lu Chen returned to the altar, the repair pod had already opened. The princess's mechanical body was revitalized, yet the purple-gold crystal was absent, her eyes devoid of spirit, just a soulless shell. An awareness core was needed. Yun Li anxiously scanned the surroundings. The white-robed figure must be hiding nearby. Suddenly, the bronze pillar projected a new image. Deep within the royal tomb, a crystal coffin was being opened, and the slumbering girl-like princess awakened with her eyes wide open. This original vessel from 300 years ago sat up on its own, reaching out to touch a symbol on the coffin wall. The ground of the entire imperial city began to pulse. The lights of the 9 dragon-suppressing pillars suddenly shifted to a purple-gold hue, weaving together in the air to form a colossal phantom of the Emperor's sword. The warship's annihilation cannons recharged, but before they could fire, they were pierced by the sword's shadow, torn asunder like paper, crashing down and triggering a series of explosions in the wasteland beyond the city. "She has awakened." Yun Li's tail bristled entirely. The original one, Lu Chen, recalled the information on the chip. If all princesses share the same consciousness, then the one awakening in the royal tomb is the complete entity fused with the memories of Dr. L, the white-robed figure, and the battle armor. Suddenly, the communication talisman relayed an urgent report from the tiger demon elder, Chief Lu. "A large number of crossers have appeared at the northern city wall, demanding to see you." The holographic display revealed nearly 100 Earth crossers gathered at the city gate, wielding makeshift electronic devices, attempting to disrupt the control systems of the mechanical demon tribe. Leading them was an elderly, white-haired man, the very blacksmith who had saved Lu Chen when he first arrived in the Sky Vault Star. "Old Joe." Lu Chen abruptly halted, Quantum vision revealed that these crossers possessed faint reactions from the tablet fragments within them, evidently awakened by some force as inheritors of the Emperor's bloodline. The Nine Suns conjunction had begun. Yunli gazed at the changing sky, the barriers between the two worlds thinning. The mechanical body of the princess suddenly stirred. It moved stiffly towards the bronze pillar, placing its palm on the control interface. The system immediately responded. Backup protocol activated, temporary control rights granted to the Emperor's inheritor. Follow me. The mechanical princess's voice was devoid of inflection, bringing an end to it all. The entrance to the royal tomb was suffused with a stale, bloody scent. Chen followed the mechanical body deeper underground, each step resonating with powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. The ancient murals on the walls suddenly came to life, depicting the scene of the Emperor and the Demon King uniting to combat the Purple Stars, Time and Space Management Bureau, 300 years ago. At the very depths, the crystal coffin had been opened. The girl-like princess floated above the coffin, ensconced in a flow of purple-gold light. As Chen stepped into the tomb, she slowly opened her eyes, her pupils shimmering with the brilliance of a starry river. You have brought back the key fragment. Her voice layered, embodying Dr. L's rationality, the white-robed figure's coldness, and the battle armor's resolve. Now, it is time to complete the loop. The mechanical body suddenly disassembled, its parts flying towards the girl princess, forming battle armor around her. Simultaneously, the purple-gold crystal from Chen's chest automatically soared out, embedding itself in the recess of her heart, finally returning to its rightful place. Wait. Chen recalled the warning on the chip regarding the white-robed contamination. The princess pressed her hand on his shoulder. At the moment of contact, a torrent of memories from 300 years flowed into Chen's consciousness. The truth of the Earth laboratory, the dual purpose of the summoning ritual, most shockingly, that the so-called contamination was actually a countermeasure from the Time and Space Management Bureau, and that the white-robed princess had intentionally accepted the contamination to embed a backdoor within. Now you understand? The trifold voice echoed in the tomb. We were never pawns. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. The holographic projection revealed a massive mechanical body crawling out from the wreckage of the three warships, the ultimate weapon of the 7th Division, the scavenger's main body. Every step it takes triggers tremors. The one-eyed head is accumulating enough energy to obliterate the entire imperial city. Time is of the essence. The Grand Princess grasps Chen's hand, urging that they must leap now. The crystal at her heart projects a portal through time and space, revealing the laboratory on Earth in the year 2024. Chen observes his younger self standing at the control console, while Dr. L inputs the final command. The past cannot be altered. The Grand Princess pushes Chen toward the portal of light, yet a new future can be forged. The scavenger's cannon fire penetrates the Earth, reaching the tomb chamber. In that instant of destructive energy and corporeal dissolution, Chen leaps into the time portal. The last image he sees is the Grand Princess extending her arms towards the cannon fire, her triple-eyed gaze reflecting the same resolve. In the blinding light, Chen feels himself disassembling and reassembling. When his senses reawaken, he finds himself in the corner of the laboratory, watching his younger self press the start button. Dr. L turns her gaze toward the entrance, her eyes piercing through time and space, locking with the future Chen's. Welcome home, Key. Her lips silently move. Let us change everything. Chapter 24. Court intrigues. The morning bell of the Purple Heaven Palace rang half an hour later than usual. Chen stood outside the palace steps, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the cuffs of his newly exchanged black official robe. This garment, emblematic of a special envoy, was supposed to be embroidered with gold thread. Yet the Ministry of Internal Affairs had deliberately replaced it with silver threads. The subtle machinations of the conservative faction in the court were no longer concealed. Special Envoy Chen requests an audience. The eunuch's call was drawn out. As he stepped forward, Chen's quantum vision automatically marked the newly added surveillance formations before the palace. Beneath the bronze tiles lay truth sand for lie detection, and copper bells hung from the eaves, functioning as mental scanners. Even the swords carried by the guards were replaced with spirit-suppressing blades capable of restraining travelers through time. The atmosphere within the palace was more oppressive than anticipated. 36 dragon-patterned columns were now adorned with demon-binding chains, and all officials hailing from the traveler lineage were arranged on the right side, guarded by fully armed sentinels. On the left, the conservative faction, led by Master Yuan, wore the new insignia of the demon cleansing decree, a purple gold fish pouch hanging at their waists. Your servant pays respects to your highness. Chen performed a gesture of a cultivator rather than a kneeling bow. This detail caused several senior officials in the civil ranks to gasp in shock. According to the alien regulation order issued 3 days prior, all travelers were required to kneel when receiving an audience. The gilded throne atop the 9-tier jade platform sat empty. Seated in place of the Grand Princess was the conservative leader, Master Yuan Tuo, wearing a half-silver mask. This elder, with hair as white as snow, donned a purple python robe, his murky eyes hiding a glint as sharp as a needle. Special Envoy Lu has quite the demeanor. Do you dare to disregard the ceremonial protocols issued by His Majesty? Yuan Tuo's voice was like a dull knife scraping bone, openly denying the regency of the Grand Princess. More subtly, the jade ring on his left hand bore an inner engraving matching that of the Time Management Bureau's star emblem. I am here under the Grand Princess's orders to investigate the demon issue. Lu Chen presented his special envoy token, stating that the bearer of this decree need not kneel before the sovereign. Yuan Tuo's ring suddenly flashed with purple light. The 9 spirit lamps hanging from the palace ceiling turned red simultaneously, enveloping Lu Chen in a crimson column of light. Within that glow hid nanoscale scanning particles, attempting to penetrate his protective barrier. Demon issue? Yuan Tuo scoffed. Perhaps you are the thief shouting to catch the thief? He snapped his fingers, unfurling a holographic scroll that projected images of the ruins of the Spirit Pattern Institute. The footage had clearly been tampered with, showing Lu Chen in the ruins holding a clandestine meeting with a certain 8-tailed demon, exchanging a glowing object. Conclusive evidence. Yuan Tuo slammed the table, rising in fury. You conspired with the demon clan to orchestrate the massacre in the imperial city. The officials gasped in shock. The traveler officials on the right were restrained by the sentinels, unable to move. Yet Lu Chen noticed a flaw in the projection. His right hand appeared unscathed, while in reality, he had lost his pinky during a battle 3 days prior. I request to verify the evidence. Lu Chen stepped forward. Please retrieve the black box records from the patrol ship. Yuan Tuo's pupils narrowed. This subtle reaction magnified by Lu Chen's quantum vision revealed that the old fox had not anticipated Lu Chen's knowledge of the warship's recording device. Black box? What black? Suddenly, the palace doors swung open. 12 golden-armored sentinels filed in, escorting a bloodied prisoner, the core consciousness extracted from the mechanical demon, now confined within a humanoid shell. The control device on its neck sparked with electricity. Reporting to Master. The sentinel leader knelt. This creature has confessed. The prisoner suddenly lifted its head, its mechanical eye locking onto Lu Chen. EY-07. Its vocal cords emitted electronic static. The 7th Division sends greetings to you. The hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Tuo shouted, "Arrest this traitor." 20 sentinels immediately drew their blades, forming a barrier of spirit-suppressing swords that sealed off all of Lu Chen's escape routes. Lu Chen did not resist. He gazed into the mechanical eye of the prisoner, and under his quantum vision, he discerned hidden codes. This confession was a pre-programmed condition activated by the name EY-07. Wait. A cold female voice emerged from behind the palace. As the beaded curtain rustled, the Grand Princess stepped forth. She wore a plain white palace garment, with a single white jade hairpin in her hair, a mechanical eye patch over her right eye, and a faint shadow beneath her exposed left eye. Most striking was the bronze scabbard hanging at her waist, with 9 empty grooves, clearly indicating that the fragments of the Emperor's monument had been removed. Your Highness. Yuan Tuo hurriedly bowed. This traitor. Why the haste, Master? The Grand Princess's voice was colder than ice. I am still alive. She approached the prisoner, and after scanning with her mechanical eye patch, she suddenly drew her sword. In a flash of light, the prisoner's head rolled to the ground, revealing a precise quantum processor at the severed neck. More astonishingly, the surface of the processor was inscribed with the words of the 7th Division, a creation of the Time Management Bureau. She kicked the twitching mechanical head. From where did you capture this, Master? Yuan Tuo's ring flashed with purple light again. This time, Lu Chen discerned that it was a miniature controller sending self-destruction commands to the prisoner. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Grand Princess had already destroyed the core with her sword energy. Enough, old man. The Grand Princess suddenly turned. Lu Qing. Has there been any progress in the demon investigation? This shift in address stirred Lu Chen's heart. 3 days prior, the two had been at odds. Now she referred to him as Qing before all the officials, a political signal unmistakably clear. Returning to your highness. It has been confirmed that the so-called Demon Emperor's curse is actually a nanovirus from the Time Management Bureau. Lu Chen produced a crystalline evidence, the details already recorded. Nonsense. Yuan Tuo interrupted sharply. What management bureau? This is evidently a demon plot. The Grand Princess's mechanical eye patch suddenly glowed red. Holographic projections emanated from the eye patch, forming a 3-dimensional map of the celestial sphere, with 7 blinking red dots marking the discovered nests of mechanical demons. Each nest floating above with the emblem of the Time Management Bureau. Master, she gently caressed the scabbard. Are you questioning my vision? Yuan Tuo's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He secretly slipped a purple crystal token from his sleeve, crushing it in his hand. Outside the palace, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed as 300 soldiers clad in specially designed armor surrounded the Purple Heaven Palace, each with a purple crystal embedded in their foreheads. Originating from the same source as the mechanical demons. The old man dares not. Yuan Tuo suddenly straightened his hunched back. However, His Majesty has decreed. His Majesty? The Grand Princess scoffed. She removed the mechanical eye patch, revealing her perfectly intact eye. What had seemed an injury was, in fact, an artificial eye embedded with purple gold crystals. The light from the crystals swept across the assembly, causing all soldiers' control crystals in their foreheads to explode simultaneously. The will of the late emperor is hereby declared. She produced a bronze scroll from her bosom. As the scroll unfurled, 9 dragon-shaped phantoms spiraled above the palace, emitting a thunderous dragon roar. This was the true dragon aura only the royal bloodline could awaken. The conservative ministers knelt in submission. Even Yuan Tuo staggered back 3 steps. From this day forward, the Clean Sky Alliance shall be established. The voice of the Grand Princess echoed throughout the Great Hall, declaring Lu Chen as the chief inspector. Endowed with the authority to mobilize the 3 departments and 6 ministries to thoroughly investigate the demonic afflictions. Lu Chen noted the emphasis she placed on the term demonic afflictions, which clearly referred not to the actual demon race, but rather to the insidious influence of the Temporal Management Bureau infiltrating the court. Intriguingly, this appointment to chief inspector, though high in rank, conferred no real power, serving to placate the conservatives while granting him the pretext to investigate. The old minister complied. Yuan Tuo knelt rigidly, like a puppet, but according to protocol, the chief inspector required oversight by a member of the royal family. He clapped 3 times. The pearl curtains at the side of the hall lifted, revealing a young girl clad in apricot yellow palace attire. The girl, around 16 or 17 years of age, bore a resemblance to the Grand Princess, yet her gaze was naively foolish. Most peculiarly, a jade bracelet on her wrist, as revealed by quantum vision, functioned as a miniature control device. This was the bloodline of the late emperor, lost among the commoners. A sinister smile crept across Yuan Tuo's lips as he conferred upon her the title Princess Xianxia. Just then, the Grand Princess coughed unexpectedly, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, which immediately blossomed with a glaring crimson stain. In that instant, Lu Chen comprehended that her predicament was far worse than anticipated. Her grave injuries from 3 days prior had not yet healed, compounded by political pressure. Approved, she declared, stowing away the bloodied handkerchief. From this day forth, Princess Xianxia shall oversee the Purification Alliance. The chimes signaling the end of court echoed. As the officials knelt, Lu Chen observed Yuan Tuo exchanging glances with Princess Xianxia. The girl instantly bounded over to Lu Chen, feigning innocence as she tugged at his sleeve. Lord Lu, shall we investigate the case now? Her wrist brushed against Lu Chen's fingertips. In that moment, the nanobugs released by the jade bracelet attempted to penetrate his skin, but were repelled by the energy field of the purple gold crystal. A flicker of surprise passed through the girl's eyes, quickly masked by a sweet smile. Your Highness needs rest. Lu Chen took a step back. We shall commence tomorrow. I permit you to set out immediately, the Grand Princess interjected suddenly. Let us begin the investigation at the Spirit Pattern Institute. Her mechanical eye flashed with encrypted data. Lu Chen's quantum vision automatically decoded the secret signal known only to them. Use their own strategy against them. Draw the snake from its hole. Fine snow drifted over the scorched earth of the Spirit Pattern Institute. Princess Xianxia, lifting her gown, walked ahead, each step deftly avoiding hazardous debris. This unusual sharpness further convinced Lu Chen that she was far from the innocently sheltered princess of the palace. Lord Lu, it's so frightening here, the girl suddenly turned, her pupils shimmering with a violet light in the shadows. Many people died here, didn't they? Lu Chen pretended to inspect the shattered wall, discreetly activating the energy from the tablet pieces. 3 fragments in his sleeve formed a triangular array, capturing the energy fluctuations within a 100-meter radius. Indeed, beneath the ruins lay 7 dormant mechanical demons, their crystalline cores resonating in harmony with Xianxia's jade bracelet. Your Highness was not in the imperial city at that time. Lu Chen deliberately kicked aside a charred piece of wood, revealing a mechanical limb beneath. Xianxia's eyelashes fluttered. I was at the Grand Temple, praying. Suddenly, she pointed into the distance. Oh, what's that? 20 paces away, there was indeed a glimmering point. as Lu Chen bent down to investigate. The jade bracelet on the girl shot forth a beam of purple light, striking the nape of his neck with precision. A swarm of nanomechanical bugs crawled up his spine towards his brain, but they were intercepted just before reaching the central nervous system by the energy from the tablet. Your Highness possesses remarkable skills. Lu Chen slowly straightened up. Which master did you train under? Xianxia's smile froze on her face. She stepped back 2 paces. The jade bracelet beginning to overheat. How did you? The nanotechnology of the 7th Division has a flaw, Lu Chen revealed, displaying the mechanical bugs imprisoned in his palm. They would short-circuit upon encountering the energy from the Emperor's tablet. The ground suddenly trembled. The 7 mechanical demons erupted from the earth, their forms indistinguishable from humans. Yet their mechanical arms bore standard weaponry when they attacked. Seizing the opportunity, Xianxia leaped backward, her palace attire unfurling like petals, revealing the tight combat armor within. Identical to that of the Temporal Management Bureau's agents. EY-07. Her voice morphed into an electronic synthesized tone. Surrender the fragments of the Emperor's tablet. Lu Chen's improved thunder talisman slipped from his sleeve. The talismans, coated with a nanoconductive layer, exhibited enhanced conductivity in snowy conditions. As the mechanical demons charged, the thunder talismans detonated, enveloping them in a paralyzing electric net. You are not a princess. Lu Chen gazed intently into the girl's mechanical eye. You are from the 7th Division. Xianxia abruptly tore away her face, revealing a metallic visage identical to that of the Grand Princess beneath. The purple core that sprang from her chest mirrored that of the national sorcerer, albeit 1/3 smaller. We are mass-produced, she declared, her mechanical arm transforming into a cannon, designed specifically to replace significant figures. As the cannon began to charge, Lu Chen heard unusual noises emanating from beneath the ruins. A buried teleportation array was activating. Its energy readings connected to the Earth's veins beneath the Imperial City. This was a meticulously crafted trap, intended to draw out the Grand Princess. Did you think we were on the 1st level? The mass-produced version mocked. In fact, we are on the 5th. Suddenly, the snowy veil was torn asunder by a blade's energy. A beam of white light descended from the heavens, cleaving the 7 mechanical demons in half. The Grand Princess strode forth, treading upon the void, dressed in a pure white palace gown over silver soft armor, her bronze short sword dripping with purple mechanical oil. I am aware. She directed the tip of her blade at the mass-produced version. You have 37 substitutes. The mechanical eye of the mass-produced version flickered wildly. Her purple core suddenly overloaded, shooting a beam that connected to a distant signal tower. The entire ruins of the Spirit Pattern Institute began to sink, revealing a vast spherical chamber below, meticulously arranged with 300 cultivation pods, each harboring a clone of the Grand Princess. Welcome home, Zero. The voice of the mass-produced version transformed into an electronic chorus, the primary consciousness synchronizing. The Grand Princess's sword trembled slightly. Lu Chen discerned her fear. Should these clones be activated, the 7th Division could establish an invincible army of substitutes. Even more terrifying was the possibility of them sharing a singular consciousness cloud. Lu Chen, the Grand Princess suddenly communicated privately. Do you remember the device in the vault? Lu Chen instantly understood. The vault of the Spirit Pattern Institute concealed a quantum disruptor, originally intended for research on the Demon Emperor's crystal. If it could be activated, perhaps it could sever the synchronization signal of the clones. 3 minutes are required. He calculated the distance. Cover me. The Grand Princess suddenly swung her sword in a circular motion. The blade's energy coalesced into an ice-blue barrier, temporarily shielding against the fire of the mass-produced version. Lu Chen seized the opportunity to dash toward the vault entrance. But midway was repelled by an invisible force field. The entire spherical space had been quantum sealed. Feudal, the mass-produced version laughed maniacally. This was specifically designed for you. Her laughter abruptly ceased as a bone sword pierced through her core from behind, the tip entwined with familiar golden light. Yunli. The half-demon girl had infiltrated the battlefield unbeknownst to anyone, her 8 tails fully unfurled, each tip aglow with purification runes. Imposter, she twisted the sword's hilt. I shall send you back for reforging. Before the mass-produced version could explode, she transmitted a final signal. All cultivation pods simultaneously opened, and 300 clones awoke. Their movements synchronized, mechanical eyes locking onto the true Grand Princess. Synchronization rate 97. Erase the original sample. The Grand Princess abruptly removed her mask. Her right eye was not a prosthetic, but a genuine eye embedded with a purple-gold crystal. As the crystal's radiance swept across the clone army, the foremost 30 suddenly froze, their eyes displaying garbled data streams. Lu Chen. Now, Lu Chen had already reached the control console. 3 tablet pieces were inserted into the operation interface, forcefully rewriting the system protocol. Through quantum vision, he discerned that the entire spherical space was actually a temporal vessel disguised as ruins, and control was being hijacked by a higher dimensional signal. Royal bloodline is required, he shouted to the Grand Princess. Highest permission verification. The Grand Princess tossed him her bronze short sword. As the hilt made contact with the console, the 9 grooves lit up corresponding to the number of tablet pieces Lu Chen possessed. The system's cold prompt resonated. Insufficient privileges, access denied. The clone army had breached Yuan Li's defenses. The foremost 12 transformed simultaneously into artillery, their charged beams potent enough to obliterate the 3 of them into atoms. In a moment of dire urgency, Lu Chen made a reckless decision. He extracted the purple gold crystal from his chest and pressed it onto the control console. In the name of the Emperor, the crystal erupted in radiant light, engulfing the entire space and resetting the system. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Following this, all the clones simultaneously clutched their heads in despair, their core processors overloaded and exploding. The interior walls of the spherical space were awash with a dense array of error codes, with the most prominent line reading, Main Consciousness 0 regaining control. The mass-produced entities struggled toward the exit, even as the sword energy of the princess cut off her head. The mechanical head rolled to Lu Chen's feet. Its electronic eye still flickering. You have won the battle, but lost the war. Before the 7th Bureau could finish its statement, the head suddenly self-destructed. The shockwave obliterated much of the control console, yet miraculously, the core functions survived. Lu Chen collapsed to the ground, a searing pain radiating from the hollow in his chest. After losing the purple gold crystal, the energy from the steel began to spiral out of control. He handed half of the crystal to the princess, which she had extracted from her own heart. It would suffice for the time being. The 2 halves of the crystal fused in Lu Chen's palm, forming a new energy source. Upon implanting it into his chest, he glimpsed fragments of the princess's memories, 300 years prior. She had willingly been cloned to counter the Time Management Bureau today, and the so-called Princess Puri was, in fact, a bait modified from early failures by the 7th Bureau. Now do you understand? The princess's voice suddenly transformed into a harmonious trio. We have never been enemies. Young Li's exclamation interrupted the conversation. She pointed at the closing top of the spherical space. They are coming. 3 warships from the Time Management Bureau broke through the clouds, their hulls bearing terrifying skull insignias. Most alarming was the middle ship, whose belly cannon was charging with enough quantum annihilation energy to obliterate the Imperial City. Take her away. The princess abruptly pushed young Li toward Lu Chen to the royal mausoleum. She removed the remaining half of the crystal from her chest and pressed it to the ground. The energy released from the crystal formed a teleportation array, enveloping Lu Chen and young Li within. Just before the teleportation light swallowed their vision, Lu Chen saw the princess facing the warships alone, her gown transforming into battle armor, her bronze short sword radiating an unprecedented brilliance. In the darkness of the royal mausoleum, the sound of dripping water echoed. Lu Chen and young Li fell beside a crystal coffin. It was colder here than in his memories. The runes on the coffin's surface dimmed, as if the energy had been depleted. The crystal at young Li's heart automatically illuminated, revealing the empty interior of the coffin. She leaned close to young Li's ear, asking if she was all ready. Lu Chen's quantum vision detected faint energy trails. These trails formed arrows, pointing toward the innermost depths of the mausoleum. The 2 followed the guidance, passing through 3 dark doors, until they arrived before a circular altar. Suspended above the altar was the youthful form of the princess. She sat with closed eyes, hands resting on her knees, her chest pulsating with a complete purple gold crystal. Most peculiarly, ribbons of light swirled around her, blue on the left and purple on the right, symbolizing the perfect fusion of technology and spiritual energy. The 3rd form. Lu Chen suddenly realized she had backed herself up here. Just as young Li approached, a force field barrier suddenly rose around the altar. Holographic text appeared in the air. Verification of both the Emperor's bloodline and the Demon Emperor's bloodline required. I will do it. Young Li sliced her palm, pressing her blood onto the right rune. Lu Chen mirrored her action on the left rune. As their blood simultaneously touched the altar, the youthful princess slowly opened her eyes. Within her pupils flowed a brilliance akin to a galaxy, her voice harmonizing in a triple echo. The time loop is about to be completed. The purple gold crystal projected images from the outside. The 3 warships were bombarding the Imperial City, while the armored princess fought valiantly alone. Her mechanical body was in tatters, yet she fiercely guarded the entrance to the mausoleum. Not enough. The youthful princess shook her head. One last fragment was still needed. She reached out and gently touched Lu Chen's brow. In the agony, Lu Chen glimpsed his memories from the laboratory on Earth, the young version of himself pressing the activation button, while a hidden program automatically copied his consciousness. This was the true meaning of EY07. Now do you understand? The triple voice echoed within his skull. You are both Lu Chen and the heir of the Emperor. The altar suddenly sank, revealing a Stargate mechanism below. It was a micro-time jump device, its coordinates locked to the moment before the explosion in the Earth laboratory. Young Li's tails bristled in alarm. You want to send him back? Then what about here? The loop must be completed. The youthful princess's fingertips caressed the Stargate control panel, a 300-year plan culminating in this moment. Lu Chen suddenly grasped everything. From the explosion on Earth to the traversal through the celestial dome, from the fragments of the Emperor's steel to the purple-gold crystal, all clues formed a loop. He had to return to the starting point to conclude this trans-temporal conspiracy. I will return. He stepped into the light of the Stargate, glancing back one last time. Wait for me to change. The brilliance engulfed his unfinished words. In the final moment of temporal distortion, Lu Chen saw young Li plunge the bone sword into her own chest, the gold-red essence of the demon emperor infusing into the altar. She was using her life to maintain the stability of the Stargate. The lights of the Earth laboratory pierced his eyes painfully. Lu Chen fell onto the familiar alloy floor, the back of his head striking the edge of the control console. Surrounding him were the rising and falling sounds of alarms. While his younger self stood 3 meters away, finger hovering over the red activation button. Don't press it. He lunged forward but passed through the body of his younger self. At this moment, he was still in a quantum state. Dr. L suddenly turned her head. Her gaze precisely locked onto the void where Lu Chen stood. As expected, you came. She pressed her wristwatch, a certain force field enveloping the laboratory, temporarily solidifying Lu Chen's quantum state. You are the future me? The young Lu Chen stared in disbelief at the two versions of himself. Dr. L rapidly operated the control console. There's no time to explain. The 7th Bureau has locked onto this coordinate. They intend to. The walls suddenly turned translucent. Outside in the corridor, several white-robed researchers were undergoing transformation, their skin melting to reveal mechanical skeletons. They were the purgers of the Time Management Bureau. Listen, Doctor. L handed Lu Chen a crystal. This is an anchor point for your consciousness, allowing you to maintain presence in both time frames. She then turned to the young Lu Chen, pressing a button, but needing to adjust the parameters. The purgers broke through the door. Doctor L pressed a device on her belt, transforming the entire wall into a barrier force field. Just before the force field closed, she mouthed a message. Remember, the true enemy is. The explosion swallowed her last words. Lu Chen was hurled by the shockwave. The crystal in his hand, glowing simultaneously with the button pressed by his younger self. In the intertwining of energies, he glimpsed the chilling truth. The laboratory was not a quantum collider buried underground, but a dormant time gate. In the blinding light, Lu Chen felt himself plummeting at high speed. In the final fragments of consciousness, he heard the call of the triple voice. Wake up quickly. The war has only just begun. Chapter 25. The camp of the travelers. As twilight bled crimson, Lu Chen crouched among the branches of an ancient pagoda tree, counting the shift frequency of the sentinels 300 meters away. This was the 7th rotation of the night, each interval lasting a quarter of an hour, with the guards appearing at the southeast corner, leaving a 3-breath gap sufficient for him to infiltrate silently. Confirmed at the dog position, came young Li's voice through the miniature communicator in his ear. The half-demon girl was concealed on the opposite cliff, her 8 tails shimmering with a faint golden hue in the moonlight, while 3 hidden sentinels were stationed to the west, traveling by waterway. Lu Chen lightly tapped the jade belt buckle twice to signal acknowledgement. He adjusted the camouflage bracelet on his right wrist, an artifact from the princess that could alter his energy fluctuations, making him appear as an ordinary traveler. The inner side of the bracelet was inscribed with Gui Mao No. 7, indicating he was the 7th spy dispatched for reconnaissance. Suddenly, the dead leaves beneath the tree began to stir without wind. Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he activated his quantum vision, revealing 3 transparent figures approaching the ancient pagoda in a triangular formation. They wore optical camouflage suits, but the particles of spiritual energy disturbed by their breathing appeared like fireflies in the night under quantum vision. Technological infiltrators. Lu Chen held his breath, skillfully flicking a copper coin toward the stream Tianqiong away. As the splash echoed, all 3 transparent figures simultaneously turned toward the sound source. He seized the opportunity to flip over the tree trunk, and as he landed, the soles of his boots shimmered faintly. This was the enhanced snow tracking talisman. ensuring that not a single footprint would remain. The stream was icy and biting. Chen sank beneath the water, activating the internal circulation breathing technique. Among the floating water plants were tiny metallic spheres, which he recognized as miniature detectors from Earth. As he swam past a specific location, the 3 slabs embedded in his chest suddenly heated up. Below the water lay a large spiritual energy interference device. It was no wonder that the first 6 spies had failed. A chill ran through Chen. The Traversers camp had managed to integrate Earth technology with cultivation prohibitions to such an extent. This was beyond the capabilities of ordinary refugees. As he climbed ashore, his disguise bracelet suddenly grew hot. Chen quickly rolled into the bushes and saw 2 guards clad in mixed armor emerging from the mist. Their equipment was alarming. The left arm bore a spiritual energy shield generator, while the right shoulder was fitted with a mini-missile launcher. And a crystal for sensing the demon race was embedded in their foreheads. They detected an anomalous wave. The taller guard raised a scanner, pointing it toward the 7 o'clock direction. Chen crushed the interference talisman in his sleeve. The spiritual mist produced by the burning talisman caused the scanner's screen to fill with static, but it simultaneously revealed his position. The shorter guard immediately drew his pulse pistol, the muzzle glowing ominously blue. "Come out," he barked, "or I will fire." Just as Chen was about to retaliate, a slender jade hand suddenly emerged from the mist, pressing against the shorter guard's neck. He collapsed as if his bones had been drawn, and his companion, turning around, was similarly subdued. The 6th one. A woman stepped out of the mist, wearing a bronze mask, her voice gravelly and unhuman-like. Is this the level of vigilance among Traversers? Chen narrowed his eyes. The woman was clad in form-fitting leather armor, with a strangely shaped short dagger at her waist, the hilt resembling a military knife from Earth. Yet the blade was inscribed with demonic runes. Most striking was the pendant hanging from her neck, a bizarre creation that fused half a demon emperor crystal with half a circuit board. "Follow me," she said, kicking the unconscious guard. "In another 15 minutes, a patrol team will pass by." Chen remained still. "What is the reason?" The woman suddenly lifted a corner of her mask. In the moonlight, Chen saw her right face covered in mechanical patterns, while the left side appeared normal, if one ignored the uncanny vertical pupil. "Just based on my knowledge, I know you are Chen." She adjusted her mask back on, adding, "The Night Owl despises wasting time." Night Owl. Chen recalled the information provided by the princess, the 3rd figure of the radical faction, her true identity unknown. Adept at merging machinery with demonic arts. It was said that she had single-handedly destroyed 3 indigenous outposts using such hybrid weaponry. "Lead the way," Chen said, revealing an explosive talisman from his sleeve, "but don't try anything funny." Night Owl let out an electronically synthesized laugh. She turned and walked into the depths of the mist, the 6 metal spider legs on her back unfurling, tracing pale purple arcs in the air. That was a guiding signal. Chen recognized it from the Earth Special Forces code system. At the end of the mist lay a cliff. Night Owl's spider legs embedded into the rock face, revealing a hidden lift platform behind it. The surface of the platform was engraved with an inverted pentagram, the symbol of the Traversers Alliance. "Welcome to the New World." As Night Owl pressed the start button, the platform suddenly plummeted. "I hope you are not afraid of the dark." 300 meters below, bioluminescent fungi illuminated a vast underground city. Chen stood on the observation deck, his pupils slightly constricting. This base, known as the Ark, far exceeded his imagination. At its center was a spherical space a kilometer in diameter, with honeycomb-like living units carved into the rock walls, hundreds of alloy walkways crisscrossed, with personnel in various uniforms bustling about. Most astonishing was the giant device at the bottom. A hybrid energy core composed of a spiritual stone reactor and a nuclear fusion ring, emitting a low, rumbling hum. "How is it?" Night Owl retracted her spider legs. "Much better than your earthen homes in the Celestial Kingdom. I assenti it?" Chen did not respond. His quantum vision was scanning the entire space, marking 17 high-risk areas. Among them, a sealed building in the northeast corner showed anomalous energy readings, surrounded by 3 layers of spiritual energy barriers. It was likely the core of the radical faction. "Come with me to meet the Elders' Council," Night Owl said as she walked toward the floating lift. "They have been waiting for you for quite some time." "Wait." Chen pointed toward the training ground on the west side. "What is that?" On the field, over 100 Traversers were practicing combined attack formations. However, instead of spiritual symbols and flying swords, they wielded modified electromagnetic rifles, the barrels wrapped in talisman paper, with bullets emanating spiritual energy trails. More terrifying was the target, lifelike puppets of indigenous people, marked with red circles at their throats. Night Owl followed his gaze. "Just basic training." She suddenly lowered her voice. "If you perform well enough, Perhaps you can participate in tomorrow's live fire exercise. A tightness gripped Lu Chen's heart. The princess's intelligence indicated that the radical faction was planning a large-scale attack, though the specific targets remained unclear. He feigned casualness, asking, "Where will the exercise be held?" "At Blackwater Village." Night Owl's vertical pupil flickered with a hint of red. "I've heard the scenery there is particularly beautiful." Blackwater Village. In an instant, Lu Chen recalled the markings on the map. An agricultural village 80 miles from the imperial city, with a population of less than 300, mostly elderly, weak, and women. He slowly relaxed his clenched fist. To turn hostile now would only alert the enemy. When the floating lift descended to the bottom, 3 technicians in white coats approached. They pushed a flat cart containing transparent containers, inside which floated a purple crystal emitting an energy wave akin to the curse of the Demon Emperor, causing Lu Chen's stomach to churn. "The latest batch of catalysts," Night Owl remarked, noticing his gaze. "They can grant ordinary individuals foundational strength within 3 hours, but of course, the cost is 20 years of life." Once the technicians moved away, Lu Chen suddenly grasped Night Owl's wrist. "Are you using curses as enhancers?" "Clever." Night Owl broke free from his grip, "But don't rush to judge. Wait until you meet the Great Elder." She pushed open a metal door inscribed with runes. Behind it was a circular conference room, where 7 figures of varying shapes were seated in chairs. Lu Chen immediately recognized the elder in the foremost seat. His white beard and gray hair, with a mechanical eye in his left socket, none other than the former Earth Federation General Marcus, who had been missing for 3 years. "Dr. Lu," Marcus greeted in English, "I have long admired your reputation." Lu Chen remained cautious. "I did not expect the leader of the radical faction to be a military man." Former military man, Marcus tapped his mechanical eye. "Ever since that group of blue-skinned monsters destroyed my fleet, I have fought solely for myself." He switched to the clumsy, celestial language. "I hear you are helping the natives deal with your compatriots?" The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly thickened. Lu Chen noted that the other 6 had discreetly sealed all exits, and Night Owl's spider legs unfurled once more. Calmly, he activated the teleportation talisman in his sleeve. "I am merely looking for a way home." "A way home?" Marcus suddenly burst into laughter. "Look at this." He pressed a button on the table, and a holographic projection displayed the design of a giant spaceship, Arc 2, capable of transporting all of us through the Stargate back home. Lu Chen examined the blueprints closely. This ship indeed employed a fusion of Earth technology and spiritual energy design, but the core power section made his pupils constrict. It required extracting the essence of living demons. "The energy is insufficient," Lu Chen pointed out the critical issue. "Even if you drained all the demons, it wouldn't be enough to open the Stargate." Marcus exchanged glances with Night Owl. "Thus, we need an alternative energy source." He switched the projection to show the geospatial map of the celestial imperial city. "For instance, this." Lu Chen's blood nearly froze. The marked area on the map was precisely the spiritual nexus beneath the imperial city. If forcibly extracted, the entire city would collapse in an instant, resulting in the annihilation of hundreds of thousands of indigenous people. "Madman," Lu Chen scoffed. "Do you think the princess will stand idly by? That mechanical woman?" Marcus sneered. "She won't survive until tomorrow night." The projection switched again, revealing a 3-dimensional layout of the princess's palace, with several red dots marking the locations of explosives, annihilation bombs provided by the demon race, specifically designed to deal with her kind of half-mechanical body. Lu Chen's mind raced with calculations. This information must be relayed back to the imperial city immediately. However, the camp is plagued by psychic interference, rendering conventional communication methods ineffective. He feigned persuasion. "The plan is flawless. But how can we ensure that the demon race will not betray us?" At that moment, Marcus produced a violet crystal container from his bosom, within which floated a droplet of golden liquid, the blood of the Demon Emperor, a testament to the covenant. The instant the blood of the Demon Emperor appeared, the tablets within Lu Chen's body trembled violently. He suppressed his discomfort to observe closely, discovering that the liquid concealed countless nano-level runes. This was not merely a covenant, but a vessel for a high-level curse. Impressive indeed. Lu Chen took a step back, stating, "I require time to contemplate." Marcus's expression suddenly twisted into a snarl. "Regrettably, time is up." Steel plates descended from the walls of the conference room. "Did you think we wouldn't recognize the long princess's lapdog?" The spider leg of the night owl lunged towards him. Lu Chen sidestepped to evade, the leg grazing his cheek and leaving scorched marks on the wall. He hurled 3 explosive talismans, using the smoke to dash towards the door, only to be repelled back by an unseen force field. The entire room had been quantum locked. "Do not waste your effort." Marcus brandished a control device. "The walls here are infused with the powder of the Emperor's tablet, specifically designed to counteract your kind. Suddenly, Chen chuckled. He removed his disguise bracelet, revealing a flickering purple-gold crystal beneath. Who told you that I rely on the tablets for combat? In the brilliant light emitted by the crystal, 3 tablets emerged from Chen's chest, forming a triangular formation in midair. The locking force field shattered like glass. The spider leg of the night owl was severed at the root, and smoke billowed from Marcus's mechanical eye. Impossible. Marcus staggered back. How can you manipulate crystal energy? Chen offered no explanation. Seizing the opportunity, he crashed through the window and leaped out, casting a flying sword as he descended. The instant the sword's light caught him, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the underground city. All units, pay attention. An electronic voice announced, prioritize the elimination of the escapee. Repeat, prioritize. As the flying sword ascended, Chen beheld a chilling scene. Hundreds of traversers were gathering in the square, their eyes glowing with violet light, with cursed seals manifesting on their foreheads, identical to those of the demon race. More terrifyingly, on the central platform stood 10 pillars, each bound with a native child, purple energy being forcibly extracted from their bodies. The curse catalyzed, and Chen finally comprehended the radical scheme. They were not merely seeking revenge. They were creating a large-scale outbreak of curses. A red beam suddenly surged towards him. Chen maneuvered the flying sword sharply, yet it still grazed his left shoulder. The wound did not bleed, but purple web-like patterns immediately surfaced beneath his skin. 300 meters away on the sniper platform, the night owl aimed a bizarrely shaped long rifle, its barrel inscribed with demon runes, yet the magazine contained shards of the demon emperor's crystal. Come down, Chen. Her voice boomed through the loudspeaker. Witness true power. The night owl snapped her fingers. The traversers in the square suddenly knelt collectively, their backs splitting open amidst agonized howls, revealing purple-black energy tentacles. These cursed monstrosities howled skyward, their sonic waves causing dust to cascade from the rock walls. Chen gritted his teeth, shattering the communication jade talisman. This was the emergency signal agreed upon with the Long Princess, but the interference was too strong. The message might not transmit. He had to prevent this catastrophe himself, at least to delay it until reinforcements arrived. The flying sword plunged downward. Chen formed seals with his left hand, while his right cast 7 thunder talismans. The lightning erupted amongst the swarm of monsters, yet it only inflicted minor damage. A 3-meter-tall abomination lunged at him, its tentacles ensnaring the flying sword, the immense force nearly dragging Chen down. Feudal. The night owl cackled as she loaded a second bullet. The curse already. Her voice was abruptly cut off. The entire underground city trembled violently as a massive fissure opened in the upper rock wall. Moonlight cascaded down like a silver waterfall, illuminating a slender figure standing at the edge of the crevice, draped in silver armor and a red cloak, her mechanical left arm glinting coldly. It was none other than the Long Princess, who should have been in the Imperial City. Found you. Her voice was soft, yet it eclipsed all noise, insects. The moment the Long Princess leaped down, her mechanical arm disassembled and reconfigured into a colossal psychic cannon. As the cannon's mouth glowed with golden light, Chen recognized it as the distilled energy of the Emperor's tablet. Get down, he shouted as he dove to the ground. The golden beam swept across the entire area. The abominations directly hit were instantaneously vaporized, and the shockwave shattered a significant portion of the square. Seizing the opportunity, Chen charged towards the platform, slicing through the chains to rescue the children. The smallest girl had already lost consciousness, but her pulse still beat. There was hope. Chen. The Long Princess's voice resonated clearly through the psychic transmission, the energy core. He turned to see the protective shield of the mixed energy core beginning to open, ominously swirling with purple-black energy. Marcus stood at the control console, gripping the detonation device. This madman intended to perish with them. There is no time. Chen scooped up the 2 children. Everyone evacuate. Suddenly, the Long Princess's mechanical arm extended, grasping the nape of Chen's neck. She activated her thrusters, launching into the sky, while simultaneously tossing 3 silver spheres. The spheres landed and unfolded into protective shields, encasing the remaining children. Hold on, she urged Chen as she surged towards the fissure. Behind them, Marcus's maniacal laughter echoed. For the new world. The thunderous explosion erupted, and a purple mushroom cloud rose from the depths. As the shockwave caught up with the 2, the Long Princess turned to absorb the impact with her mechanical form. Chen witnessed her back armor instantaneously melt away, revealing the intricate bionic structure beneath. What are you doing here? Chen shouted amidst the tempest. The Long Princess's lips spilled blue coolant, Because the seventh spy was never you. She suddenly released her grip. As Lu Chen plummeted, he beheld a horrifying sight. The Long Princess's mechanical body began to overload. She propelled herself towards the explosion's epicenter, her chest crystal erupting with solar-like brilliance. No. The blinding light consumed everything. When Lu Chen regained his sight, the underground city had transformed into a kilometer-wide abyss. At the edge, the half-mechanical night owl was dragging Marcus from the rubble. The old general was left with only his upper body, yet he continued to laugh maniacally. Did you see? This is the price of resistance. Just as Lu Chen prepared to pursue, a golden light suddenly shot from the pit's bottom. Within the radiance emerged the Long Princess's phantasm, holding a brand new purple-gold crystal, more than twice the size of the previous one. Hurry! The apparition grew increasingly faint. The main force of the demon race is approaching. In the distance, a horde of demon beasts surged like a tide across the horizon. On the backs of the leading enormous lizards stood robed demon priests, their staffs gathering storm clouds, clearly well prepared. The night owl abruptly blew a bone whistle. The surviving dozens of traversers converged from all directions, their violet eyes blazing brighter, their bodies beginning to mutate. Marcus was lifted onto the last mechanical spider, and before leaving, he cast a derisive smile and tossed a metallic sphere. Our next meeting will be on the day the Imperial City falls. The metallic sphere unfurled in midair, transforming into a portal. Just as Lu Chen was about to intervene, the Long Princess's apparition materialized in front of him. Do not touch. It's a trap. The portal consumed the remnants of the radicals and then collapsed into a black hole. The powerful suction drew in all surrounding debris and trees, and Lu Chen clung tightly to a rocky crevice to avoid being pulled away. When the black hole finally dissipated, a perfect spherical indentation remained, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Where did they go? Lu Chen gasped. The Long Princess's apparition had become almost transparent to the Demon Emperor's territory. She pointed to the purple-gold crystal on Lu Chen's chest, using the crystal to track. Before she could finish, the apparition vanished entirely. The purple-gold crystal on Lu Chen's chest suddenly grew hot, projecting a holographic map with a red moving rapidly, directly towards the cursed land to the north. The roars of demon beasts reverberated in the distance. Lu Chen stowed away the map and gazed at the two children he had saved. The girl had awoken, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at him. Are you here to kill us? Lu Chen wiped the dirt from her face. No. I am here to prevent the slaughter. Cradling the two children, he cast one last glance at the abyss. The surface of the indentation reflected 3 moons and countless stars. As the sun rises tomorrow, everything that has transpired here will be officially concealed. Yet, certain transformations are irreversible. The all-out war between the travelers and the indigenous people is poised to commence. Chapter 26. Betrayal and Choices. The night sky over the royal city was stained a deep crimson. 3 blood moons loomed high, their eerie glow piercing through the clouds and casting distorted shadows upon the cobblestone streets. Soldiers patrolling the city walls tightened their grips on their spears, exchanging anxious glances. The appearance of the blood moons heralded ominous tidings, a long-held omen in the celestial lore. Lu Chen stood atop the highest tower, the purple-gold crystal at his chest radiating warmth. The holographic map left by the princess floated in his palm. The red dot had ceased its movement, its position fixed in the Black Mist Valley 300 miles to the north, territory of the demon tribe and the last refuge of the radical travelers. They have truly allied with the demons. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palm. Following the explosion in the underground city 3 days prior, Marcus and Night Owl had escaped through a portal with the remaining radical travelers, while the princess's mechanical body sustained severe damage in the blast and remained under repair. To make matters worse, the conservative ministers within the royal city seized the opportunity to attack, accusing the travelers of being traitors and demanding the immediate expulsion of all earthlings. Chief Lu. A low voice came from behind. Lu Chen turned to see Yunli emerging from the shadows, her 8 tails slightly unfurling, golden slit pupils glimmering in the night. In her hand, she held a sealed letter, the parchment embossed with the wax seal of the Traveler Alliance, a hawk pierced by a sword. Who sent this? Lu Chen inquired, taking the letter. The moment his fingertips brushed the paper, a faint surge of spiritual energy pulsed through. A child, Yunli replied, her ears twitching alertly. He said this is your final opportunity. Lu Chen unfolded the letter, revealing a single line. Meet at the eastern city gate at the hour of the pig if you wish to save them. There was no signature, but the handwriting was hurried and chaotic, as if penned in haste. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, employing quantum vision to scan the paper. Discovering faint energy traces on the reverse, Night Owl's spiritual signature. A trap? Yun Li's tail stiffened. No, Lu Chen shook his head. If it were a trap, it would not be so obvious. He gazed towards the eastern city gate, the weakest point in the royal city's defenses and the edge of the traveler's settlement. Are you going? I must go, Lu Chen replied, stowing the letter away with a steely gaze. If the radicals truly intend to storm the city, we need intelligence. As the hour of the pig approached, the guards at the eastern city gate had been replaced with loyalists of the conservative faction, cloaked in black. Lu Chen stealthily scaled the city wall, landing quietly in the thicket beyond. The night breeze carried the scent of earth, and distant wolf howls echoed. But more pressing was the faint metallic tang of blood in the air. They're here. Quantum vision detected a figure. Night Owl emerged from the shadows, her bronze mask glinting coldly in the moonlight. Her mechanical spider legs had been repaired, though her movements were sluggish, a blood-soaked bandage wrapped around her left arm. You are injured, Lu Chen observed, maintaining a safe distance. Marcus did this. Night Owl's voice remained hoarse, now tinged with fatigue. She harbored distrust for any perceived weakness. Why seek me? Night Owl fell silent for a moment before suddenly removing her mask. Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he beheld her right half, completely mechanized, with exposed metallic bone, while her left side retained the visage of a fair human, save for her eyes, which had transformed into those of the demon tribe. Because I do not wish to die, she whispered, and I certainly do not wish to become a monster. She produced a memory crystal from her bosom, tossing it to Lu Chen. Marcus has made a deal with the demons. At dawn, they will attack the royal city. Lu Chen activated the crystal, and a holographic image unfolded. In the projection, Marcus stood before an altar, flanked by 3 demon priests. Suspended in the center of the altar was a massive purple-black crystal, the core of the Demon King's curse. We only need chaos. Marcus's voice was icy. Once the royal city's defenses are incapacitated, the demons will handle the princess, and we will receive our tickets home. The demon priests grinned wickedly, handing him a dagger. By blood, we covenant. The Demon King grants his blessing. Marcus sliced his palm, blood dripping upon the crystal, instantly absorbed. The scene then shifted to an underground warehouse, where dozens of bound travelers huddled in a corner, their eyes filled with terror. These are the opposition. Night Owl's voice trembled. Marcus intends to use them as sacrifices to activate the cursed nodes beneath the royal city. Lu Chen deactivated the crystal, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. What is their plan? At dawn, the demons will feign an attack from the west to draw the guards, Night Owl explained quickly. And Marcus will lead the radicals in a surprise assault from the eastern city gate, targeting. Her words were abruptly cut off as her body convulsed. A pitch-black arrow pierced her chest. Traitor! From the shadows, a tall figure stepped forward. Marcus. His mechanical eye flickered with crimson light, gripping a composite crossbow, its arrowhead entwined with cursed purple energy. Night Owl collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from her wound, yet a cold smile lingered on her lips. You were indeed watching me. Marcus ignored her, turning his gaze to Lu Chen, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Dr. Lu, it is a pity you chose the wrong side. Without further ado, Lu Chen activated the purple gold crystal, 3 stone tablets emerging from his chest, forming a golden barrier around him. Marcus let out a derisive laugh and snapped his fingers. The ground trembled. Dozens of fully armed travelers burst forth from the darkness, their eyes glowing with purple light, clad in armor infused with spiritual technology. More terrifying still, each bore a small shard of the Demon King's crystal embedded in their chests, the cursed energy distorting their muscles, transforming them into half-human, half-demon monstrosities. Do you see? Marcus spread his arms wide. This is true power, the evolution bestowed upon us by the demons. Lu Chen scanned the surroundings, his quantum vision calculating an escape route. Just then, Night Owl unexpectedly grasped his ankle, expending her last ounce of strength to shove a chip into his boot. It contains the locations of all the nodes. She coughed up blood. Stop them. Marcus scoffed, raising his hand for another shot, this time piercing Night Owl's throat. A nuisance. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with cold fury, and he struck in an instant. 3 explosive talismans were hurled, the flames erupting as he darted towards Marcus like lightning. Marcus did not flinch. He merely grinned as he pressed the device on his wrist. It's too late. Boom. A purple beam shot skyward from the direction of the eastern city gate. Following that, a second, a third, 7 beams erupted across the royal city, forming a colossal curse formation. It begins. Marcus cackled, the Demon King's feast. The 7 beams interconnected, a tide of purple-black energy spreading forth. Wherever it passed, indigenous soldiers writhed in agony, curse patterns manifesting beneath their skin. More alarmingly, Those cursed travelers were entirely unaffected, their strength surging instead. Lu Chen, where are you? Yun Li's urgent voice crackled through the communication jade talisman. Outside the eastern city. Marcus has activated the curse array. Lu Chen replied, racing forward. What of the princess? Her mechanical body is still under repair. The conservatives have sealed the palace, preventing her from joining the battle. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen dashed towards the nearest source of light, the spiritual vein nexus at the city's center. However, upon arrival, the sight before him froze his blood. The spiritual vein nexus lay in ruins, replaced by a blood altar. A dozen travelers were bound to stone pillars, their chests opened, blood flowing into the crystal at the center of the altar. And standing before it was none other than Professor Zhou. Lu Chen could hardly believe his eyes. The elderly man, once a savior to him upon his arrival in the Celestial Star, was among the first travelers, revered, and even having instructed the royal sorcerers. Yet now, madness consumed his gaze. Professor Zhou slowly turned around, clutching a blood-dripping golden blade. You arrived just in time. Why? Lu Chen's voice was hoarse. Because we have no other choice. Professor Zhou suddenly roared. For 300 years. We have been trapped in this barbaric world for 300 years. The demon race at least offers us hope of returning home. He raised the golden blade, its surface reflecting Lu Chen's pale visage. Join us, Lu Chen, with your talents. The demon emperor will surely value you. Lu Chen remained silent for a moment before slowly lifting his head. No. In the next instant, the purple gold crystal erupted with a blinding golden light. The golden radiance pierced through the cursed mist like a sharp sword. Lu Chen's figure became indistinct within the brilliance, as 3 stone tablets circled around him, each emanating pure imperial power. Professor Zhou's golden blade struck down, but shattered upon contact with the golden light. This is impossible. Professor Zhou staggered back. How can you defy the curse of the demon emperor? Lu Chen did not respond. He stepped forward, placing his palm upon the central crystal of the altar. Purification. The energy from the purple gold crystal surged into the crystal, dismantling the cursed runes one by one. Cracks appeared on the crystal's surface, and with a resounding snap, it shattered into fragments. 1 column of light extinguished, but there were still 6 remaining. Professor Zhou knelt on the ground, the purple light in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by boundless regret. What have we done? Lu Chen did not linger, turning to rush toward the next node. He understood that the true battle had only just begun. This time, he must make a choice. To save the imperial city or to save those misguided compatriots. Chapter 27. Crisis alert. The sky above the imperial city was torn asunder. 6 beams of purplish-black, cursed light pierced through the clouds like colossal nails, and the eerie energy permeated the air, staining the morning mist a murky dark purple. In the streets, the once bustling morning market fell into an eerie silence. Vendors huddled beneath their stalls, fearfully gazing at the frenzied soldiers. Their skin was marred with web-like purple patterns, their whites consumed by darkness, emitting inhuman growls from their throats. The curse had erupted. Lu Chen stepped over a corpse, the tips of his fingers tingling with heat from the purple gold crystal. The chip given to him by the night owl had completed its analysis, and the locations of 7 cursed nodes were vividly imprinted in his mind. Yet it was too late. Although he had destroyed the node at the eastern city gate, the 6 remaining nodes were still operational, and more terrifyingly, the demon army was already at the city gates. On the distant horizon, a dark tide of demon beasts surged forth, with the leading giant lizard cavalry trampling the fields, their scarlet eyes gleaming amidst the swirling dust. Behind them, 3 towering siege towers were slowly advancing, atop which stood robed demon priests, their staffs crackling with storm energy. I must warn the princess. Lu Chen turned toward the palace, but halted abruptly at a corner as a squad of silver-armored guards blocked his path. Their armor bore the insignia of the Yuan family, and the commanding officer, holding a long spear, cast a cold gaze upon him. Chief Lu, the officer's voice was devoid of emotion. By order of the Grand Master, all travelers are to return to the settlement area immediately. Those who defy this command will be executed without mercy. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, utilizing quantum vision to penetrate the officer's helmet, revealing a scarred face. Yuan Tuo's confidant, Iron Face Yen. The demon race has besieged the city, Lu Chen stated gravely. This is not the time for infighting. Yen sneered, demon race. Where are these demons? He pointed outside the city. We only see a horde of maddened beasts. And all of this, his spear suddenly pointed at Lu Chen, is the doing of you travelers. Before he could finish, the soldiers behind him unsheathed their weapons, their blades entwined with sealing talismans specifically designed to counter travelers' spiritual energy. Lu Chen's fingertips discreetly grasped the teleportation talisman. But just as he prepared to break through, a sharp alarm echoed throughout the city. Woo-woo. That was the highest-level alert horn of the Imperial City, signaling that the outer city had already fallen. Yan's expression changed drastically. He could no longer impede Lu Chen, turning to bellow, "All personnel, retreat to the inner city." Without hesitation, Lu Chen's figure flickered, seizing the chaos to dash toward the palace. The bronze gates of the palace stood tightly shut, covered by a faint blue spiritual energy barrier. This was the highest level of defensive array. Unless one bore royal blood, no one could enter or exit. Standing before the gates, Lu Chen gathered the energy of the purple gold crystal in his palm, attempting to force a breach. But just as he was about to touch the barrier, a silver light struck from the side. Clang! Lu Chen sidestepped. The flying sword grazed his cheek, leaving a charred mark on the stone steps. Looking up, he saw 12 mechanical puppets standing on the palace's eaves, their joints embedded with demon race sensory crystals, ominous purple flames flickering in their eye sockets. "Intruders shall perish in this sacred ground," the puppets intoned in an electronic synthesized voice. Lu Chen recognized these puppets as the latest model of the conservative faction's extermination guards, specifically designed to suppress travelers. What was more troublesome was that their core energy source derived from the Demon Emperor's crystal, granting them a formidable resistance against the energy of the purple gold crystal. "I have no time to waste with these metal contraptions." He lunged forward, 3 stone tablets emerging from his chest, forming a triangular formation in the air. Golden light erupted, momentarily freezing the movements of the 12 puppets. But they quickly adjusted their frequency, and purplish-black, cursed energy seeped from their joints, countering the suppression of imperial power. Warning ineffective, execute elimination. The puppets leaped simultaneously, their arms transforming into whirling saw blades, blocking all of Lu Chen's escape routes. In a moment of dire peril, boom! A silver figure plummeted like a meteor, the shockwave sending half of the puppets flying. As the dust settled, Lu Chen recognized the newcomer, clad in silver armor and a red robe, with a mechanical left arm gleaming coldly. Yet the right side of her body was wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. It was the Long Princess. "Your Highness." Her condition was clearly dire. The mechanical eye shield had shattered, exposing a right eye filled with blood vessels, and more alarmingly, embedded in her chest was a purplish-black crystal, continuously eroding her energy circuits. "Lu Chen," her voice was terrifyingly hoarse, "they deceived me." Deep within the palace, in the Long Princess's private chamber, Lu Chen placed the last purification talisman upon her wound. The talisman instantly turned purplish-black, turning to ash. Useless. The Long Princess leaned against the mechanical repair chamber, a trickle of blue cooling fluid seeping from her mouth. "This is a heart-corroding poison planted by the Demon Emperor, specifically targeting semi-mechanical bodies." Lu Chen clenched his fists. "This was Yuan Tuo's doing?" The Long Princess chuckled coldly. "He made a deal with the demon race priests." She raised her trembling right hand, activating the holographic projection on the table. "Look at this." In the projection, Yuan Tuo stood in a dim chamber, facing 3 demon elders. At the center of the altar floated a pulsating heart, a blend of machinery and flesh, a replica of the Long Princess's energy core. "On the morrow of the blood moon, the mechanical princess's powers will be temporarily sealed," one of the demon elders sneered. "At that time, your army can quell the rebellion and rightfully take control of the imperial city." Yuan Tuo stroked his beard. "And the travelers? Dispose of them as you see fit." The demon elder handed him a purple crystal token, as long as the number of sacrifices is sufficient to activate the Great Formation. "His Majesty the Demon Emperor will not interfere with your new order." The projection abruptly ended. Lu Chen finally understood why the defenses of the imperial city were so fragile. Yuan Tuo had long planned to use the demon race's hand to eliminate the Long Princess and the travelers. Suddenly, the Long Princess grasped his wrist. "Did the Night Owl decode the chip for you?" Lu Chen nodded, importing the data into the holographic map. 6 red dots flickered, 3 of which were located within the imperial city, while the other 3 shockingly lay beneath the palace. The Long Princess's pupils contracted. "It's the spiritual vein hub. They intend to drain the energy of the imperial city's ley lines, completely activating the Demon Emperor's curse." She struggled to rise, her mechanical arm emitting a burdensome hum. "They must be stopped. Yet the palace has fallen under the control of Yuan Tuo, and my authority has been sealed, rendering even the imperial guards immobile." Lu Chen fell silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head. "There is still one way." He produced a half piece of a purple gold crystal, a token previously entrusted to him by the princess. "With this, can you temporarily suppress the heart corruption goo?" The princess gazed at the crystal, slowly shaking her head. Not enough. Unless her gaze fell upon Lu Chen's chest. Unless the power of the 3 stone tablets is combined. The secret chamber fell into a profound silence. Lu Chen understood all too well what this entailed. The 3 stone tablets were his greatest trump card. If he were to hand them all over to the princess, should she harbor ulterior motives, he would find himself utterly powerless to resist. The princess perceived his hesitation and suddenly smiled. You ultimately do not trust me. She reached out to pull open her collar, revealing a mechanical interface beneath her collarbone. Where the purple gold crystal was supposed to be embedded, now conspicuously empty. I have long since given you my crystal. Her voice was soft now. It is your turn to choose. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, and the 3 stone tablets slowly floated from his chest, hovering between them. This is not a matter of trust. He gazed directly into the princess's eyes. If I lose the tablets, I will be unable to purify the remaining curse nodes. The princess fell silent for a moment, then suddenly placed her hand upon her mechanical heart. Then let us change our approach. Her fingertips pierced her skin, extracting a thread of silvery blue energy, her core data chain. The resonance between the mechanical body and the tablets requires a medium. She entwined the thread around the tablets. You will retain control. I shall merely borrow the energy. Lu Chen did not refuse. When the thread made contact with the tablets, a strange resonance echoed throughout the chamber. Ancient golden patterns appearing on the surface of the princess's mechanical body, while Lu Chen felt a tremendous surge of data flooding into his mind. Every memory of the princess. He witnessed a woman in a white robe from 3 centuries past standing in a laboratory, uploading consciousness to the quantum cloud. He saw the armored princess awakening deep within the royal tomb, burdened with an unknown mission. He saw the mechanical princess, sleepless and alone, mending the broken city walls. They had always been the same person, yet her goal had never been power. It was redemption. As the energy resonance subsided, the princess stabilized significantly. She quickly called up the defense map of the royal city, tracing 3 routes upon the holographic projection with her finger. I shall go to the core of the earth to resolve the 3 nodes beneath the palace. Her mechanical eye reignited with blue light. You will handle the remaining 3 in the outer city. Lu Chen frowned. But Yuan Tua has already sealed military authority. Without orders, we cannot mobilize even a single patrol team. The princess scoffed coldly, unfastening a bronze talisman from her waist and placing it into his hand. This is my private army, the Cold Crow Guard. They respond solely to the talisman's command. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the talisman. How many are there? 300. 300 against the demonic army. The princess's mechanical arm suddenly transformed, unfolding into a holographic projection screen. The image displayed a valley outside the royal city, where a massive army was gathering, not demonic, but tens of thousands of armored human soldiers. The conservative faction's purity army. The princess's voice turned icy. Yuan Tua has long been prepared, waiting for the curse to erupt. They will enter the city under the pretense of quelling a rebellion and slaughter all time travelers. Lu Chen finally grasped the magnitude of the conspiracy. The alliance between the demonic and the conservatives aimed to completely cleanse the royal city. We must warn the garrison. The princess shook her head. It would be futile. Yuan Tua controls the communication array. All messages will be intercepted. She pointed outside. And do you think they would believe a time traveler's warning? As if to validate her words, a sudden commotion erupted on the distant city wall. With his quantum vision, Lu Chen pierced the distance, witnessing several time travelers being pinned to the ground by soldiers, right at a recently discovered curse node. Look, indeed, these foreign races are up to no good. The garrison's commander raised a bloodied long blade, slaying them all. The massacre commenced. As Lu Chen burst from the palace, the outer city had already descended into a sea of flames. In the streets, soldiers infected by the curse and frenzied beasts indiscriminately attacked any living being, while the conservative purity army seized the opportunity to advance, killing anyone they encountered, whether native or time traveler. Cold Crow Guard. Lu Chen raised the talisman high. From the shadows, figures clad in black armor emerged silently. They donned crow masks, with blades designed specifically to counteract curses hanging at their waists. These were the death warriors secretly trained by the princess, each of whom possessed strength rivaling that of foundational cultivators. There are 3 targets. Lu Chen shared the chip data with them. All nodes must be destroyed within 15 minutes, or the spiritual veins of the royal city will be drained. The Cold Crow Guard wasted no time, splitting into 3 teams and vanishing into the smoke. Lu Chen rushed toward the nearest node, the spirit pattern tower to the west of the city. At the tower's peak, a demon emperor crystal, the size of a grinding stone, floated upon the altar, beneath which knelt several time travelers, their blood being drawn and continuously fed into the crystal. Presiding over the ritual was none other than Professor Zhou. The elderly man raised his head, his eyes gleaming with a more potent violet light than before. Lu Chen, you have ultimately arrived. He slowly rose, the golden blade in his hand dripping with blood. Unfortunately, this time you cannot save anyone. Lu Chen refrained from speaking, gathering the energy of the purple gold crystal in his palm. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed. A massive centipede-like mechanical entity burst forth from the earth, ensnaring him tightly. This was the ultimate weapon of the Night Owl. She had handed over control to Professor Zhou before her demise. Did you think you were the only one scheming? The golden blade pressed against Lu Chen's throat. The Demon Emperor anticipated everything long ago. The moment the blade pierced his skin, boom! A silver meteor descended from the sky, cleaving the spirit pattern tower in half. Amidst the smoke, the princess's mechanical body stood proudly, 3 stone tablets embedded in her chest, radiating golden light, as dazzling as the sun. Perhaps I cannot save everyone. She raised her hand, torrents of energy surging forth, but I can. Chapter 28. The flames of the Imperial City. The sky above the Imperial City was illuminated by flames. 6 beams of purple-black, cursed light pierced the clouds, and the eerie energy spread like a tide, enveloping the entire city in a murky haze. In the streets, once thriving shops blazed with fierce flames, while fleeing civilians were buried beneath collapsing buildings, cries of anguish mingling with the sounds of slaughter. Even more terrifying was the fact that the city gates had fallen. The East City Gate has been breached. A bloodied soldier staggered into the inner city, his hoarse voice nearly drowned out by the chaos. His left arm had been severed by some sharp weapon, the wound glowing with strange purple-black patterns, the marks of the Demon Emperor's curse. The demons and time travelers have invaded together. No sooner had he spoken than a black arrow pierced his throat. In the distance, a surging tide of demonic beasts poured into the city gate, and at their forefront were hundreds of time travelers clad in mixed armor. Their eyes glimmered with a violet light, Demon Emperor crystals embedded in their chests, and weapons shimmering with the cold light of fused spiritual energy and technology. For the new world, the leading time traveler raised an electromagnetic long blade, arcs of purple electricity dancing along the edge, and with a single slash, 3 garrison soldiers were instantly cleaved in two. The royal city's defenders were retreating in disarray, and even more despairing was the sight of their comrades behind them, raising their blades for slaughter. On the inner city walls, Yuan Tuo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly surveying the chaos within the city. Behind him stood 3,000 silver-armored soldiers of the Purity Army, once meant to defend the royal city, now standing idly by as the outer city fell. Grandmaster. A general knelt on one knee, his voice trembling. The outer city has fallen, and the demons alongside those traitorous time travelers are slaughtering the civilians. Should we not strike? Yuan Tuo cast him a fleeting glance. What is the hurry? He raised his hand, and a holographic map unfolded, clearly marking the status of battles throughout the royal city. The East City Gate has been breached, the Spirit Pattern Tower in the Western District destroyed, and the Southern Market engulfed in flames. Yet most notably, 7 flashing red dots on the map marked the cursed nodes of the Demon Emperor. Let them kill. Yuan Tuo's voice was frigid. Once the curse fully erupts, we will enter the city under the pretense of quelling the rebellion and eliminate all sources of instability. The general's face turned pale. But those civilians. A necessary sacrifice, Yuan Tuo interrupted, his gaze shifting towards the imperial palace. The true enemy lies over there. A silver figure streaked across the sky above the palace like a meteor, heading straight for the heart of the earth's veins. It was the Princess Chong. A cold smile crept across Yuan Tuo's lips. Send the orders, the army stands ready. He slowly drew his violet crystal sword. When the curse of the Demon Emperor consumes her mechanical body, that will be our moment to strike. 300 meters beneath the palace lay the heart of the earth's veins. This was the convergence point of the imperial city's spiritual veins, where a massive pool of spiritual energy flowed with liquid qi. At the bottom of the pool rested 9 dragon-suppressing pillars, maintaining the city's defensive formation. Now, however, the water had turned a deep purple-black. Princess Chang's mechanical boots stood at the edge of the spiritual energy pool. Her right arm's armor lay shattered, revealing her bionic skin, which was crawling with purple patterns. The heart-eroding curse of the Demon Emperor was invading her energy circuits. Indeed, tampering has occurred here, she thought. Her mechanical eye scanned the bottom of the spiritual energy pool, where 3 Demon Emperor crystals floated, voraciously siphoning the Earth's energy. If not destroyed promptly, the spiritual veins of the entire imperial city would be exhausted within half an hour. Just as she prepared to leap into the pool, a cold laugh echoed from behind. "Your Highness, where do you think you're going?" Princess Chong whirled around to find 3 black-robed elders of the demon race emerging from the shadows. Their staves were embedded with fragments of the Demon Emperor crystals, and violet-black energy wove through the air, sealing off all escape routes. Behind them, Yuan Tua stepped forward. "Master Strategist," Princess Chang's mechanical voice rang out, icy and cutting. "You seek to eliminate me with the aid of the demon race, then stabilize the chaos under the guise of a savior?" Yuan Tua stroked his beard and smiled. "Your Highness, you misunderstand. This old minister merely follows the will of destiny." He pointed towards the spiritual energy pool. "His Majesty the Demon Emperor has granted us the opportunity to evolve, while you have consistently obstructed this progress." "Evolve?" Princess Chong scoffed. "Transforming humans into half-demon monstrosities is what you call evolution?" Yuan Tua ceased his idle chatter, unsheathing his violet crystal sword and pointing it directly at Princess Chong. "Eliminate her, and His Majesty the Demon Emperor will grant us eternal life." The 3 demon elders simultaneously raised their staves, and the curse energy surged forward like a colossal wave towards Princess Chong. In the western part of the city, amidst the ruins of the Lingguan Tower, Lu Chen stood atop the collapsed structure, with Professor Zhou's corpse lying beneath him. A purple golden crystal had pierced the old man's chest, extinguishing the light in his eyes. "The 3rd node has been cleared." Breathless, he looked up, noticing that the 3 light pillars above the imperial city had extinguished, yet 4 remained standing. Particularly the one towards the palace, its energy fluctuations growing increasingly intense. The princess. Just as he prepared to move for support, an urgent voice from the communication jade talisman interrupted him. "Lu Chen, the Eastern District can't hold out any longer. Those cursed-controlled travelers are slaughtering civilians, while the conservative army remains inactive." Lu Chen grasped the jade talisman tightly. "What about the Cold Crow Guards? There are fewer than 100 left. They are entangled with the main force of the demon race." Lu Chen's expression darkened. 3 nodes had been destroyed, yet the situation had not improved. The demon army had already breached the city walls, and the cursed-controlled travelers could not distinguish friend from foe. The fall of the imperial city seemed inevitable, unless... He glanced down at the purple-golden crystal in his hand. The Night Owl's chip indicated that once the spiritual veins beneath the imperial city were drained, the curse of the demon emperor would erupt completely, transforming all infected into mindless husks. The only way to prevent this was through one method, with the power of the human emperor, forcibly purifying the source of the curse. But the cost would be his life. In the Eastern District, a shelter for civilians was filled with hundreds of the elderly, weak, and women, huddled in an underground warehouse. Outside, the last 20 Cold Crow guards stood resolutely at the entrance, bloodied and battered. "Hold on. Reinforcements will arrive soon." The leader of the Cold Crow Guards shouted through gritted teeth. Yet in truth, where were the reinforcements? The Imperial City's garrison was controlled by conservatives who refused to engage. The radical faction of the Traveler Alliance had allied with the demon race, rampaging through the city. And ordinary travelers were treated as traitors, indiscriminately attacked regardless of whether they were cursed or not. "We have been abandoned," a woman murmured, clutching her child in despair. Suddenly, the warehouse door was forcefully burst open. The Cold Crow Guards instantly assumed combat positions, but the next second, they froze in shock. What rushed in was neither a demon beast nor a cursed traveler, but a group of ragged civilians, their eyes devoid of the purple glow, filled only with pure terror. "Help us! Outside, there are monsters." Just as the leader of the Cold Crow Guard stepped forward to inquire, a dark figure suddenly lunged from the crowd. Thud! Claws pierced through his chest. It was a boy who appeared to be merely a teenager, yet his fingers had transformed into sharp bone blades, and his eyes flickered with eerie purple flames. He had been completely consumed by the curse. "Kill them all," the boy screamed, lunging toward the next target. The Cold Crow Guards were forced to raise their blades, but deep down, they understood. These had once been their compatriots. In the heart of the Earth's veins, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Princess Chang's mechanical body was riddled with cracks, her right arm rendered useless, and her left leg's hydraulic system leaked. Blue coolant mingling with blood, pooling on the ground. Yuan Tua, too, was in dire straits. His violet crystal sword had shattered, leaving a charred hole in his chest from an energy blast. Strangely, however, the wound did not bleed. Instead, it was covered in purple flesh buds, rapidly healing. "Isn't the regeneration ability granted by the Demon Emperor splendid?" Yuan Tua sneered. "Your Highness, you too can possess it." Princess Chong did not respond. Her mechanical eye was fixated on the spiritual energy pool. Time was running out. If she delayed any longer, The Earth's veins would be drained. She suddenly made a reckless decision. 3 tablet fragments detached from her chest, floating in the air to form a triangular formation. What are you doing? Yuan Tuo's expression shifted dramatically. A determined smile graced Princess Chang's lips. We perish together. With a fierce motion, she hurled the 3 tablet fragments toward the spiritual energy pool. In the eastern district, Lu Chen suddenly felt a searing pain in his chest. The princess detonated the tablet fragments. He looked up toward the palace, where a blinding golden light erupted from the depths, soaring into the sky. Immediately afterward, the ground of the entire imperial city began to tremble violently, as if some ancient power was awakening. Is that the aura of the human emperor? The purple golden crystal within Lu Chen surged uncontrollably, an unprecedented power flooding into his limbs. His vision transformed. He saw deep within the earth's veins, a long-sealed bronze palace slowly ascending. He saw in the center of the palace a rusted ancient sword emitting a resonant hum, and he saw ancient characters inscribed upon the blade. Human Emperor. The sword was calling out to him. Chapter 29, Blood Battle at the City Gates. The depths beneath the imperial city trembled. Lu Chen stood amidst the ruins of the eastern district, the stone slabs beneath him cracking inch by inch, while purple golden energy erupted like lava from the fissures. His chest felt as though it were being scorched by fierce flames, as the purple golden crystal resonated powerfully with something beneath the earth, the sword of the human emperor. His quantum vision penetrated the layers of rock, revealing the bronze palace deep within the earth's veins, slowly rising. The rusted ancient sword hovering at the center of the altar, humming as if awaiting its true heir. But at that moment, he could not leave. The city gates had fallen, and the joint forces of the demon race and radical travelers surged in like a tide, while the fate of Princess Chang remained uncertain. Lu Chen. Yin Li's voice crackled through the communication jade talisman amid violent explosions. The northern city gate has fallen. The Cold Crow guards have been wiped out, and those cursed controlled travelers are slaughtering civilians. Clenching his fists, Lu Chen's gaze swept over the burning streets. In the distance, hundreds of silver-armored conservative soldiers watched coldly, allowing the demon beasts to rampage unchecked. Yuan Tuo. He took a deep breath, activating the purple golden crystal as 3 tablet fragments circled around him, golden light enveloping him like armor. Yin Li, evacuate the civilians towards the palace grounds, where the last line of defense lies. And you? Lu Chen did not respond. His figure flickered and transformed into a streak of golden light, racing towards the battlefield at the city gate. At the east city gate, the remaining defenders had retreated to the second layer of the moat city. A breach 30 zhang wide had been blasted into the city wall, where the corpses of beasts and human warriors were piled high, and streams of blood flowed, seeping into the cracks of the paving stones. The commander, Zhao Wufeng, knelt on one knee, his long sword embedded in the pool of blood, his left arm severed at the shoulder, with purple-black curse markings spreading from the wound. Hold the line, he bellowed, summoning his last strength to cleave the head of a wolf demon. But in the next moment, 3 figures emerged from the swirling dust. Marcus. The old general's mechanical eye glimmered with a red light, his body encased in hybrid armor, a fist-sized demon emperor crystal embedded in his chest. Purple-black energy coursing through him like veins. He was flanked by 2 elite transgressors, one wielding a psionic sniper rifle, the other transforming his arms into spinning sawblade wheels. Surrender. General Zhao, Marcus's electronically synthesized voice was cold and piercing. His Majesty the Demon Emperor appreciates warriors. You could become a vanguard of the new world. Zhao Wufeng spat out a mouthful of blood. To hell with your new world. He yanked his sword, but before he could raise it, the sniper had already pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet tore through the air, but suddenly halted mere inches from Zhao Wufeng's forehead. A golden light unfolded like a barrier, and Lu Chen stepped forth from the radiance, grasping the bullet in his hand, the purple gold crystal on his fingers shimmering brilliantly. Vanguard. He spoke coldly. You are mere puppets of the Demon Emperor. Marcus's mechanical eye contracted. Lu Chen. Before the words could leave his lips, Lu Chen was already in motion. 3 stone slabs transformed into golden streaks of light, piercing through the sniper's chest in an instant. He didn't even have time to scream before his body exploded into a mist of blood. The other blade wheel warrior roared as he charged, swinging his serrated blade towards Lu Chen's neck, but upon contact with the golden light, it shattered. Lu Chen countered with a palm strike, the force like a thunderclap, causing the blade wheel warrior's chest to cave in as he was sent flying. Crashing into half a city wall, Marcus retreated 10 zhang, steam hissing from the seams of his armor as his shoulder missile bay opened, locking onto Lu Chen with 3 projectiles entwined with curse energy. Die, traitor! The missiles screamed forth, but in midair, they were intercepted by a silver figure. Princess Chong descended from the heavens, her mechanical left arm fanning out into a protective shield, absorbing the shockwave of the explosion. Her condition was dire. The right side of her body was a mangled mess, the purple gold crystal embedded in her chest covered with cracks. Yet the fighting spirit in her eyes remained undiminished. Your Highness, Zhao Wufeng exclaimed in disbelief. The princess did not look back, her voice hoarse but resolute. General Zhao, evacuate the injured. We will handle this. Marcus cackled, a futile struggle. You have no idea of the great plan of His Majesty the Demon Emperor. He abruptly pressed a device on his wrist, causing the ground to tremble violently as dozens of purple-black energy columns shot up from various locations within the city. The remaining curse nodes were all activated. Above the Imperial City, the purple-black energy coalesced like dark clouds, ultimately forming a massive eye that coldly overlooked the entire city. The Eye of the Demon Emperor. Soldiers and transgressors corrupted by the curse simultaneously looked upward, their eyes glowing with purple light, their bodies beginning to twist and deform. Muscles bulged, bones protruded, and skin was covered with scales. In mere moments, they all transformed into half-human, half-demon monstrosities. Roars echoed, shaking the heavens as these newly birthed monsters turned towards Lu Chun and Princess Chong, charging at them. This is troublesome. The princess's mechanical eye swiftly scanned the battlefield. The curse had completely erupted, and all infected individuals would demonize. But her words were abruptly cut off. Lu Chen followed her gaze to see hundreds of ordinary citizens fleeing in terror towards the direction of the shelter, pursued by their already demonized relatives. A girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old, was pinned down by her mother, whose eyes shone with purple light mixed with tears, claws hovering above her daughter's throat. Trembling and unable to descend. Mommy, please don't, the girl cried. This scene made Lu Chen's heart clench painfully. We must purify the source of the curse. He gritted his teeth. The princess nodded. The Demon Emperor crystal at the core of the earth vein is the key. But you and Tuo and the demon elders guard there. My mechanical body has. Before she could finish, she suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blue coolant, her mechanical joints emitting a straining hum. Lu Chen steadied her swaying body, the energy from the purple gold crystal continuously flowing into her core. You go save the civilians, he said solemnly. The earth vein core is up to me. The princess looked up, her mechanical eye meeting his. You will die? Lu Chen smiled faintly. Not necessarily. He raised his hand, pointing to the ground. There is something waiting for me down there. Marcus would not give them a moment's respite. Stop them, he roared. And the remaining radical transgressors opened fire, psionic bullets, electromagnetic cannons, and curse arrows pouring down like a torrential rain. The princess's mechanical arm instantly reconfigured into a massive energy shield, but under such a dense barrage, cracks quickly appeared on its surface. Lu Chen, meanwhile, formed seals with both hands, 3 stone slabs spinning above his head, golden light cascading like a waterfall, blocking all incoming attacks. General Zhao, Lu Chen shouted. Have the able-bodied block the breach and buy us time. Zhao Wufeng gritted his teeth and stood, clutching the battle flag with his severed arm, roaring, Heavenly warriors, hold the line with me. The remaining dozens of defenders roared as they gathered, using their flesh and blood to block the breach in the city wall, forming a defense line of steel and life. Lu Chen leaped into the air, stepping onto a flying sword, heading straight for Marcus. The old general's mechanical eye flickered madly, the Demon Emperor crystal in his chest emitting a blinding purple light, dozens of purple-black tendrils extending from the seams of his armor, coiling towards Lu Chen like venomous snakes. You cannot win. Marcus's voice mixed with electronic static. His Majesty the Demon Emperor has bestowed upon me eternal power. Lu Chen did not evade. The purple gold crystal's energy coalesced in his palm into a light sword, slashing down. Swish. The tendrils were severed at their roots, but the severed ends regenerated instantly, even splitting into more branches. Marcus laughed madly, his arms transforming into heavy cannons, the purple-black energy accumulating in the barrel distorting the surrounding air. Taste this. 2 torrents of destructive energy surged forth. Lu Chen dodged swiftly, but was still grazed on the left shoulder, flesh instantly charred. He let out a muffled groan. But his momentum did not stop, the flying sword carving an arc as it aimed for Marcus's throat. The old general hastily dodged, the flying sword only tearing through his armor, but Lu Chen's true killing move was yet to come. 3 stone slabs had somehow circled behind Marcus and erupted with golden light, crashing into his back like 3 miniature suns. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion leveled all buildings within 100 meters. and Marcus's mechanical body was shattered to pieces, yet the demon emperor crystal at the core remained intact, purple-black energy quickly repairing his body like a spider's web. Useless, he sneered. As long as the crystal is unharmed, I am immortal. Lu Chen landed, panting, pain radiating from his left shoulder wound. He had indeed underestimated the regeneration capability of the demon emperor crystal. At this rate, he would only exhaust himself here. Just then, a silver figure appeared behind Marcus like a specter. Princess Chang's mechanical fingers held a needle as fine as a hair, its tip shimmering with an eerie blue light. But your control system still has vulnerabilities, she whispered. The silver needle accurately pierced the interface at the back of Marcus's neck. The old general's body instantly stiffened, the red light in his mechanical eye flashing wildly. No, this is a federal neural virus, the princess coldly stated, specifically designed to deal with traitors. Marcus's expression froze. In the next moment, his mechanical body began to disintegrate from within, circuit boards emitting black smoke, hydraulic systems exploding, until finally, boom, the demon emperor crystal, along with his upper body, shattered into fragments. The death of Marcus did not bring an end to the battle. Within the city, the number of mutated monsters was on the rise, and even more terrifying was the eye of the demon emperor slowly opening in the sky, heralding the arrival of some ancient and malevolent force. Time was of the essence. The Grand Princess grasped Lu Chen, insisting that he must go to the heart of the earth. Only the Emperor's sword could sever the curse. Lu Chen nodded, about to set off, when suddenly, the ground split open, revealing a chasm like an abyss. Dark purple energy surged forth like a fountain, and beneath that abyss, the outline of a bronze palace became increasingly clear, the hum of the Emperor's sword resonating through the soul. Is it calling me? Lu Chen gazed in astonishment at the Grand Princess. Her mechanical eye swiftly analyzed the data. The Earth's energy was going haywire. The palace was being forcibly pushed to the surface. This was the final opportunity. Without hesitation, Lu Chen leapt into the abyss. The Grand Princess's voice came from behind, mingled with the sounds of wind and explosions, yet remarkably clear. Come back alive. Lu Chen did not look back, his form merging into the torrent of dark purple energy. On the city wall, Zhao Wufeng stood with the last of the warriors, a line of defense built from flesh and blood. In the streets, Yun Li's 8 tails flew like blades, protecting the fleeing civilians. Beneath the royal palace, Yuan Tuo sneered, driving the purple crystal sword into the core of the Earth's energy. The fate of the imperial city now rested upon one individual. Chapter 30. The outburst of the curse. Lu Chen's body plummeted through the torrent of dark purple energy, as though falling into an endless abyss. The cursed energy bit at every inch of his skin like a multitude of venomous snakes. The purple gold crystal on his chest vibrated violently, its emitted golden light clashing fiercely with the surrounding darkness, producing a sound that was unbearable to the teeth. His quantum vision pierced through the murky energy turbulence, revealing the imposing bronze palace below, becoming ever clearer. The entire palace was a dark blue hue, its surface engraved with mysterious runes, each line pulsating with a faint golden energy. The palace doors towered over Tianqiong high, flanked by 2 massive stone statues. On the left stood a warrior of the human race clad in battle armor, while on the right loomed a powerful demon with wings. Both statues knelt on one knee, holding swords in their hands, as if to honor the true king. The emperor's palace. Lu Chen crashed heavily onto the steps before the palace, his bones groaning under the strain. Struggling to rise, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. He looked up toward the center of the palace doors, where a rusted ancient sword floated, its blade thick and riddled with chips, yet it emanated a chilling pressure that made one's heart race. 2 ancient characters were inscribed on the hilt, which Lu Chen could not recognize, yet his soul trembled inexplicably. Emperor. Just as he reached out to touch it, the entire palace suddenly shook violently. Bronze tiles from the roof clattered down, and the eye sockets of the stone statues glowed with a blood-red light. A grand voice thundered in Lu Chen's mind. Test your bloodline. An invisible pressure descended like a mountain, causing Lu Chen's knees to buckle, nearly forcing him to kneel. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as the energy of the purple gold crystal surged within him, fiercely resisting that pressure. I will not kneel, he roared, stepping forward toward the ancient sword. With each step, the pressure doubled, his bones creaking under the unbearable weight, beads of blood oozing from the surface of his skin. When he finally grasped the hilt of the sword, boom! Countless images surged into his mind like a torrent. Lu Chen's consciousness was drawn into a vast river of time and space. He witnessed scenes from 10,000 years ago, The starry sky was not the sole realm of cultivation, for the universe housed countless cultivation stars, and the war between humans and demons spanned the entire galaxy. A giant clad in golden armor stood in the void, wielding an ancient sword. Wherever the sword light passed, stars fell and myriad demons bowed their heads. He was the first emperor of humanity, ruling over the 100 clans and establishing order. The scenes abruptly shifted. The demon emperor was born from human greed, feeding on curses and inciting slaughter between the two races. Chen saw countless planets turn to scorched earth amidst the flames of war, saw human heroes and demon powers perish together, and witnessed the sparks of civilization extinguished one by one in hatred. In the final battle, the emperor sealed the demon emperor at the cost of his own life, foreseeing that the curse would ultimately resurge. The voice of the emperor echoed deep within Chen's soul. Should you wield this sword, you must uphold my will to govern all clans and eradicate all evil. The illusions shattered, and Chen suddenly opened his eyes, realizing the rust on the ancient sword was flaking away, revealing a blade beneath that sparkled like the galaxy. Delicate patterns emerged on the blade, resembling countless miniature starry constellations, flickering in rhythm with the flow of energy. The emperor's sword had awakened. Above the ground, the battle had reached a most brutal stage. The colossal eye in the sky was fully open, and dark purple light beams fell like a torrential rain. Each beam that struck the ground instantly transformed all living beings within a Tianqiong radius into demons. The Grand Princess's mechanical body was struck by 3 beams simultaneously, rendering her right leg's mechanism completely inoperable, hydraulic oil mingling with coolant seeping out, leaving her to barely move with the aid of levitation. The defenses at the West City Wall have perished. 3 of Yunli's tails had been severed, bloodied as she rushed to the Grand Princess's side. The conservatives opened the inner city gates, allowing the main forces of the demon race to enter. The Grand Princess's mechanical eye rapidly scanned the battlefield. Yu Wentuo stood atop the inner city platform, the purple crystal sword pointing toward the royal palace, behind him a tide of demon beasts and semi-demonized soldiers. Even more terrifying, those cursed and controlled travelers began to turn on one another, as if manipulated by some higher will to undergo a cruel selection. The demon emperor was choosing a host. The Grand Princess's processor whirred rapidly, suddenly realizing it needed a sufficiently powerful corporeal form to descend. As if to affirm her words, the colossal eye in the sky suddenly contracted, and a purple-black beam of light, 100 zhang in diameter, thundered down, striking the center square of the imperial city. Not good. The Grand Princess shoved Yunli aside, move away. Where the beam struck, the ground rolled like waves, bricks and earth vaporizing under the terrifying energy. A figure slowly ascended from the light beam. Marcus. No, he could no longer be called Marcus. His body had swelled to 3 zhang in height. A complete fusion of machinery and flesh, the demon emperor crystal on his chest expanding several times, within which a grotesque face could be seen writhing. 6 purple-black energy tendrils extended from his back, each ending in an eye that rotated eerily. I am Calamity. His voice overlapped with thousands of roars. This realm shall perish. At the heart of the Earth's energy, Yu Wentuo knelt beside the spiritual energy pool, the purple crystal sword driven deep into the bottom, greedily siphoning the Earth's energy. His skin gradually became keratinized, 2 curved black horns sprouting from his forehead, his nails elongating and hardening, clearly having fully surrendered to the demon race. Soon, in another quarter of an hour, His Majesty the Demon Emperor would fully descend. Suddenly, the space behind him warped, and a bronze ancient sword pierced through the void. Thud! The sword tip pierced through Yu Wentuo's chest. He looked down in disbelief, seeing no blood flowing from the wound, but instead a blinding golden light bursting forth. That golden light spread through him like a living entity, wherever it passed. The dark purple cursed energy melted away like ice and snow. The Emperor's sword. Chen stepped forth from the void, his eyes shimmering with the brilliance of the galaxy. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust the sword upward, and half of Yu Wentuo's body instantly disintegrated into ash. This strike is for the citizens of the Imperial City. Yu Wentuo's remaining left face twisted, suddenly breaking into a sinister grin. It is too late. His Majesty the Demon Emperor has already. Chen did not grant him the chance to finish. The sword light swept across, and this former Grand Master was completely reduced to dust. Yet in the moment of Yu Wentuo's death, the purple crystal sword in his hand suddenly flew up on its own, aiming directly at Chen's face. Clang! The Emperor's sword automatically blocked, the 2 swords clashing and emitting dazzling sparks. The purple crystal sword could not withstand the might of the Emperor's sword, shattering piece by piece. Yet those fragments curiously floated in the air, forming a strange rune. The entire heart of the Earth's energy shook violently, the spiritual energy pool boiling and churning. Lu Chen's Emperor's sword instinctively pointed toward the bottom of the pool, where a demon emperor crystal, the size of a house, was rising, within which curled the shadow of a figure with bone wings. The true form of the demon emperor. Above the imperial city, dark clouds were torn apart by the sword light. Lu Chen stood firm amidst the chaos. The emperor's sword pointed towards the crystalline form of the demon emperor, which was breaking free from its cocoon. The mechanical body of the princess floated to his left, her remaining right arm reconfigured into a colossal energy cannon. The space surrounding its barrel distorted from energy overload. To his right, Yunli stood resolute, despite the loss of her 8 tails, her spirit unyielding. In her grasp, a bone sword blazed with the fire of life, a forbidden technique passed down through ancient demon clans. Cracks resembling spider webs appeared on the surface of the crystal. And suddenly, a claw covered in black scales shot forth. Following it was a second, then a third, until the entire crystal erupted with a thunderous roar, revealing a massive figure adorned with 6 wings and 2 horns. Its visage shifted constantly, at times resembling Marcus, at others Yuan-Toa, and then morphing into a multitude of unfamiliar faces. Most unsettling was the absence of a heart in its chest, replaced by a swirling purple-black vortex that incessantly devoured the energy around it. Do mere ants dare to slay gods? The voice of the demon emperor reverberated through their very souls, causing all cursed beings within the city to clutch their heads in agony, blood streaming from their orifices. Some weaker cultivators suffered the immediate explosion of their heads. Without hesitation, Lu Chen raised the emperor's sword high above his head, the sword's blade erupting with golden light akin to the rising sun. The golden rays intertwined in the air, forming countless intricate runes that constructed a vast formation enveloping the entire royal city. With this strike, the princess's energy cannon overloaded, the space around its muzzle beginning to collapse, revealing a pitch-black void. For the human race, the bone sword in Yunli's hand shattered into innumerable golden motes. Merging with Lu Chen's sword intent, her form began to dissipate, a sign of the life force she was sacrificing. For the demon race, in the moment the sword light descended, the demon emperor unfurled its 6 wings, the vortex in its chest expanding to its limits. 2 world-ending forces colliding with a deafening crash. Boom! The heavens and earth dimmed, and space itself crumbled. At the center of the explosion, a pitch-black rift rapidly spread, a testament to the fabric of space being torn asunder. Lu Chen saw the demon emperor's form dissolve in the golden light, yet the purple-black vortex peculiarly remained, beginning to devour the energy of the emperor's sword in reverse. The feudal curse, eternally undying, echoed the residual spiritual fluctuations of the demon emperor. In this dire moment, the mechanical body of the princess suddenly lunged forward. Her chest armor opened, revealing a core that was no ordinary energy source, but a miniature quantum singularity. Lu Chen, remember, the true enemy is. Her voice was drowned out by the explosion. The quantum singularity collided with the purple-black vortex, igniting a small-scale spatial annihilation. Lu Chen felt an immense pull, and then he plummeted into endless darkness. Darkness. Eternal darkness. Lu Chen sensed himself descending, continuously falling. The emperor's sword remained firmly in his grasp, emitting a faint glow. In this void, time seemed to lose all meaning. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared below. The light expanded rapidly, eventually transforming into a vast starry sky. Lu Chen beheld countless stars swirling before him, witnessing the rise and fall of civilizations, the cycles of war and peace. At the heart of this celestial expanse floated a colossal bronze palace, 100 times more magnificent than anything he had observed beneath the celestial dome. The palace doors opened slowly, revealing a blurred figure standing at the entrance, extending a hand towards him. Chapter 31. The shadows behind the scenes. Darkness. Eternal darkness. Lu Chen felt himself adrift in the void, his consciousness flickering between clarity and confusion. He still clutched the emperor's sword, its blade radiating a faint golden light, like a solitary lantern guiding him home. Where's this place? He attempted to move, only to find his limbs weighed down as if filled with lead. Quantum vision faltered here, revealing only an endless void. Occasionally, minute points of light flitted by, resembling distant stars or glimpses from a higher dimension. Suddenly, a silver-blue streak swept across from afar, tracing a graceful arc through the darkness. The frequency of its light resonated with an inexplicable familiarity. It was the energy signature of the princess's mechanical body. Your Highness. He strained to swim towards the light, only to watch it accelerate suddenly, vanishing into the depths of the darkness. Instantly, an invisible force seized his ankle, dragging him in another direction. Swish! Before him, the void opened up. Lu Chen crashed heavily onto a bronze floor, the sharp pain jolting him awake. As he looked up, he found himself in the center of a grand hall, surrounded by 12 towering pillars, each adorned with the totems of different races: humans, demons, spirits, and mechanical life forms. At the far end of the hall, a massive bronze tome floated, its pages turning without wind, the text upon them shifting as if chronicling the rise and fall of countless worlds. Observer Archive. A strange term suddenly surfaced in Lu Chen's mind. He staggered to his feet, the Emperor's sword humming as its tip automatically pointed toward the bronze tome. Just then, a holographic projection emerged above the tome. In the image, 3 demon priests clad in purple robes were casting spells around a pulsating heart. The heart was entirely purple-black, its surface adorned with golden patterns. Each beat warped the surrounding space. To Lu Chen's shock, a human face was faintly visible within the heart. It was the visage of the Demon Emperor. So it is. He instantly grasped the truth behind the Demon Emperor's immortality. That heart was the source of the curse. And what he had vanquished in the royal city was merely a projection. The projection flickered, shifting to another scene, deep in the mountains of Tianqiong Star. Atop a concealed altar, 3 demon priests were engaged in a ritual. Suspended at the altar's center was none other than the purple-black heart. I found it. Lu Chen was about to discern the location when the entire hall abruptly trembled violently. The 12 pillars blazed with blinding red light, and a chilling mechanical voice echoed through the space. Unauthorized access, initiating purge protocol. The ground fissured, and dozens of bronze puppets burst forth, wielding peculiar spears that shimmered with energy capable of rending space. Tianqiong Star, the royal city. Once vibrant streets now lay in ruins. Beneath the collapsed walls, countless bodies were trapped. Demons, humans, and those half-demon travelers. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and the metallic tang of blood, punctuated by the faint groans of the wounded. In the ruins of the palace, Yunli knelt before a fractured stone tablet. All her 8 tails had been severed, and her wounds were bound with blood-soaked bandages. Over a fire pit, a pot of medicinal herbs simmered, releasing a bitter aroma into the wind. Is he still not awake? A hoarse voice came from behind her. Yunli turned to see Zhao Wufeng approaching, leaning on a broken blade. This iron-willed general had lost an arm. A deep scar etched into his face, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. Yunli shook her head, glancing towards a makeshift tent not far away. Through the half-open curtain, she caught sight of the princess's mechanical body lying still on a stone platform, its core completely extinguished, with only a few circuits occasionally sparking weakly. Mechanical body damage rate, 98. Consciousness core missing. Yunli's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. Lu Chen fell into the spatial rift. His life or death remains uncertain. We have lost. Zhao Wufeng fell silent for a moment before suddenly driving the broken blade forcefully into the ground. No, it is not over yet. He gestured towards the city outskirts. Scouts report that the demon army is retreating, and those cursed travelers have suddenly fallen into a coma. What does this signify? It indicates that the demon emperor's power is waning. Yunli's ears perked up slightly. Are you suggesting that Lu Chen is still alive and has wounded the demon emperor's true form? Hope ignited in Zhao Wufeng's eyes. We must locate him. At that moment, a soft sound echoed from within the tent. The two rushed inside, only to witness the sensors of the princess's mechanical body flickering to life with a faint blue glow. A holographic projection burst forth from her damaged chest cavity, vividly displaying the scene of the 3 demon priests casting spells around the purple-black heart. In the background, a uniquely shaped mountain peak emerges, its summit flattened, forming a natural altar. This is Xianxia Mountain. Zhao Wufeng inhaled sharply. It is the forbidden territory of the demon clan, 300 miles from the imperial city. The projection flickered a few times before abruptly switching to a stream of encrypted data. Yun Li's demon bloodline instinctively allowed her to discern its meaning. In 3 days. At the time of the lunar eclipse, the demon emperor will fully awaken. The mechanical body of the princess emitted a final electronic synthesized sound. Go save him. Subsequently, all the lights extinguished completely. Within the ethereal hall, Lu Chen's figure darted and maneuvered under the relentless assault of bronze puppets. These humanoid weapons were far more agile than they appeared, their spears capable of effortlessly tearing through space, creating countless minuscule black fissures around Lu Chen. A moment's carelessness could render him into mere fragments. He had to reach that book. The Emperor's sword swept through, golden light severing the waists of 3 puppets. Yet, to his horror, the severed puppets automatically reassembled, liquid bronze oozing from their wounds, restoring them instantly. Endless. Lu Chun panted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Since obtaining the Emperor's sword, he had never felt so powerless. These puppets seemed capable of infinite regeneration, while his stamina was rapidly depleting. Suddenly, a silver-blue streak of light descended from the heavens, striking a puppet's head with precision. The puppet froze in place, the red light in its eyes flickering before extinguishing. "Attack the core," a familiar voice echoed in the hall. Lu Chen looked up abruptly, witnessing a stream of silver-blue data dancing across the dome, at times coalescing into the princess's ethereal silhouette, at times scattering into countless specks of light. "Your Highness, you are still alive." "Temporarily, yes." The princess's voice was intermittent, reminiscent of a faulty transmission. "My consciousness has been uploaded to the quantum cloud. Here seems to be a higher dimensional data space." Another puppet lunged at him. Lu Chen sidestepped, the Emperor's sword accurately piercing its chest, targeting a blue crystal hidden within. Crack! The crystal shattered, the puppet collapsing to the ground, never to reassemble again. The third column on the left. The princess suddenly exclaimed, "There is an interface there. I can help you open a passage." Without hesitation, Lu Chen leaped toward the designated position. Indeed, concealed on the column was a bronze disc, its surface etched with runes resembling those on the princess's mechanical body. He pressed his palm against it, the energy of the purple-gold crystal flowing into the disc through his arm. The runes illuminated one by one, and the ground in the center of the hall suddenly sank, revealing a staircase leading to the bronze tome. "Hurry, I can only hold on for 30 seconds. Lu Chen sprinted with all his might, the bronze puppets surging toward him like a tidal wave. Just as he stepped onto the final stair, the entire hall suddenly tilted. The enormous bronze tome opened automatically, countless pages fluttering like butterflies, eventually settling on a specific page. There, the real-time images of 3 demon priests were clearly visible. Above the altar they occupied, a blood moon was slowly being devoured by shadows. The lunar eclipse had begun. At the summit of Qixiao Mountain, the wind howled fiercely. The 3 demon priests stood in a triangular formation, a purple-black heart pulsating violently between them. As the lunar eclipse progressed, the golden patterns on the heart's surface were gradually eroded by the purple-black hue, the human face within becoming increasingly distinct. "It is almost time," the leading old priest muttered, his withered fingers tracing complex runes on the surface of the heart. With each stroke, countless vengeful spirits emerged from the heart, wailing mournfully. Suddenly, he looked up sharply. Someone is intruding. On the mountainside, Yun Li and Zhao Wufeng, leading the remnants of their forces, were struggling to ascend. Their numbers were fewer than 50, each wounded. Yet their momentum was formidable. At the forefront were 10 Cold Crow Guard death warriors, wielding specially crafted spirit-breaking crossbows, each arrow capable of accurately slaying the demon guards blocking their path. The old priest sneered coldly, a bone flag soaring from his sleeve. As the flag unfurled, countless vengeful spirits howled forth, transforming into a black cloud pressing down upon the climbing party. Ants shaking a tree. However, just as the black cloud was about to engulf them, a golden sword light suddenly descended from the heavens. Swish! The sword light melted through the vengeful spirit cloud like the sun melting snow, instantly dispersing it. Everyone was stunned, including the 3 priests. In the void, a rift slowly opened. Lu Chan's figure stepped through the void, the Emperor's sword in hand, its light illuminating half the sky. "Impossible!" the old priest screamed. "How could you escape from the void prison?" Lu Chun did not respond. He pointed the Emperor's sword directly at the altar. But just as he prepared to dive down, a sudden change occurred. The purple-black heart erupted in blinding light, a translucent barrier engulfing the entire altar in an instant. Lu Chen's sword light struck the barrier, vanishing without a trace, as though it had plunged into the sea. "Useless, heir of the Emperor," the old priest sneered. "This is the vengeance barrier formed from the sacrifice of countless lives. Unless you slaughter all living beings, you will never break through." Lu Chun, undeterred, unleashed 3 consecutive sword lights, yet the outcome remained the same. The priests within the barrier continued their ritual, the heartbeat of the heart resonating like war drums atop the mountain. Yun Li and the others finally reached the summit, their eyes widening at the scene. "What do we do?" Zhao Wufeng gritted his teeth. "Do we just watch the demon emperor resurrect?" Lu Chun tightened his grip on the Emperor's sword, suddenly feeling a pulse emanating from the sword. It resonated with a peculiar frequency, as if responding to something. He abruptly looked up at the blood moon during the eclipse. A frantic thought flashed in his mind. No, we still have a chance. He turned to Yunli. Do you remember the data left by the princess? At the time of the lunar eclipse, the barriers between the two worlds are at their thinnest. Yunli's pupils contracted sharply. You mean? Since we cannot break through from the outside. Lu Chun raised the Emperor's sword, its tip aimed at the eclipsed moon. Then let us destroy it from within. The sword light soared into the sky, piercing through the heart of the moon. Chapter 32. The princess is wounded. The blood moon hung high. The sword light piercing the heavens. The golden light emanating from Lu Chen's Emperor's sword struck the crimson moon engulfed in the eclipse like a towering pillar, penetrating its surface. The moment the sword's edge touched the moon's surface, the entire sky trembled violently, the space fracturing like a shattered mirror, splitting into countless fine lines. Madman, do you even know what you are doing? The old priest on the altar contorted his face, his withered fingers nearly digging into the purple-black heart. The previously stable vengeance barrier began to fluctuate, golden cracks resembling a spider's web appearing on its surface. As the energy of the Emperor's sword eroded the barrier between the two worlds, Yun Li's 8 broken tails bled, yet she strained to maintain the seal. Channeling the residual demon power into Lu Chen's body. The passage is about to open, but it won't last long. Zhao Wufeng and the remaining Cold Crow guards fiercely defended the mountain path, their blades carving out a breach as piles of demon corpses accumulated beneath their feet. Chief Lu, we can hold for at most another quarter of an hour. Lu Chen did not respond. His entire focus was on the sword tip, where a miniature spatial vortex was forming. Through the vortex, he glimpsed scenes from another world. Infinite purple-black mist filled with countless fragments of memory. Some fragments depicted scenes of battle, others whispered of conspiratorial discussions, but most prominently repeated was the moment the princess's mechanical body exploded. The Demon Emperor's spiritual realm. Just as he prepared to leap into it, an abrupt change occurred. The purple-black heart suddenly contracted violently, followed by an intensely condensed black light shooting from within, moving at a speed too swift to react. The black light pierced through Yun Li's chest, continuing its momentum to penetrate 3 Cold Crow guards before deeply embedding itself in Lu Chen's right shoulder. The Emperor's sword nearly slipped from his grasp, the spatial vortex swaying violently, nearly collapsing. Lu Chen knelt on one knee, watching as the purple-black patterns rapidly spread from the wound on his shoulder. These patterns behaving like living entities, voraciously consuming his imperial power. The old priest emitted a shrill laugh reminiscent of a night owl. The Demon Emperor anticipated your arrival long ago. The heart on the altar suddenly shattered, and a hand cloaked in black scales emerged from within, followed by a second one. In the ruins of the imperial city, a makeshift medical tent housed the mechanical body of the princess, lying silently upon a stone platform. The armor over her chest was completely shattered, revealing intricate yet damaged components within. A dozen physicians and talismancers surrounded her, rendered helpless. This was not merely flesh and blood injury, but a catastrophic breakdown of her core energy circuits. The connection to the spiritual veins had failed. An elderly talismancer with white hair dejectedly retreated, her golden talisman threads snapping one by one. Her consciousness core was no longer within her mechanical body, as if her soul had departed. Suddenly, the tent flaps were thrown open, and a blood-soaked Yuwenjin rushed in. The leader of the conservative youth was in a pitiful state. His expensive brocade robe was torn to shreds, and his face bore the claw marks of a demon beast. We must awaken her. He grasped the chief physician by the collar. Outside the city, at least 100,000 demon beasts are gathering. If the princess does not activate the 9 heavens thunderstrike array, the imperial city will not withstand even a single night. The physician forced a bitter smile. Young Master Yuan, you see for yourself, this is beyond the realm of medicine. Before he could finish, the ground suddenly shook violently. The crowd looked up in astonishment, and through the gaps in the tent, they saw a black-red beam of light shooting up from the direction of Qixia Mountain, staining the eclipsing blood moon a deep purple-black. Immediately, all the cursed and unconscious individuals within the imperial city began to convulse simultaneously, purple-black mist seeping from their orifices, coalescing in the air and flying towards the beam. The Demon Emperor was reclaiming the source of the curse. Yu Wenjin's complexion turned pale. He was on the verge of a complete revival. On the stone platform, the mechanical fingers of the princess twitched suddenly. In a certain void, a silver-blue data galaxy flowed serenely. This was the quantum realm, a space between reality and the virtual, where the consciousness of the princess drifted like a lone boat amidst a vast sea of data. Her form constantly shifted, at times resembling a mechanical princess, at others transforming into the image of a woman in a white robe, and occasionally flashing back to the figure of Dr. L in a laboratory on Earth. I must return. Her thoughts were fragmented, akin to a communication signal suffering from interference. The Demon Emperor's last strike not only destroyed her mechanical body, but also expelled her consciousness from the material world. Had she not uploaded part of her consciousness to the quantum cloud years ago, she would have already been reduced to ash. Suddenly, a violent disturbance rippled through the data stream. The princess noticed an unusual fluctuation. It was the ripple caused by the human emperor's sword, Chen, forcibly tearing through space. Through this ripple, she vaguely sensed the brutal conflict unfolding in the material world. She concentrated all her consciousness and swam towards the source of the ripple. However, just as she was about to touch it, a wave of purple-black energy appeared out of nowhere, crashing violently against her consciousness. "Got you, little mouse." The voice of the Demon Emperor resonated directly within the quantum realm. The princess's vision was suddenly filled with countless bloody images. She saw her army massacring civilians, witnessed her mechanical body going berserk and shattering the imperial palace, and even saw herself driving Lu Chen's body onto the throne. "This is your future." The Demon Emperor's whispers seeped like venom. "Join me, and these tragedies will never come to pass." The consciousness of the princess trembled violently, the silver blue light flickering ominously. Just as she was on the verge of disintegration, she suddenly caught a familiar wave. It was the remnant of the quantum singularity buried within her mechanical body. "Lu Chen, catch!" She expended all her energy, hurling an encrypted data packet towards the ripple. At the peak of Xianxia Mountain, the battle took a sudden turn. Lu Chen's right arm was nearly incapacitated. The human emperor's sword now held in his left hand, its power greatly diminished. Yunli lay severely injured and unconscious. Protected by Zhao Wufeng, the Cold Crow Guard was down to 7, forming the last defensive circle back-to-back. Meanwhile, on the altar, the true form of the Demon Emperor had emerged significantly. It was a monstrous being with 3 heads and 6 arms. The central head bore a striking resemblance to Marcus, the left side to Yu and Tuo, while the right side constantly shifted through faces of various races. Its 6 arms wielded different weapons: a long sword of humanity, a bone staff of demons, and a pulse cannon of machines. Poor thing. The central head opened its mouth, its voice overlapping with millions of tones. "Do you really think the human emperor's sword can withstand the supreme will that has existed for 100,000 years? Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword still pointed at the Demon Emperor. "Let us see." Suddenly, static crackled through his earpiece communicator, followed by a fragmented message. "Lu Chen, listen well. The Demon Emperor's weakness is the reverse scales within its heart. Stab it with the human emperor's sword." It was the princess's voice. Before he could fully process the information, the Demon Emperor erupted in rage, all 6 arms striking simultaneously. Boom! Lu Chen was flung away by an invisible force, crashing into half a mountain wall. He struggled to rise, only to find that the human emperor's sword had slipped from his grip, now lodged in the ground before the Demon Emperor, humming ominously. The old priest cackled madly, holding up the purple-black heart and kneeling before the Demon Emperor. "Please, your majesty, enjoy this offering." The central head of the Demon Emperor opened its gaping maw, about to swallow the heart. Whoosh! A silver light shot in from the direction of the imperial city, accurately striking the heart. It was a silver needle as fine as a hair, inscribed with nano-level runes. The spot where the heart was pierced instantly became data, revealing golden reverse scales within. Now, the princess's voice echoed simultaneously in Lu Chen's and the Demon Emperor's minds. Lu Chen erupted with unprecedented speed, lunging for the human emperor's sword. The Demon Emperor's 6 arms attempted to intercept, but froze just before making contact. Its gaze was forcibly drawn into the quantum realm, where the princess's consciousness was clinging tightly to the Demon Emperor's spirit. Puff! The human emperor's sword pierced through the golden reverse scales, causing the entire heart to shatter like glass. In the medical tent of the imperial city, all the physicians were stunned. Within the princess's ruined mechanical chest, a brand new energy core was taking shape. It was not a traditional purple-gold crystal, but a translucent polyhedron, with silver-blue data streams flowing inside. "What is this?" Yu Wenjin exclaimed in astonishment. The white-haired talismancer suddenly knelt, tears streaming down his face. The legend of mechanical ascension. The supreme realm of ancient mechanical civilization, immortal consciousness, restructured physical form. The polyhedron core erupted with dazzling light, and the princess's mechanical body floated up. Countless nano-level components converging from the void to reconstruct her form. When the brilliance faded, what stood before everyone was a brand new mechanical body, sleek silver-white armor, joints embedded with purple-gold crystals, and 12 energy wings floating from her back. Most astonishingly, her visage was no longer cold metal, but nearly lifelike synthetic skin, with only her left eye retaining the features of a mechanical eye, pulsating with data streams. She gazed towards Xianxia Mountain, her lips uttering two chilling words, seeking death. With a flap of her wings, sonic booms shattered the clouds. Chapter 33, Desperate Rescue. Beneath the Imperial City, in the Energy Restoration Chamber, the pungent smell of reagents pervaded the air. The princess's mechanical body floated quietly in the central energy field, 12 spiritual rune chains penetrating her joints, securing her form in midair. The once silver-white armor was now marred with scorch marks, the core chamber pierced by some purple-black crystal, energy liquid seeping out like blood, dripping to the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. Core pollution level 89, consciousness link severed. The elderly chief of the Spiritual Rune Institute, Mo Xuanji, stared at the holographic projection of data, his frail fingers swiftly adjusting parameters in the void. Each adjustment caused the princess's mechanical body to spasm uncontrollably, as if enduring invisible torture. Chen stood before the observation platform, his quantum vision penetrating the energy field, clearly seeing the purple-black crystals spreading within the princess's body. They moved like living vines, crawling along the energy circuits, transforming the mechanical structure into a grotesque purple-black substance wherever they passed. How much longer? His voice was hoarse and terrifying. Mo Xuanji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. At most 3 hours. These heart-corroding insects are not ordinary curses, but the Demon Emperor's primal power. Once the pollution level exceeds 90, her consciousness core will. Before he could finish, alarms suddenly blared. The psychic barrier on the eastern side of the repair chamber rippled as Yunli, covered in blood, burst through the entrance. Only 2 of her 8 tails remained intact, and her left arm was grotesquely twisted, clearly bearing the marks of a brutal battle. The demon army had breached the northern defense line. She knelt on one knee, coughing up blood, furious that Yu Wenjin, that useless fool, had fled with the conservatives. The holographic map automatically unfolded, revealing a surging mass of demon beasts 30 miles north of the Imperial City. Among them, 3 figures clad in priestly robes stood out. Unmistakably the 3 demon high priests from the ritual at Xianxia Mountain. They carried the antidote for the heart corruption curse. Yunli's vertical pupils contracted to pinpricks as she overheard their conversation. The antidote could only last for 12 hours, and it was imperative to seize it from the old priest. Before she could finish her thought, her body lurched forward, and she fell unconscious. Chen caught her, his quantum vision scanning her wounds, which bore the same purplish-black hue, indicating she had also been afflicted by the curse. Mo Xuanji's face turned pale. It was over. Even a half-demon body could not withstand this venom. Prepare the teleportation array. Chen gently set Yunli down, his voice eerily calm. I will retrieve the antidote. At the third watch, heavy snow began to fall over the northern wasteland. Chen's figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the snow, his specially crafted stealth cloak covered in ice crystals. The purple-gold crystal on his right wrist radiated warmth, continuously scanning the surrounding terrain and projecting a 3-dimensional map onto his retina. 3 miles ahead, the demon army's camp blazed with light, and several massive lizards feasted upon corpses. The camp was divided into 3 layers, with the old priest stationed in the central command tent. Over the communicator, Mo Xuanji's voice crackled with static. 7 energy alert nets detected. It is advised to breach from the southeast corner. Wait. The holographic map suddenly flickered, and a new red dot appeared behind the camp, an inconspicuous gray tent, surrounded by triple layers of invisible curse runes. Found it. The antidote is there. But the energy readings are off. It's a trap. Chen squinted. His quantum vision penetrated the tent, revealing 3 crystal vials suspended within, filled with a silver-blue liquid. Beneath the vials lay a pulsating heart, identical to the one atop Xianxia Mountain. Not a trap, but a challenge. He murmured, the Demon Emperor awaits me. Without hesitation, Chen activated the energy of the tablets. 3 fragments of the human emperor's tablet emerged from his chest, forming a faint golden membrane over his body. This was the mimetic barrier developed by Mo Xuanji, allowing him to temporarily disguise himself as a puppet controlled by the curse. The snow fell heavier. As Chen hunched over, stumbling toward the camp like the other puppets, the guarding wolf demons merely sniffed and let him pass. The curse fluctuations on him were flawless. The interior of the gray tent was unexpectedly spacious. The floor was etched with intricate blood channel patterns, and beneath the floating crystal vials, each heartbeat of the heart sent purplish-black energy coursing through the entire tent. The old priest, with his back to the entrance, fiddled with some bone-made counting sticks. Hearing footsteps, he spoke without turning. "You're a quarter of an hour late. The heir of the human emperor is not much to speak of." The disguise fell away in an instant. Chen pressed the human emperor's sword against the old priest's back. "The antidote." The young man is impatient. The old priest slowly turned, revealing a face covered in bizarre tattoos. His eyes were completely black, and his mouth stretched to his ears. "Only one of these 3 vials is genuine. Choose incorrectly, and the princess will go boom." He made an explosive gesture, while outside the tent, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. At least 20 elite demons had surrounded the area. Chen's sword remained unwavering. "Do you think I need to choose?" The 3 fragments of the tablets suddenly flew out, crashing into the 3 crystal vials. The old priest's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly formed a seal to detonate the fake vials, only to discover in horror that his demonic power was suppressed by a higher force. The runes on those tablets were ancient demon script. Impossible. How could the human emperor's tablet? Because it was forged from the reverse scale of the demon emperor. Chen sneered. "You have worshipped this sacred object for 100,000 years. It is, in truth, the mark of a traitor." The central crystal vial was gently lifted by the tablet fragments, while the other 2 exploded into toxic mist upon contact. Chen seized the true antidote even as the human emperor's sword pierced the old priestess' throat. This strike was for Yunli's tail. Yet the old priest grinned maliciously, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Too late. The tent suddenly collapsed, revealing that the figures outside were not demon guards at all, but hundreds of imperial city soldiers controlled by curses. Their eyes glowed with purple light, and embedded in their chests were demon emperor crystals. Leading them was none other than Yu Wenjin, with fiery red eyes. "Chen." Yu Wenjin's voice echoed like a multitude speaking at once. "You have finally walked into your own trap." He waved his hand, and the controlled soldiers raised their weapons simultaneously. Terrifyingly, their weapons were all stained with the blood of the citizens of the imperial city. Chen's gaze swept over these former comrades. His quantum vision clearly saw the curse consuming their life force. In just 1 more hour, they would become mindless husks. "Yu Wenjin, look at what you have done." He tightened his grip on the human emperor's sword. "These are the soldiers who vowed to follow you to the death. Necessary sacrifices." Something writhed beneath Yu Wenjin's skin. The demon emperor promised a new world. Before he could finish, his head twisted 180 degrees. A massive mouth split open at the back of his head, and 3 barbed tendrils shot out, lunging towards Chen. Clang! The human emperor's sword blocked the tendrils. But Yu Wenjin's torso was violently torn apart, revealing a creature entirely composed of purplish-black crystal. It had a humanoid outline, but lacked facial features, with a miniature demon emperor heart embedded in its chest. Chen understood in an instant. "You sacrificed yourself to the demon emperor." The monster emitted a high-pitched shriek, and all the controlled soldiers lunged forward. Chen was engulfed in a desperate struggle. He could not strike too hard. After all, they were innocent compatriots. Yet every attack from them was deadly. To make matters worse, the crystal vial of the antidote was developing cracks amidst the chaos, the silver-blue liquid slowly evaporating. Now. With this roar, the night sky suddenly blazed as bright as day. A 10-meter-wide beam of psychic light descended from above, precisely enveloping Chen's position. This was the long-range teleportation array prepared by Mo Xuanji, but it required 3 seconds to charge. 3 seconds was enough time for that monster to accomplish many things. It lunged towards the crystal vial in Chen's hand, its tendrils aimed straight at the vial. In a split second, a silver flash zipped through the air. Thud! The monster's tendrils were severed at the root. Chen turned in shock to see the Long Princess, who should have been unconscious, standing in midair. Her mechanical body was in tatters. Her right arm had completely vanished, and her left leg was reduced to a metallic skeleton, yet her energy wings radiated an unprecedented brilliance. Quantum entanglement. Her voice crackled with electronic noise. My consciousness temporarily took over the backup body. The teleportation beam finally took form. In the last moment before disappearing, Chen saw the backup body of the Long Princess embrace the monster, the core in her chest beginning to overload. In the Imperial City's energy repair chamber, Chen staggered out of the teleportation array, the crystal vial in his hand containing only half of the antidote. Ignoring his numerous wounds, he dashed toward the Long Princess's main body. Quickly, Mo Xuanji trembled as he took the antidote, injecting it into a precision vaporization device. Silver-blue mist enveloped the Long Princess's mechanical body, the purplish-black crystals recoiling and dissipating as if encountering a natural enemy. Effective. The contamination level is decreasing. But before Lu Chen could fully smile, an earth-shattering explosion roared from outside the city. That was the shockwave from a self-detonation. The holographic projection automatically switched displays. A small mushroom cloud rose in the northern suburbs, and at the epicenter, a silver light shot skyward, vanishing into the clouds. The consciousness of the backup body returned. Mo Xuanji stared at the data stream, his expression suddenly changing. Not good. The essence of the self is currently rejecting the antidote. Within the repair chamber, the mechanical form of the princess suddenly convulses violently, as the recently subsided violet-black patterns begin to spread anew. How could it be the quantum synchronization rate? Mo Xuanji, in despair, pounds the control panel, as the memories of the backup body clash with the primary self, causing her consciousness to self-attack. Without hesitation, Lu Chen pours the remaining antidote into her mouth, leaning down to press his lips against the princess's mechanical ones, bridging their consciousness. Chapter 34, Rebuilding Trust. Darkness. An infinite abyss envelopes Lu Chen's consciousness. He feels himself sinking deeper, as if plummeting into an endless sea. The lingering taste of the antidote in his mouth gradually fades, replaced by a cold metallic scent, the unique energy fluctuation of the princess's mechanical core. I must find her. Lu Chen reaches out into the void, the purple-gold crystal at his chest faintly glowing, illuminating a small space around him. In the dim light, he sees countless fragments of memories floating around, a woman in a white robe standing in a laboratory, uploading her consciousness to the quantum cloud. The armored princess awakening deep within the royal tomb, bearing an unknown mission. The mechanical princess, sleepless, repairing the broken city walls. These shards reflect the princess's threefold persona like mirrors, yet at this moment, all the surfaces are marred with violet-black cracks. Suddenly, a distant groan of agony pierces the air. Lu Chen turns abruptly, spotting a silver-blue orb of light ensnared by violet-black chains, struggling in the void. The other end of the chains extends into the depths of darkness, where a pulsating violet-black heart is faintly visible, the spiritual mark of the Demon Emperor. Your Highness. He rushes toward the orb, the Emperor's sword materializing in his hand. With a swift stroke, he severs the chains. The orb flickers violently, gradually coalescing into the ethereal form of the princess. Curled up with her knees hugged tightly to her chest, her mechanical eye patch shattered, revealing a right eye laced with blood vessels. Leave. Her voice is barely audible. This is a consciousness trap. No sooner had she spoken than a low, sinister laugh echoed from the depths of darkness. What a touching reunion. The violet-black heart suddenly opens an eye, reflecting countless scenes of destruction across worlds. Unfortunately, none of you shall escape. In the reality, within the spiritual repair room, Mo Xuanji stares at the monitoring screen, cold sweat soaking his back. Eerie violet-black patterns emerge on the surfaces of both Lu Chen and the princess's bodies, their brainwave frequencies synchronizing at a perilous rate. This is bad. Their consciousnesses are entangled with the Demon Emperor's mark. He hurriedly adjusts the equipment, but is startled by the sound of metal clashing behind him. Yun Li, having awakened unbeknownst to him, drags her severed tail toward the control panel, blood still staining her lips. With my blood, she struggles to raise her intact right arm. The half-demon bloodline can establish a bridge. Mo Xuanji suddenly comprehends. The Demon Emperor's mark is essentially a high-level curse, and the ancient demon blood flowing within Yun Li can neutralize it. He quickly retrieves a spiritual energy conduit, inserting one end into Yun Li's wrist while the other branches into two, connecting to the temples of Lu Chen and the princess. Bear with it, this will hurt. Vivid red blood flows through the conduit into both their bodies, causing the violet-black patterns to contract as if encountering a natural enemy. Meanwhile, in the realm of consciousness, Lu Chen suddenly feels a warm current surge within him. Yun Li's demon pattern appears in the palm of his hand. In the abyss of consciousness, the Demon Emperor's mark emits a piercing shriek. Despicable half-demon, how dare you interfere with the sacred erosion? The chains constricting the princess tighten once more, eliciting a muffled cry of pain from her. Without hesitation, Lu Chen swings his sword, this time infused with blood-red demon patterns, amplifying its power. At the moment the chains shatter, the entire realm of consciousness trembles violently. Countless fragments of memories rearrange, forming an endless corridor lined with innumerable doors, each leading to a segment of the princess's memories. This is her consciousness defense mechanism. Lu Chen instantly understands. They must find the core memory to awaken her. He grasps the princess's ethereal form and rushes toward the nearest door. Behind this door lies a scene from 3 centuries past. A woman in a white robe standing on an altar, surrounded by kneeling worshippers. The voice of the first-generation princess carries a sense of bewilderment. I established the Celestial Dome sect to dissolve the animosity between our races. Suddenly, the image distorts. The worshippers transforming into grotesque demon beasts that tear the woman apart. Lu Chun hastily shuts the door, but the princess is trembling all over. Did you see? How ridiculous my ideals were. It is not your fault. He grips her wrist firmly. Let's see the next one. Behind the second door is a scene of the armored princess leading her troops in battle against the demon race. As she personally slays an enemy commander, the face revealed beneath the helmet is that of a human child. In this life, I chose to suppress with force. The princess's ethereal form begins to waver. This only breeds more hatred. One door after another reveals nothing but failure and suffering. Lu Chen's heart grows heavier. He realizes the demon emperor's mark is exploiting these negative memories to dismantle the princess's will. Suddenly, he spots a tiny door at the end of the corridor, marked with the emblem of the Earth Federation. Upon pushing the door open, Lu Chun is taken aback. Behind it lies a pristine white laboratory. The young princess, or rather, Dr. L, is adjusting a quantum collider. Her mechanical left arm is still in its initial version, movements slightly stiff, yet her gaze is focused and bright. The scene shifts, and Lu Chun witnesses an incredible sight. The monitoring screen in the lab displays an image of his younger self, completely unaware of being observed. Dr. EY07L, she murmurs. The last key. She retrieves an encrypted document marked Human Seed Project. The contents of the document strike Lu Chun like a bolt of lightning. The so-called summoning of traversers was not an accident, but the ultimate plan of the Earth Federation, to select elites from various fields and project their consciousness into the realm of cultivation, preserving the flame of human civilization. Even more shocking, at the end of the document, alongside Dr. L's name, is his own signature. This is impossible. Lu Chun stumbles back. How could I possibly be involved in such a plan? The ethereal form of the princess suddenly becomes more solid, because your memory was erased. She points to the notes section on the last page. EY series must eliminate original memories to ensure purity. Just then, the entire laboratory begins to collapse. The demon emperor's mark transforms into a violet-black tidal wave, attempting to engulf this crucial memory. Now it makes sense. Lu Chun realizes. The demon emperor fears nothing more than us recalling the truth. He embraces the ethereal form of the princess, planting the emperor's sword into the ground. A barrier of golden light intertwined with blood-red demon patterns forms, temporarily halting the erosion. Listen, he gazes into her mechanical right eye, regardless of how many lifetimes we endure. Your goal has never changed, to protect civilization, not a single human or demon. The princess's pupils narrow slightly. In the real world, the repair chamber suddenly convulses violently. Mo Xuanji and Yun Li are thrown by the shockwave, sparks erupting from the monitoring screens. The princess's mechanical form begins to levitate, the core chamber on her chest emitting a dazzling silver-blue light. Even more astonishing, Lu Chun's body also rises into the air. The purple-gold crystal and the ethereal form of the emperor's sword flickering at his chest. They resonate on a level of consciousness. Mo Xuanji exclaims. This is the ultimate form of quantum entanglement. A sudden sharp pain erupts from the severed end of Yun Li's tail. She looks down to see new flesh buds sprouting from the wound, a sign of the awakening of the ancient demon bloodline. She is about to awaken, she whispers. As if to affirm her words, the tempered glass of the repair chamber shatters with a deafening roar. The princess's mechanical form slowly descends, new armor materializing from the void, enveloping her entirely. This time, her visage is fully anthropomorphized, save for her left eye which retains its mechanical characteristics. Simultaneously, Lu Chun opens his eyes, his pupils shimmering with the brilliance of galaxies. Their gazes meet in the air, 3 centuries of separation melting away in that instant. Welcome back, Dr. L. Lu Chun speaks softly. The corners of Princess Chang's lips curled slightly upwards. Call me Chang Lu, for that is my true name. She raised her right hand, revealing a miniature holographic projection, the coordinates of the demon emperor's mark in the real world. It was time to put an end to this farce. Chapter 35. Rumors arise at the main gate of the imperial city. The morning mist lingered. Lu Chun reined in his horse, gazing at the newly hung black flag above the gate, embroidered with the crossed swords of the human emperor and mechanical gears. This was the emblem of co-governance designed by Princess Chang. 3 days after the decisive battle, the demon army had retreated 300 miles, and the imperial city finally welcomed a long-awaited tranquility. Chief Lu has returned. The soldiers guarding the city broke the morning silence with their shouts. However, the anticipated cheers did not materialize. Instead, an eerie silence ensued. Shops along the streets hurriedly closed their doors, pedestrians hurriedly lowered their heads and walked away. And a few children were hastily pulled into alleys by their mothers. Something was amiss. Yunli urged her horse forward, the newly grown scales at the tip of its tail standing on end. Her demon bloodline had awakened further after the battle, now allowing her to sense emotional fluctuations within 100 meters. Were they afraid? No, it was hatred. Lu Chun furrowed his brows, utilizing his quantum vision to scan the surroundings. In the shadows of the city walls, several officials in court attire were whispering to one another. On the second floor of a tea house, a few well-dressed young men were pointing and gesturing at him. Further away, a squad of soldiers clad in silver armor observed coldly, their hands resting on their sword hilts. Let us return to the palace. He gently nudged his horse, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a notice affixed to the corner of the city wall. It was a crude woodblock print, a figure clad in the attire of a time traveler, with demon wings protruding from their back, was poised to stab the sleeping Princess Chong with a dagger. The caption in bold letters read, "Unmasked the true face of the traitor." Suddenly, the horse whinnied in alarm. A cold arrow whizzed through the air, aiming directly for Lu Chen's throat. Inside the Zichen Hall, Princess Chong, now to be referred to as Regent Chong Lu, was reviewing memorials. The tip of her mechanical left hand's pen paused abruptly, leaving an ink blot on the memorial concerning the investigation of the time travelers' settlement areas. Outside the hall, hurried footsteps approached. Her captain of the personal guard knelt on one knee. "Your Highness, we have just received news that Chief Lu was attacked at the city gate." The metallic pen snapped in response. "Casualties. The assassin committed suicide with poison. Chief Lu is unharmed." However, the captain hesitated, as hundreds of civilians had gathered at the scene. Some shouting, "Eliminate the demon spies." A holographic map rose from the imperial desk, displaying hotspots of public sentiment throughout the imperial city. In just 3 days, rumors of Lu Chun colluding with the demon race had spread to all 72 wards. Even children in the streets were singing rhymes alleging that the human emperor's sword was, in fact, a demon artifact, the work of the Yuan clan. Changla scoffed. She lightly pressed a mechanism at the corner of the table, causing the floor to slide open and revealing 3 corpses, agents of the conservatives embedded within the palace, each with a hidden weapon resembling a winged serpent embedded in their throats. "Have you identified them?" "They are from the Shadow Scale Guard," the captain whispered, an elite group trained by the Yuan family, proficient in spreading rumors to confuse the masses. However, curiously, he pointed to the purplish-black markings on the corpses' necks. Remnants of the demon emperor's curse lingered within them. Chong Li's mechanical eye narrowed. The demon emperor had been severely injured. The curse should have dissipated. Unless, the hall doors swung open abruptly, and Lu Chen strode in, followed by a visibly enraged Yunli. "Shouldn't your highness offer an explanation?" Yunli slammed a stack of flyers onto the ground, each emblazoned with images of Lu Chen secretly meeting with the demon priests. Such intricately crafted illustrations could not have been produced by mere commoners. Changla picked one up, her fingertips brushing against the hidden mark along the edge. It was a watermark unique to the Ministry of Works printing office, a fine ploy to use others as a dagger. She crushed the flyer in her hand. The Yuan family colluded with the remnants of the demon race, only to frame loyal subjects in return. But that's not all. Lu Chun produced a memory crystal from his bosom, projecting last night's scene. 3 officials kneeling in a secret chamber before a demon envoy, one of whom was shockingly the Minister of Works. "The conservatives are plotting a coup." His voice was eerily calm. 3 days from now, on the anniversary of the late emperor's death, they plan to strike during the heaven sacrifice ceremony. Silence enveloped the hall. After a long pause, Chonglu suddenly chuckled lightly. "Perfect. I am in need of a reason to cleanse the court." In the West Market tea house, the atmosphere was abuzz with chatter. The storyteller struck the wooden block, spitting words. "They say that Lu Chun, while appearing to be the human emperor's successor, is in fact a dark chess piece laid by the demon emperor for 300 years. That sword at his waist is forged from the skulls of countless infants." In a second-floor private room, disguised as a merchant, Lu Chun set down his teacup. A few young men at the neighboring table were loudly agreeing. "My father witnessed it firsthand in the Ministry of War. That fellow can control demon beasts. I heard the Princess Chong was also cursed by him. Otherwise, why would she employ outsiders?" Yun Li's nails dug deep into her palm, though wearing a disguise. Her slit pupils still constricted in anger. "Let me tear those rascals' mouths apart." Lu Chun grasped her wrist, his gaze shifting to a nondescript figure in gray seated in the corner, who had remained silent until hearing the name of the Princess Chong, causing his pupils to contract sharply. "We found the main culprit." They trailed the gray figure through 7 narrow alleys, eventually halting before a coffin shop. The doorway was engraved with the secret mark of the winged serpent, the emblem of the Shadow Scale Guard. It was indeed connected to the Yuan family. Suddenly, Yun Li's ears perked up. Below ground, she yanked Lu Chen back. In the next instant, the floor of the coffin shop collapsed, and dozens of black-clad figures surged forth from the passage. Their movements were synchronized. Each held a crossbow in one hand and a knife in the other, with arrows glowing purple, infused with the Demon Emperor's curse. Eliminate the demon spies. The leading assassin had barely shouted when his throat was pierced by an ice spike. Amid the chilling fog, Chong Li's figure appeared on the rooftop, her mechanical arm morphing into a crossbow that was still exuding cold air. Leave a survivor, she commanded coldly. In the Imperial dungeons, the sound of dripping water echoed. The leader of the Shadow Scale Guard, shackled by iron chains, had been reduced to a grotesque form. Something writhed beneath his skin, creating bizarre protrusions. Let's search his soul directly. Chong Lu frowned. His consciousness had already been tainted by the Demon Emperor's mark. But Lu Chen shook his head, producing a small vial from his bosom. Use this. Inside the vial was a silver-blue liquid brought back from Xianxia Mountain. When it was dripped onto the assassin's forehead, the writhing ceased immediately, and the purplish-black markings retreated like a receding tide. Ah! The leader of the Shadow Scale Guard suddenly screamed, his eyes darting wildly. No, don't go back. Your Majesty, spare me. Who is he speaking to? Yun Li scanned the surroundings cautiously. Suddenly, Lu Chen's human emperor's sword unsheathed on its own, pointing towards the eastern wall of the dungeon, which appeared to be a solid stone wall. However, under quantum vision, traces of energy flow could be faintly seen. Chong Li's mechanical arm transformed, unleashing a high-energy beam that struck the stone wall. As the bricks crumbled, a hidden passage was revealed behind it. At the end of the corridor lay a circular altar, upon which rested a still-beating heart, a fragment of the Demon Emperor. The heart suddenly split open, countless purplish-black threads shooting towards the crowd. Lu Chen swung his sword, severing most of them, yet one still pierced the seam of Chong Li's mechanical arm. Your Highness. Chong Li's reaction surprised everyone. She tore off her mechanical arm, allowing the severed limb to corrode into a puddle of black liquid before it reached the ground. It seemed the Yuan family was involved in more than just collusion. She coldly observed the convulsing leader of the Shadow Scale Guard. They were mere puppets of the Demon Emperor. At midnight, Lu Chen sat alone in the military affairs pavilion. The table was spread with a defensive map of the imperial city, marking all potential sites for unrest. The ceremony commemorating the late emperor's death would commence at noon, at which time all the citizens would gather at the grand ancestral temple square, an opportune moment for the conservatives to strike. Still not resting? Chong Li's voice floated from behind him. She had donned a new mechanical arm, glimmering coldly in the moonlight. Lu Chen pointed to 3 red dots on the defensive map, the grand ancestral temple, the main gate of the palace, and the time traveler's settlement. The Yuan family would surely strike simultaneously. What troubles me is not this. Chong Li handed him a confidential report, revealing that scouts at the border had discovered remnants of the demon race gathering, led by none other than Yuan Tua. Lu Chen's head snapped up. The conservative leader who should have died at Xianxia Mountain had become the new commander of the demon race. The demon emperor is engrossed in a game of shell switching. Chong Li's mechanical eye flickers with a cold light. Upon eliminating one host, she swiftly transitions to the next. Unless, of course, the source of the curse is obliterated. Lu Chen interjects, yet we have already destroyed the heart of Xianxia Mountain. Chong Li suddenly falls silent. She retrieves a memory crystal, projecting a hazy image. In a laboratory, the young Dr. L is calibrating a certain device, annotated with the words Quantum Entanglement Curse Separator. I suspect the true source does not reside here, she whispers, but rather on Earth. The night breeze extinguishes the candlelight, leaving only 2 faint glimmers in the darkness, the golden glint of the Emperor's sword and the blue radiance of the mechanical eye. The chimes of the celestial sacrifice ceremony seem to echo from afar. Chapter 36. The power struggle in the Grand Temple Square. The morning chimes resonate through the heavens. 30,000 armored elite troops form an impenetrable barrier around the altar. On the elevated platform, Princess Chong Lu, the regent, dons a dark ceremonial robe, a bronze short sword symbolizing imperial authority hanging at her waist, her expression as solemn as ice. Behind her, Lu Chen is cloaked in the purple-golden robes of a special envoy. Though the emperor's sword remains sheathed, the dragon motifs on the hilt subtly glimmer with golden light. The auspicious hour has arrived, intones the Minister of Rites, his voice drawn out as he raises a jade tablet high. According to ancestral customs, it is now the regent's duty to ignite the sacrificial incense on behalf of the royal family. Yet, just as Chong Lu raises her hand, A figure suddenly rises from the audience. "Wait!" exclaims the Minister of Works, Yu Wendy, striding forward with a gilded edict in hand. Beneath his brocade robe, the outline of soft armor is discernible, the jade pendant at his waist clinking with each step. The late Emperor's secret edict is here. A stir ripples through the crowd. Lu Chen's quantum vision instantly locks onto the dragon seal on the edict, confirming its authenticity, though the ink bears an eerie purple-black hue. More suspiciously, the edges of Yu Wendy's pupils shimmer with an almost imperceptible purple light. 3 years prior, the late emperor had issued a secret decree. Should the regent collude with foreign tribes, the 6 ministers may jointly deliberate on her deposition. Yu Wendy's voice booms, presenting undeniable evidence. Princess Chong Lu has been in secret liaison with the time traveler Lu Chen, intending to overthrow our celestial Dao lineage. He abruptly unfurls the reverse of the edict, revealing a multitude of bloody fingerprints. Hundreds of court officials have signed an agreement. From the viewing platform, over half the officials rise simultaneously. They peel back their outer robes, revealing the silver armor of conservatives concealed beneath their ceremonial garments. How audacious! What a remarkable secret edict from the late emperor. Chong Li's voice, though not loud, cuts through the commotion. Minister Yu Wendy might explain why there is a trace of the demon emperor's curse lingering on it. Her mechanical left eye suddenly emits a blue beam, illuminating the edict. The gilded characters contort and warp, transforming into slender purple-black serpentine shadows. Demonic sorcery. This is a frame-up. Amidst the outcry of the populace, the elite troops suddenly fracture. Over a third of them turning their weapons against the elevated platform. Lu Chen's hand rests upon the sword hilt, yet he observes Chong Lu subtly shake her head. Yu Wendy, she strides forward, the sound of her boots echoing against the altar steps. Do you believe I am unaware? Your eldest son, Yuan Tuo, is currently leading remnants of the demon tribe to assault the northern border. Yu Wendy's face contorts, then he sneers, and what of it? The celestial royal family's fate is sealed. Today, this altar shall be your grave. He shatters the jade pendant at his waist. Crack! The sharp sound serves as a signal. Suddenly, hundreds of archers emerge from the eaves surrounding the grand temple. What's more frightening is that their arrows are shrouded in purple-black mist, the mutated curse of the demon emperor. Release the arrows. A torrential rain of projectiles descends. Chong Lu remains unperturbed, merely lifting a finger. A soft hum resonates as a pale blue barrier unfurls from her jade pendant, enveloping the entire platform in an instant. The cursed arrows strike the barrier, plummeting to the ground as if they had collided with an invisible wall. Quantum shield. Yu Wendy's eyes widen. This is impossible. The celestial star has no such technology. Finally, the emperor's sword is drawn, its blade aimed at Yu Wendy's throat. For this is not technology of the celestial star, but that which the princess has brought from Earth. A profound silence envelopes the arena. This secret has been safeguarded by Chong Lu for 3 centuries. Esteemed colleagues. She turns to face the audience, her mechanical left eye sweeping over each astonished and fearful face. 3 days ago, I received news from the northern border. The demon army led by Yuan Tuo has been utterly annihilated, and he himself a holographic image materializes from her palm, revealing the scene of Yuan Tuo impaled atop Xianxia mountain. Impossible. Yu Wendy stumbles back. Yuan Tuo was clearly fused with the heart of the demon emperor. Chong Lu smirks. Did you think we were unaware? Your Yu family has long been vessels prepared by the demon emperor. She abruptly tears open her collar, revealing a peculiar mark beneath her collarbone, an emblem of a snake pierced by a sword. This seal, left by the white-robed national master 3 centuries ago, was meant to keep watch over you descendants of the Shadow Tribe. A ripple of unrest spreads among the crowd. The term Shadow Tribe, long forgotten by history, causes many aged officials to blanch. Ancient texts record them as the human traitors who allied with the demon emperor in ancient times, their bloodlines harboring seeds of curse. Nonsense. Yu Wendy bellows hysterically, elite troops, obey my command. Slay the demoness. However, what responds to him are the anguished cries of the soldiers. The traitorous elite troops suddenly collapse, clutching their heads as countless silver-white nanomachines emerge from the gaps in their armor. These creatures precisely devour the crystallized essence of the demon emperor within the soldiers, leaving their flesh unharmed. Cleanup complete, a cold female voice resonates from the skies. The crowd looks up to see 12 silver-white mechas hovering in midair, each emblazoned with the same emblem as that beneath Chong Li's collarbone. The Celestial Guardians, an ancient order of royal guards once recorded in the texts, truly exists. Yu Wendy's face turns ashen. Suddenly, he retrieves a purple-black crystal from his sleeve and consumes it. his throat emitting a sound unlike any human shriek. Then let us perish together. His body swells grotesquely, skin splitting to reveal the purple-black flesh beneath. In an instant, a 3-meter-tall monster materializes in the center of the altar, 6 bone spines erupting from its back. Lu Chen, Chang Lu commands sharply. No further words are needed. The Emperor's sword transforms into a golden streak of light. Lu Chen's figure merges with the sword's radiance, weaving a net of death around the monster. But even more astonishing is Chang Li's action. She removes the hilt of the bronze short sword, revealing an intricate interface within, then inserts it into her mechanical left arm. System reboot, authorization code, White Robe's final chapter. The hilt emits a blinding light, transforming into a spear composed purely of energy. She leaps into the air, her silhouette perfectly intertwining with Lu Chen's sword light, the spear's tip and sword's edge simultaneously piercing the monster's chest. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion topples half the altar. As the dust settles, Yuwendi's mutated body has been reduced to ashes, leaving only a shriveled purple-black heart pulsating on the ground. Chang Li's energy spear rests against the heart, the final message for your master. We shall soon come for it. With a thrust of the spear, the heart is reduced to powder. As dusk falls, the imperial hall is ablaze with light. 300 officials kneel in trepidation upon the ground, many still stained with blood from the sacrificial ceremony. Chang Lu sits beside the dragon throne, with Lu Chen and Yunli flanking her. Upon investigation, 27 officials from the 6 ministries have colluded with the Yu family. The mechanical voice reverberates throughout the hall. From the deputy minister of revenue downwards, all shall be exiled to the northern borders. The named officials turn pale, yet none dare to plead for mercy. They have witnessed the battle upon the altar, fully aware of the regent princess's methods. There is one more matter. Chang Li's gaze sweeps over the assembly. From this day forth, the establishment of the Star Pivot Pavilion is hereby declared, with Lu Chen appointed as the chief minister, overseeing the integration of time travelers and indigenous peoples. This appointment lands like a boulder in a deep pool. The power of the Star Pivot Pavilion is nearly equivalent to that of a second cabinet. More crucially, this signifies the formal entry of time travelers into the core of celestial power. The Minister of Rights could no longer suppress his gaze, for the ancestral edicts must not be violated. How could one allow foreign tribes to disregard ancestral traditions? Chang Lu chuckled lightly. Then you must recognize this. She projected a holographic image revealing the first emperor of the celestial dome, reveling with a group of oddly dressed individuals, their wrists adorned with the emblem of the Transcenders Alliance. 3 millennia ago, the founding emperor was indeed one of those who traversed realms. Her voice shattered the silence like ice cracking. The so-called ancestral edicts were merely fabrications of later generations. In the heavy silence of the grand hall, Lu Chen noticed Chang Lu's mechanical left hand trembling slightly, a sign of energy overload. The toll from the altar battle was far more severe than she had shown. Dismissed. As the last minister exited, Chang Lu suddenly leaned forward, expelling a jet of blue energy liquid onto the imperial table. In the depths of the Star Pivot Pavilion, Lu Chen affixed the final fragment of a tablet to Chang Li's back, forming a triangular arrangement with 3 pieces, temporarily stabilizing the chaotic energy within her. Why did you not speak sooner? His voice was strained with suppressed anger. Activating the Celestial Guardian almost caused your core to melt down. Chang Lu, or Dr. L, weakly smiled. Politics is akin to a quantum experiment. If the timing is missed, there will be no second chance. She displayed a star map marked with 7 flickering red points. Xixiao Mountain is merely one heart of the demon sovereign. According to the Guardian's database, there are at least 6 other anchor points scattered across different worlds. Lu Chen immediately grasped her implication. Is Earth one of them? Not only Earth. Her mechanical eye projected a blurred image. I suspect the true essence of the demon sovereign does not reside within the material universe. In the image, a vague purple-black shadow floated in a peculiar space, surrounded by countless illusory worlds. That form was strikingly reminiscent of the demon sovereign's mark they had encountered in the quantum realm. We require more data. Chang Lu suddenly coughed, energy liquid oozing from the corner of her mouth. However, I am unable to maintain interdimensional communication in my current state. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen unfastened his collar, revealing a purple-gold crystal on his chest. Use this. He pressed the crystal against Chang Li's mechanical heart, causing their energies to resonate. In the secret chamber, numerous holographic images unfolded automatically, data collected from Chang Li's surveillance equipment established over 3 centuries. So you have long been aware, Shu. Lu Chen pointed at the latest activated footage. Look here. The image revealed a figure resembling you and Tuo wandering in the northern wilderness. Its movements were stiff as a puppet, but a faint golden light pulsed from its chest. Residual sword energy from the Emperor's sword? No. Lu Chen's expression turned grave. That is my sword energy, indicating this Yuan Tuo was once slain by me. Outside the window, a blood moon quietly ascended. Chapter 37. The Demon Clan Conspiracy in the Northern Wilderness. The wind howled and snow raged. Lu Chen crouched beside a beast's corpse, his fingertips brushing over a golden glimmering sword mark beneath the ice. This residual sword energy was all too familiar. It had been left when he personally eradicated Yuan Tuo 7 days prior. The corpse's time of death did not exceed 12 hours. Yun Li's nose reddened in the cold wind, the newly grown scales at the severed tail glimmering faintly in golden hues. Yet the residual sword energy indicated it had been left 7 days ago, an inconsistency. Lu Chen remained silent. His quantum vision pierced through the storm, locking onto a staggering figure 3 miles ahead. Yuan Tuo, or rather, something wearing his guise. The body moved stiffly like a marionette. A gaping wound in its chest revealing a writhing purple-black crystal within. Strangely, every 100 steps it paused, extracting a bone fragment from its possession and embedding it into the snow, the runes inscribed upon it sharing origins with those on the Emperor's tablet. It is setting up some sort of formation. Lu Chen lowered his voice. Let us follow, but do not alert it. The two trailed behind, concealed by the snowstorm. The further north they ventured, the more corpses of demon beasts they encountered, all exhibiting signs of mutual slaughter. Upon cresting an ice hill, Yun Li suddenly grasped Lu Chen's sleeve. In the valley ahead stands a pyramid entirely constructed of corpses. Atop the tower stood 3 demon priests, dancing around a boiling blood pool, within which floated a shrunken version of the demon sovereign's heart. Yuan Tuo knelt at the base of the pyramid, embedding the last bone fragment into the ground. All hail the descent of His Majesty. The old priest's roar pierced through the storm. The blood pool suddenly bubbled violently, and a purple-black beam shot into the sky, forming a colossal vortex. Within the vortex, a cold eye slowly opened, scanning the vast snowy expanse. In an instant, Lu Chen felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. The gaze from that eye lingered on him for a full 3 seconds. In the royal city, 3 levels beneath the star pivot pavilion, Chang Li's mechanical fingers danced across the holographic keyboard, dozens of encrypted messages interweaving in the air. Her left eye flickered with streams of data, while her right remained fixed on the central projection, the images of the corpse pyramid transmitted by Lu Chen the previous night. I found it. She suddenly froze on a segment of runes, overlaying it with the patterns on the Emperor's sword. The purple-gold crystal floated from her chest, casting golden light that translated the runes into celestial dome script. At the new moon, 7 hearts return to their place. The heavenly gate reopens. Standing beside her, Mo Xianji's beard trembled. 7 hearts of the demon sovereign? They intend to restart the heavenly gate. The heavenly gate, an ancient passage connecting myriad realms. 3 millennia ago, its collapse had severed the connections between various cultivation civilizations. If the demon clan succeeded, not only that, Changlu activated another segment of footage. The image revealed a massive formation formed by the bone fragments Yuan Tuo had buried. Yet the pivotal piece was conspicuously absent, its shape unmistakably matching that of a fragment from the Emperor's tablet. They intend to use the tablet fragment as a key. A glimmer of blue flashed in her mechanical eye. Lu Chen's 3 pieces were the final missing components. Suddenly, urgent alarms blared. Emergency report from the borders. The royal guards burst into the chamber. The 3 northern passes are under simultaneous attack, led by the demon generals who have already perished. A holographic map unfolded. 3 red dots flashing at the borders. Next to each red dot were the names of fallen generals. Yuan Tuo, Marcus, and He Chi Lai, all enemies they had personally slain. Chang Li's mechanical fingers dug deeply into the control panel. Relay to Lu Chen, immediate response. Before she could finish, the entire royal city trembled violently. As Lu Chen burst through the doors of the Star Pivot Pavilion, he found Chang Lu surrounded by a myriad of holographic alarms. The geological map of the royal city floated at the center, the once smoothly flowing spiritual energy now roiling like boiling water. More alarmingly, 7 purple-black light points emerged from deep within the Earth's veins, visibly converging towards the center. The 7 hearts are beginning to resonate. Chang Li's voice was chillingly calm. The demon sovereign is siphoning the spiritual energy of the entire celestial dome star, forcefully assaulting the heavenly gate. Lu Chen slammed a blood-stained bone fragment onto the table. We have been ensnared. Those resurrected puppets were merely a ruse. The true formation has long been buried underground. Under quantum vision, the runes within the bone fragment were clearly visible. Those were not ordinary demon runes, but quantum codes etched with some form of biological technology. Wait. Chang Lu suddenly magnified a detail. The format of the code was that of the Earth Federation's military encryption. Their gazes collided in the air, both arriving at a terrible possibility. The demon sovereign has been to Earth. The holographic projection flickered like falling snow, a blurred image forcefully cutting in, amidst the pitch-black cosmos. A battered federal warship drifted aimlessly. Suddenly, a cloud of purple-black mist enveloped it, within which countless agonized faces emerged. The image abruptly halted, finally freezing on a set of coordinates. M715 Star Domain, the Wanderer's Fortress. Is this a distress signal? Yunli asked uncertainly. Chang Li's mechanical eye blinked rapidly. No. It is a lure. The demon sovereign is guiding us to find it. Her words were interrupted by a sudden tremor. On the geological map, the 7 light points had coalesced into one, forming a massive purple-black heart. The heartbeat's rhythm resonated with the purple-gold crystal on Lu Chen's chest. It is summoning the Emperor's sword. In the military conference held before dawn, debates reached a fever pitch. Immediate mobilization of the entire army was deemed necessary to annihilate the heart of the Earth's veins. Zhao Wufeng's solitary arm struck the sand table with force. Fool. Mo Xuanji's beard bristled with indignation. That entity is now connected to the entire celestial vein. Forcing its destruction would lead to the collapse of the continent. Chang Lu raised a hand to quell the discord. Her mechanical eye scanning the attendees. Lu Chun will lead the team to the coordinates and ascertain the location of the demon emperor's true body. I shall remain in the imperial city to suppress the anomalies in the Earth's veins. Yunli is responsible for contacting the various clans and preparing for the final battle. The implications of such arrangements were clear to all. Once Lu Chen departed, the human emperor's sword's suppression of the heart of the earth would significantly weaken, necessitating that Chang Lu use her mechanical core as a substitute. It's too dangerous. Lu Chen stated gravely. Your energy circuit cannot withstand it. Chang Lu offered no reply, instead calling forth a segment of encrypted data. On the screen, a youthful Dr. L stood in her laboratory, flanked by 12 incubation pods, each containing a body identical to hers. I have a contingency plan. Her voice was calm, almost icy. If necessary, we can initiate the Star Protocol. Silence enveloped the conference room. The Star Protocol disperses consciousness across multiple vessels, even if only one survives. The persona will not be utterly extinguished. It is the most extreme means of preserving life, albeit a profoundly solitary form of immortality. Suddenly, Lu Chen rose, driving the human emperor's sword firmly into the conference table. I will find the answer within 3 days. His blade pointed resolutely at a flickering coordinate on the holographic star map, the launch platform atop the star hub. A sleek, silver spaceship was undergoing final adjustments. This was the boundary-breaking vessel secretly crafted by Chang Lu using the technology of the Celestial Guardians. Its surface was inscribed with a tapestry of cultivation runes and technological circuits, while the engine core consisted of 3 miniature fragments of the human emperor's steel. The flight path was set, theoretically allowing arrival at the coordinates within 12 hours. Chang Lu presented a metallic box containing a quantum communicator capable of cross-dimensional contact. As Lu Chen accepted it, their fingertips inadvertently brushed. Chang Li's mechanical skin, typically devoid of warmth, now emitted a faint electrical sensation due to her emotional turmoil. And this, she declared, suddenly removing a pendant from around her neck. The pendant opened to reveal an ancient chip inscribed with the code for the Fire Seed Project EY07. This is my complete memory backup. She fastened the pendant around Lu Chun's neck. Should I fail here, at least you can carry it to seek new hope. Before Lu Chen could respond, alarms blared. An unidentified object was approaching at an astonishing speed. The defensive formation activated automatically, only to be violently breached the next moment. A shadow crashed onto the platform's edge like a meteor, shaking the entire star hub. As the dust settled, a colossal figure, ensnared in chains, emerged. He stood nearly 3 meters tall, his skin a grayish hue, 2 curved black horns protruding from his forehead, and a sword the size of a door strapped to his back. The Shura clan. Yunli's tail bristled in alarm. This legendary warrior race had long been extinguished. How could one appear here so suddenly? The giant knelt on one knee, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. By the command of the Watchers, I have come to assist the heir of the human emperor. He opened his massive palm, revealing a crystalline sphere within. Suspended in it was a swirling purple-black mist, within which the visage of the demon emperor could be seen, writhing in agony. This is a fragment of the demon emperor's true body in the M715 star domain. The giant raised his gaze, his crimson pupils locking onto Lu Chen. The Watcher's counsel foresaw your plight. Chang Lu's mechanical eye flickered rapidly, suddenly exclaiming no. The Watchers have been before she could finish. The giant's body swelled suddenly, his skin cracking like pottery to reveal the purple-black flesh within, yet another puppet of the Demon Emperor. Clever, it sneered, shattering the crystal sphere, but it was already too late. The purple-black mist surged toward Lu Chen like a living creature. Chapter 38. Urgency at the border north, at Iron Rock Pass. The last vestiges of darkness before dawn were torn apart by flames. The commander, Qin Lai, stood atop the battlements, frost coating his armor. His long blade rested on the ground, his hands already bloodied, crimson freezing into dark red ice crystals along the hilt. His gaze pierced beyond the walls, towards the approaching shadows, not mere beasts, but an army of demons arranged in battle formation. At the forefront were heavily armored rhinoceros demons, towering nearly 3 meters. Their bodies sheathed in scales akin to black iron, shaking the ground with their charge. Following closely were harpy demons wielding longbows, their arrows entwined with purple-black, cursed energy. In the center of the army, 3 towering siege towers were being slowly advanced, atop which stood 3 robed priests, their bone staffs emitting bizarre waves that extinguished the defensive runes upon the walls. General, the eastern wall has collapsed. A bloodied deputy stumbled towards him, his left arm gone. Qin Lai's gaze snapped to the east, his pupils constricting. A 30-foot-wide breach had appeared, countless wolf demons pouring through, the remnants of the defender's limbs flying through the air. More terrifyingly, he spotted a figure atop the siege tower. Clad in the armor of a general from the Celestial Kingdom, the face was half decayed, revealing bones adorned with purple-black patterns. The former commander of Iron Rock Pass, Zhou Pejuan, who had perished 3 months prior. Even the dead are not spared. Qin Lai spat blood, pulling a communication jade talisman from his pocket. All forces, hold the inner city. Request aid from the Imperial City. His words were abruptly cut off. An arrow, entwined with purple-black mist, pierced through his throat. At the Star Hub, in the Earth Vein monitoring room, Chang Lu's mechanical fingers danced rapidly across the holographic sand table. 7 blinking red dots forming a line. These were the 7 most critical passes of the Celestial Kingdom's northern border, now extinguishing one after another. Iron Rock Pass, Frost Fortress, Blackwater City, all were cut off from communication. Mo Xuanji's voice was hoarse. The demon race has mobilized at least 300,000 troops, 10 times the previous number. The holographic image shifted to reveal the last scenes transmitted from the border, resurrected corpses leading the demon army, each embedded with a purple-black crystal of the Demon Emperor, moving in eerie unison. It is not resurrection. Chang Lu's voice was cold, but puppetry. The Demon Emperor is exploiting the combat instincts of the deceased. She suddenly enlarged one of the images, revealing the sleeve of a black-robed priest, embroidered with a tiny insignia, a skull encircled by gears. The Time-Space Management Bureau. Mo Xuanji gasped. Chang Lu's mechanical eye flickered rapidly. This organization, which should have been eradicated, was colluding with the demon race. Urgent footsteps echoed as Yunli rushed into the monitoring room, dragging her still-healing tail, cradling a blood-stained crystal, left by Lu Chen. He analyzed the memories of that Shura puppet aboard the boundary-breaking vessel. As the crystal activated, Lu Chen's ethereal image materialized. The Demon Emperor has struck a deal with the 7th Division. They provide cross-dimensional technology, and in return, the Demon Emperor aids them in eliminating uncontrollable variables, namely us. The image flickered, revealing even more horrifying content. Scenes of dozens of cultivation planets under simultaneous attack, each one overshadowed by a gigantic purple-black heart. This is not a war, but a harvest. Lu Chen's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. The Demon Emperor is collecting the essence of civilizations from various worlds to break through to higher dimensions. Chang Lu suddenly stood, her mechanical form radiating piercing blue light. Initiate the Star Protocol. Deep within the Imperial tomb, a bronze door sealed for 300 years began to creak open. Chang Lu stepped into the darkness, her footsteps resonating in the vast corridor. The ancient runes on the walls illuminated one by one, revealing 12 crystal coffins at the end, each encasing a woman resembling her. Though clad in different attire, a white-robed priestess, a general in battle armor, a scholarly researcher. Identity confirmed, L001 to L012, awakening protocol initiated. The mechanical voice echoed in the stone chamber, and the lids of the crystal coffins slid open simultaneously. 12 bodies opened their eyes, their pupils swirling with identical data streams. The border has fallen, and the Demon Emperor has allied with the Time-Space Management Bureau. Chang'e, or L0, synchronized the data packets across all avatars. We were tasked with 3 simultaneous missions: to defend the Imperial City, support the borders, and track the 7th Bureau. The white-robed princess, L1, emerged from her coffin first. Her fingertips coalescing pure, sacred light. I shall purify the curse. The armored princess, L3, drew her bronze longsword. Leave the army to me. The youngest among them, L7, clad in the uniform of the Earth Federation, projected a star map. The mothership of the 7th Bureau is hidden within the asteroid belt of the M715 star region. Chen cannot handle this alone. Changle's mechanical visage betrayed no emotion. Initiate the ARC plan. Prepare to preserve the seeds of civilization. No sooner had she spoken than the entire Imperial tomb trembled violently. The geospatial monitoring indicated that beneath the Blackwater City in the north, a purple-black heart, a kilometer in diameter, burst forth from the earth, rapidly siphoning spiritual energy from a radius of hundreds of miles. There was no time to waste. L0 turned to her clones and acted according to the plan. 12 figures transformed into streaks of light, dashing in different directions. Above the ruins of Blackwater City, dark clouds swirled like a vortex. The resurrected Zhou Pajuan stood atop the heart, his decayed visage contorted. Each wave of his command flag sending countless beasts to assault the remaining soldiers. The streets were already awash with blood, the bodies of the citizens piled high. Their blood drawn by an unknown force, merging into the pulsations of the central heart. In just one more hour, the ritual would be complete. The black-robed priest cackled madly as he spread his arms, his body undergoing a grotesque transformation as numerous tiny crystals protruded beneath his skin, his entire being gradually turning purple-black. Suddenly, a silver light tore through the dark clouds. The warship of the armored princess, L3, dove down, its cannons striking the surface of the heart, creating a massive pit 100 meters wide. Yet, in the next instant, countless purple-black tendrils surged from the wound, visibly repairing the damage at an astonishing speed. Feudal. The priest sneered. This heart is connected to the entire spiritual vein of the northern realm, unless you destroy the entire continent. His maniacal laughter was abruptly cut off. A bronze longsword pierced through his chest from behind, the blade entwined with silver-blue data streams. It was the white-robed princess, L1, who said we must destroy it. She suddenly spread her arms, transforming into countless motes of light that merged into the massive heart. What followed was a chilling spectacle. The heart's rhythm began to falter, and from its purple-black surface, threads of silver light emerged. She was reversing the corruption of the heart. L3 looked in shock at the monitoring data, using her own quantum code to overwrite the curse of the demon emperor. But the price would be the eternal entrapment of the white-robed princess's consciousness within. At the pinnacle of the star pivot pavilion, 12 holographic screens floated before Changle, L0. 3 of them had already turned to snowflakes, representing the fallen white-robed princess, L1, L5 of Frost Fortress, and L9 of Iron Rock Pass. On the remaining screens, each avatar was locked in fierce combat. The central screen displayed Chen's dimensional vessel, traversing an asteroid belt, pursued by 3 ships from the Time Management Bureau. Your Highness. Mo Xuanji stumbled in. The populace is beginning to riot. Remnants of the conservatives are spreading rumors that all these disasters are the result of the time travelers. Changle remained silent, her mechanical eye fixed on the geospatial map. The tainted heart had indeed ceased to expand, but the other 6 were still pulsating wildly. At this rate, the heavenly gate would forcibly open within 12 hours. Activate the Nirvana protocol, she suddenly declared. Mo Xuanji looked as if struck by lightning. That would consume your core energy. Thus, I need you to buy me time. Changle retrieved a metal box, containing all her research. If she failed, it should be entrusted to Chen. She approached the central control console, her mechanical shell beginning to disassemble, revealing within a core that shone like a miniature sun. Tell Chen that the true weakness of the Demon Emperor is. Her voice suddenly cut off. On the holographic projection, the signal from the dimensional vessel vanished. Chapter 39. The expedition resolution within the Imperial Hall, candle flames flickered. The Regent Princess, Changle, stood before the sand table, her silver-white mechanical armor glowing coldly in the dim light. Her fingertips traced the 7 fallen strongholds of the Northern Realm, each marked by a blood-stained black flag. The hall was silent, save for the hum of the geospatial monitoring devices. Iron Rock Pass had fallen, Frost Fortress was lost, and Blackwater City lay in ruins. Her voice was calm, yet laced with a chilling intensity. The demon army was a mere 300 miles from the Imperial City, bound to arrive within 3 days. The ministers in the hall fell silent, none daring to meet her gaze. The remnants of the conservatives had been purged, yet the panic within the court had not dissipated. News of the Northern Realm's downfall spread like a plague, and rumors proliferated in the streets, claiming that the demon emperor had reached the divine transformation stage, beyond human resistance. Some even secretly incited the populace, asserting that all these calamities stemmed from the white-robed princess's reliance on the time travelers. Your Highness, the Minister of War, Han Chong, stepped forward, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The defending forces of the imperial city number fewer than 50,000, and with the spiritual veins in disarray. The city defenses are difficult to maintain. I propose we temporarily retreat and relocate the capital to the southern realm. Relocate the capital? Before Chang'e could respond, a cold voice resonated from outside the hall. Lu Chun strode in, clad in black, the emperor's sword hanging at his waist. The dragon patterns on the scabbard faintly shimmering with golden light. His gaze swept over the ministers, ultimately landing on Chang'e. With 1 million citizens still in the northern realm, relocating the capital now would be tantamount to delivering them into the hands of the demons. Han Chong's face flushed. Chief Lu, this is a matter of survival. We cannot sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Enough. Chang'e raised her hand, and the hall fell silent. Her mechanical left eye flickered, and the holographic image unfolded, displaying the northern map, where 7 purple-black dots were slowly advancing toward the imperial city, draining the spiritual veins along their path. Farther away, a scarlet beam shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. The demon emperor is siphoning the spiritual essence of the celestial dome, she spoke coldly. Once complete, the entire continent will become desolate. Fleeing to the southern realm will avail us nothing. The ministers turned pale. What shall we do? Chang'e's fingertip pressed against the edge of the sand table, the metal scraping against wood with a harsh sound. We must take the initiative. Impossible. An uproar erupted in the hall. The civil officials, led by Han Chong, nearly jumped to their feet. Your Highness, think carefully. The demon army numbers 300,000 and can control the dead. We are outmatched, and a reckless assault would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Chang'e ignored them and looked at Lu Chun. Their gazes met in the air, words unnecessary. They understood each other's resolve. In this battle, the key lies not in the number of troops. Lu Chun stepped forward, his fingertip resting on the scarlet beam on the sand table. And in the entity of the demon emperor, he raised his hand, drawing the emperor's sword half an inch from its sheath. The golden light rippled outward, casting the holographic image of an altar constructed from corpses, at the center of which floated a massive purple-black heart, pulsating with destructive energy waves. The ritual of the demon emperor's 7 hearts is not yet complete. The heart in the northern realm is merely one of them. Lu Chen's voice was steady and powerful. If we can destroy it, we can not only sever the energy source of the demon army, but also delay the opening of the heavenly gate. Even so, penetrating enemy territory is exceedingly perilous. Han Chong exclaimed anxiously. Your Highness is a regent. How can you personally take such risks? A cold smile crept across Chang'e's lips. Precisely because I am the regent, I must lead the charge. She pressed a mechanism on the emperor's desk, and the dome of the hall slowly parted, revealing a silver warship suspended high above, its streamlined hull inscribed with runes, 12 energy cannons glowing with a ghostly blue light, an apex amalgamation of cultivation and technology. The heavenly dome is ready. Her gaze swept over the ministers. I shall personally lead the elite forces straight to the demon emperor's altar. The hall fell into a deathly silence. All were acutely aware of what this signified. Should they triumph, the heavenly dome nation would endure. Should they fail, the imperial city would surely perish. In the deep of night, at the pinnacle of the star pivot pavilion, when Lu Chen entered, Chang'e stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant scarlet beam in the direction of the northern realm. Her mechanical left arm flickered faintly, evidently still adjusting its energy circuitry. Your injury has yet to heal, Lu Chen remarked, approaching her side with a low voice. Chang'e did not turn. The disturbance in the Earth's veins has decreased the self-repair efficiency of the mechanical body by 73, she stated nonchalantly. However, it does not impede combat. Lu Chen paused momentarily before suddenly declaring, I will accompany you. Chang'e finally turned to look at him, the data streams flickering in her mechanical eye. Do you understand what this entails? I do. Lu Chen met her gaze unwaveringly. If we both depart, the defenses of the imperial city will be laid bare, and the conservatives will seize the opportunity to cause chaos. Moreover, Chang Li's voice grew colder. If we perish, the Tianqiong Kingdom will utterly lose hope. Lu Chen smiled faintly, retrieving a purple-gold crystal from his bosom. Thus, I have made a backup. Within the crystal, a strand of golden energy flowed as if it were alive, his imperial sword intent. Chong Li's pupils constricted slightly. You have divided your soul. It is sufficient to sustain for 3 days. Lu Chen placed the crystal on the table. If we do not return within 3 days, this strand of sword intent will take form on its own, temporarily guarding the imperial city in my stead. Chong Li stared at him for a long while before suddenly chuckling softly. It seems you have long made your decision. Lu Chen did not deny it. The demon emperor must die. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. And only we can slay it. In the imperial city, at the old residence of the Yuan family, several men clad in brocade robes were seated around a flickering candlelight, their expressions sinister. Chong Li will march tomorrow. Leaving the imperial city defenseless, the elder at the head spoke in a hushed tone, a purple-black crystal slipping from his sleeve. The time has come. But Lu Chen has left behind his imperial sword intent. Another hesitated. The elder sneered. Sword intent is ultimately a lifeless thing. How can it compare to the true blessings of the demon emperor? He crushed the crystal, and purple-black mist spread, enveloping those present. Their pupils gradually succumbed to darkness, spiderweb-like patterns emerging beneath their skin. When Chong Lu and the demon emperor are mutually weakened, it shall be our time to reclaim the Tianqiong. Outside the window, a shadow quietly retreated. Yun Li's severed tail streaked through the night, and she bit back the excruciating pain, racing towards the Star Pivot Pavilion. She had to warn Lu Chen at once. At dawn, before the main gate of the imperial city, the Tianqiong ship floated in the air, its silver hull shimmering in the morning light. 5,000 elite soldiers were arrayed in the square, all clad in black armor and red robes, each equipped with specially crafted breaking spirit blades, designed specifically to counter the curses of the demon race. Chong Li stood at the ship's bow. In silver armor and red robes, her mechanical left arm transformed into an energy cannon, with a bronze short sword hanging at her right waist. Her gaze swept over the entire army as her voice echoed through the amplification array, reaching every corner. This battle is not for power, nor for territory, but for the millions of common folk behind us, so they may witness the dawn of tomorrow. The army fell silent, the sound of blades unsheathing resonating like a dragon's roar. Lu Chen stood at her side, the imperial sword fully drawn, its golden light shining as brilliantly as the sun. He glanced at Chong Lu and nodded slightly. Board the ship. The 5,000 elite soldiers transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the belly of the Tianqiong ship. Just as the battleship was about to embark, a figure suddenly broke through the guards, stumbling towards the ship. It was Yun Li. Her severed tail was drenched in blood, and she clutched a memory crystal tightly in her hand. The conservatives have colluded with the demon race to rebel tonight. Before her words fell, her body suddenly stiffened, a purple-black bone spike protruding from her chest. Yun Li. Lu Chen leaped down, the imperial sword severing the spike, but it was too late. Her heart had been corrupted by the curse, her vitality rapidly draining away. Yun Li's lips bled as she thrust the crystal into his hand. Be careful, you won. Her hand fell limp, the golden light in her pupils extinguished entirely. Lu Chen slowly raised his head, looking towards the imperial city. There, several purple-black beams of light surged into the sky. Turn around. Chong Li's voice came from behind, icy as a blade. First, clear the way. The engines of the Tianqiong ship roared deafeningly as the bow turned to face the imperial city. Chapter 40. Establishing authority in the army above the imperial city. The hum of the Tianqiong ship's main cannon charging echoed like rolling thunder. Lu Chen stood on the bridge, surveying the chaos below in the imperial city. Purple-black curse beams erupted from the Yuan old residence, the Ministry of Works, and even the barracks of the Forbidden Army, as countless controlled soldiers and officials slaughtered civilians in the streets. Energy readings locked. Chong Lu's mechanical eye flickered with cold data streams. The main cannon is fully charged and ready to purify. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the imperial sword, his gaze sweeping over the holographic map marking civilian shelters. Adjust the strike zone. Only target the sources of the curse. That would leave room for escapees, Chong Lu countered. Thus, we require ground troops. Lu Chen turned towards the hatch. I will lead a team down. Chong Lu did not impede him, merely raising her hand to the control panel. I will grant you 300 Cold Crow guards. In 15 minutes, the main cannon will cover the entire city. Her implication was clear. If they did not retreat within 15 minutes, he too would be purified alongside them. Lu Chen's lips curled upward. That will suffice. In the eastern market of the imperial city, blood flowed like a river. 300 Cold Crow guards darted like specters through the alleys, their blades precisely slicing through the throats of the cursed, each strike aimed at the purple-black crystals hidden within their flesh. Lu Chen led the charge, the golden light of the imperial sword melting the curse away like snow under the sun. Commander Lu, A cold crow guard suddenly pointed towards the distance. There is an anomalous energy response at the Ministry of Works. Lu Chen raised his eyes, his quantum vision penetrating the walls. In the underground chamber of the ministry, a dozen officials knelt in worship around a pulsating heart, and presiding over the ritual was none other than the Minister of War, Han Chong. As I suspected, Lu Chen leaped into action, the imperial sword slicing through the air in a crescent arc, crashing through the doors of the ministry. As he charged into the courtyard, the ground suddenly split open, and dozens of corpses clad in silver armor emerged, all fallen soldiers of the imperial city's forbidden army. Did you think only demons could manipulate the dead? Han Chong's voice echoed from all directions. The demon emperor has bestowed upon us powers far beyond your imagination. The corpses lunged forward, moving with the swiftness of the living, yet their joints twisted at unnatural angles, the demon emperor crystals on their chests glowing with ominous purple light. Lu Chen pressed forward, the imperial sword sweeping through them, the golden light surging like a tidal wave. The front line of corpses disintegrated in an instant. Yet more emerged from the ground, seemingly endless. Feudal, Han Chong cackled. As long as the ritual is uninterrupted, these warriors can be reborn endlessly. Suddenly, Lu Chen sheathed his sword, raising his left hand to form a seal. 3 fragments of the imperial tablet floated from his chest, assembling into a triangular formation in the air. Then let us destroy the ritual together. The tablet fragments erupted with blinding golden light, transforming into 3 meteors plummeting towards the ground. The explosion's shockwave lifted the entire Ministry of Works into the air. Amidst the smoke and dust, Lu Chen plunged into the underground chamber, the imperial sword embedding itself into the wall to slow his fall, creating a shower of sparks as metal scraped against stone. Upon landing, he beheld a horrifying sight. Han Chong's body had undergone a transformation. His upper half barely retained human form, while his lower half morphed into purple-black tentacles, deeply rooted into the earth's veins. The heart suspended above was frantically siphoning spiritual energy through the tentacles, and with each beat, more corpses crawled from the depths. Do you see? Han Chong's voice was interspersed with electronic static. This is true power. Lu Chen wasted no words, thrusting the imperial sword straight at the heart. Han Chong's tentacles lashed out like whips, but suddenly veered off course as they neared the sword's edge, ensnaring Lu Chen's wrist instead. Did you think I was unprepared? The tentacles tightened suddenly, bones creaking under the pressure. More terrifyingly, the purple-black curse rapidly coursed through Lu Chen's veins, causing his right arm to lose all sensation in an instant. The imperial sword can indeed sever curses, Han Chong sneered as he advanced. But what if the wielder himself is tainted? Lu Chen suddenly laughed. Who told you I possess only one sword? His left hand formed into a sword-like gesture, a beam of golden light shooting forth from his brow, precisely that strand of sword intent he had divided. The sword intent, like a soaring dragon, pierced through Han Chong's brow, leaving the latter frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Impossible. Lu Chen broke free from the tentacles, driving the imperial sword fiercely into the heart. This strike is for Yunli. The golden light erupted, causing the chamber to collapse. The 15 minutes had elapsed. The main cannon of the arc finally roared, unleashing 12 beams of blue and white light that descended from the heavens, striking true at the sources of curses scattered throughout the city. The purple-black crystals enveloped by the beams vaporized, while those controlled puppets fell to the ground like marionettes with severed strings. As Lu Chen led the surviving crow guards back to the warship, the imperial city appeared calm, at least on the surface. Casualties? Chong Lu inquired without turning back. 47 members of the crow guards, Lu Chen replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. And the civilian casualties are countless. Chong Li's mechanical fingers tapped lightly on the console, the holographic map shifting to reveal the northern frontier, where a crimson beam had grown thicker than before, hinting at something writhing within it. The demon empress sensed the turmoil in the imperial city. She is accelerating the ritual, she said coldly. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. How much time do we have left? At most 6 hours. Suddenly, the warship shook violently. Alarms shattered the silence. Spatial fluctuations detected. An object is forcibly jumping. Outside the porthole, the void shattered like a mirror, revealing a menacing black warship emblazoned with the insignia of the Temporal Management Bureau. The black warship's hatch opened, but it was not an enemy that emerged. A woman clad in silver-white armor stood in the beam of light, her features bearing a 7/10 resemblance to Chong Lu, yet her eyes were filled with a deeper weariness. Most striking was the crystal embedded in her forehead, which was not the demon empress's purple-black hue, but a pure silver blue. I am commander of the 7th Fleet of the Watchers, codename White Knight. Her voice resonated through quantum communications. By the Council's order, I am here to assist you against the Demon Empress. Chong Li's mechanical eye flickered wildly. The database comparison revealed that this woman was a clone who had gone missing 3 centuries ago. Prove your identity. Chong Li's voice quivered slightly. White Knight raised her hand. A holographic image materializing. The youthful Dr. L stood in a laboratory, surrounded by 12 incubation chambers. Clause 0 of the Star Alliance Agreement. White Knight intoned softly. When civilization faces the brink of extinction, all fragments must unite. Chen stepped forward suddenly. Why is the Temporal Management Bureau helping us? White Knight's gaze shifted to him. A flicker of complexity in her eyes. Because the next target of the Demon Empress is the Bureau's headquarters. She waved her hand, unfurling a star chart. Hundreds of cultivation planets marked in red, each suspended above by a purple-black heart. This is a cross-dimensional harvest, White Knight declared gravely, and we are all prey. In the Ark's War Room, Chen, Chong Lu, and White Knight sat in a triangular formation. The holographic sand table displaying real-time images of the northern terrain and the Demon Empress's altar. Conventional weapons are ineffective against the Demon Empress. White Knight pointed to the heart at the altar's center. We must employ concept-level strikes, such as the Imperial Sword's rule power. The challenge lies in getting close. Chong Lu brought up the deployment of the Demon Army, 300,000 elite troops, along with a resurrected legion of the dead. Chen pondered for a moment before suddenly lifting his head. We need a suicide squad. He pulled up a list of military leaders, swiftly selecting 12 names. All seasoned veterans who had fought fiercely against the demons at the borders over the years, many of whom had openly questioned the loyalty of the transcendent beings. These individuals harbor the deepest hatred for the demons and the greatest disdain for me. Chen smirked. Perfect for what I need. White Knight regarded him with keen interest. Are you certain you can command them? No need for command. Chen rose, the Imperial sword trembling in his grasp. They simply need to understand who the true enemy is. In the Imperial army camp, the wind howled with fury. 3,000 elite soldiers assembled on the training ground, the front row occupied by 12 renowned border generals. Among them were an one-eyed veteran, a scarred warrior, and even a female commander who had lost both legs, yet still commanded the center. Chen stood alone on the platform, the Ark hovering behind him. By the order of the Regent, we march north against the demons. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. The vanguard requires 12 commanders. Disdainful laughter erupted from the crowd. What does a transcendent know about warfare? The one-eyed veteran scoffed. I've slain demons at Frost Fortress for 30 years. Who are you to give orders? Chen remained undeterred, simply raising his hand. The Imperial sword soared into the sky, transforming into 12 golden streaks of light that precisely landed before each general. Receive my sword, those who can still stand. I will kneel to see you out of the city. Silence engulfed the training ground. The one-eyed veteran was the first to erupt, swinging his battle blade toward the golden light. Clang! The blade shattered, and he fell to his knees. In less than 3 breaths, all 12 generals lay on the ground, the most stubborn among them only managing to endure until the 5th strike. Chen recalled the Imperial sword, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Now, does anyone still question my qualifications? In the snowstorm, 3,000 armored soldiers knelt simultaneously, the sound of weapons clattering echoing like thunder. Chapter 41. The first battle against the demons. As dawn broke, the northern wilderness was suffused with the heavy scent of blood. The Ark floated 1,000 meters above, its rune array shimmering with a ghostly blue light. 12 energy cannons fully charged and aimed at the distant crimson beam that pierced the heavens. Beside it, the Watcher warship White Knight appeared like a silver specter, silent and still. Chen stood on the bridge, observing the movements of the demon army through the holographic sand table. 300,000 demon beasts spread across the wilderness like a black tide. The front line comprised of heavily armored rhinoceros demons, towering nearly 30 feet tall, their bodies covered in obsidian scales that trembled the ground as they charged. The central army consisted of countless harpy demons, circling at low altitude, their arrows entwined with purple-black curse energy. At the heart of the army, 3 towering bone altars stood, atop which 3 black-robed priests wielded bone staffs that emitted strange pulses. Energy readings continued to rise. Chong Li's mechanical eye flickered with cold data streams. The resonance of the Demon Empress's heart had reached critical levels. If we delay further, the gates of heaven will surely open. Chen's gaze swept over the marked points on the sand table. Among the ruins of the 7 northern passes, tens of thousands of civilians remained unevacuated. If we bombard the altar directly, the shockwave will harm the innocent, he stated gravely. We need ground forces to hold back the demon's main force. Changli did not object, but turned to White Knight, standing nearby. What support can the Watchers provide? White Knight raised her hand, switching the holographic image to reveal 3 uniquely designed mechanical bodies with sleek silver armor, their joints embedded with purple gold crystals and energy wings floating behind them. Dawn-class tactical mechs, she explained calmly, each equipped with an anti-curse field and energy annihilation cannon. But the energy supply will only last half an hour. That will suffice, Chen replied. Turning toward the hatch, I will lead the vanguard down. In the northern wilderness, the wind howled like a wailing spirit. 5,000 black-armored soldiers lined up on the plain, their blades glinting in the morning light, the air thick with a murderous aura. Chen stood at the forefront, the imperial sword at his waist, flanked by 3 dawn mechs, their silver armor gleaming in the sunlight. In the distance, the black tide of the demon army began its charge, the ground rumbling like thunder. Form ranks. With Chen's command, the 5,000 soldiers swiftly adjusted their formation, the front line of heavy shields thrust into the ground. The middle row of long spears standing like a forest, while archers in the back pulled their bowstrings taut, arrows tipped with specially crafted dispelling talismans. Loose. Thousands of arrows rained down like a torrential storm, carving lethal arcs through the air as they struck the demon vanguard. The rhinoceros demon scales were torn by the dispelling talismans, blood spraying forth, yet their charge showed no sign of abating. Rather, they grew more frenzied at the scent of blood. Prepare to engage. Boom. The 2 torrents clashed violently. The front line of shields buckled under the impact of the rhinoceros demons, several soldiers sent flying for dozens of feet, bones shattered and sinews torn. But the rear line of long spears seized the moment to thrust forward, accurately piercing the eye sockets of the rhinoceros demons, shattering their brains. Chen did not linger. His form like lightning, the imperial sword unsheathing in an instant, golden light exploding like the sun. Flash. With a sweeping blow, 10 rhinoceros demons were cleaved in half. Yet there were simply too many demons. Just as a breach was torn open, more beasts surged forth to fill the gap. What is even more terrifying is that the corpses of the fallen beasts suddenly convulsed, and a purplish-black mist seeped from their orifices, reshaping into grotesque forms. Were they resurrected? A soldier had just severed the head of a wolf demon when, in the blink of an eye, that very head soared up and clamped down on his throat. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. At the bone altar, 3 robed priests simultaneously raised their bone staffs. Amidst the eerie incantations, the corpses scattered across the wasteland began to rise, regardless of whether they were beasts or human warriors, as long as flesh remained. They were forcibly animated by the purplish-black mist, transforming into undead puppets. Watch your back, Chen bellowed, his emperor's sword slicing through, cleaving a freshly resurrected black-armored soldier in half. The terror of life lingered in the soldier's eyes, yet his chest was already occupied by a demon emperor crystal. General, run. The soldier's lips trembled as he uttered his last words before perishing completely. Chen's heart contracted painfully. These were his brothers who had fought alongside him. And now he had to personally slay their remains. Bai Yi, suppress the altar, he shouted furiously, shattering the communication jade talisman. The Bai Yi responded immediately, unleashing its 3 main cannons simultaneously, a torrent of blue and white energy surging towards the altar. However, just as the energy was about to strike, a purplish-black barrier suddenly rose around the altar, blocking all artillery fire. It was the Demon Emperor's rule barrier. Bai Ye's voice rang out. Conventional weapons are ineffective. Chen gritted his teeth, glancing at the 3 dawn mechas that were rampaging across the battlefield, obliterating beasts in their wake. Yet the purple gold crystals on their armor had dimmed significantly, clearly unable to sustain themselves for much longer. A swift resolution was imperative. He leaped into the air, treading on nothingness, charging towards the central altar. A shadow suddenly struck from the side. Instinctively, Chen raised his sword in defense. The clash of metal echoed, and he glimpsed the face of his assailant, a visage half-decayed, purple fire flickering in the hollow eye sockets. It was Qin Lai, the commander of Frost Fortress. Even you, Chen began, but Qin Lai's corpse offered no reply, his long blade descending like a tempest, each strike infused with the combat prowess of his former life, now augmented with a sinister ferocity. Chen fought and retreated, his heart trembling. These resurrected dead not only retained their former combat abilities, but had also been empowered by the Demon Emperor, making them even more formidable. Worse still, 3 more figures encircled him from different directions. Zhou Pujuan from Iron Rock Pass, Zhao Wufeng from Blackwater City, and even Yunli. Her 8 tails had been reduced to mere bones, a gaping hole in her chest, yet she moved with the agility of her living self. her bony claws lunging straight for Lu Chen's back. "Wake up!" Lu Chen grasped her wrist tightly, pouring the energy of the purple gold crystal into her, attempting to purify the curse. Yun Li's corpse trembled violently, a flicker of golden light suddenly appearing in her hollow eye sockets. Lu Chen escaped. She managed to choke out her final words before exploding completely, shards of purplish-black crystal scattering. In that moment of delay, Chen Li's blade was at his throat. Just as impending doom loomed, a silver light descended from the heavens, piercing through Chen Li's skull with precision. Lu Chen looked up to see Chong Lu suspended in the air, her mechanical left arm transformed into a sniper cannon, still emitting blue smoke. "The altar is changing." Her voice came through the quantum communicator. "Retreat now." Lu Chen turned to see the enormous heart of the altar pulsating wildly, its surface shifting from purplish-black to a vivid crimson, while the three priests were gradually being consumed by it. "This is bad. The Demon Emperor seeks to descend prematurely. All units, retreat." Lu Chen's roar echoed across the battlefield. The remaining soldiers fought while retreating, making their way towards the canyon behind. The three Dawn mechas took it upon themselves to cover the rear, their armor battered, yet still overloading their energy cannons to the limit, buying precious time for the army to escape. "Lu Chen, board the ship." Chong Li's voice rang out again as the Tianqiong swept low, its doors flung wide open. Just as Lu Chen prepared to leap, the ground suddenly cracked open, and countless purplish-black tendrils ensnared his legs. The heart, no, it should now be referred to as the Demon Emperor's embryonic form, had swollen to the size of a small mountain, with facial features emerging on its surface, greedily fixating on the Emperor's sword at his waist. The Emperor's legacy, a hoarse whisper reverberated within his mind, and Lu Chen's head felt as if it had been struck hard, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Just as he was about to be dragged beneath the earth, the main cannon of Bai Yi roared once more. This time, it was not an energy attack, but a silver-blue prism, rule-breaking prism. Bai Yi's voice rang with determination. "Get down." The prism erupted above the Demon Emperor's heart, and a silver-blue light sliced down like a blade, severing the tendrils at their roots. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen broke free and leaped into the Tianqiong's doorway. In the final second before the door closed, he witnessed the Demon Emperor's heart split in two, emitting a deafening wail. But soon, both halves began to writhe, attempting to merge once more. In the medical bay of the Tianqiong, the scent of blood mingled with that of herbs. Lu Chen's right arm was wrapped in bandages, the wound inflicted by the Demon Emperor's tendrils oozing dark red, as if alive, with purplish-black filaments crawling beneath the skin. Chong Li's newly replaced mechanical arm crackled with unstable currents, blue-white sparks erupting at the joints. "Casualty report," she stated, her voice chillingly calm. 2,300 dead, 1,600 injured. The remainder are all wounded. Lu Chen closed his eyes. "What of the civilians?" 80% have evacuated. She displayed a holographic image, but the prism of Bai Yi could only temporarily suppress the Demon Emperor within a maximum of 12 hours. It would fully revive. The door opened again, and Bai Yi strode in. Her silver-white armor bore several new cracks, and the crystal embedded in her forehead had dimmed significantly. "We underestimated the Demon Emperor's resistance to rules," she stated bluntly. "The rule-breaking prism should have sealed it completely." Lu Chen clenched his fists. "Then we must change our approach." He raised his gaze, golden lights swirling within his eyes. "If external forces cannot destroy it, we will dismantle it from within." Chong Lu and Bai Yi both turned to him. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Chen drew the Emperor's sword, its blade reflecting his austere visage. "Let it consume me." Chapter 42. Tactical innovation. The medical bay of the Tianqiong was suffused with the acrid scent of blood mingled with herbs. Lu Chen's bandaged right arm seeped dark red, the corrosive wounds left by the Demon Emperor's tendrils writhing like living things, purplish-black fibers traversing beneath the skin. Chong Li's newly replaced mechanical arm emitted a sound of unstable electricity, blue-white sparks crackling at the joints. "Casualty report," she stated, her electronic voice as unyielding as steel. 2,307 dead, 1,644 injured. The remainder are all wounded. The Dawn mechas had exhausted their energy and returned to the hangar. The holographic sand table projected the brutal scene of the northern wasteland, severed limbs and dismembered bodies strewn across the scorched earth. Although the Demon Emperor's heart had been temporarily suppressed, its crimson glow began to coalesce once more. Most alarming was the sight of the corpses that staggered to their feet. Regardless of whether they were human or beast, purplish-black crystals were erupting from their chests as they trudged toward the Tianqiong. "What is the progress of the civilian evacuation?" Lu Chen rasped, his left hand pressing firmly against the wound on his right arm. The energy of the purple gold crystal clashed with the demon emperor's curse within his veins, each collision sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. 80% have entered the canyon's secret passage. Chong Lu activated real-time imagery, her pupils contracting as she beheld hundreds of refugees being pursued by the resurrected soldiers, led by none other than the corpse of Xianxia, the deputy general of Frost Fortress. Chen sprang to his feet, the bandages tearing away to reveal his pitch-black right arm. Deploy a rescue team. There is no time. Bai Yi burst in suddenly, her silver armor cracked to the bone. The demon emperor is adapting to the rule-breaking prism suppression. It will fully revive within 6 hours. At that point, all corpses that have come into contact with the cursed energy will become its avatars. She unfurled a star map with a wave of her hand. Hundreds of cultivation planets marked in blood red. Every civilization consumed by the demon emperor experiences this corpse-tied resonance in its final phase. They are not merely warriors, but living beacons, aiding the demon emperor in locking onto its next target. The medical bay fell into a hushed silence, the only sound being the hissing of Lu Chen's corroded arm. Conventional tactics are ineffective. Lu Chen abruptly tore away all the bandages, revealing his pitch-black right arm adorned with shimmering golden patterns, as the bloodline of the emperor was forcefully purging the curse. A substantial bait operation was imperative. Chong Lu's mechanical eye flickered wildly. The breath of the living would incite the undead tide to rampage, with a survival rate for the bait falling below 70%. Thus, the bait could not be a living being. Lu Chen pointed to the heart pulsating violently within the sand table, the very essence it craved. The emperor's sword unsheathed with a resonant clang, its sound akin to a dragon's roar echoing through the battleship. Half an hour later, 3 colossal holographic projections arose in the northern canyon. The first illustrated the instant the emperor's sword severed the tentacles of the demon emperor. The second displayed the moment the dimensional prism tore apart the heart, while the third was a close-up of Lu Chen, sword in hand, standing at the bow of the ship, each frame meticulously rendered by the White Knight fleet's quantum technology, simulating the energy fluctuations of the curse with exquisite detail. As expected, the undead tide surged. Tens of thousands of resurrected corpses lunged frantically towards the projections, even trampling and tearing at each other in their madness. Yet, the true trump card lay concealed within the mountains flanking the canyon, where 500 veteran soldiers were quietly fastening purple gold crystal bombs around their waists, calculating the density of the undead tide. Now was the moment. The one-eyed veteran, Chen slammed down the detonator. With a thunderous roar that shook the earth, the mountainside erupted with dozens of openings, spewing forth the specially crafted ice slurry from Frost Fortress. The frigid liquid instantly froze the undead horde, and the purple-black crystals emitted sharp cracking sounds in the low temperature. More astonishingly, the silver flakes from the White Knight fleet's nanobots were frantically burrowing into the crevices of the crystals. Report: the freezing rate of the undead tide in the northern region is at 89%. The communicator erupted with cheers. Yet, Lu Chen suddenly raised his head. Something was amiss. The heartbeat of the demon emperor's heart was accelerating. Before the words left his lips, the frozen corpses simultaneously self-destructed. A purple-black blood mist soared into the air, coalescing into a massive claw that struck towards the mountainside. Chen Zhen's position was instantly reduced to dust, leaving only a half-broken blade spinning as it embedded into the rock face. It was absorbing the energy of the undead tide to complete its evolution. White Knight stared in horror at the monitoring device. All the nanobots were being devoured in reverse. The holographic projections suddenly extinguished. The blood mist claw split into countless tendrils, accurately piercing the foreheads of the surviving soldiers. More terrifyingly, those who had already perished were rising once more amidst the blood mist. Their eyes ignited with the demon emperor's unique crimson glow. Withdraw all troops, Lu Chen commanded sternly, as the emperor's sword traced blood-red runes in the air, detonating a warning talisman fueled by his own blood before the Tianqiong. What he sought was not slaughter, but knowledge. It was too late. The newly resurrected corpses suddenly reformed their ranks, adopting the 3 talents demon-slaying formation, a tactic the border troops excelled in. More alarmingly, the ice blades made of ice slurry were reconstructed with the demon emperor's energy, transforming into lethal weapons flowing with purple light. Chong Lu suddenly yanked Lu Chen. Look inside the heart. Enlarging the image, the twisted visage of Chen Zhen appeared deep within the demon emperor's heart. In the moment of being consumed, all his battle memories had become nourishment for the demon emperor. Immediately activate Plan B. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. All fleets were to retreat 20 miles. No firing without my signal. White Knight suddenly blocked his path. Are you going to use that madman's plan? The response was the dull thud of the Emperor's sword piercing his chest. Lu Chen forcibly drew 3 drops of blood from his heart, golden droplets hovering in the air, radiating profound life energy. If it was to be bait, it must be exceedingly delectable. His face was as pale as paper, yet his eyes burned with a frenzied golden flame. The 3 drops of blood transformed into streaks of light shooting in different directions. The first drop fell into the waters on the western side of the canyon. The entire pool instantly boiled and evaporated, enveloped in golden mist for a radius of 10 miles. The undead tide surged towards the west in a frenzy, even crushing the demon emperor's crystals along the way. The second drop seeped into the eastern iron or vein, melting the metallic deposits into a crimson slurry, tracing a massive mocking rune upon the surface, an ancient taboo that the demon race loathed, the seed of cowardice. But the true trump card lay in the third drop, which silently sank into the rock layer directly beneath the demon emperor's heart. Now, Lu Chen crushed the jade talisman in his hand. 1,000 meters underground, the Watcher fleet's pre-installed weaver devices activated. 100,000 energy filaments erupted from the earth, not attacking the heart, but piercing those corpses that had not yet been fully controlled. White Knight suddenly stood up. Are you using the undead tide as computational nodes? On the holographic sand table, every corpse connected by the energy filaments lit up in blue light. They twitched unconsciously, their heads exuding wisps of white mist as the curse energy used by the demon emperor to control them was being forcibly extracted, funneled through the weaver array into the ground. The demon emperor's control was based on quantum entanglement. Lu Chen swiftly operated the console. Each corpse served as an external processor. We cannot steal the control rights, but we can overclock its computational demands. On the screen, the demon emperor's heart suddenly convulsed violently, countless faces appearing on its surface, those of the beings it had devoured, all screaming in agony. The computational power required to maintain control over the undead tide surged exponentially, causing the purple-black crystals on the heart's surface to begin to overload and melt. Tactical success. Its energy output has decreased by 30%. Cheers erupted from the bridge. Yet, Lu Chen abruptly seized the communicator. All units, immediately sever all energy contact with the undead tide. Hurry. The warning came too late. The demon emperor's heart suddenly detonated. But not in destruction, rather in proliferation. Thousands of fragments shot in all directions, each transforming into a miniature heart, precisely landing within the chests of the corpses. More terrifyingly, these fragments carried a mutated curse. The energy filaments of the weaver were tainted in reverse, the blue light instantly transforming into purple-black. It was upgrading the undead tide using our devices. Chong Lu's voice trembled for the first time. The newly formed heart fragments frantically drained the life force from their hosts, the corpses visibly withering and collapsing, while the fragments swelled into pulsating tumors. These tumors extended vascular tendrils that interconnected, weaving a biological network that spanned 100 miles across the northern wilderness. The alarm on the White Knight sounded a wailing cry. Dimensional signals detected. It is summoning more of its kind. Lu Chen suddenly laughed. He had awaited this moment. The Emperor's sword plunged deep into the console, golden ripples spreading along the circuits throughout the entire Tianqiong. 360 copper pillars, pre-buried beneath the wasteland, erupted from the ground, their surfaces inscribed with runes resonating with the Emperor's sword. An ancient formation returning to the ruins? White Knight could hardly believe it. Such a thing required at least 3 tribulation-stage cultivators to activate. Lu Chen's dark right arm suddenly faded, the golden bloodline glowing like molten lava. I am not activating the formation, I am nourishing it. All the copper pillars emitted beams of light, yet not attacking the demon emperor's network, but voraciously extracting the earth's spiritual energy. The overwhelming spiritual energy rapidly liquefied into rain, and a phantom river and lakes emerged across the wasteland. The demon emperor's network instinctively lunged towards this spiritual energy, its tendrils greedily absorbing every drop of the spiritual liquid. It was devouring excess energy. Changla suddenly realized, you intend to make it explode? Lu Chen shook his head, pointing towards the center of the network. All the spiritual energy would ultimately converge upon the main heart, which was swelling to the size of a mountain, its surface cracking open with countless fissures, revealing a swirling nebula-like core within. The essence of the demon emperor was that of a cross-dimensional parasite. He wiped away the blood continuously oozing from his nose. When the energy of the host world exceeded the critical point, it would instinctively attempt to contact its mother body. As if to corroborate this statement, The main heart suddenly emitted a purple-black beam that pierced through the heavens. The void tore open, revealing a twisted starry sky behind it. Countless remnants of planets devoured by the demon emperor floating in the darkness. White Knight. Chen bellowed hoarsely. The silver-white battleship's main cannon unleashed an unprecedentedly thick beam of light, not to attack the rift, but to solidify the entire space. The rift's expansion abruptly halted, freezing like an ice waterfall suspended in midair. Now, cut off its escape route. Chen formed seals with his hands. However, the Demon Emperor network has spiraled out of control, instinctively dragging the main heart towards the vortex. An indescribable brilliance erupted between heaven and earth. When the radiance dissipated, all that remained on the wasteland was a bottomless pit. The Demon Emperor network and the main heart vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a small residue of purple-black slime at the bottom of the pit as evidence of their existence. Was it a success? Bai Yi leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Chen had yet to respond when the slime at the bottom of the pit suddenly coalesced into a blurred human face. The simplified form of the Demon Emperor. It emitted a silent shriek, and all the surviving corpses simultaneously turned to ash, their energy forcibly drawn back to reshape its body. Alarm. Ultra-high energy response. The mechanical arm of Chong Lu emitted smoke. The newly reborn Demon Emperor was no longer in the form of a heart, but had evolved into a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster, its body covered in crystalline scales, with a face featuring a single, constantly opening and closing multidimensional pupil. It raised its hand and grasped emptily, causing the distant mountains to collapse with a thunderous roar. It has evolved into a humanoid. Bai Yi's voice was filled with despair. Yet Chen revealed a smile of triumph. He had bet that the Demon Emperor, in its haste to reshape its body, had drained all the energy from its avatars, including those hidden in the depths of the corpse's brains. Now, each corpse was merely a lifeless shell. All troops, heed my command. He seized the communicator, his voice resonating across the battlefield. It is time to reclaim the northern territory. When the horn of counterattack sounded, the surviving soldiers could hardly believe their eyes. The once unified corpses, now devoid of control, returned to chaotic spirits, swiftly cut down and annihilated. 3 dawn mechas, drained of energy, were repurposed into mobile fortresses, clearing the way for infantry with the most primitive of charges. As the Demon Emperor attempted to intervene personally, all main cannons of the Bai Yi fleet fired simultaneously, not to attack it, but to bombard the space surrounding it, creating a distorted temporal and spatial prison. How long can it be contained? Bai Yi watched as cracks rapidly spread across the prison. Chen was wrapping new bandages around his right arm. It's enough for us to accomplish one task. He pointed to the remnants of the original main heart fragments at the bottom of the pit, now trembling slightly. You intend to capture a sample? Chong Lu immediately pulled up analysis data. The curse radiation from the living sample was sufficient to contaminate the entire warship. Thus, a special container is required. Chen retrieved a metal box he had kept close, its lid imprinted with the emblem of the Earth Federation. Upon opening it, 12 black crystalline prisms floated within. Civilization tombstones. Bai Yi recognized the objects. Where did you acquire these? The legacy of Dr. L. Chen tossed one prism towards the pit's bottom. Originally intended to preserve the ember of human civilization. The moment the prism touched the heart fragment, it unfolded into a polyhedral cage, forcibly compressing and sealing the fragment. More astonishingly, the runes appearing on the interior walls of the cage were of the same origin as the patterns on the Emperor's sword. The Demon Emperor let out a furious roar as the temporal prison shattered. Yet it was too late, watching helplessly as the prism flew back into Chen's hand. Until we meet again, Chen raised the prism towards it. Next time, I will know all your secrets. The Demon Emperor's multidimensional pupil constricted violently, suddenly tearing through space to flee, not in retreat, but towards the nearest gathering of life. It sought to replenish its energy. Bai Yi immediately activated the jump engine. There was a border town 30 miles away. Chen, however, stopped her. No need to pursue. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, he unfurled the map of the Northern Territory, pointing towards the direction the Demon Emperor had fled. There were several crimson marks indicating the private military bases of conservative nobles. Notify all civilians to evacuate the area. Chen turned towards the hangar, golden blood seeping through the bandages. Then let our allies enjoy their intimate encounter with the Demon Emperor. Chong Li's mechanical eye flickered for a moment. Calculations indicate a 97.3 probability of total annihilation for the noble's private military. Just right. Chen leaped into the mecha, the Emperor's sword firmly inserted into the cockpit interface. It's time for a new batch of obedient people. The mecha soared into the sky, his whispered words echoing within the cockpit. After all, when the war concludes, someone must bear the blame. That night, a pitch-black deluge fell upon the northern territory. The rain washed away the bloodstains on the battlefield, yet could not cleanse the despair lingering in the air. The medical bay of the Tianqiong was overcrowded, the corridors filled with mutilated limbs. Every few moments, a faint glow would flicker, signaling the fading life force of a military medic exhausting their last spiritual energy to prolong the lives of the wounded. Chen silently walked down the corridor, the bandages on his right arm soaked through with rainwater. In an inconspicuous corner, he halted. A young soldier, reduced to just his upper body, lay on a straw mat, the military emblem on his chest indicating he hailed from Frost Fortress. The boy's pupils were already vacant, yet his lips still moved. "General, did we win?" Chen knelt on one knee, grasping his cold hand. "We did." The boy revealed a relieved smile, breathing his last. Among his stiff fingers, Chen found a blood-soaked talisman, a simple wooden piece inscribed with the words "Safe Return." More footsteps echoed behind him. The one-eyed veteran's adjutant. Survivors from Iron Rock Pass and remnants from Blackwater City stood silently in the rain, their battered bodies standing tall. "Chief Liu," the adjutant handed over the bloodied military flag. "The brothers wish to follow you into battle." Chen accepted the flag, his gaze sweeping across each face. Most of these faces were young, yet they bore a deathly stillness akin to that of the elderly. War had taken far more from them than mere limbs. Abruptly, he tore the flag in half. Under the astonished gazes of all, he draped one half over the boy's body and pressed the other half into the adjutant's hands. "The 17th Regiment of Frost Fortress is hereby disbanded." His voice was soft yet overwhelmed the torrential rain. "All survivors will be merged into the newly formed return team. Your sole mission is to escort every soul who wishes to return home away from the battlefield." The adjutant suddenly looked up. "Are we to become deserters?" "That is a military order." Chen pointed towards the boundless darkness outside the cabin. "Go tell all scattered troops that there is a path to survival in the Northern Territory, known as the Return Team." Suddenly, Chong Li's voice transmitted through the communicator, detecting large-scale energy fluctuations. "The Demon Emperor is contaminating the underground water veins." Chen cast one last glance at the serene visage of the boy, turning towards the bridge. The rain curtain closed behind him, swallowing the stifled cries. A new war was just beginning. Chapter 43, Internal Suspicion. On board the Tianqiong, in the conference hall, the cold metallic long table reflected the pale daylight simulated by the dome, sharply delineating the figures seated on either side, just as the profound chasm lay between them. The air was thick with a faint scent of blood that even the disinfectant could not mask, mingling with a more insidious fog known as suspicion. Chen sat at the lower end of the long table, having replaced the bandages on his right arm. Yet the hidden pain left by the curse still clamored deep within his marrow, with every heartbeat pulling at a subtle, irritating sting. Opposite him, the conservative generals led by the Duke of Northern Defense, Yuan Ting, sat upright, their heavy black armor clinking occasionally, producing a dull yet intimidating sound. The Grand Princess occupied the main seat, her face obscured by a faint halo, revealing no discernible emotion. Only the unconscious tapping of her fingertips against the armrest betraying a hint of fatigue and tension. Bai Yi stood slightly behind her in the shadows, his silver armor silent. Resembling a statue, a holographic sand table hovered at the center of the long table, repeatedly replaying the final segments of the Battle of the Northern Wasteland. The Demon Emperor howling within the temporal prison, Chen ordering the army to retreat. And the heart fragment of the Demon Emperor, sealed by the civilization tombstone, quietly hovering in a special energy suppressor at one corner of the sand table, emanating an ominous, pulsing glimmer. In summary, though this battle has temporarily repelled the incarnation of the Demon Emperor, our forces have suffered heavy losses. With only 1 in 10 of the 5,000 border troops remaining, and General Chen Zhen of Frost Fortress has perished. The 3 precious mechas provided by our allies are severely damaged and drained of energy. Not to mention, the 300 miles of fertile land beyond the 7 passes of the Northern Territory has been completely tainted by the Demon Emperor's corruption, the water veins exhausted, and vegetation withering, likely to remain unrevivable for a century. The speaker was Li Wei, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of War, a lean-faced middle-aged civil official with hawk-like sharp eyes. His tone was steady, yet his words cut through the surface of victory like knives dipped in ice water, precisely dissecting the grim cost beneath. His gaze traversed the crimson markings on the sand table representing the toll of casualties, ultimately resting on Chen, imbued with a cautious and unabashed skepticism. Indeed, Chief Lu's decisive action in the heat of battle was both valiant and fearless, culminating in the acquisition of this object. He slightly raised his hand, pointing towards the heart fragment, yet the radical nature of the process and the exorbitant cost, were they entirely necessary? Had a more prudent strategy of gradual advancement or closer collaboration with allied fleets been adopted, might we have achieved greater results with fewer sacrifices? Could we have even averted the Demon Emperor's transformation into a more formidable humanoid form? As his words hung in the air, a pin drop could be heard in the hall. Several conservative generals nodded slightly, their gazes weighing heavily upon Lu Chen's shoulders. Lu Chen silently summoned the remnants of the Emperor's power within him, striving to dispel the chilling pain in his right arm. Upon hearing the remarks, he merely lifted his eyes, his voice hoarse from exhaustion yet devoid of any tremor. Minister Li is well versed in military treatises and understands that engaging an enemy beyond comprehension leaves no room for certainty. The Demon Emperor is no ordinary beast. Its rate of evolution far exceeds predictions. A cautious approach, by the time you secure your encampment, it may have already transformed, and the price required then would be unfathomably greater than today. To seize this object, his gaze swept across the fragment, a fleeting glimmer of gold in his eyes, is to comprehend its essence and seek its weaknesses. Without it, in our next encounter, we would remain blind, and the casualties would only increase. As for collaborating with allies, he paused, looking towards Bai Yi. The commander had already exerted every effort. The temporal cage afforded us our sole opportunity. Questioning collaboration is tantamount to questioning the sincerity and capability of our allies. Bai Yi nodded slightly, her voice as cold as her silver armor. The Watcher fleet has exhausted all its means. The power of the Demon Emperor pertains to the level of rules. Conventional tactics yield limited effectiveness against it. Chief Lu's actions were the optimal solution given the circumstances. Though brutal, they were effective. Without that fragment, we would remain ignorant of its next evolutionary step. Li Wei's lips curled into a barely perceptible sardonic smile, ready to speak, when a burly general with a thick beard abruptly slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming like thunder. Optimal solution. Nonsense. All I see are 5,000 brave souls buried in the wilderness. Have you seen that old Kuchinjin leave behind, even a whole corpse? Lu Chen, who are you, an unknown time traveler, to gamble with the lives of my Tianqiong soldiers? Who knows if your intention in seizing this cursed object is truly to combat the Demon Emperor, or if you have ulterior motives? This man was General Batu, a trusted aide of the northern Duke Yu Wenting, known for his fiery temperament and high standing in the military, who harbored a strong disdain for time travelers. His outburst stirred whispers and veiled hostility among the conservatives like a stone cast into a still lake. General Batu, the princess finally spoke, her voice not loud yet imbued with authority, quelling the commotion in the room. Mind your words. Chief Lu's contributions will be judged by the court. Obstructing the army in battle is the path to death. Batu held his neck defiantly, but upon meeting the princess's icy gaze, he reluctantly sat down, his eyes still aflame with animosity directed at Lu Chen. At this moment, Yu Wenting slowly placed down the jade ring he had been rubbing, his voice steady yet laden with a deeper pressure. Your Highness, quell your anger. General Batu's concerns stem from a desire to protect his troops. Though his words were rash, however, Minister Li's apprehensions are not without merit. Chief Lu is no ordinary individual undertaking an extraordinary endeavor, which we can understand. Yet, matters of state are not a solitary gamble. Such a significant trophy, related to the essence of the Demon Emperor, requires careful research and supervision. How does Chief Lu intend to manage it? Who will oversee it? Should its malevolent energy escape, it could spell disaster. His gaze appeared tranquil, yet incisively pointed to the most critical and sensitive issue, the control of that fragment. In his discourse, Lu Chen's actions were characterized as a gamble, pitting him against the court and oversight. Lu Chen was acutely aware that this fragment represented both a merit and a hot potato, serving as the perfect pretext for these individuals to assail him. Taking a deep breath to suppress the tumult within, he stated, "This object is malevolent. Ordinary means cannot contain it, nor can it be easily studied. I propose to oversee it personally, employing the power of the Emperor's sword to conduct an initial sealing and analysis. Commander Bai Yi's fleet possesses more advanced energy confinement technology, which can provide outer protection. All research processes and results will be promptly reported to Your Highness and the Military Affairs Bureau. Oversee it personally." Li Wei seized upon this opportunity. "Chief Lu, it's not that we lack trust in you, but as a time traveler, you are also afflicted by the Demon Emperor's curse. Although you possess the Emperor's legacy, your time with it is still brief. Should you be corrupted by malevolent energy during the research, or manipulated by the demon emperor from afar. Would you not be handing a weapon to the enemy? At that point, who could rein you in? This remark was particularly insidious, directly linking Lu Chen's potential loss of control to his identity as a time traveler and the curse, igniting greater unease. Even the gazes of some neutral generals began to waver. The princess's fingers halted their tapping. Golden light surged in Lu Chen's eyes, and the pain in his right arm seemed to intensify. He fought against the impulse to slam his hand on the table, replying coldly, "Is Minister Li questioning the emperor's legacy or doubting your highness's discernment?" "I would not dare." Li Wei immediately bowed to the princess. "I am merely concerned for the state and must consider the worst-case scenario. This object is of great significance, in my humble opinion. It should be jointly researched by the Astronomical Bureau and the Ministry of Engineering, with triple safeguards in place and multiple generals overseeing it, to ensure absolute safety." The institutions he mentioned were strongholds of conservative power. Handed over to them. Lu Chen nearly laughed in anger. They could not even withstand the energy fluctuations emanating from this fragment. How could they possibly research it? It was likely that before any safeguards were established, our side would already suffer losses. "Lu Chen, do not underestimate the talents of my Tianqiong." Batu roared once more. The council hall erupted into chaos, with conservatives pressing for the fragment's surrender and stringent oversight of Lu Chen, while a few generals supporting Lu Chen argued that only he could handle the object. The princess's face darkened like water, and Bai Yi observed in silence, as though analyzing the data of this unfamiliar political struggle. Just as the dispute escalated, a palace attendant hurriedly entered, his expression fraught with fear, whispering something in the princess's ear. Her face instantly turned grave, and she abruptly raised her hand, silencing the debate. Silence. The hall fell abruptly into stillness. The princess's gaze swept across the assembly before landing on Lu Chen, her words deliberate. "I have just received urgent news. Last night, 17 artisans from the Ministry of Engineering who participated in transporting the sealing device and came into contact with the residual energy of the fragment, along with 8 guards, have all been transformed into frenzied aberrations overnight, exhibiting immense strength, akin to demon puppets. After causing significant casualties in the camp, they self-detonated, contaminating 3 barracks with blood and flesh. Buzz. Like cold water splashing into boiling oil, the entire council chamber erupted. Fear and suspicion spread like a palpable plague. Li Wei suddenly pointed at Lu Chen, his voice sharp. "Lu Chen, what more can you say? This is the trophy you brought back. Before any thorough research was conducted, such a calamity has already ensued. If entrusted to you, will the entire Tianqiong ship soon become a den of demons?" Yu Winning sighed heavily, heartbroken. "Your Highness, this object is indeed ominous. Chief Lu may not have intended harm, yet the risks it poses far exceed what can be controlled. I beseech your Highness to immediately destroy this malevolent object completely, or let Commander Bai Yi take it far from our Tianqiong domain. Furthermore, to be cautious, Chief Lu must temporarily relinquish his authority and undergo scrutiny to ensure he has not been tainted by malevolent energy." Batu and other generals rose in unison, hands resting on their sword hilts, their gazes predatory, ready to forcibly detain him at the slightest provocation. At that moment, all eyes, due to this sudden tragedy, unerringly and irrevocably turned towards Lu Chen. The fragment, in his eyes, transformed from a beacon of hope into a deadly bait. The curse's pain in his right arm seemed to drill into his heart, bringing a chilling sensation of suffocation. He looked towards the princess, whose cold gaze held an unfathomable abyss of chill. He knew that the true trial was only just beginning. The tragic incident at the quarantine camp has been thoroughly sealed off by a triple-layered psychic shield. The internal scene is projected in real time onto the screen in the council hall through hovering surveillance artifacts, resembling a gruesome tapestry of hell. The once orderly barracks now lie in disarray, with charred remnants and dark, viscous blood splattered across the crumbling walls, alongside grotesque, seemingly animated fragments of flesh. The ground is pockmarked from corrosion, with tendrils of purplish-black malevolence rising like twisted serpents from the ruins, relentlessly battering the psychic shield with a sickening hiss. Outside the containment line, a dozen bodies draped in white cloth stand as the innocent victims who could not escape. A strong, foul aura seeps through the screen and shield, infiltrating the nostrils of all present, provoking visceral disgust and dread. "Look, Chief Lu, this is the hope you insisted on bringing back." The voice of Minister of War Li Wei trembles with excitement and a hint of concealed thrill as he points to a particularly harrowing explosion site on the screen, where 8 loyal Imperial Guard soldiers and 9 skilled artisans have been reduced to nothingness, transformed into a source of poison even in death. The Duke of Jinbei, Yuan Ting, wears a grave expression, his eyes a complex tapestry of sorrow and seriousness. He speaks slowly. The malevolent energy erodes the body, leading to explosive demise. The blood and flesh carry such potent contamination. This peril far exceeds our expectations. Your Highness, I implore you again, we must immediately destroy the remnants. We cannot allow this calamity to linger in the military. General Ba Tu's eyes blaze red, glaring at Lu Chen as if he might pounce and rend him apart at any moment. Lu, what more can you say? The deaths of these brothers rests squarely on your shoulders. The momentum of the conservative surges, almost toppling the council hall's dome with their demands to destroy the remnants and restrain Lu Chen. The neutral faction leaders exhibit hesitation and fear, instinctively distancing themselves from Lu Chen's position. The gaze of the Grand Princess shifts from the screen to Lu Chen, cold yet laced with scrutiny and pressure. Lu Chen takes a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil of blood and fury swelling in his chest. The curse on his right arm seems to react to the tainted atmosphere, igniting a searing pain. Ignoring the accusations from the assembly, he steps forward, closer to the screen, his pupils glimmering with a faint golden light as he meticulously scans the patterns of the malevolence and the residual energy traces. Something is amiss, he suddenly states, his voice low yet somehow cutting through the clamor. The hall falls silent. What is wrong? The Grand Princess inquires immediately. The purity of the residual energy is incorrect. Lu Chen points to several spots where the malevolence is most concentrated. The essence of the Demon Emperor's power is domineering and capricious, laden with intent to plunder and chaos. However, observe these dissipating malevolent energies. Though violent, they appear hollow, resembling a highly activated, uncontrolled curse energy, lacking the driving core of will. Moreover, while the self-detonation is powerful, its contamination range is relatively confined, unlike the Demon Emperor's handiwork, which aims for widespread infection. Bai Yi, upon hearing this, reflects a stream of data in her silver eyes as she operates the apparatus on her arm. After a moment, she nods in agreement. Analysis supports Chief Lu's assessment. The spectral characteristics of the residual energy from the explosion deviate by approximately 73 from the core fluctuations of the Demon Emperor's heart fragment, indicating a closer alignment with a common curse energy reaction that has been intensely agitated. There seems to be some external catalyst causing the energy to spiral out of control. An external catalyst? Li Wei scoffs. The only individuals who could have accessed those fallen soldiers are the military doctors and the subsequent handling personnel, your faction. Those who were among the first to encounter the fragments. Chief Lu, are you attempting to evade responsibility, even framing others? Why rush to conclusions? Lu Chen shoots a cold glance at him. I am merely stating the uncertainties. The peril of the Demon Emperor's artifacts was anticipated. While the occurrence of an accident is lamentable, it is not utterly incomprehensible. However, if this were a human-made incident, the nature of the situation changes entirely. He emphasizes the word human-made, his gaze like a blade sweeping over Yu Wenting, Li Wei, and others. Yu Wenting remains impassive, calmly stating. Chief Lu implies that someone has secretly manipulated events to exacerbate the malevolent energy outbreak. Is there evidence to support this claim? Without evidence, could this not further disturb the morale of the military and serve as an excuse for yourself? Evidence needs to be investigated. Lu Chen turns to the Grand Princess. Bowing respectfully, Your Highness, I request an immediate lockdown of all relevant personnel's activity areas from last night, including the temporary workshops of the Ministry of Works, the transfer points of guards, and the residences of all generals who participated in the deliberations and were aware of the fragment's existence. We must conduct a thorough examination for energy traces. Additionally, we must examine the corpses for any subtle injuries or drug residues not caused by malevolent energy. Outrageous. Batu bellows. How dare you cast suspicion upon us? Why should I not? Lu Chen stands his ground, his golden light intensifying. In the presence of the Demon Emperor, with internal strife unresolved, any anomaly could be a fatal flaw. If it is indeed an accident, I, Lu Chen, will bear all guilt. But if someone seeks to use this incident to achieve a sordid political end through the blood of comrades, his voice turns chillingly cold. I will ensure they pay a price tenfold more gruesome than facing the Demon Emperor. A fierce aura of murder mingled with the imperial pressure instantly envelopes the hall, causing many of the weaker-ranked leaders to pale and instinctively retreat a step. The Grand Princess remains silent for a moment, her gaze shifting between Lu Chen's resolute countenance and Yu Wenting's somber expression. The air in the hall seems to solidify. Agreed. After an extended silence, she finally utters a single word. Your Highness. Li Wei exclaims urgently. Enough. The Grand Princess interrupts him, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Commander Bai Yi, You shall lead a joint task force comprising your technical officers and the military's talismancers and medics to conduct an immediate investigation. Generals Yuan and Li. Along with Chief Liu, you and your immediate subordinates must remain in designated areas and cooperate with the investigation until the results are revealed. This is a de facto form of house arrest, yet at least it secures an opportunity for investigation and entangles Yuan Ting and others in the matter. Yuan Ting cast a deep look at Lu Chun, bowing slightly. I shall comply. His expression remains calm and unyielding. Li Wei, Ba Tu, and the others, though begrudging, can only accept the order. The investigation promptly commences. Bai Yi dispatches technical officers equipped with sophisticated instruments, forming a joint team with the talismancers and medics from the Tianqiong nation to delve into the sealed zones and work areas. The entire process occurs under multiple surveillance formations to ensure transparency. As time passes, the atmosphere in the council hall becomes stifling. Finally, several hours later, a vigilant technical officer and an elderly talismancer from Tianqiong swiftly enter the hall, their expressions grave. Your Highness, we have preliminary findings. The technical officer speaks first. In a corner of the temporary warehouse for protective gear within the Ministry of Works, we discovered extremely faint, high-frequency psychic energy residue. This residue does not belong to our military or any known demonic technology and possesses a strong energy activation characteristic that can react violently with curse energy. The location of the residue is directly in line with the path taken by personnel collecting protective gear yesterday. The elderly talismancer adds, I, along with several colleagues, examined some of the remains and found that a few of the artisans had fine, non-energy particles lodged beneath their fingernails, suspected to be fragments of some mineral. The specific composition requires further analysis, but it certainly does not originate from the explosion site or the Demon Emperor's fragments. Another hour later, the report regarding personnel movements returns. During the critical hours from midnight to dawn, just before the tragedy, a trusted scribe of Minister Li Wei approached the Ministry of Works under the pretense of inspecting logistics and spent approximately 15 minutes outside the main surveillance formation's view. Almost simultaneously, a personal guard from the Duke of Zhenbei's estate appeared in the vicinity, claiming to be inquiring about weapon losses on the Duke's orders. The clues are fragmented, failing to point directly to the mastermind, yet they subtly imply the conservative faction, particularly the spheres of influence of Li Wei and Yuan Ting. The hall erupted once more, but this time, the glances of doubt and fury were predominantly directed toward Li Wei and his associates. Li Wei's expression shifted slightly, and he steadied himself, asserting, what can this prove? Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. How can we be aware of every action taken by our subordinates? Are you attempting to frame a high-ranking official of the court based solely on these insignificant traces? Yuan Ting sighed, disappointment etched on his face. I never anticipated that there would be such unfilial individuals among my ranks. Should this be substantiated, I shall not show leniency. Yet, the evidence remains flimsy. It is possible that someone with ill intentions has deliberately laid a trap to sow discord. He cast a meaningful glance at Lu Chun. The situation had reached a stalemate. The evidence was insufficient for a conviction, yet the seeds of suspicion had already been sown, rendering the previous one-sided accusations untenable. The Grand Princess rubbed her temples, revealing profound fatigue. She glanced at the pulsating fragment still contained within the suppressor, then surveyed the turbulent assembly of ministers below, ultimately making a decisive resolution. The fragment shall be entrusted to Lu Chun, under the watch of 3 layers of guardianship and a binding formation, with Commander Bai Yi overseeing perimeter security. Lu Chun, should you lose control, I shall be the first to execute you. Li Wei, Yuan Ting, ensure the conduct of your men. This matter will be pursued relentlessly. Upon the discovery of any substantial evidence, no matter who is involved, severe punishment shall be meted out. As for all of you, her gaze swept across the assembled generals. The Demon Emperor still looms over the northern frontier, and internal strife will only lead to our demise. Banish those petty thoughts. Dismissed. The crowd dispersed, each individual harboring their own thoughts. As Lu Chun departed the hall, he cast one last glance back. The Grand Princess remained seated at the head of the table, her hand resting on her forehead, shadows casting a veil over her features. The loneliness and weight she bore were clearer than ever. Bai Yi stood silently beside her, his silver armor reflecting a cold sheen in the pale light. He understood that while the temporary storm had passed, the rift had deepened. Neither Yuan Ting nor Li Wei would easily relent, and that fragment served as both a key and a sword hanging ominously above him. He clenched his still-aching right fist and stepped into the cold shadow of the corridor. The next storm might arrive swiftly, from an even darker direction. Chapter 44. Night Raid on the Enemy Camp on board the Tianqiong. At the observation deck of the bridge, Chen stood leaning against the railing, gazing into the northern wilderness. Under the cloak of night, the desolate expanse was not merely shrouded in darkness. The land was tainted by the demon emperor's malevolent power, exuding thin wisps of purple-black miasma, akin to countless twisted souls crawling and moaning in agony. In the distance, the crimson beam piercing the heavens had grown even more robust than 3 days prior, its pulsing core heavy and slow, as if a monstrous creature were gathering strength in slumber. Shadows of immense proportions writhed around the light, constructing a disquieting nest. The atmosphere was thick with oppression. Although the turmoil in the council chamber had subsided for the moment, the thorn remained deeply embedded in flesh. The gaze of the conservatives was omnipresent, like a relentless curse. The torment in his right arm was particularly loud in the silence, the needle-like pains serving as a reminder that the price had yet to be paid, while the fragment of the demon emperor, sealed within his grasp, felt akin to a searing ember, perpetually roasting his nerves. A faint sound of metal scraping reached his ears. Chang Lu approached silently, her mechanical eye scanning the wasteland. Data streams cascading like waterfalls behind her crystalline lens. Energy readings are steadily rising, though the demon emperor's manifestation is weakened and dormant. Its rate of recovery exceeds expectations by 173. It is absorbing the residual spiritual energy from the Earth's veins and converting the deathly resentment on the battlefield. Her voice remains steady, albeit slightly accelerated. The conservatives have submitted 17 impeachment petitions against you, demanding the transfer of the fragment to the Security Department and restrictions on your movements. All have been suppressed by His Highness, but the pressure is substantial. I am aware. Chen replied without turning. His voice was carried away by the night wind. They are waiting for my next mistake, or for the fragment to fully corrupt me. He instinctively touched his chest, feeling the cold touch of the sealed box through the fabric. Yet the sinister pulse within could not be entirely isolated. Your mental state index is fluctuating abnormally. Deep meditation is advised to stabilize your condition, Chang Lu suggested. There is no time. Chen shook his head. It is growing stronger. With each moment of delay, the cost will multiply. We cannot wait for it to fully recover or even undergo its next metamorphosis. He turned, his gaze sharp. We must take the initiative, striking when it least expects it. Chang Li's mechanical eye focused on his face. Risk factor 941. The Demon Emperor's main camp is heavily fortified, with unknown protective rules in place. A large-scale military operation cannot remain hidden. A small team raid would be tantamount to suicide. Therefore, we shall not engage in a direct assault, but rather employ subterfuge. Chen's eyes glinted with a cold, golden hue. Is it not feeding on death in the Earth's veins? Then let us provide it with a unique supplement. He opened his left hand, palm facing upward. A faint, yet exceptionally pure, golden aura of the Emperor's power materialized, resembling a miniature dragon. Yet at its core, it was entwined with an almost imperceptible purple-black thread, an essence of corrupted energy he had forcibly extracted from the sealed fragment, now being painstakingly enveloped and suppressed by the Emperor's power. The Emperor's power and the Demon Emperor's essence were inherently antagonistic. Forcing their fusion would only trigger the most violent annihilation response. If we can deliver this poisoned bait into its core, Chen closed his palm, and the golden and purple-black lights extinguished in an instant, producing a faint yet disquieting crackle. Chang Lu fell silent for several seconds, seemingly calculating the feasibility of this reckless plan. Success rate, below 15. How do we breach the defenses? How do we deliver it accurately? How do we withdraw? This requires a team that is swift, ruthless, and sufficiently small. Chen glanced out the porthole at the scattered lights of the Tianqiong military encampment below, adding, and some technical support from our allies. His mention of allies was, of course, directed toward Bai Yi. Half an hour later, in the confidential maintenance chamber of the Tianqiong's lower deck, the silvery technology of the Watchers merged peculiarly with the rugged rune devices of the Tianqiong nation. Chen, Chang Lu, Bai Yi, and 7 meticulously selected warriors stood at attention. Each of these 7 was a rare breed from the border troops. Perhaps not the most formidable in cultivation, yet each was an expert in stealth, assassination, and sabotage. More crucially, they had all faced the demon race in bloody combat. With close comrades having perished at the hands of the Demon Emperor, their hatred and resolve overpowering any fear of death. They silently inspected their lightweight armor and weaponry, which blended runic and technological elements, their expressions hard as iron. Bai Yi was adjusting 3 uniquely designed pieces of equipment. They resembled cloaks woven from liquid metal, their surfaces shimmering like rippling water. The optical camouflage cloaks can mimic the surrounding environment for a short period, refracting light, and even weak energy detection. However, they cannot entirely evade high-intensity rule scans or direct line of sight. Caution is imperative during operation. The energy supply will last for only an hour. She pointed to a row of silver-white metallic plates the size of a fingernail. Hummingbird-class disposable spatial jump beacons. Once activated, they can randomly transport the wearer to one of 4 preset coordinates within 5 miles. They are extremely unstable, with a 10 chance of causing spatial ripples that expose our location and a 30 chance of transport failure or coordinate deviation. They should not be used unless in dire circumstances. Finally, she picked up a fist-sized metallic sphere riddled with holes. At its center embedded a small, dim purple-golden crystal. Resonance bomb casing. It must be filled by Lu Chen with a sufficient dose of the poison bait. When it approaches the core energy source of the Demon Emperor, the casing will dissolve, triggering a violent clash between the two powers. Theoretically, the explosive force could severely injure or even temporarily incapacitate its energy circulation system. Lu Chen took the cold metallic sphere, feeling the intricate energy guidance structure within. He hesitated not, forcing out the blend of the Emperor's power and the essence of the Demon Emperor once more, carefully injecting it into the sphere. Instantly, the holes on the sphere's surface glowed. 2 streams of light, one golden and one purple, spiraled within, colliding and emitting a low, ominous hum, causing the entire sphere to grow hot to the touch. Mission objective: infiltrate the perimeter of the Demon Emperor's main camp, locate and identify its core energy node. Deploy the resonance bomb and withdraw immediately. The voice of Lu Chen resonated with a deep clarity as his gaze swept across each team member. We are not here to embrace death. We are here to rend its throat. Remember, stealth is paramount. Strike decisively and retreat. If the situation becomes untenable, prioritize your own safety and activate the beacon for withdrawal. Understood. The 7 warriors responded with a fervent roar, their eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance and indomitable resolve. Chong Lu stepped forward, extending several data cables from his mechanical arm to connect with the team members' tactical visors and Lu Chen's personal terminal. I will provide remote data support, marking weak points in energy flow and potential patrol gaps. However, the interference in the Demon Emperor's realm is exceedingly strong, and signals may be disrupted at any moment. That will suffice, Lu Chen replied, nodding as he carefully stowed the seething resonance bomb away and set off. The hatch slid open silently, revealing the howling cold winds of the northern frontier. 11 figures cloaked in optical camouflage melded seamlessly with the darkness, gliding silently down the gangway towards the distant, blood-soaked land of death. The night of the northern wasteland was a cacophony of sound, a labyrinth of light and shadow. The icy wind swept over the scorched earth and debris, producing a symphony of eerie sounds that perfectly masked the team's subtle footfalls. The swirling purple-black miasma distorted their vision, while the distant crimson glow emanating from the Demon Emperor's stronghold cast bizarre, ever-shifting shadows on the ground, resembling monstrous fangs one moment and twisted jungles the next. The team maintained a loose arrowhead formation, with Lu Chen leading the way. Chong Lu's data stream continuously provided optimal routes and danger warnings through the tactical visors. 300 meters ahead, low-energy readings suggest a dormant corpse puppet cluster. Proceed with caution. To the right, there are fluctuations indicating a concealed energy trap. Adjust trajectory by 7 degrees. A patrol of bat demons is passing overhead. Remain still for 10 seconds. The members moved silently yet efficiently, as if dancing upon the edge of a blade. Their camouflage cloaks rendered them nearly indistinguishable from the environment. But with each pulse from the core of the Demon Emperor, the energy tide hindered their internal spiritual power, constricting their hearts as if gripped by an invisible hand. The pervasive malevolence sought to infiltrate every crevice of their thoughts, whispering temptations of despair. Lu Chen felt this pressure most acutely. The resonance bomb in his possession pulsed faintly in sync with the distant core of the Demon Emperor, intensifying the pain of the curse on his right arm with each heartbeat, as if the shards yearned to reunite with their origin. He had to exert a portion of his imperial power to suppress this agitation, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The journey was not without its challenges. While traversing a grove of withered trees corrupted by dark energy, one team member inadvertently snapped a seemingly ordinary charred branch. In that instant, the branch emitted a sharp, shrill cry. Suddenly, all the deadwood around them sprang to life, branches transforming into purple-black venomous serpents that lashed out wildly at the team. Exposed. Break through, Lu Chen commanded, his imperial sword remaining sheathed, but the hilt glowed with golden light as a focused sword aura swept forth, severing several venomous serpents that charged at them. The severed limbs splattered foul-smelling ichor, corroding the ground beneath. The remaining team members reacted swiftly, their blades flashing as they deployed rune bombs that created brief zones of purification. The team cut through the encircling deadwood like a sharpened blade, forging their escape. However, one member was splattered with ichor, which instantly corroded through his armor, causing his flesh to emit a burning stench. He grunted in pain but quickly injected himself with the antitoxin serum he carried, showing no signs of hesitation. This disturbance had already compromised the team's stealth. Distant shrieks of demonic creatures echoed, signaling alarm and inquiry. "Accelerate. We must reach the designated area before they encircle us," Chen ordered, urging the team to increase their pace. Under Chong Li's remote guidance, they finally approached the outskirts of the Demon Emperor's main stronghold. It was a landscape forcibly altered, with massive, tumor-like purple-black structures resembling veins protruding from the ground, forming distorted bastions. The surface was coated with a viscous, corrosive biological film, while numerous smaller, grotesque creatures scuttled in and out, seemingly on patrol or engaged in some form of construction. The core's crimson pillar loomed close, casting a blood-red hue over everything and sending heavy pulses that resonated in their chests. The energy node lay approximately 100 meters underground, just beyond the fleshy barriers. However, a direct assault was impossible. Chong Li's voice crackled in their earpieces, layered with interference. At 3 o'clock to the left, there's an abandoned fissure, likely a rift created during the Demon Emperor's expansion. Its defenses are relatively weak. We could attempt to infiltrate it, though the internal conditions remain unknown. Without hesitation, the team pivoted. The fissure was deep and exuded a potent stench of sulfur and decay, its edges slowly writhing as if the earth itself was alive. Inside, it was pitch black, with only a faint crimson glow visible in the depths. "I'll go first. You follow at 10-meter intervals," Chen instructed as he slid into the fissure. The imperial power enveloped him in a thin golden shield, protecting him from the corrosive secretions of the surrounding flesh and the omnipresent dark energy. The fissure twisted and turned, lined with slick organic matter and fragile, new Demon Emperor crystals. Occasionally, small parasitic creatures leapt from the shadows, swiftly dealt with by the team. The deeper they ventured, the clearer the ominous pulse of life became, as if traversing the intestines of some colossal beast. Suddenly, Chen, who was at the forefront, halted abruptly, raising his fist in a silent signal. Ahead, the passage opened up into a vast underground chamber. At its center was a massive, pulsating sac composed of flesh and crystal, connected to numerous thick, pulsating vessels from the surrounding walls, injecting tremendous energy into it. This was one of the energy nodes detected by Chong Li, a crucial nexus within the Demon Emperor's energy network. Surrounding the sac were 4 enormous, heavily armored demon beasts resembling burrowing scorpions, crouched in vigilant defense. Their presence was far more formidable than any creature previously encountered, exhibiting a power level equivalent to that of late-stage golden core cultivators among the human race. Even more troubling, dozens of colossal, translucent tumor-like sacs hung from the ceiling, faintly revealing the terrifying forms developing within. A direct assault would undoubtedly alert all guards and could even awaken the monsters within those sacs. Chen's gaze sharpened as he quickly signaled. 2 team members skilled in traps and distractions moved silently forward, scattering specially crafted rune dust near the passage's exit and setting up several miniature sonic decoys. Meanwhile, 2 others readied their crossbows, equipped with silencing runes, aiming at the nearest demon beast compound eyes, their most vulnerable sensory organs. Chen took a deep breath and retrieved the resonance bomb. The metallic sphere was burning hot in his grasp, its surface shimmering with golden-purple light. He exchanged a determined glance with his comrades, a silent pact of resolve. With a swift motion, he hurled the bomb towards the massive energy sac. At the same moment, he shouted, "Attack!" The crossbow bolts flew silently, striking their target's compound eyes with precision. The 2 demon beasts let out anguished, furious shrieks, thrashing their heads wildly. Simultaneously, the sonic decoys activated, producing a piercing alarm that mimicked an assault on high-tier demon units, instantly drawing the attention of the remaining 2 demon beasts and other areas within the chamber. Amidst this brief chaos, the resonance bomb arced through the air, poised to strike the pulsating sac. Suddenly, a colossal, emotionless purple eye opened on the surface of the sac. The eye rotated, locking onto the incoming bomb, and a concentrated beam of purple-black energy shot forth, intercepting the bomb with pinpoint accuracy. Everyone's hearts raced. In that critical moment, Chen's gaze blazed with golden light as the long-suppressed imperial sword intent surged forth, not aimed at the beam, but deftly deflecting it, guiding it away from the resonance bomb, which narrowly grazed its edge, blasting a large hole in the flesh wall behind it. The bomb successfully breached the final line of defense, crashing violently against the surface of the energy chamber. With a resounding crack, the metallic shell dissolved instantaneously, releasing the devastating energy that had been forcefully restrained within. The righteous power of the human emperor and the sinister essence of the demon emperor burst forth. There was no deafening explosion, only a muffled hum that seemed capable of tearing the very soul apart. A blindingly brilliant dual hue of gold and purple radiated from the chamber's core, rapidly expanding, dissolving and shattering the surrounding flesh and crystalline vessels as if they were mere ice under the sun. The four formidable scorpion demons emitted no cries, reduced to ashes amidst the annihilating wave of energy. The egg sacs above erupted, splattering foul ichor and the remnants of grotesque, unformed creatures. The entire underground chamber shook violently, the fleshy walls convulsing and cracking, as if the demon emperor's true body were experiencing immense agony. More crucially, the crimson beam that spanned heaven and earth dimmed momentarily, its pulsations becoming chaotic and frantic. "Go!" Chen roared, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he forcibly activated the will of the human emperor to intercept that beam, straining himself immensely. Without hesitation, the team turned and sprinted back the way they came. Behind them lay the completely collapsing underground chamber, accompanied by the thunderous roars of the enraged demon emperor and the frenzied screeches of countless demons. The entire demon emperor's stronghold was thrown into utter disarray. Countless demons surged from their lairs like a boiling swarm of ants, rushing towards the fissure. The team burst forth from the crevice, only to find themselves encircled by demons that had converged upon the scene. Bat demons blotted out the sky, while earthbound beasts surged like a tide. "Beacons!" Chen shouted, activating the silver metal plate on his arm first. A ripple of spatial energy surged, a fierce tug pulling at him. The other team members quickly activated their beacons as well. Yet, an unforeseen disaster struck. One member's beacon flickered and suddenly extinguished, the teleportation failing. Another team member's figure erupted in a circle of noticeable spatial ripples just as he vanished, immediately drawing a barrage of ranged attacks. Chen's heart sank. Yet, he was already enveloped by the spatial power, his vision beginning to blur and distort. In the final moment, he saw the teammate who had failed to teleport laughing maniacally as he triggered all the explosive runes on his body, charging into the densest throng of demons. He also witnessed the area where the teammate had caused the spatial ripples being submerged by a multitude of demonic spells. Boom! The violent explosion and the wails of demons became the last sounds he heard before leaving the battlefield. In the Hongtian's hangar, the designated teleportation point, space twisted, and Chen, along with 5 other team members, staggered into existence, all injured, their faces pale and barely able to stand. Immediately, a long-awaited medical team rushed in for emergency treatment. Chen pushed aside the medical personnel, his gaze scanning urgently. "What about the other 2? The officer in charge of the reception shook his head gravely. "Out of the 4 designated coordinates, only 6 have returned. The other 2 points have no signal." The cabin fell into a deathly silence. The joy of survival had yet to rise before being overshadowed by the weight of fallen comrades. The 5 surviving team members clenched their fists tightly, their nails embedding into their palms, blood flowing, yet feeling no pain. Just then, a cry from an observer on the bridge pierced the silence. "Look, the demon emperor's beam." Chen abruptly lifted his gaze to the external monitoring screen. In the distance, the once mighty crimson beam flickered violently, its brightness visibly diminished by nearly a third. Its form appeared unstable, as if it might collapse at any moment. The entire demon emperor's stronghold descended into chaos, the roars of demons faintly audible even from such a distance, darting about like headless flies, even turning on one another. The night raid had succeeded. They had indeed dealt a heavy blow to the demon emperor's core energy. Yet, no smile graced Chen's face. He gazed at the blood-soaked wasteland, at the 2 coordinates that would no longer respond, slowly closing his eyes. The curse on his right arm still throbbed painfully, and the fragments in his arms continued to writhe. The price had never ceased. He knew well that the demon emperor's retribution would soon arrive in an even more frenzied and brutal form. Chapter 45. The Controversy of Triumph in the Hongtian's Medical Wing. The pungent aroma of herbs mixed with the scent of blood hung heavily in the air, nearly suffocating. The groans of the wounded, the hurried chants of healing spells, and the cold clinks of instruments melded into a stifling cacophony. Chen leaned against a makeshift bed, allowing a weary old physician to carefully treat the worsening wound on his right arm, which had turned as dark as ink and oozed a viscous purple-black fluid. Each touch of the medicinal pestle felt akin to a red-hot iron pressed against his bones, bringing waves of soul-rending agony. Veins throbbed at his temples. Cold sweat soaked his brow, yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound of pain. Most of his focus remained fixed on the massive screen hovering opposite his bed. The screen vividly displayed the scene in the distant northern territory, the once mighty crimson beam, now resembling a wounded serpent, its brilliance dimmed by nearly half. Its form distorted and unstable, pulsating erratically without the previous heavy pressure. Surrounding the beam, the vast demon emperor's stronghold was engulfed in unprecedented chaos. Countless demons losing their unified command, colliding and biting one another like headless flies, even erupting into small-scale infighting, swirling clouds of demons creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The night raid had indeed succeeded. The cost was the eternal loss of two of the most elite warriors left behind on that cursed land. A sudden sharp pressure from the pestle made Lu Chen grunt softly, his vision fading to black as his right arm spasmed uncontrollably. The curse's dark energy, entangled deep within his wound, seemed to be enraged by the demon emperor's plight, becoming even more frantic in its assault against the sealing power of the human emperor. "Chief, endure it," the old physician urged, his voice hoarse and filled with concern. "This malevolent poison has invaded your very marrow, if not completely eradicated. It will lead to endless repercussions." Lu Chen took a deep breath, forcing down the metallic taste rising in his throat, nodding slightly, though his eyes never left the screen. The demon emperor's weakening was palpable, granting the Tianqiong Kingdom precious time. Yet, in this brief respite, bought with blood, another chill began to silently spread throughout the Tianqiong. The hatch slid open, revealing not a physician or comrade, but two court attendants clad in dark uniforms adorned with eagle insignia, their expressions stern. Following them were four steely-eyed, golden-armored guards, their standard long blades sheathed, but emanating a palpable aura of lethal intent. Chief Lu Chen, the lead attendant, spoke in a high, flat tone, unfurling a roll of bright yellow silk. "By order of the Cabinet and the Supervision Institute, in light of the Northern Night Raid's effectiveness, the process remains questionable, and the loss is substantial, with the risks of the Demon Emperor fragments brought back remaining unclear. To thoroughly investigate the details of the operation and assess potential hazards, you are hereby instructed to immediately hand over the storage box of the Demon Emperor fragments and report to the council chamber by the hour of the snake for questioning." The command arrived so swiftly, so matter-of-factly, devoid of any acknowledgement of the operation's success or mourning for the fallen soldiers. The cold bureaucratic tone, laden with words like doubt, loss, risk, and inquiry, pierced through Lu Chen, who had just clawed his way back from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The air in the medical wing froze instantly. Nearby wounded individuals and medical personnel halted their actions, incredulously staring in this direction. The old physician, who had been treating Lu Chen's wound, found his hands suspended midair. Lu Chen slowly lifted his head, his golden eyes narrowing in pain and fury. Fixing his gaze on the attendant with a voice as gritty as sandpaper, "Hand over the fragments?" "Accept questioning." He raised his still throbbing, grotesquely dark right arm. "This is the proof of the risks I brought back. Those two brothers who remain forever in the Northern Territory are the annotations of your so-called doubts and losses." At this moment, the main force of the Demon Emperor finds itself ensnared in chaos due to our actions. Instead of discussing how to expand our victories, he chooses to inquire about me first. His voice, though not loud, carried an aura forged in the crucible of a blood-soaked battlefield, causing the attendant to instinctively take a step back, his complexion paling slightly, yet he maintained his composure. "Chief Lu, we are merely acting on orders. The court's protocols dictate this. I implore you not to make it difficult for us. As for the achievements and sacrifices, there will be a fair assessment. But the procedures must not be disregarded." "Procedures?" Lu Chen nearly scoffed. The pain from the curse in his right arm felt as if it were burning its way to his heart. At that moment, a cold and commanding voice resonated from the entrance. "Whose procedures?" The Princess Royal strode in, adorned in her silver palace garb, with a dark cloak embroidered with golden phoenix patterns draped over her shoulders. Despite the fatigue etched on her brow, her gaze was sharp as a blade, instantly silencing the noise within the chamber. She scanned the two attendants and the four guards, who immediately bowed their heads, too fearful to meet her eyes. "The joint decree from the Cabinet and the Supervisory Court?" Her voice, though not loud, was clear to every ear present. How could I not be aware of when the valiant soldiers on the front lines, drenched in blood, earn their spoils and moments of respite? Why must those courtiers, who have never witnessed the Demon Emperor's ferocious visage, prioritize matters with their so-called procedures? The Demon Emperor is wounded, not vanquished. Its retaliation could strike at any moment. The foremost priority now is to solidify our gains and prepare our forces, not to hastily engage in internal scrutiny. She approached Lu Chen's bedside, glancing at his gruesome right arm, a fleeting flicker of emotion crossing her features before her expression hardened into icy resolve. Turning to the attendant, she extended her hand, bring forth the decree. The attendant, trembling, dared not defy her and presented the silk scroll. Without a glance, the princess summoned a wisp of icy blue flame from her fingertips, incinerating the parchment to ashes. Return and inform Yu Wenting and Li Wei. Her voice remained calm but laced with an undeniable authority. If there are any questions, once we have repelled the Demon Emperor, I shall address them personally in the court. Now, should anyone dare to interfere with the frontline operations and undermine the morale of our troops, they shall bear the consequences of wartime law. The attendants and guards turned pale, cold sweat beating down their brows, and they hastily retreated from the medical wing. The chamber fell into a profound silence, as all present were struck by the princess's unwavering stance. Finally, she turned her attention to Lu Chen, her gaze fixating on the purple-black I-cord dripping from his arm. Her brows knitting together. Can you endure your injury? Lu Chen interrupted her, attempting to move his fingers, only to be met with excruciating pain that drained the color from his face. Your Highness, though the Demon Emperor is wounded, its recovery rate is astonishing. We must seize this opportunity to find a way to utterly annihilate it. The fragments are key. I am aware, the princess nodded. Commander Bai Yi is analyzing the energy structure of the fragments to find their weaknesses. But, she hesitated, you need rest and treatment. I must be present for what comes next. Lu Chen's tone was resolute. No one understands that power's peculiarities better than I do. He glanced at the chaotic images of the Demon Emperor's stronghold still displayed on the screen. I suspect this injury may compel it to undertake even more extreme actions. As if to affirm his foreboding, a shrill alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the sky dome. Alert! A large-scale high-energy reaction has been detected from the core region of the Demon Emperor. Alert! Intense tremors are occurring on the northern front. Multiple fissures are opening in the ground. Alert! Numerous life signals are surging from beneath the earth. The direction is towards the southeastern region, where the human populace is concentrated. All visuals on the screens abruptly shifted. Within the dim crimson beam, a boiling surge of small yet swift flying demon creatures erupted forth, resembling a locust swarm, blocking out the sun. However, they did not advance toward the sky dome or any military objective. Instead, they raced across the wasteland towards the southeast. Simultaneously, the ground in multiple areas of the northern wasteland collapsed, revealing bottomless pits exuding a dense malevolence. Countless bizarre, heavily armored creatures adept at burrowing surged forth, also heading southeast. Their targets were unmistakable, those recently evacuated from the northern front, still clustered at refugee points, and the towns along the way that supported the defensive lines. It has gone mad. An officer exclaimed in horror. These demons care nothing for us. They intend to slaughter civilians, diverting forces, surrounding the enemy to rescue Zhao. It is forcing us to split our troops for rescue. Another commander swiftly grasped the situation. All eyes turned to the princess and Lu Chen. Lu Chen rose abruptly from his bed, ignoring the tearing pain in his right arm and the physician's protests. Fixating on the horrifying tide of demons on the screen, we must intercept immediately. Those towns have weak defenses. They cannot withstand such an onslaught. The princess's countenance darkened as she swiftly issued commands. Order all mobile fleets to take to the skies and prioritize intercepting the airborne demon horde. Ground forces must immediately organize defenses, utilizing advantageous terrain to repel the burrowing beasts. Notify the towns along the route to remain on high alert and activate all defensive formations. Orders were dispatched, and the entire sky dome and the rear base sprang into rapid action. However, Long Lu, who had been monitoring the situation via remote connection, suddenly issued a warning, her mechanical voice tinged with urgency. Interception calculations complete. Success rate below 40. The enemy's numbers are overwhelming and dispersed. Our main force has yet to recover from previous losses. Forcibly splitting our forces to intercept will leave us severely undermanned. If the Demon Emperor's main force retaliates, the Sky Dome and core defenses will be in extreme peril. The reality was cold and merciless. To save would leave the defenses vulnerable, possibly resulting in a catastrophic breach by the Demon Emperor. To not save meant watching hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions, of innocent lives perish. At that moment, another untimely communication came through, an emergency message from the temporary court in the rear, featuring the anguished faces of Yu Wenting and Li Wei. Your Highness. Yu Wenting's voice was filled with urgent compassion. The Demon Emperor is ruthless, committing such inhuman atrocities. Millions of lives are at stake. Please, Your Highness, issue an immediate order to mobilize our main forces at any cost to provide rescue. Li Wei added gravely from the side. Yes, Your Highness. Our soldiers fight valiantly, not just to protect the realm, but to safeguard the common people behind us. If we stand idly by now, how will we answer to the hearts of the world? Even if there are strategic considerations, we cannot afford to lose the people's trust. Their words resonated from a moral high ground, twisting the choice of whether to rescue into a brutal test of compassion for human lives, disregarding the extreme military risks and potential for total collapse. The pressure bore down like an invisible mountain, crushing upon the bridge, the princess, and the recently bloodied Lu Chen. The princess's fingers gripped the armrest tightly, her knuckles blanching. How could she not recognize this as the Demon Emperor's scheme? How could she not see the calculated pressure being applied by Yu Wenting and the others? Yet the images displayed on the screens of civilians desperately fleeing, relentlessly pursued by the tide of demons, pierced her heart like a dagger. Lu Chen gazed at the desperate faces on the screen, then at the princess's tense profile, finally resting his gaze on his own right arm, which continued to throb painfully. A constant reminder of the price and responsibility he bore. The images of the two teammates who had bravely sacrificed themselves resurfaced in his mind. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply, suppressing all surging emotions, stepped forward, and with a hoarse yet clear voice declared, Your Highness, grant me a fast ship and a team skilled in rapid assaults. I will not intercept the tide of demons head-on. I will go to their source. All attention shifted to him in an instant. The source? The princess turned sharply to him. Yes, the source. Lu Chen pointed towards the faint yet pulsating crimson beam on the light screen. The Demon Emperor's orchestration of such a colossal beast tide, particularly those aberrant species emerging from the depths below, must undoubtedly incur a tremendous toll. At this moment, its core must be more vulnerable than it appears, with potential brief lapses in defense. This, too, is a gamble on its part. A cold fire ignited in his eyes. A reflection of madness and resolve born from desperation. I shall execute a second assault. There is no need to annihilate it entirely. Merely inflicting another severe blow, or even creating sufficient chaos, could potentially thrust these uncontrollable beasts into greater disarray or slow their advance, thus granting crucial time for fortification and evacuation. You are insane. Even Bai Yi could not help but voice his astonishment, his silver eyes filled with shock. Your condition is utterly insufficient to endure a second high-intensity battle. It would be tantamount to seeking death. Remaining here, watching those people perish, is no different from courting death. Lu Chen's voice was eerily calm. He flexed his still agonizing right arm, feeling the faint resonance of the curse and the Demon Emperor's essence. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that they might welcome me even more. He proposed yet another plan, wildly audacious, once more shouldering all the pressure, all the contradictions, all the dangers upon himself. The princess of the Long family fixed her gaze upon him, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Within the command bridge, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop, interrupted only by the external alarms and the wailing of civilians echoing on the light screen. Should they accept the seemingly sound, yet potentially catastrophic counsel of the conservatives, or once again entrust hope to this battle-scarred, controversial traverser who had repeatedly wrought miracles? Her crimson lips pressed into a cold, straight line. Chapter 46. The protection of the princess. The command bridge of the sky vault fell into a peculiar silence in an instant. Only the shrill external alarms persisted, as the scenes of the demonic tide rampaging and civilians fleeing in terror washed over everyone like a chilling tide, incessantly jarring their nerves. The anxious faces of Yu Wenting and Li Wei in the communication screen appeared glaringly conspicuous at this moment. Every plea they made on behalf of the people felt like a meticulously poisoned double-edged sword, pinning the princess of the Long family to the pyre of morality and strategy. All eyes were fixated on the throne. The princess sat as still as a statue, her figure beneath the dark golden phoenix battle cloak seemingly motionless, save for her fathomless eyes reflecting the horrific flickers on the light screen, as if a storm were silently brewing within. Her fingertips unconsciously caressed the cold armrest. The faint sound of friction amplified infinitely in the deathly quiet bridge. Lu Chen's proposal for a second assault was as reckless as a meteor burning its last vestiges of life, piercing through the suffocating stalemate, and pushing him once more to the brink of no return. His right arm, still oozing dark purple viscous liquid, was the most vivid testament to his unwavering resolve. Bai Ye's objections seemed to linger in the air. In the communication screen, Yuan Ting's pained visage momentarily stiffened, a fleeting glimmer of disbelief and gloom darting through his eyes, as if he had not anticipated Lu Chen would employ such a self-destructive method to break the deadlock. Li Wei instinctively opened his mouth, but the words prepared for rebuttal were forcibly stifled. Your Highness. Yuan Ting reacted swiftly, his tone increasingly earnest, tinged with a hint of heartfelt sorrow. Chief Lu's loyalty is commendable, a paragon of our forces. Yet, he bears grievous wounds. The Demon Emperor is cunning and cruel. This venture is akin to feeding oneself to the tiger. Should any misfortune befall him, it would not only be futile, but also inflict enormous losses upon the Sky Vault. You must prioritize the greater picture. Prudent rescue is the only righteous course. He cleverly linked the notion of rescue with preventing Lu Chen's demise, continuing to apply pressure. What the Lord says is indeed correct. Li Wei immediately echoed, his tone grave. Chief Lu is pivotal in the fight against the Demon Emperor. How can we risk further peril? If the chief falls, even if we save 1,000,000 civilians, who can withstand the Demon Emperor's true form? At that point, there would be no survivors beneath the fallen nest. Please, Your Highness, discern wisely and swiftly dispatch a sizable force for rescue. That is the ultimate strategy. He twisted the narrative, juxtaposing Lu Chen's worth against the survival of the populace. Their logic appeared impeccable, brimming with a sense of responsibility towards talent and the overarching situation. Yet every word relentlessly pushed the princess towards the dilemma of either sacrificing civilians and bearing the blame, or risking division of forces leading to a collapse of the defense. Lu Chen remained silent, merely gazing at the princess. The excruciating pain in his right arm gnawed at his will like a parasite, yet it also rendered him profoundly lucid. He understood that the survival of his proposed plan was tenuous, but he was acutely aware that adhering to the reasoning of Yuan Ting and others would only worsen the outcome. This was not a multiple-choice question, but rather the sole potential fissure that could be torn open in the face of despair. The princess's gaze shifted from the fleeing figures of despair on the light screen to Lu Chen's grim, yet resolute face, finally resting upon the worsening wound that symbolized cost and responsibility. The dark purple curse seemed to entwine her resolve as well. She closed her eyes, and after a mere breath, they burst open. The storm within her eyes abruptly calmed, replaced by an almost absolute zero chill and resolution. Enough. The two words, though softly spoken, carried the weight of millennia of glacial ice, instantly suppressing all clamor and discord. Even the piercing alarm seemed to dim in response. She slowly rose, her dark cloak billowing without wind, an invisible, disquieting pressure enveloping the entire command bridge. Lord Yuan, Deputy Li. Her voice was steady without a hint of wavering, yet it bore the sharpness of a blade. You speak incessantly of the common folk and the paramount importance of the greater scheme. I ask you, if you were to divide our forces for rescue, leaving the Sky Vault's defenses vulnerable, and the Demon Emperor's main force retaliated, shattering our core defenses, what then for the tens of thousands of soldiers aboard this vessel, and indeed for the billions of lives in the rear? When that time comes, your so-called ultimate strategy, who will it truly safeguard? Who will it ultimately doom? Yuan Ting and Li Wei's expressions shifted drastically, their mouths opening in protest. However, the princess did not grant them the opportunity, her voice rising sharply, akin to hail striking a jade plate. The Demon Emperor's scheme is precisely to force me to divide our forces, to sow discord within our ranks. You, who have long navigated the court, cannot possibly fail to grasp this simple principle of surrounding the enemy to rescue the besieged. Or do you see too clearly, and thus act in accordance with your own interests, seeking to obstruct military affairs under the guise of party strife? The final remark was thunderous. It was as if she pointed directly at their noses, accusing them of placing their self-interest above the greater good. In the communication screen, Yuan Ting and Li Wei's faces turned an ashen hue, a mixture of pale and green. They had never anticipated that the princess would confront them so vehemently and directly at such a critical juncture. Your Highness, we are utterly loyal. May the heavens testify. Yuan Ting attempted to salvage the situation, his voice quivering with indignation. Your loyalty should be left to the court's judgment. The princess interrupted sternly, her jade hand sweeping dramatically toward the gruesome scene displayed on the light screen, declaring, "This is the battlefield. Military affairs are in flames, changing by the moment. How can you dawdle here, twisting words and sowing discord, thereby delaying crucial opportunities for action. Her gaze swept across all the commanders on the bridge like a cold lightning bolt. Those who met her gaze were shaken to their core, bowing their heads in submission. "Convey my orders." Her voice resonated throughout the bridge, imbued with undeniable authority. "First, all mobile fleets shall proceed as per the original plan, intercepting the aerial demon horde in 3 batches, focusing on delaying and harassing, avoiding protracted engagements, and ensuring the preservation of our living forces. Second, ground troops shall rely on the 2nd and 3rd predetermined defensive lines, resisting the subterranean demon beasts step by step, buying time for the towns in the rear to activate maximum defensive formations. Third, activate the beacon plan, instructing all towns along the route to organize their own evacuations and defenses, laying waste to the fields. This was a cold yet astutely lucid command. It did not abandon the prospect of rescue but prioritized the preservation of the main force, acknowledging the reality of an incomplete interception, shifting focus to buying time, and transferring some survival pressure to local self-rescue efforts. This entails bearing immense moral risks and political repercussions. Upon the issuance of the command, silence enveloped the bridge. Many generals displayed expressions of reluctance, yet they understood that this was the most rational and, regrettably, the only choice available at present. On the other end of the communication, Yu Wenting and Li Wei's faces had turned ashen. However, the words of the princess were not yet concluded. Her gaze returned to Lu Chun. Regarding the chief's mention of a second assault, she paused, and amidst the breathless attention of all, continued, "The demon emperor has been wounded. To mobilize a beast tide of such magnitude, its core must be vulnerable. This indeed presents a tactical opportunity. Yet, the chief's injuries are severe, and embarking on such a perilous venture alone is far from prudent." Lu Chen's heart sank slightly. Nonetheless, the princess's subsequent words left everyone in astonishment. "Thus, I have decided to promote Lu Chun to the position of chief military strategist at the front lines of the Celestial Army, granting him command and authority over all military strategies regarding the battle against the Demon Emperor. He shall have the power to mobilize all frontline resources, excluding only my personal guards, including certain tactical units of the Watcher fleet." A military strategist, commanding authority. This was not a mere nominal role. It was a position of genuine power, ranking just below the supreme commander. Especially in wartime, the authority of a military strategist could, to some extent, even supersede the orders of the commander-in-chief, not to mention the representation of supreme authority that came with it. This indicated that the princess not only completely trusted Lu Chen's capabilities, but also entrusted the decision-making power of the frontline command in this most critical and perilous battle to this controversial traveler. Such immense courage and trust it displayed. "Your Highness, this cannot be. Please reconsider, Your Highness." Although Lu Chun had achieved merit, his experience was still lacking, and as a traveler, it would be difficult to garner unanimous support. This move was exceedingly reckless. This time, not only the conservative factions, but even some neutral generals, who had previously leaned slightly toward Lu Chun, could not refrain from voicing their opposition. The position of military strategist carried too great a weight. Moreover, in such a critical moment, Yu Wenting and Li Wei were like cats whose tails had been stepped on, practically ready to leap out of the communication screen. "Your Highness, you must not. This is no trivial matter. How can Lu Chen bear such a heavy responsibility? This is playing with the fate of the nation." Yet the princess seemed impervious to any dissent. She simply gazed at Lu Chun, her voice low yet unmistakably clear. "Lu Chun, I bestow upon you this authority not to have you engage in reckless valor or to face danger personally. I require you to command from the center, strategizing to find a way to break the deadlock. Your wisdom and capabilities must be utilized to orchestrate the overall situation, rather than squandered on fleeting assaults. Your life now impacts the entire battle situation. It is more important than anyone else's. Do you understand?" She was not attempting to hinder him. Rather, she was forcibly placing him in a relatively safer position through a higher rank and greater responsibility, compelling him to transition from an executor to a decision-maker, maximizing his value while also safeguarding his safety, at least from the immediate mortal peril at the front lines. At that moment, all calculations, all accusations, all pressures were forcibly shattered by her astonishing appointment. She used her authority and trust to erect a protective umbrella for Lu Chun, providing him with a platform sufficient for his talents to flourish. Lu Chun was stunned. He gazed into the princess's eyes, where a fierce determination lay hidden beneath a veneer of ice, witnessing her willingness to confront the court's high-ranking officials with near-total defiance. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him, and the pain in his right arm seemed to lessen slightly. He took a deep breath, suppressing all distractions, and abruptly knelt on one knee. Though the action nearly caused him to faint from the pain, his voice hoarse from excitement and injury, yet resolute. I, Lu Chen, accept the command. I shall exert every effort to live up to your highness's trust. He referred to her as I rather than this subject. At that moment, an invisible bond was irrevocably tightened. Your highness. Yu Wenting was still making a final struggle, his voice tinged with desperation. You cannot. This matter is settled and requires no further discussion, the princess declared decisively, her gaze coldly sweeping across the communication screen. Lord Yu Wenting, ministerly. Since you are so concerned about the frontline situation, then you shall immediately set forth to the second line of defense to oversee the battle. Let the soldiers see how the court's high officials share life and death with them, directly sending them to the dangerous front lines. Yu Wenting and Li Wei's faces turned as pale as sheets, unable to utter another word, as the communication was unceremoniously severed by the princess. Inside the bridge, silence reigned. All the generals were left dazed by the princess's series of thunderous decisions, and no one dared to voice dissent any longer. The princess wearily rubbed her forehead. Glancing at Lu Chen, who had just been helped up, her tone softening slightly. Military strategist, now. Please inform me and the esteemed colleagues how you intend to address the current situation. What do you require? The pressure instantly shifted to Lu Chen, who had just been entrusted with this heavy responsibility. All eyes were upon him, filled with doubt, expectation, scrutiny, and unease. Lu Chen straightened his posture, disregarding the waves of weakness coursing through his right arm and the eerie whispers in his mind from the close proximity to fragments, forcing himself into a state of focus. He surveyed the massive strategic map, his mind racing at an unprecedented speed, integrating the real-time data stream from Changlu, the technical analysis provided by Bai Yi, and his own perceptions of the Demon Emperor's powers. In a mere few breaths of silence, which felt as though they spanned a century, he finally spoke. His voice still hoarse yet imbued with a calm strength. Your Highness, esteemed generals. The Demon Emperor's scheme is insidious in its psychological assault. Rescue efforts must proceed, but the main force must refrain from reckless actions. I require 3 things. He raised his left hand, extending 3 fingers. First, I need control over all swarm drone combat units from Commander Bai Ye's fleet, along with the full cooperation of at least 3 web weavers. Second, I require the cooperation of the celestial vessel and all rear-line talismans and formation masters to rapidly modify 300 traction talisman warheads according to the blueprints I provide, to be carried by high-speed assault vessels. Third, his gaze sharpened, I need all available scouts proficient in reconnaissance and trap setting to immediately disperse southeast, not to engage in battle, but to sow seeds. He swiftly approached the strategic map, his left hand darting across it, sketching out intricate action routes and energy flow diagrams. We shall not intercept the beast tide head-on. We must guide them, creating a new, more enticing path, utilizing swarm drones for harassment and inducement, employing web weavers to temporarily paralyze certain areas of the ley lines, creating a false energy vacuum, and then using the modified traction talismans to generate powerful spiritual energy vortices in specific areas, drawing the beasts, which instinctively act on dark energies, toward us. His speech quickened, his eyes gleaming with a blend of fervor and rationality. Simultaneously, the seeds sown by the scouts will be specially treated low-purity purple-gold crystalline powder, infused with the essence of the Demon Emperor fragments and the repulsive aura of the Human Emperor's power. They will act like the finest hunting hounds, guiding the beast tide toward the graveyard we have designated for them. He emphatically pointed to a section of the map marked as Silent Canyon, an area with treacherous terrain, a narrow entrance, yet relatively open within, and crucially, geologically unstable, distant from major towns and transport routes. Right here, we will lure them in, and then, he gestured for a closing motion, detonate the mountainsides on either side of the canyon, burying them completely. Simultaneously, the ley lines in the canyon have already run dry. The energy turbulence triggered by the explosion will be sufficient to shatter their dark energy cores, preventing the spread of pollution. This plan was equally audacious, bordering on fantastical. It completely transcended the traditional tactical framework, heavily reliant on technological coordination, precise calculations, and a profound understanding of the characteristics of the Demon Emperor's powers. Once again, silence fell over the bridge, as everyone processed this audacious scheme. Bai Yi was the first to respond. Control over the swarm units and web weavers has been transferred. The technical officers will collaborate with the talisman masters to modify the warheads, which is expected to take approximately 15 minutes. The data stream from Chong Lu rapidly refreshed on Lu Chen's terminal. Plan simulation completed. Success rate, 67. 4. The crux of the matter lies in the precision of the inducement and the timing of the canyon's detonation. Princess Chong observed the perilous path of inducement meticulously devised by Lu Chen on the sand table, then glanced at his pale, yet strikingly radiant eyes. Ultimately, she struck the armrest decisively. Approved. All troops, heed my command. From this day forth, the orders of military advisor Lu Chen are the orders of this palace. Execute the plan. The gears of war began to interlock and turn once more, this time in a manner more frenzied and intricate than before. Lu Chen, who had just been thrust into the spotlight, faced his inaugural and pivotal test as a military strategist. Chapter 47. The study of curses on board the Tianqiong. Deep within the confines of the forbidden experimental laboratory, one of the most securely protected core areas of the entire warship. The walls were forged from a specialized alloy laced with energy-isolating runes. The floor was inscribed with intricate arrays for calming, focusing, and dispelling evil. Their gentle and stable spiritual light flickering like breath. The air purification array operated continuously, emitting an almost inaudible low-frequency hum, ensuring that not a single energy fluctuation or contaminant could escape. At the center of the laboratory floated a fragment of the Demon Emperor's heart, roughly the size of a fist, sealed by multiple Watcher technologies and Tianqiong runes. It pulsated less violently than before, appearing much quieter. Yet the deep-seated aura of malevolence and foreboding remained undiminished. The core exhibited a swirling mass of gold and purple light, ceaselessly chasing annihilation, resembling a miniature, tempestuous universe that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul with prolonged observation. Lu Chen sat 3 paces away on a specially crafted jade platform. His right arm, recently treated, was covered with a layer of cool, pale green gel that temporarily alleviated the excruciating pain, though the purple-black hue beneath the skin remained, writhing like a living creature. His complexion was still ashen, but his gaze was intensely focused, with fleeting glimmers of golden data streams occasionally coursing through the depths of his pupils, a testament to his technological analytical prowess in full operation. His new role as the chief military strategist of the Tianqiong army bestowed upon him vast authority and resources. At this moment, Chong Lu stood by his side, her mechanical arm extending dozens of hair-thin data probes that scanned the energy field surrounding the fragment non-invasively, projecting a deluge of data onto the floating screens nearby. On the other side, 2 Watcher technicians brought by Yi operated several peculiar silver instruments, analyzing the fragment's composition from higher-dimensional energy perspectives. The stability of the energy spectrum is below the expected threshold of 173. The internal annihilation reaction continues to deplete its essence. Yet external environmental energy, including your presence, subtly stimulates its activity. Chong Li's electronic voice reported steadily. The curse energy characteristics align with the samples collected from the battlefield at a 99.98 similarity, yet its core coding structure remains incompletely decipherable, featuring multiple encryptions and self-destruction redundancies. A Watcher technician lifted his head, the silver mask shimmering. Confirmation of residual consciousness imprint detected. It is not merely an energy conglomerate. This imprint possesses strong pollutive and directive qualities, its fluctuation frequency bearing a 47 similarity to the activation energy that previously triggered the disastrous incident in the Ministry of Works, albeit more ancient and complex. Lu Chen listened in silence, his left hand swiftly gesturing in the air, accessing all available data within his permissions. The images on the screens switched rapidly, vague records of the Demon Emperor's curse from ancient texts of the Tianqiong Kingdom, mostly ambiguous, filled with myth and fear. Cases of cultivators driven mad by the curse throughout the ages, the records incomplete and symptoms varied, and even some classified documents detailing early transgressors' attempts to study the curse, which had ended in disastrous backlashes. The information was vast and chaotic, lacking systematic, evidence-based research. Existing records were primarily descriptive of phenomena and consequences, leaving the essence, mechanisms, and transmission pathways of the curse shrouded in conjecture and dread. Lu Chen's voice was somewhat hoarse, the relentless mental strain causing his temples to throb. We need to reconstruct the model from scratch. He inhaled deeply, repressing the faint pain radiating from his right arm and the persistent, almost hallucinatory whispers that had plagued him since approaching the fragment. Chong Lu, retrieve all data on the activity levels of curse energy in the injured parties from both sides, natives and transgressors, following border conflicts for cross-comparison. Focus on analyzing environmental factors, spiritual vein density, battlefield resentment intensity, lunar phases, etc., and their impact. Commander Bai Yi, please assist in establishing a multi-layered energy projection field to simulate energy stimuli of varying frequencies and intensities, from pure spiritual energy to various attributes of demon power, observing the fragment's reactions and the trend in curse energy variations. Additionally, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon a jade box in the corner of the laboratory, sealed with layers of talismans. Request the invocation of the soul-settling incense and the pure heart luminous lamp. The soul-settling incense, a royal treasure, could stabilize the soul and ward off mental demons. The pure heart luminous lamp, a sacred relic of the Buddhist order, could illuminate delusions and purify malevolent thoughts. These items might offer limited assistance in researching the curse, yet they would greatly safeguard the researcher's mental well-being, particularly for him, who directly endured the whispers of the fragment and the curse's erosion. The orders were swiftly executed. More data flowed in, and the energy model on the screens began to clarify, yet it also grew more perplexing. The data revealed that the curse's activity was suppressed in areas rich in spiritual veins, while in regions rife with battlefield resentment and fear. Its activity and transmission speed surged exponentially. The fragment exhibited weak responses to pure spiritual energy, but reacted violently to chaotic, negative energies. Under simulated demon power stimuli, signs of awakening were evident in its internal imprint. The soul-settling incense's fragrance effectively isolated much of the spiritual pollution, though it could not eradicate the existing curse link. The pure heart luminous lamp's glow could temporarily purify superficial curses, but its efficacy against deeper erosion was limited and could provoke severe backlash. The deeper the research delved, the more alarming it became. This curse was not a mere toxin or energy pollution. It resembled a living, highly adaptive, and malicious information virus, rooted in emotions and energy. Particularly adept at leveraging negative emotions for proliferation and transmission. It did not directly kill its host, but twisted their psyche, amplifying their inner hatred, fear, and suspicion, ultimately driving them into madness and instinctively prompting them to attack the opposing party, natives attacking transgressors, transgressors attacking natives. The demon emperor feeds on the emotions of all beings. Thriving amidst civil strife, Lu Chen murmured, a chill washing over him. This curse is the tool it uses to sow and reap. Just then, the faint whispers that had lingered in his mind suddenly crystallized for a fleeting moment. Hungry, painful, separation, return. Disjointed words intertwined with endless malice and an indescribable, ancient sorrow resonated deeply within his consciousness. Simultaneously, the curse on his right arm ignited with heat, as if responding to that call. Lu Chen let out a muffled groan. Cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead as the scenery before him wavered slightly. Warning. Military advisors' mental energy fluctuations are abnormal. Fragment energy activity surged by 300. Chong Li's alarm blared. Increase the intensity of the isolation field. Baiye's technician immediately complied. The incense's smoke thickened, and the glow of the pure heart luminous lamp cast its light upon him, gradually alleviating the whispers and pain, though they did not vanish, merely receding to a weaker state. What did you hear? Baiyi suddenly inquired, her silver eyes seeming to penetrate the spiritual currents. Lu Chen took a few breaths. Not concealing anything. The fragment's consciousness residual contains fragmented words. Hungry, painful, separation, return. He repeated those disquieting terms. Baiyi remained silent for a moment before saying, according to the Star Alliance database, certain advanced civilizations have encountered similar forms of mental pollution attacks, often linked to intense collective negative emotions or traumatic events. The key to unraveling it sometimes lies not in the energy level, but in the information it carries. Information itself? Lu Chen pondered thoughtfully. He cast his gaze once more upon the ancient tomes of the Celestial Vault and the chronicles of the Traversers. This time, he eschewed the fantastical legends and terrifying accounts, endeavoring instead to extract potentially obscured truths. He noted a repeatedly mentioned, yet deliberately obscured temporal marker. Approximately a century prior to the calamity of the Starfall, a large-scale summoning event of Traversers, a notably succinct record indicated an anomaly in the spiritual pulse of the celestial star. This phenomenon reportedly persisted for decades, during which natural disasters were rampant, and the path of cultivation became exceedingly arduous. It was also after this period that the activities of the demon race began to intensify and grow increasingly aggressive. Furthermore, the earliest precise records of curses emerged shortly after the Starfall disaster, coinciding with the outbreak of the first large-scale conflict between the factions. While the timeline appeared to align, it lacked a crucial connecting point. Chonglu searched for all records pertaining to the anomaly of the spiritual pulse, be it from the official histories, unofficial accounts. or even folklore, leave no stone unturned. He also requested the retrieval of speculated accounts regarding the arrival of the Demon Emperor or the awakening of its consciousness. A flicker of determination crossed Lu Chen's eyes as he ordered the connection to the listening system. I must personally hear the echoes that lie deep within this curse. The listening system, a device constructed by the Celestial Kingdom through the amalgamation of runic technology and an ancient relic, served to probe the Earth's veins and distant energy fluctuations. While it greatly amplified perception, it was also exceedingly perilous, placing a tremendous burden on the psyche, particularly for Lu Chen, who was already tainted by the curse. Too great a risk. Chong Lu immediately objected. Your mental state is nearing a dangerous threshold. This is an order, Lu Chen replied, his tone calm, yet unyielding. He possessed an intense intuition that the answers lay hidden beneath the fragmented whispers and the dust of history, and he was compelled to take this risk. The request was forcibly approved, thanks to his newly granted permissions. A metal headband inscribed with intricate runes was carefully placed upon his head, connecting him to the central array. In an instant, Lu Chen's perception expanded exponentially. It felt as though he had detached from his corporeal form, his spirit merging with a vast and tumultuous river of energy. He witnessed the tumult of the celestial star's earth veins, heard the chaotic thoughts of countless beings, and felt the omnipresent power of the curse, which spread like a background noise, entwining every creature like strands of black silk. He fought through the disorienting dizziness and nausea of information overload, carefully focusing his perception towards the fragment at the center of the laboratory. With a thunderous boom, it was as though he crashed into a wall formed from negative emotions. The sheer fury, resentment, despair, greed, and fear assaulted his consciousness like hail. The fragmented whispers crescendoed, becoming clearer and more frenzied. Chains, betrayal, exile. Why abandon? Why remain alone? Return, devour, merge as one. In the midst of this madness, Lu Chen suddenly seized upon a faint, yet eerily familiar energy fluctuation, not the sinister power of the Demon Emperor, but rather the essence of the spiritual pulse. Yet it was a power that had been grotesquely distorted and contaminated, imbued with suffering and despair, as if the earth itself were lamenting. Simultaneously, his innate technological analytical prowess operated at an unprecedented speed, frantically processing this ocean of chaotic information in search of patterns. Fragments of forgotten knowledge from biology, sociology, and even psychology, originating from Earth, were summoned to engage in astonishing comparisons with the current data. Suddenly, a shocking, almost implausible hypothesis struck him like a lightning bolt. Could the core of this curse, the essence of the Demon Emperor, not be a purely external invader? Did it perhaps possess a more direct and terrifying connection to the celestial star itself, or even to that anomaly in the spiritual pulse? Did the whispers of separation, exile, and return point to something deeper? In the moment this thought crystallized, the fragment seemed to awaken in fury. All the whispers and negative emotions coalesced into a sharp, piercing consciousness that struck at Lu Chen's spiritual core like a venomous barb. Lu Chen coughed up blood, his body trembling violently as the runes on the listening headband overloaded and burst. The scene before him twisted grotesquely, as if he were plummeting into an abyss. Forcefully disconnect. Chong Li's mechanical arm swung fiercely, severing the energy supply. Inject the stabilizer. The technician from Baiyi rushed forward. Lu Chen collapsed upon the jade platform, his consciousness clouded. The last vestiges of his impression were of the fragment exploding in his mental vision, a chaotic amalgamation of endless resentment and a certain sorrowful darkness, along with an icy dread stemming from his own wild conjecture. What if the roots of the curse were far more horrifying and tragic than anyone had ever imagined? Chapter 48. The demonic counterattack. The frigid air of the deep-sealed experimental laboratory seemed to linger with the chilling aftermath of Lu Chen's astonishing hypothesis. The impact from the depths of the fragment's consciousness, a blend of resentment and lamentation, clung to him like a nightmare, echoing through his subconscious despite the effects of the potent sedative. The curse on his right arm appeared to grow more agitated due to the brief, yet intense mental connection. The purple-black patterns beneath his skin slithered like live serpents, alternating between searing heat and sharp pain. The medical team had just replaced the biological gel on his arm and injected a new round of suppressants and stabilizers. Yet his pallid complexion and unmistakable fatigue betrayed the immense toll the exploration had exacted on his body and mind. Chong Lu and Baiyi's technician were still intently analyzing the last data stream captured by the listening system before the disconnect, striving to extract valuable information from the chaotic energy fragments. The atmosphere in the laboratory was so tense it felt as though it could drip with tension. Suddenly, without warning, The entire celestial ship jolted violently. It was not the explosive shock of an external attack, but rather a muffled, tearing sensation emanating from within. Warning. A high-level invasion alert has instantly shattered the silence within the warship. Red emergency lights flashed frantically, casting crimson reflections upon every face. Warning. High-intensity spatial distortion detected. Source. The backup conduit of the spiritual energy engine within Section B7 of the warship. Warning. Unknown biological signals have breached the internal defenses. Quantity, 3. Energy levels cannot be accurately assessed. Extremely dangerous. Warning. Target movement path analysis indicates a direct trajectory towards the deep-sealed experimental laboratory. The chilling electronic alarms grew increasingly urgent, reminiscent of a countdown to death. How is this possible? A technician from the Watchers exclaimed in disbelief. The internal spatial anchoring system has not failed. How could they have directly teleported into the ship's interior? Chong Li's mechanical eye flickered erratically, the data stream nearly overflowing. This is not a conventional teleportation. It is shadow stealth. They utilized the intermittent energy dissipation within the engine conduits to create microscopic spatial wrinkles, like poisonous fish lurking beneath the waves. Before he could finish, the enormous door to the laboratory, constructed from special alloys and multiple runes and several meters thick, suddenly buckled inward. A clear and massive claw print appeared abruptly at the center of the door panel. The edges of the metal glowing a molten red as the attached defense runes emitted a series of unbearable explosions, instantly dimming. Boom! Another resounding impact shook the entire laboratory, more claw prints emerging, the door hinges emitting a spine-chilling groan, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Guard the area, Chonglu barked, and the sound of hurried footsteps and the hum of energy weapons charging echoed through the corridors surrounding the laboratory. The elite guards stationed there attempted to form a defensive formation. However, in the next moment, hiss, hiss, hiss. Several almost imperceptible gray shadows flowed like liquid shadows, seeping directly through the cracks of the door, the ventilation ducts, and even the gaps in the wall runes. They disregarded physical barriers, as if they were entities existing between the realms of reality and illusion. The 4 elite guards who first encountered them were unable to utter a single scream. Their energy shields were torn apart as if made of mere paper, and their sturdy armor was rapidly corroded and pierced. Their bodies shriveled at a visible speed, turning black, as if their very essence and souls were instantaneously drained, leaving behind nothing but hollow, charred shells that collapsed to the ground. Only then did the shape of the intruders become somewhat discernible. They were 3 humanoid creatures, approximately 2 meters tall, entirely covered in a dull, light-absorbing, intricate scale armor. Their limbs were elongated and articulated in reverse, with claws extending from their fingertips, formed from shadows. Just moments ago, it was these claws that effortlessly tore through the laboratory door. They possessed no discernible facial features. Instead, their faces were marked by a continuously swirling, unfathomable vortex of darkness, within which flickered countless fragments of tormented souls. A nauseating, icy aura of death enveloped them, coupled with a pure malice directed against life itself. The Shadowhunters, the dark guardians of the Demon Emperor. Bai Ye's voice bore an unprecedented gravity as she instantly entered a combat state, the energy patterns on her silver armor igniting, her arms transforming into flowing energy blades. They were not corporeal beings. They were instruments of slaughter forged from the pure resentment and shadowy laws of the Demon Emperor. Physical attacks were largely ineffective, and energy attacks could easily be absorbed and converted by them. Beware of their soul-draining abilities. These 3 Shadowhunters were evidently the most lethal fangs dispatched by the Demon Emperor in a fit of rage after being wounded, with a singular objective to eliminate Lu Chun, who had repeatedly inflicted severe damage upon it, and seemed to be encroaching upon its core secrets. The laboratory instantaneously became a death trap. The movement of the Shadowhunters defied the laws of physics. They would sometimes become shadows racing along the ground, at other times merging into walls and re-emerging from the other side, leaving behind black trails that tore through space as they swung their claws. The elite guards' attacks mostly missed, and when they did connect, it was akin to throwing a stone into the sea, only to have their energy absorbed by the enemy, rendering them even more solid and ferocious. Chong Li's mechanical arm continuously fired high-frequency energy beams, accurately striking the Shadowhunters, which indeed caused brief immobilization and dispersal of black mist, but failed to inflict any fatal wounds. Bai Yi engaged in combat, her energy blades clashing with shadowy claws, producing piercing shrieks and waves of energy annihilation, making it difficult to gain the upper hand. One Shadowhunter broke through the barrage of firepower, transforming into a distorted shadow. Lunging directly at the incapacitated Chen, who was sluggish due to injuries and the effects of potions. From the spinning vortex of darkness on its face came a greedy howl that directly targeted the soul. Chen endured the dual agony of mind and body, attempting to summon the power of the human emperor, but the curse on his right arm erupted violently, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. As the golden light flickered erratically, growing dangerously unstable, just as the shadowy claws were about to reach his throat, at the critical moment, a brilliant azure sword aura cascaded down like the Milky Way from the heavens, carrying unmatched imperial pressure and frigid cold, precisely cleaving through the shadow. Crack! The shadow emitted a sharp shriek, forcibly severed in two, dissipating into a cloud of black mist, yet it quickly attempted to reconstitute itself. A figure stood between Chen and the Shadow Hunter. It was the Long Princess. She had arrived unbeknownst to anyone. Her silver palace attire now enveloped in a layer of icy crystalline battle armor, wielding an ancient longsword, the Frostblade, one of the royal artifacts of the Tianqiong lineage, glowing with a deep blue radiance. Her face was frosted, her gaze sharp as eternal ice, exuding a powerful spiritual pressure that temporarily repelled the reassembling black mist of the Shadow Hunter. Protect the strategist. Her cold voice carried an undeniable command. As the Frostblade danced in intricate patterns, its icy sword energy interweaving to momentarily freeze and slow down another approaching Shadow Hunter. Her arrival briefly stabilized the situation. The elite guards regrouped, coordinating with Chonglu and Bai Yi to attempt to force the three Shadow Hunters back. However, the Shadow Hunter's strangeness exceeded all anticipation. The Shadow Hunter that had been severed by the Frostblade did not completely dissipate. Instead, it divided into several tendrils, as if alive, bypassing the frontline defense and launching another attack on Chen from different, unimaginable angles. Their target remained singular. The Long Princess wielded her sword with impenetrable precision, repelling the shadowy assaults time and again, but the Shadow Hunter's attacks were relentless, seemingly growing stronger as they absorbed the surrounding negative emotions and dissipated energy. She needed to protect the utterly defenseless Chen, plunging her into an extreme state of passive defense. Their core was that swirling darkness. It must be extinguished immediately, Bai Yi reminded amidst the fierce battle. But how simple was that? The core of the Shadow Hunters was heavily shielded by layers of shadows and moved with ghostly speed. The battle became a standoff. The laboratory lay in ruins, walls marred with claw marks and frost. The agonized cries of guards echoed as they were drained of life. Chen leaned against the jade platform, gasping heavily, watching the Long Princess strive to protect him, though her sword strikes remained fierce. Her movements were no longer as agile as at the beginning. Beads of sweat glistened at her temples. He was consumed by anxiety, desperately urging the remnants of the human emperor's power within him, attempting to suppress the curse on his right arm, hoping to restore even a modicum of fighting strength. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The three Shadow Hunters seemed to receive some directive, suddenly retreating simultaneously, merging into a larger, deeper mass of darkness. The dark vortex spun violently, devouring all light within the laboratory, emanating a terrifying, soul-chilling pull. This was not an attack. It was the prelude to something far more dreadful. Not good. They are merging their energies, preparing to unleash a soul screech. A wide area of attack, impossible to evade, Bai Yi exclaimed, her silver eyes revealing terror for the first time. Should this attack be unleashed, all beings within the laboratory lacking sufficient soul strength would likely have their souls shattered in an instant. The Long Princess's expression changed dramatically. She glanced at Chen behind her, immobilized by pain and weakness, then at the dark core on the verge of unleashing destructive energy. Without a moment's hesitation, she thrust the frost blade into the ground, her hands swiftly forming an ancient and intricate hand seal, chanting obscure royal incantations. A radiant azure light erupted from within her, rapidly condensing in front of her to form a massive shield of ice, intricately carved with a phoenix soaring, a royal secret technique, the Ice Phoenix Guard. This was evidently an immensely resource-draining protective spell. At that very moment, the merged Shadow Hunter's dark core swelled, unleashing a silent yet soul-rending shockwave, like a black tide of death. Surging forth in all directions, the first to bear the brunt was the Long Princess, who had raised the Ice Phoenix shield. Boom! The invisible spiritual shockwave violently struck the azure shield. The shield trembled violently, emitting a groan of unbearable burden, the beautiful phoenix patterns on its surface fracturing instantaneously. The Long Princess staggered, her complexion paling to a ghostly white, and she could not suppress a mouthful of blood that erupted forth, splattering against the crystalline surface of the shield like a tragic plum blossom. Yet she gritted her teeth, pouring every ounce of her spiritual energy into the shield, resolutely blocking this terrifying attack capable of annihilating souls. The shockwave was largely deflected by the massive shield, but the residual energy still caused guards within the laboratory to collapse in agony, clutching their heads and writhing. Chang Lu and Bai Yi also staggered, evidently affected. However, the Shadowhunter's assault had not concluded. After emitting the soul screech, the dark core seemed to have consumed considerable energy, dimming significantly, yet still remaining. They appeared to have fixated on the Long Princess as their greatest obstacle, and the three Shadowhunters separated once more, transforming into three ultimate shadows, akin to three poisoned daggers, simultaneously striking from three exceedingly cunning angles towards the Long Princess, whose defenses were laid bare and weakened from resisting the soul screech. At this moment, she was drained of her old strength, yet new vigor had yet to arise. Even the guardianship of the Ice Phoenix was on the brink of shattering. Your Highness. Lu Chen's eyes widened in desperation, struggling to lunge forward, yet his body felt utterly powerless. Bai Yi and Chang Lu attempted to provide aid, but were fiercely entangled and obstructed by two other shadowy figures. As the sinister claws of the three shadows were poised to pierce the body of the princess, time seemed to freeze in that instant. The princess gazed at the rapidly enlarging shadow of death in her vision, her eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with a chilling determination, alongside a complex concern directed towards Lu Chen. In the next moment, she executed an unexpected action. Rather than attempting to defend or evade, she summoned her final strength and forcefully withdrew the Frost Absolute sword embedded in the ground, not aiming it at her foes, but rather plunging it fiercely into her own heart. With a piercing sound, the blade sank in. Yet, what flowed forth was not blood, but a magnificent, oceanic torrent of azure imperial dragon energy, resplendent and boundless. This was the primordial power inherited through generations of the Tianqiong royal lineage, intertwined with the fate of the nation. With my blood, I summon the spirit of the ancestral dragon. Protect my homeland and vanquish the malevolent. The solemn and mournful chant resonated throughout the laboratory as a colossal, translucent five-clawed ice dragon apparition erupted from behind her, unleashing a soul-shattering roar. Within that roar lay an absolute force of suppression against all evil. The shadowy claws of the three hunters, upon contact with the radiant dragon energy emanating from the ice dragon apparition, shrieked in agony, as if encountering their nemesis, swiftly dissolving like snow under the sun, disintegrating into nothingness. The ice dragon apparition circled and roared, its fierce gaze fixated upon the three shadow hunters, as its massive claws came crashing down. Boom! The remaining shadowy essence emitted a series of unwilling shrieks, ultimately vanishing into oblivion beneath the unyielding imperial dragon energy. The immediate crisis within the laboratory was temporarily averted. However, the ice dragon apparition also dissipated in the wake of its triumph. The Frost Absolute sword clattered to the ground from the princess's hand. Only then did the wound at her heart begin to seep true, crimson blood, rapidly staining her silver-white armor. Her complexion became as translucent as crystal, her breath faint like a flickering candle in the wind, her body softly collapsing backward. Your Highness, Lu Chen, drawing upon a final reserve of strength from some unknown source, lunged forward, managing to catch her just before she fell to the ground, cradling her with his own battered body. The warmth of her blood, faintly fragrant, instantly soaked into his garments. The person in his arms felt as light as a feather, yet her coldness shattered his heart. Summon the physician. At the quickest speed, he raised his head, his voice a strained roar, transformed by sheer terror and fury. Silence enveloped the laboratory and its surroundings, leaving only his heavy breaths and the nearly imperceptible breaths of the person in his embrace. The counterattack of the Demon Emperor had been momentarily repelled in the most ferocious and malicious manner. Yet, the cost was dire. The pillar of the Tianqiong Kingdom, Princess, teetered between life and death. Lu Chen tightly held the rapidly cooling body in his arms, feeling the swift ebbing of her vitality. In his golden eyes, for the first time, a near-maniacal flame of destruction ignited, threatening to consume everything.